Take off in a box with wings, landing, falling into tears. Frequent traveler, sickness, at its best, and rockers surely kill themselves. You're scared in planes? We won't hold your hands. No plan is the ultimate master plan, but here we go again. Taxi driver talking like a machine, and you sit right next to me, dreaming. Safe way back home in Berlin means when all the traffic lights are green. Show us pictures of your kids. Show us how it could have been. We may be deaf, but we are not blind. We never lie, we only change our mind. I'm scared about you. Music louder, please. Thanks. Don't tell us what is normal. We fit in nothing of your kind. Try to compete and you'll be bleeding inside. We don't care about you and your world around. Don't care about you, the world around. We don't care about you and your world around. Call us darkness if you want. We will always stay under the ground. And when we lay down from dusk till dawn, we know we'll be already gone. We know, we know, we know. Gone. We are from the blank generation, too proud for drug addiction, too old to reprogram, freak out or rehab. We are from the 10th generation, reload dysfunction, die old and live fast. The night is young cause we are the night. The night.
Kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick Total conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots at Joseph.
Yes, give thanks and praises to the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, conquering line of the tribe of Judah. Elexabeli Ramaskan, Lamlak Mingos, Kungusa, Karamana, Ramana, Wadana, Suasila, Ilmaskan, Wadashalo, Wadada, Suasila. Kikira enemies, Jerusalem, Kilalam, Aslam, Jehovah Alam, slash I love I. Give thanks and praises to the King of Kings and the Prophet love I, God I, of the almighty 12 tribes of Israel I, and the holy God of Israel and also everywhere. With the purple string and the supernatural being, supernaturalistic kings and queens, yeah. With the purple string and the supernatural beams, in the burning light, at the shining light. With the purple string and the supernatural beams, supernaturalistic kings and queens, yeah. With the purple string and the supernatural beams, in the burning light, at the shining light. The will to chill with Ill Bill.
Yo, what's up? What's up to this world going on? Whoops. Peace to everyone and blessings. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. You know, we got the cruelness out here, the sickness out here. You know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It's a sick world. I mean, you know what I mean? The people you love will ignore you, but the people that hate will sit there and watch you. You know, it's a wild, crazy world out there, folks. But, you know, we got to stick together with those people that we love. You know what I'm saying? Blessings. We see Chuck already gets the spirit. You know, he's in the spirit of things out here. Blessings on the faith. Thank you for checking me out earlier. Anybody who's seen it earlier, you know, we did happen to come on earlier for a little secret stream. We got taken down. Got taken down hard. Walaikum assalam, my brother. Yeah, how you doing today, man? You know, you doing okay? Blessings, man. I see you already be up in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Doing that thing that you be doing. Sparking that, you know what I mean? Whatever that is. You know, we're going to get into it. You know, we're getting into the Black Hebrew Israelites once again. You know, many times we built up to this debate, almost 3 episodes of building up to this debate through having in-depth discussions about the Bible. Some of them were, I mean, it got a little trolly at times, you know, but I'd say the last 3 shows, man, I mean, shit got pretty serious in here. You know what I mean? I mean, we weren't talking about small weight issues and themes, you know, but then again, we're the Black Hebrew Israelites. We also got my dude right here, Be More Busker. What's going on, brother, man?
Happy 420, brother.
Happy 420, brother, man. Yeah, we got to play another song for my dude, Be More Busker. We got to play one of his songs. You know what I'm saying, right?
Wow,
Let's smoke.
Yeah, dude.
Let's smoke to some Be More Busker shit, yo, man. Fucking drop some shit in the back, and we'll play some of this fucking Be More Busker, yo.
Yeah, dude. I'll
the Appalachian sound. You know what I mean?
I'll get you the
Let's do it.
Video of me playing the accordion on a chick's lap.
Yeah, that's what's up. You know what I mean? The painted Jezebels of Babylon.
I told her not to shit on me. But yeah, it's funny as shit.
I told many girls not to shit on me. It is what it is. It is what it is. I mean,
All right, read your channel.
but you know, they sometimes still shit on you.
Right?
It's like that Sean Price line. He says, how come you shit on me when I let you shit on me? Freaky deaky."
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
man.
Kidding, guys. I'm just kidding, everyone. Let's keep it PG in the room. We
All
might
right.
have elders. We might have youngsters. You know what I mean? Blessings. You know what I mean? Uh-oh. Chuck and I have a little beef.
So where should I drop this link?
Come settle it on the panel.
You're gonna get a kick out of this, dude, and they will too. I was stoned as fuck when that was taken too. I was busking down in Phil's Point. Where should I drop the link?
Just drop it in the private.
All right.
Well, we
Yeah.
got you out here. We don't got you out here as a mod. Let me mod you up because you always hopping on this shit, man. Let's do this
Oh,
shit.
cheers. All right, so there's the link. And that was a good fucking memory too.
Let's do this, man.
And we get bought. Me and
But
my dad, we get
I'm gonna hold on a second before I play it, just so I could pack my
to.
pipe here, get my pipe in
Yeah,
this bit.
I'm gonna take me a hit too.
Yeah, happy 420, everyone. You know what I mean? Come smoke with me and be more busker. You know, you guys hop on the panel. You know, we'll be talking about some things. We got Orange out here. Orange. We got the Sewer Town fans out here. Blessings. You know what I mean? Man, I love that show, Sewer Town, man. That's a good ass show, man. The last few episodes and stuff. I mean, not the pop-up puzzle, but I like the other episodes he did when he was talking about hoax wars and shit. I seen you on there too. That shit was cool, man. I like that guy.
Yeah,
Jesse
I think I was on this panel long time ago. It feels like.
Jesse Davis or whatever. Yeah, man, he did a show a few I think weeks ago or some shit. The shit was popping off about hoax wars and shit. Shit was fucking crazy deep, man.
Yeah,
I didn't even know what the fuck
see
they were
that.
talking about. I had no idea what they were talking about the whole time, but yeah.
Yeah, I try not to pay attention to that shit because I know people that are friends with those people, and
They're
then
making up fake stories or some shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
yeah, yeah. I try not to get involved with that because I got too much shit to deal with as that
I
is.
don't I mean I got too much shit on my own, like talking about the Bible and shit. I
Yeah,
could be
man,
here all day.
you're
Yeah.
pretty articulate, man. You like go over some stuff, man.
Yeah, I could be here all day talking about this shit.
Like that song that was playing, it had me thinking about Joseph. It said Joseph or something in the song. It was talking about, was it
Yeah.
the
I slap
from the
box with
Bible,
Jesus,
right?
link shots with Joseph. Yeah, that's what he
It
said.
made me think. I used to think, well, think about Mary. She cheated on Joseph with the God. God knocked her up. Now that's pretty
No,
miraculous.
that's not exactly how it works. It's actually the angel. You know what I mean? It's
Whatever. Yeah, man. Like it sounds really, for me, it just
no,
sounds
it's
too
not.
fantastical.
No, it's like Adam. Like he didn't like jack off on himself to make Adam. You get what I mean? So it wouldn't really make sense. Like God could just make some shit. Like God could just be like, yo, I just have a baby just walk out of a fucking portal and shit. And just make a portal and then just have the baby walk out of the motherfucking portal, you know? So God didn't need like Mary to do, you know what I mean? It's just like it's just like that's just how God wanted to do it because like he just wanted to keep it trill. Like he's just like, look, this is the world, this is some crazy shit. Like fuck it. Like, you know, like he just wanted to shock everyone. I'm saying it is what it is.
Yeah, it's shocking. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He's just like, that's how it is. It's just like
Mm, I gotta find a bright page on this thing. I'm on my PlayStation, and I'm also on my laptop, so I'm getting double fucking fried with waves of bad shit. But I just stopped
yeah, I
caring.
know what you mean. Yeah, we getting radiated out here. We getting radiated just for the love of y'all. I mean, y'all better respect this shit, the grind. You know what I mean? Because I'm sitting here getting fucking straight up microwave for y'all motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Can
I
you believe that?
usually turn this thing off. Like, if
Yeah.
the only reason I got it on is for light.
Yeah. What about y'all about?
Yeah, man. Oh man, I'm
Y'all the
smoking
bio.
this shit. Have you heard smoked it's the acronym's ATF? Do you know what it stands for?
What?
Alaskan Thunderfuck.
Oh yeah, I love that strain. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
dominant. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's some
it's a
great
good
shit. Yeah, I love
yeah.
that shit. And Matanuska Thunderfuck, I think
Yeah,
it's
I've never
fuck.
had that. But
Yes, great. Yeah, those are some great strains. Yaldabaoth means child of chaos. That's from the Gnostic tradition. It is a archon that was emanated from two beings named Saklas and Samael, that were created by imbalance Aeon named Sophia, who decided to create without a male consort. I've explained that on this show many times. Yaldabaoth, child of chaos. It means child of chaos, right? It's a blind idiot god that's created by a blind man and a fool that were a misguided creation of Sophia. Okay, the demiurge, right? Demiurgos in Greek. You see what I'm saying? Orange. Anyways, bless you, man. I know you're very orange today. You're looking especially orange today. You know what I mean? Honestly. I don't know what it is. It must be you look like some highlighter orange today. I don't even know what the fuck happened to you. Your shit about to jump off the screen. About to ignite my vaporizer. That's what it is.
I look like I'm on fucking blue light, man. This is crazy. It's
You know,
that
we're
fucking
fucking
screen facing me.
rip rap.
I
Rip
look
rap.
like a blue man.
Yeah. Well, I meant the last part with a hopeful, emotional undertone. Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, of course. You're elder Canuck, man. I always respect a little bit of good criticism from you. It is what it is. Don't be shy to be more harsh with your critiques. Right? I've
What,
taken it on the chin here many
I'm not
times.
watching the chat. What did somebody say?
They just the peanut gallery. I love these guys. Right? Busker's the man.
Yeah, well,
Well,
I
Chuck
don't give
likes you.
a fuck. Well, like,
Chuck's
why don't you play that video of me and my dad playing many years ago?
yeah, hell yeah, bro.
They'll see what I'm all about, or
Yeah,
used
that's
to
what
be.
it is.
I can't busk anymore because
Oh,
all
you'll get
the
back up there, yo, man. Yo,
all the
man, it
bars
ain't over
shut
till the
down,
fat
dude.
lady sings.
All the
Yo,
bars shut down where I used to play,
oh
and
yeah,
well, the ones I used to play in front of, and the other ones never wanted us playing in front of them,
fuck them.
and so and my MS has gotten to the fever pitch, so that's kind of a clusterfuck casserole, uh, right? Anyway, yeah, but I'm glad I got 22 memories on my. I got a playlist of 22 memories
Yo,
videos.
they gave me an ounce for 40 grams an ounce today. What is this shit,
Oh, what
motherfucker?
strain you got?
Green Door Alternative, boy.
Oh, that's
That's
this,
a dispensary. Yeah, the
yeah.
dispensary near my house. Yeah, Slushies is
Is
fucking.
is Skittles mixed with Skittles? I mean, like you know, what I mean, I've had Skittles and runs.
Yeah, it's all hillbillies who named this shit, like Chuck in Tennessee. You know,
Yeah,
so I love Chuck in Tennessee. That's my homeboy. That's my hillbilly homeboy. You know what I mean?
he seems like a nice dude.
He's the shit, man. Chuck in Tennessee is the shit. I don't know
Yeah,
if you've ever talked to Chuck in Tennessee. I think you were
yeah,
on Gen X Jeff with yeah.
yeah. He knows somebody with I uh maybe his wife has cerebral palsy. Or somebody he knows has that. I think it's his
Yeah.
wife. He said, but
Yeah,
I
it's
can't.
sad. Yeah, he takes care of his wife. He's a real deal. You know what I mean? I remember taking care of my sick wife, man. It was real fucking crazy shit. You know what I mean? That's how it is, man. You got loved ones in your family. You got to take care of them. People get sick for a little while. You know what I mean? I know you got people in your family that love you, Busker. Your dad. God bless him, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, fucking. I miss playing music with him, man. He's all messed up now. He's fucking 78. My mom's 79. They're on their way out the door, and it's just
Well, shit, we got to get you a band. You mean?
right there. You
You got to
go.
go big time. Yeah.
No, there's nobody that plays the kind of shit that I play. I play all kinds of shit, and I fucking if I'm gonna do kind of folky music, I'd record it. But I haven't done that in fucking since 2015. And I don't have a urge to do that.
Yeah, I'm
And
starting a band right now. I'm waiting for Mikey to record the other lyric on the song. But yeah, I got a whole nother song coming at y'all. I don't know when Mikey will record his lyric, but yeah, we got a whole nother song coming at y'all. But yeah, I recorded one song. People liked it. I mean, people like that shit, you know. For a first effort, it was pretty good, you know. I wrote a few other songs too, you know. So yeah, I got a few other ones.
yeah, it's always I gotta Do you have them recorded?
Well, like I said, I only got one recorded, and then I'm
Yeah, you
waiting
got
for
the
the
one
second.
recorded.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the second one to get done,
Yeah,
and then I wrote a third one. You know
mm,
what I mean? It's 420. I might perform it, but you guys won't really be able to hear it. But it is what it is. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, your sound. Oh, you mean the video and the StreamYard kind of messes things up, like the
Yeah,
timing.
StreamYard shits on your sound. It doesn't let you come through if you're playing music and trying to talk over it.
Yeah, and it
It'll cut your
skips
voice
up,
out. Yeah, it'll be all like
skips and
fucking
shit.
shitty.
Yeah, I'll mute myself when you play that thing. um, yeah, man, this Alaskan Thunderfuck is good sativa. I also got. You ever had oh, what's that one? I got it in the other room. Fucking 31% THC, and it's not the highest it can go, I guess.
Yeah,
These days.
I'm literally not talking about the Bible, like not talking about nothing. Like there's literally just 30 people just watching this shit. It's
Yeah,
420. It is what it is, you know?
yeah, we're just having shooting the shit. Fucking Norton, dude. Why is it popping up over top of all this? Norton is the biggest fucking spam there ever was, man, when it comes to computers. Jesus.
Norton antivirus.
Yeah, it's a big.
Oh man, that shit's a trap. You need to disarm that motherfucker
Yeah, I gotta get
right
rid of
away, man. Yeah, man.
it.
Let
I
me play.
used to.
Yeah, let me play this before I start playing this music because I'm just fucking
Yeah,
just so there's not dead air while I fucking pack this shit.
here's man. Mm.
I have this like tiny grinder, right? It is what it is.
Got this one off of Amazon. I usually pack flour and like kind of ditch the stems, but sometimes I'll grind it. I mean, it does hit harder. I gotta say when it's ground up. Maybe yeah, that's what I should do, man. I should grind up some shit. I gotta fucking make some ground. Ground bud. Yeah, but still got burning. But still got this up.
All right, let's hear it, Busker. Busker's famous hits. Let's do it up, man.
Here, brother. I'm gonna grind some of this shit.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, everyone. We're gonna listen to some Be More Busker out here. You
Yeah.
already know what it is. The
Down
sounds of that. Yeah.
Fells
Thank you,
Point,
brother.
Baltimore. which is now completely fucked because of situations the past 4 years.
Yeah, I bet.
It's totally fucked. You
But
can
yeah,
get
happy 420,
that's-
everyone.
it's dangerous as shit to go down there now, too. I mean, like, there's plenty of different issues, but
Strawberry cheese.
is that the brand? I mean, the strain.
Which Randy? You know Randy Reeves, or are they talking about Randy Reeves? This crazy guy posted this snafu snaps like fucking information online. I seen that shit. That shit is fucked up, man. But yeah, man, I don't know.
I've heard that name before, snafu.
Yeah, snafu snaps and Randy Reeves. Yeah, smoke them if you got them. You know what I mean? Diamond grinders. Oh my god.
I gotta be careful because ground stem really makes you cough. I gotta be careful about that.
I don't think that shit's made with diamonds though. I guess I got confused in my head. I'm like, a grinder made of diamonds.
No.
No, that's not what it is. Yeah. Anyways, it reminds me of that MF Doom line where he says on a diamond mine grind. Remember that shit? Yeah, man.
All right.
All right, you gotta sit on this knee.
Of course I do. Of course I do.
She's cute.
I'm not gonna fondle you.
No,
I'm gonna fondle my accordion for a while. All right, sit
is that what you call it now?
He's pretty weird. I'm telling you.
Good thing that's your son.
Yeah,
All right.
My dad does.
I'm gonna do this. I'm doing it.
All right.
Look at what's
Don't
that.
take a shit on my knee.
I am gonna shit on your
It
knee.
looked like you were trying to take a
Oh
shit.
my god.
Just move your arm.
I do. Shouldn't I?
All right. Now, is
Can
this?
I start asking for Christmas presents if I'm sitting on
Yes, for
someone's knee?
Santa Claus. All right, hold on. Let's play Lemonade Song.
No, this is good. This is a skill. Have a woman on your lap and play the accordion with your father on a crowded Baltimore street. I'm beyond comfortable. This is all I ever wanted. It comes in a package deal.
The only problem with this was is you talked the whole time.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's usually the problem.
Although, like, that's the outtake.
That's really good Cajun music.
All right.
Yeah, get it. Get it, girl. Oh, damn. She gonna take that shit. Yo.
Yeah, man. Those are the days.
Damn.
Those are the days.
That's a mischievous country gal. You mean it is what it is. You mean that's how they make them
Yeah.
down south. They pull the cigarette out of your mouth.
Yeah,
Fuck,
yeah.
that's some bold ass shit.
She didn't have any. That was, and I don't know. I guess they were from Baltimore, so they're not really that southern. But like, yeah, I mean, she did take the cigarette out, but she was drunk. I was a little tipsy. My dad was a little tipsy. We always went down
I
and
don't know why, but like that's not country. Like it's not even country. It's on the other side. Isn't it right? Like country is southwestern, but this is
yeah. Well, kind of uh, mid middle of the country south is considered that, and also both sides, they're both considered like hillbilly areas, fucking
Yeah.
that's just but yeah, that like the Baltimore, Maryland is the East Coast, so we're like right above DC, I think.
I can't believe there's an entire world. Can you believe there's an entire internet, an entire platform full of panelists, dude? Like full of panelists. They're talking about the Bible. They're talking about the fucking debates of this fucking world. They're talking about the news and shit. They're talking about Donald Trump.
Yeah,
Talking about fucking Putin and shit. They're
and
fucking
Joe
rapping
Biden.
about Bitcoin and shit. They're fucking talking all these shows. There's panel to panel to panel, monkey to monkey to monkey, and not even. And we're the only two motherfuckers here. There's an open link, and there's only two motherfuckers here.
Nobody's
Why are people afraid of me? Be more busker.
Wait a minute, so we don't have an audience at all?
No, we have an audience. I have 25 people here.
Oh,
It is
okay.
what it is. It's just
Yeah, I
that
mean,
it's just that nobody wants to talk to me. You know
well,
what I
they'll
mean?
hop up eventually, I'm sure.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know where everybody is. There's a whole internet full of panelists and nobody that wants to talk to me. It is what it is.
Well, fuck it.
Fuck it.
I mean, where's I don't know. Shit. Whatever happened to what's his name? Cecil.
Cecil?
Yeah.
That is true. What the fuck happened to Cecil?
Yeah, I was wondering because I haven't seen him on your panel.
Well, I don't think he's getting my Discord messages where I send him a message and tell him to come here. But I think he was here last show. He fell asleep on last show, so he was definitely here.
I might have been on doing another.
Yeah, he was here. He just showed up like mid-show or some shit. But yeah.
Yeah, man, fucking grounds hits harder, definitely, and feels better too. Damn straight.
I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just break that shit apart with my hands. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's usually what I do. But ground up, I just thought I'd be festive and grind some up.
It just depends on and then Canuck uses a vaporizer, which is
vapes.
Hello, everybody.
Who's this?
Hey, what's going on?
I can't read. What's the name? I can't see. Oh shit! Oh, I'm not muted.
It's the Canuckster.
Oh, hey Canuckster.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, my
okay.
vision's really fucked up, dude. I can't read because of optic neuritis. It's cluster
Well,
clusterfuck casserole.
greetings, my friend Canuck. How are you doing
Hi.
today?
Have you seen Neuro's last two videos by any chance?
I did see. I did play one of them. I did play one of them. Quite shocking content, wouldn't you say?
Shocking? No, I think it's art.
Yep.
It's fantastic.
Oh yeah. But I'm talking about the Rammstein video where he played the
Oh,
Rammstein. Yeah, that was quite shocking in my opinion. When we played
um,
it today on the show, I think Reddington was shocked. You know, Reddington was well, we couldn't identify where it was from until we figured. And he came up and said, "Well, that video is on YouTube, so it is what it is." You know?
yeah.
Yeah, the guy
Hey,
pees on. He
you
live
only
on
know high
stage.
cuisine because
Yeah.
there's fast food, right? And even among fast food, there's slop. Sometimes when you're drunk and coked out of your mind, you want to eat slop. So you can watch that kind of Ramstein shit, right?
I don't think we'll get any flack for playing it for people. If people just want to, because this is an extended introduction. It's been 46 minutes and I have not gotten to the debate. So I could just go ahead and play the video for everyone. So they could watch it and come up with their own mind. And it's a 9-minute video. So if you don't like to see shocking content, shock and awe, and that sort of thing, please turn off the broadcast for 9 minutes.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
also not
the
for children or minors. Don't play it anywhere they can see it.
it's not for children, it's not for minors. So I'm warning everybody right now. I don't approve of this content. I don't like the gayness of it. I don't appreciate the gayness of it. You know, me personally, I'm against the you know, if you will, you know, whatever they're portraying here. But you know, we're gonna play this video. Hopefully, I don't get struck up. And here, hold on. Let me turn my broadcast on, or my live call, if you want to call it, um, live call show or whatever. You know, this is
Do you
gonna inhabit.
Going to
You know,
debate.
do
You said there was
calls?
debate.
yeah, whatever the fuck we call this. Give me 1 second. Let me turn this on the TV so that I could successfully play this video and see if I get copyright, if my stream gets unavailable.
That happened the last couple of times.
If this is Rogan, it might. I mean, who knows? He's like, and I'll, like also because he's big time. That's Tucker, right?
It is, but Neuro's use of it in his own video, I believe, gracefully and easily falls within fair use, given the entire structure of the video. So,
yeah.
and I would bet at 1,000 to 1 odds that Neuro would say, yeah, go ahead and play my work on your show, even though he's using other people's work fair use. So hopefully this will be a kind of a fair useception.
So to go into some of the context, to contextualize a little bit, the Jungian respect of whatever is going on and the Jungian kind of aspect of what is yeah, I didn't mean to say respect, I meant to say aspect. The Jungian aspect is pretty much in this whole combination of the divine masculine and the divine feminine, you know, into one kind of thing. So this leads back to this idea of a hermaphroditic God. I was sort of touching on that in yesterday's show. So I gave an entire presentation about this yesterday, about how it's a problem and all of these types of theories and things. And also, I also kind of informed flow states audience inadvertently. I don't know how I laid that one on them, but yeah, I sure pounced, you know, when I got the opportunity to have a philosophical discussion on that platform this morning, I think, you know. So it was what it was, and I was explaining to them about Jungian archetypes and the archetypal man and that sort of thing. So the concepts relate to the concepts of sexual liberation. So I gave a whole series of presentations on that. You know, so
May,
you
may
guys
I
could.
add something?
Oh yeah, of course. You're very free to add
Um,
whatever you like.
in my mind, I think of a capital G version of Gnosticism, which is I think the perilous kind, and a lowercase g form of Gnosticism, meaning a kind of a self-directed, um, self-critiquing, self-reflective, unyielding knowledge seeking, because the process is the work is the reward. That sounds really mumbo jumbo. Of course, I haven't really encapsulated it well, but the idea of uh, a divine feminine and a divine masculine, it doesn't necessarily need to be colored that way. I think. I think in a very fuzzy kind of 30,000 foot view of whatever Taoism might be, right? Opposites having some kind of relationship, either in stark proportionality or blended proportionality. I think that can be seen in nature, maybe in a fractal form. So there might be a kind of a fractal version of this blending of uh, poles, male, female, positive, negative. That's
Well,
in
yeah. I mean, this whole theory, as above, so below, and the theory of fractals. In the monadology, of Leibniz, he kind of is basically a Rosicrucian. So he's following this to the T, in my opinion. And his disagreements with Spinoza, he kind of goes in this fractal way because
Who
you
is
know
he? Who are you referring to?
Leibniz.
Oh, Leibniz. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because he has this idea of the infinitesimal calculus, and he kind of independently got into the calculus apart from Newton. He independently discovered calculus, and in the monadology, he clearly reflects on these fractal. These monads are basically fractals, right? And yeah.
Yes, there's a neuroscientist named Donald Hoffman who kind of describes this, and he actually uses mathematics to do it insofar as it can be done with mathematics. So there's now a mathematical proof of that kind of fractality of the source consciousness. I will
Yeah, if I
send you
could.
a link to that. It's about a 9 or 10 minute clip. I'll send that to you back channel, maybe on Discord or somewhere, so you can view it and consider maybe showing it in a next time.
Yeah, give me a second and let me see if I could get into, because obviously Newton reflected on the her on alchemy, and he understood this precept as above, so below. So this is the kind of like the rudimentary thing of fractals, microcosm of the macrocosm, and then you have this
It,
thing in Leibniz through his infinitesimal calculus. So they both independently discovered calculus, and it's kind of the same. Calculus is basically fractals, right? It's like fractal math, right?
this idea of as above, so below, that's very hierarchical, and it implies like aggressive domination in my mind. That framing, I can't think of it that way in a healthy fashion. I'd like it more as a kind of a very, very, very rough, as within, so without, meaning there has to be a little of not you out there and vice versa. Um, it's easy to fall into an unending Plato's cave and Laplace's demon with that kind of thought, right? That theory of ideas. You can get too abstract and lose all coherence. So discipline is needed if you entertain that kind of thought.
Yeah, and that was, well, they are embedded in a staunch mysticism, so they clearly didn't have that discipline, in my opinion.
Yes, there is a disciplined and uncrazy version of mysticism. It doesn't need to be um, it doesn't need to be of a subversive kind of strain, which it
Of
seems to
course
kind of
not.
be
Of course
about.
not. But it seems to You know,
It's like a con
the
man version of it that
yeah,
dominates
yeah,
culture.
the kind of the Rosicrucians, you know, it kind of goes into that. You know, and
The
I'm trying to
Baha'i
find,
are a big expression of it now.
yeah, 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 definitely. But yeah, I'm trying to, yeah, well, one of these quotes in 44, you know, for if there is a reality in essences or possible or indeed in eternal truths, this reality must be grounded in something existent and actual, consequently it must be grounded in the existence of the necessary being, in whom essence involves existence, that is, in whom possible being is sufficient for actual being. So this is basically the argument of Avicenna, you know, the ninth century philosopher, right, from Persia, right, and he kind of has this idea of essence involved, that God is the necessary being whose essence involves existence. You know, that's taken from his you know, from his work, you know, you know, where he tries to prove God's existence, right? His argument from contingency. And then that's used in the 11th century. But basically, what it posits is natural laws. And these natural laws are basically understood through reason and cause and effect. And yeah, so all of nature is basically contains its own, because he actually didn't think that it was ridiculous to posit that the necessary being was the universe itself. You know, he said you don't necessarily have to posit a God there, right? So
It's amazing. I mean, even the idea of that kind of very crudely maps onto our ideas of heuristics or social algorithms or ant colony hierarchies, because our identities, it's been posited by many neuroscientists and also just philosophers and mystics themselves, that our consciousness may be a kind of an emergence of subunits that they themselves don't have their own agency, but through some very complicated and maybe even somehow fundamental, quantum physics related way, there is, a complexity threshold that arises for agency then to emerge, kind of like social trends emerge. And it's fascinating. And anyone that I think now claims a capital T truth understanding of it is, I'll say, a small d dishonest, to give them a bit of grace.
yeah, and it's interesting that you know, going off of the presumption that the necessary existent could just be the universe itself. You know, Spinoza actually posited that nature is God. This is actually a quote from the Ethics of Spinoza. So that is one of the things that actually blew Protestantism and also the hierarchical, you know, the hierarchy, the hierarchy of being within Judaism that they had taken from Aristotle. You know, they kind of like, you know, hijacked Aristotle to beef up their own philosophical claims and their own cosmology. You know, Maimonides had posited that God was immaterial. You know, so this is one of the things that got Spinoza in trouble with the Jewish community, is that he had posited that God is nature, therefore not immaterial. You know, and therefore you know, he became exiled from the Jewish community in Amsterdam.
And
And yeah.
I gotta say, I told you about the king of Persia and Media, Cyrus, who was the one that freed the Israelites, and that was the creation of the Jewish society through the house of Judah. And it was the person in media, their announcing of their laws of their nations. And it's directly related to the law of nations that we have today, that is otherwise known as the principles of the laws of nature. So it carries down. They understand the laws of nature, and in those military laws, they recognize they have a moral duty to God just as well as the other people. That's in the Liber Code.
Yeah.
Everything follows down from Scripture and the belief in God or a higher being.
Well, it's interesting that in the Declaration, and I went over this many times in the Declaration of Independence, and you know, you see that it actually says um that it's addressed to nature's God. You know, so that's very
Yep.
interesting terminology. You know,
May
so
I add
I'll
something on that?
yeah, and I'll pull this up for you guys, so you guys could see right there in the Declaration of Independence. You know, because it's startling terminology. Go ahead, please, Canuck.
A lady, an acquaintance of mine, she's an Amish lady. She lives in Canada up here. I believe. Anyway, I won't say where. Anyway, she often, when she talks about God and is she's very gentle. She's not a proselytizer, but she doesn't shy away from talking about her faith. I'm not. Uh, I'm not a faith-based person as she is, but she uses the term the God of your understanding so that we can bypass all the quibbles about what that means to you, because not everyone really does have an understanding of what that means. But if we can kind of declare it as like the ultimate pole of whatever is good or should be good or should be moral, that's the God of your understanding. And most of us have such a high Venn diagram of, yeah, that's kind of workable. The God of your understanding is a nice term, the God of nature, the God of your understanding. Even if that
Yeah,
is an immaterial or an undivine material universe, that's the God of your understanding if you're a hardcore scientist.
yeah, and
Absolutely, I'll agree.
yeah, and earlier what I read from the monadology of Leibniz, that's section 44 from the monadology. This here is the Declaration of Independence. And it says here in Congress, July 4th, 1776, this is the beginning lines. It says the unanimous declaration of 13 United States of America, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another and assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station. Now that's Hobbesian terms, you know, separate and equal. You know, he's borrowing terms from both Hobbes and Montesquieu about both the artificial man, the idea of sovereignty, and also, you know, he's borrowing this concept of the separation of powers from the spirit of the laws of Montesquieu. You know, so here he says, and it's interesting that Montesquieu's work in French politics is called Spirit of the Laws. Like, what a weird title. You know what
Once
I mean, right?
again, well, the credit system that we have today, everybody understands this thing about credit is equalized by a debt. You got a debt side and a credit side. But they don't understand that the true sense of the word merits, which determines everything, is the spiritual credits. And we're merely operating on a debt system of man, which is known as manual credits. The spiritual credits are your meritorious acts, the loving thy neighbor as thyself, owing no man anything.
Yeah,
In
and
Buddhism and in Thailand, they call that making merit, doing good deeds, building good karma, right?
yeah, it's like in the Meno of Plato, you know, Socrates says virtue is the thing that hangs on the soul, and wisdom is, I'm sorry. He says wisdom is the thing which hangs on the soul, and virtue is the thing that benefits it. He says virtue is the currency of the soul. You know, so if you, basically what it is that if you have a little bit of virtue, you sacrifice it in order to do a virtuous act. And in the difference between having that virtue and doing that virtuous act, the difference will increase your wisdom. You know, so your soul will increase through this transaction, if you will. You know, so that is kind of the thing that he says in Meno about virtue. And then he explains about how he gained this knowledge. He said he gained this knowledge through ecstatic experience, and he actually makes reference to the Eleusinian mysteries. So look at this here, this other passage. It says, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitled them. So yeah, it mentions both laws of nature, and then it says nature's God. So that's a deistic conception.
It,
Yeah,
please, may I add something?
yeah.
It can be interpreted as a deistic. What was the term you used? A deistic conception. That
Yeah.
is possible, and a lot of people would look at it that way. But laws of nature could just be for someone who doesn't believe in any kind of anthropomorphic deity, the laws of reality or laws of physics, and physics God, which would be the axioms upon which our physics are based. That is it.
That's exactly
The
the
God
thing.
of physics, right?
Yeah, well, that's exactly the thing, is that if you go from Ghazali to Hume, you either go in Ghazali's direction, where he rejects Avicenna's, thesis that there are these laws of nature, because he said God intercedes in the laws of nature. And then you go to Hume, and he says miracles are a violation of the laws of nature, so you can't have them. But he also rejects causality, because he says if you observe causality, there could be another event in between the two events that you observe that could actually have caused the thing. So all causality is actually just correlative facts that you can't actually prove the source of.
There's another way to look at this, or another dimension to maybe um, tentatively appreciate the deep ramifications of this. Do you know the flatland analogy? I forget
Yeah,
which
yeah, yeah,
gentleman.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah. This is Edwin Abbott. Yeah, yeah. I
okay.
know about. Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
So
my wife loves this book too. Yeah, yeah. The Flatland by Edwin Abbott. I believe it is, right. Yeah, it's
if
great.
you
Yeah.
think of the capacity for human thought in three dimensions, as we understand space time, right? We can't see into the infrared unaided. We can't sense geomagnetic fields like some animals can. So we have a certain bandwidth of understanding or capacity to think in the universe. We don't understand or even see or sense all of the information that's out there. So in a real sense, we can really only think about the universe in a 2D kind of fashion if you just equate 2D with the bounds of human capacity, right? So we can kind of get a shadowy understanding of what may be beyond that, just as a 2D flatlander may be able to conceive of a third dimension, or as we conceive of a tesseract, right, in very abstract mathematical ways. And that level of fuzziness in itself should humble us, and I mean collectively us, anyone talking on the matter, or any organization or power group proselytizing a particular interpretation. That level of fuzziness, if they acknowledge that and are humble in their assertions about reality, that should be a positive indicator for their ultimate objectives in even broaching the subject of faith and religion. If they ascribe to a certitude that is unquestionable, their intentions cannot be noble, and thus they are naturally, in my mind, uh, con artists or deceivers or miscreants or just predators. Um, we can't think of what God is, whatever it is, merely because we have a very limited bandwidth of perception and existence. So we should be humble about what we can grasp and see and understand.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, some of this, you know, and I'll just simply reiterate, that some of this, and it's not to challenge anything you said. I actually agree with everything you've just said. But the thing is that some of this design in terms of the nature's laws, it gets down to the factor of that God creates through these laws. Now it's perfectly you know, normal for any Aristotelian, to assume that that these laws existed alongside God and also alongside matter. So there's actually three things in existence at the beginning of creation. There's God, and there's matter, and there's also the laws. So what God does is that he molds matter through the laws that are kind of available to him at the time. Because otherwise, what are the laws of nature doing before the Big Bang? For example, are they just like fucking dormant? They're just like fucking just laws, just chilling, like, so that's the thing is like, these laws have to become animated somehow. And that and people come up with different things. I mean, for from Aristotle to Leibniz, they posited a, what it says in this document here, quote unquote self-evident truths, and also a creator. But that creator isn't assumed to be all powerful, as in Aristotle's sense. He's just considered to be the prime mover. So he just simply pushes things into existence. He's not simply he's actually not responsible for taking care of them afterwards. He just designs things. He's a designer, and that is along with the word creator. And that posits that, because that's I gotta go with Occam's razor at some point, because now we have three fucking independent entities. We have God, we have the fucking laws, and we have also matter. That's too
Pardon
many.
me. This is important. This is important.
To me,
A
that's too
lot of
many goddamn things. You know what I mean? But yeah, go ahead, Canuck.
about Occam's razor, a lot of people misinterpret that to be, quote, the simplest solution is usually the truth or the best solution, unquote. That's actually a very a misaimed understanding of Occam's razor. Occam's razor needs to have the caveat that accords with the data. It has to be based on data, and you have to have um, an internally consistent mechanism for qualifying what data is. It can't just be based on feeling and willy-nillyism. So however you have a standard of determining what data is, Occam's razor is really only meaningful in that sense. It has to be tied to data, which means critical analysis of information.
I agree.
I didn't mean that to sound strident. Forgive me.
No,
I was energetic and enthusiastic, not
no,
strident.
feel free, feel free. Yeah.
But I think the term should have a disclaimer along with it, because people do not see that. And that's so true. It needs to have some data, or you can't really say it's what, the quote is meaning at, face value.
Our axioms need to have standards, and we
Yeah.
have to have enough common understanding of what those standards are in order to have a non-energetic, as in a non-violent reaction to one another.
Mhm.
Right? There has to be some willing to accord for what constitutes an axiom. Beyond this point, I can't prove it or convince you of it, but for me, this is the line, respectfully so. Right? Very few people deliberately engage in that level of approach to many of the big topics of life, and it would be a lot nicer if they did, perhaps by doing what we're doing with our green friend. I'm a bit stoned now.
Yeah, me too.
I think this is more about the technique than about the temperature, right? What at what temperature does bread become toast? Excuse me, sir. I think you're not understanding the process, right? And that's why we're here rapping about epistemology, is so that, you know,
I love Clifton's comment because that's epistemology right there in bread.
exactly right.
That's fucking awesome.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's like, is it about textures? Like, looking at causes. He's describing the process,
I can just hear Dave Chappelle going, "This ain't bread, motherfucker." Can't do his voice well, but
Oh shit, I never actually played Neuro's video after all this time. What the fuck? Okay, let's play his video. Jesus. What am I doing? And hopefully I don't get fucking kicked off the internet at this point. I mean, I'm on fucking skating on thin ice here as it is, but yeah, let's check this shit out, guys. And by the way, I'm gonna say this one more time. It is a shocking video. Silver Tongue Cavalier here. He doesn't take credit for any of the depictions there. He's simply correlated these in terms of shock and awe and his own disapproval. So so he's just posting this shit. It is what it is. I mean, so but yeah, we disapprove of the gayness of the content, but it is what it is. Right? Rocky gets it. Yeah, Rocky gets a lot of shit. Rocky is the real deal.
I gotta say, I got no problem with the gayness. What I have a problem with is the exploitation without consent aspect of it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I want to let people know about, because I don't want them to be bombarded with gayness, especially if they have kids around watching this broadcast. You might want to come back in like 9 minutes. You know what I mean? And, so turn this off for 9 minutes for your
bombarded by gayness.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I mean,
that was funny.
The fairy dust is everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's just straight up wackadocious.
So, and not just, the Hebrew scriptures, like it's all over every
Vedic text.
Of course.
And then after that, you just drop in, just ride the barrel and get pitted. So
Start a fucking revolution. Start a fucking revolution. Start a fucking revolution. You've got nothing to lose. Oh, sorry.
So these are spiritual phenomena. There's no evidence they're from another planet. I mean, I think that's the lie, that they're from Mars.
You've got to learn how to rap or play basketball or something. Nigga, you're trapped. You are trapped. Either do that or sell crack. That's your only option. That's the only way I've ever seen it work.
Who controls the world? Why are agents in the industry called agents?
I was deliberately being put this way because, when you're a guy that generates money, people have a vested interest in control.
Right. And why are they all from a certain descent?
5 to 80% of the Constitution is created, and I use that word specifically, is created by the Bible itself.
Huh.
Yeah. Well, you didn't let me finish, motherfuckers. God damn. I'm sorry, black people, to break the news so publicly, but I can't smoke with you anymore.
Isn't it?
Yeah. That's what I think too.
And when he told me who visited him, my heart stops for a second. I'm like, get the
I don't know. It was almost as if this was happening deliberately.
Okay, you mentioned the
I'll never forget. He went, "You believe me, right?" No, that Dave.
For Martin Luther King, because before integration, the radio.
You believe me, Jim, right?
Sucked.
It's
everything,
yeah.
Everything on the radio is like bum 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 bum.
Okay, get over there, please. Thank you.
And what happened? And then all of a sudden, he went to Africa.
That's the metaphysical, because this is what motivates these individuals who are behind companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, YouTube, all of these, the tech people, to some extent, subscribe to an occult belief system.
Hey, by whoever it was. Hey, we need to have a conversation.
Hey, you shut your mouth, you chicken-sucking bastard, or I'll stab your eyeballs out and piss all over your brain. It's gonna be a slaughterhouse in here. Dead bodies flying through the air like freaking rag dolls on fire.
Mr. Sandman. The way people use television is subjective.
Just suck his dick, play with his balls, and then fix him a sandwich and don't talk so much. And never be happy.
Circumstance. A lot of you guys still have not accepted the fact that all of these things that happen in the world, they are all orchestrated, they are all planned, and they are all executed by the powers that be.
Smoking a cigarette in there. Yeah, I think I'm famous. Maybe I'll get away with it.
Megatherions. Well, this is Alex. Yeah, this is Alex Jones as well, and it's more than that. At the same time, as he's writing this, you have a group of Trotskyists called the Poseidists, right? Who say the same thing, that basically communism was created to prepare humanity for the aliens. That the aliens wanted us to become communists so that we could be better suited for their ends, I suppose. And he gets into that as well with these I forget what they're called, but they're basically North Koreans.
Yeah, the group of 17. So there's a lot of interesting things. I mean, I don't want to go full into it, but because Wolf was in the Korean War, he's always had an interest in Korean society. For some odd reason in the text, North Koreans, or at least Korean people, created the space technology to civilize the galaxy first. I don't know why, it just is. And also in the second book too, when they're in the antechamber, there are people of Korean descent who were once pilots of these machines. So it becomes kind of, again, the whole hut in the jungle thing. Hints of that. But again, going back on the communist theme, Gene Wolfe has always been this kind of libertarian, Christian-minded American.
So the stripper comes up. Stripper. She says, "Sir, could you put that cigarette out? I'm going to have you thrown out of here. You have your gonorrhea-infested vagina in my face." You started it. I'm just smoking, man.
In which, guess what? They're the gods. And
And that's where the gayness begins. So if you guys want to go watch it, go ahead and go to this video here. And the best thing I could do to promote it is just to put this on the screen here, and you guys could go watch the exciting gay ending of this fucking video. You fucking queers. But I love everybody. I love all, no hate. But yeah, I make fun of everybody. I make fun of the rascals, even the blacks, the Jewish people, my own Muslims, Indians, bunch of weirdos. Everybody's weird. You observe anybody for more than, 10 minutes consistently. You can jot down things and prove that they're insane. I was hearing Sanity Machine talk earlier, and he said that a couple of people who were not crazy at all signed up to a journalist. They went to a mental institute, and just signed up there and just went to a place, and they were quickly diagnosed with diseases that they never had.
Yeah, Thomas Zaz did studies like that, and a number of other people, because insanity is just an opinion. Psychology is not science, so insanity is just an opinion. Do you copy me?
I agree.
Yes.
I agree 100%. I want to take the time to read some of this Leibniz here for everyone, because I did find some very eloquent passages that kind of detail this fractal understanding, and also the mind aspect of it, and also the monad aspect of it. And it's interesting what he says here. It's 61 through 64. I'm just going to read this. He says, in this respect, composites are analogous to simples. For everything is a plenum. Composites are analogous to simples. That's basically fractals right there. Right? For everything is a plenum, he says. A plenum. That means everything's full up. That means that, it comes from this principle that nature abhors a vacuum. Right? So he says, everything is a plenum, which makes all matter interconnected. Interesting. Then he says, in a plenum, every motion has some effect on distant bodies in proportion to their distance. For each body is affected not only by those in contact with it, and in some way feels the effects of everything that happens to them, but also through them. It feels effects of those in contact with the bodies with which it is self immediately in contact. This, from this it follows that the communication extends to any distance whatsoever. As a result, everybody is affected by everything. He literally says that. He says everybody is affected by everything. Now that is, you may have heard that in many of a mystical seminar or two. I mean, it's literally, one of the things they say. But yeah, that
I wouldn't. Well, as simple, kind of, because there's like event horizons where stuff isn't affected by other stuff because it's too far away. So.
Right, that would seem that, yeah, it would seem like that, but then he brings in this mind stuff. So check this out. He goes in a crazy direction with it. He says, to such an extent as he who sees can read in each thing what happens everywhere, and even what has happened or what will happen by observing in the present what is remote in time as well as in space. Now he quotes Hippocrates. He says, quote, all things conspire, unquote. What the fuck? There you go. There's a mind element. All things conspire, unquote. Now he says, said Hippocrates. But a soul can. Wait, did somebody say?
No,
machine.
Yeah.
Machine. That word conspire doesn't necessarily have to imply a mind. He could be using a metaphorical language. I'm not saying this is the case, but I can easily see conspire mean also in the sense of accord, right? These things just fit together. They conspire. Although conspire really does imply a lot of intentionality, but it could also just
Yeah, it
mean
really does. And
good, so that it
yeah,
accords.
it gets into a little bit more of it. He actually kind of goes into interesting territory with it. But yeah, I mean I see what you're saying too. That he's using very light terminology, and he could be tiptoeing for a reason. Obviously, he doesn't want to betray to the audience that's writing this that he's a Rosicrucian. But the other aspect of this is like, why would is like the whole aspect of being like such a religious sect is having your own conception of God is very similar to being part of it or having achieved a high rank. You know, they would have write their own cosmology and their reflect on God in a very personal way. You know, so anyways, this he says, but a soul can read in itself only what is distinctly represented there. It cannot unfold all its folds all at once because they go to infinity. Thus, although each created monad represents the whole universe, okay, I'll say that again. He says each created monad represents the whole universe. There's the fractal there. You know, it more distinctly represents the body, which is particularly affected by it, and those. Okay, and now he uses an interesting term. And whose entelechy it constitutes. Entelechy. Canuck. That word is more enticing than conspiring, isn't it? That word is very much.
How do you even spell that? I'm trying to look it up.
I don't know that word.
Entelechy. Now here it's kind of like communication. Yeah.
Entelechy. Okay, one moment.
Yep.
Could you read the sentence again with the term entelechy?
Yes, of course. Although each created monad represents the whole universe, it more distinctly represents the body, which is particularly affected by it, and whose entelechy it constitutes. Of course, he's debating Spinoza at this point, right? Because he's talking about mind and body relations.
Yeah,
and
I'm gonna read the definition of the entelechy real quick. In the philosophy of Aristotle, the condition of a thing whose essence is fully realized, actuality. And that's from the American Heritage first definition.
Machine can I love this word because once again it can hove to the good intentions, let's compromise to make the world better for each other, God of your understanding, because I'm reading in a definition of entelechy here, and there are 3 bullet points, but the third one is, quote, something complex that emerges when you put a large number of simple objects together, close quote. The first definition there is, let me just contrast it with the first one I'm seeing, quote, the complete realization and final form of some potential concept or function, the conditions under which a potential thing becomes actualized. So entelechy is a very interesting concept. Wow.
Yeah, and then that word, right? The operative term is tele, which is telos, right? So this is this great concept that Aristotle actually introduced, you know, this teleology, you know, which this concept of teleology in nature is a concept that is pregnant with mysticism, you know, and then you go to the other far end, which is the third, you know, bullet point that you read. You know, there you have emergence, and emergence is purely magical. You know, there's 2 things that have no explanation. It's complexity and emergence. You know, me and Madsen talked about how ridiculous these terms are. Yeah.
Instead of magical, I think maybe a less colored term would be axiomatic.
I think it's that term's not any less colored, but that's just my opinion.
You are right about that. It is colored in a certain way, but I'm not sure if it's quite as strong a color.
No, you won't. I can hear myself through Cecil. Never mind.
Sorry, am I feeding back?
I think let me say something. No, I think you're fine. Yeah, you're fine.
I was Canuck, I think. Well, yeah, you won't as many people dismissing axioms as much as magic, but there's just a lot of people who just say, well, it says magic, I just don't believe it because it says magic. So
okay. thank you for those reflections. I'd like to go on real quick, and then I'd like to go up to this debate that I plan to watch with my audience. If they're suspecting that I was going to do that, but I also suspect that a lot of people are here just fucking, just here, which I'm blessed to have them. But anyways, it says, and just this body expresses the whole universe through the interconnection of all matter in the plenum. The soul also, okay, the soul also represents the whole universe by representing this body, which belongs to it in a particular way. The body belonging to a monad, which is the entelechy or soul. Okay, he's saying the entelechy or soul. Okay. Of that body, together with an entelechy, constitutes what may be called a living being. Okay, a living being. And together with a soul constitutes what is called an animal. Now, the body of a living being or an animal is always organized. Now he's going back to this organizational concept that you mentioned, Canuck. For since every monad is a mirror of the universe in a way, since the universe is regulated in a perfect order, there must also be an order representing being that is in the perception of the soul, consequently in the body, in accordance with which the universe is represented therein. Thus, each organized body of a living being is a kind of divine machine. He says divine machine, folks. I'm not fucking kidding here. A divine machine or natural automation, which infinitely surpasses all artificial automata. I'll read that again because I think it's very significant. He says, thus each organized body of a living being is a kind of divine machine or natural automation, which infinitely surpasses all artificial automation. For a machine constructed by man's art is not a machine in each of its parts. For example, the tooth of a brass wheel has parts or fragments which for us are no longer artificial things, and no longer have any marks to indicate the machine for whole use the wheel was intended. But natural machines, that is, living bodies, are still machines in their least parts to infinity. That is the difference between nature and art. That is between divine art and our art. Anyways, I'll stop reading right there. But yeah, you guys get this
Machine.
fucking shit. Yeah.
That right there is a description of the fundamental principles of evolutionary theory, and I don't mean necessarily in the assertion of human evolution from as a primate group. I just mean as systems evolve with feedback mechanisms and so on. Do you know
Oh
back,
yeah.
I think in the
Oh yeah.
60s or early 70s, there was that digital game, the game of life, with the dots kind of bopping around, and as the dots would interact with one another, they would
Yeah,
form
and I
new
wanna.
patterns, and it was
Yeah, and I wanna shout out my
that's kind
friend.
of entelechy. That's kind of what, if you want to color it in religious terms, I am what I am. That was the first sound that echoed on itself, and then, like the game of life, just fractally in every dimension imaginable, it just unfolded and reverberated, a mirror reflecting a mirror reflecting a mirror in
And
an
shout out to John
incomprehensible
Conway.
fractal.
Yeah, I could go down this road because I talked to New Main Order about this a lot. So me and New Main Order were going about this on the Discord there, and yeah, we were getting into some ideas about nature as a cybernetic system and how entropy relates to that concept. So these are all things that they were talking about. But yeah, this fucking guy here is such an interesting because I remember I was on Flow State yesterday, and he had a book on the occult, and it was actually written by this fucking guy, Gregory Bateson. So I started explaining to him who this fucking guy Gregory Bateson is. You know, which is so weird because fucking Humane Order had just asked me about nature as a fucking cybernetic system. So I couldn't believe I actually couldn't believe my goddamn eyes, you know, because like these ideas are just fucking piling up and nobody's that, you know, they have no shepherd, you know, they're just fucking wild. But yeah, check this out with Gregory Bateson.
Gregory Bateson was an English
Machine. I just wanted to add entelechy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm
You just
sorry. Yeah, go
introduced
ahead.
that word to me. That
Yeah.
seems like a healthy version of will to power.
Well, look up this other word, teleology, right? And you
Yes,
know,
I know teleology. Yes.
yeah, if you look up the Nachlass, Nietzsche's Nachlass, he actually applies this kind of, you know, concept in much the way you're looking for, you know? You know about Nachlass? Nachlass. It's Nietzsche's journal notes that were unpublished.
I will have a look for it. Thank you for the recommend.
Yeah. He applies the will to power in this way that he's definitely talking about intellect, like hardcore. But yeah, thank you so much.
Linguist, visual anthropologist. Gregory Bateson was an English anthropologist, social scientist, linguist, visual anthropologist, semiotician and cyberneticist whose work intersected that of many other fields. In the 1940s he helped extend systems theory and cybernetics to the social and behavioral sciences. He spent the last decade of his life developing a meta-science of epistemology to bring together the various early forms of systems theory developing in different fields of science. His writings include Steps to an Ecology of Mind and Nature. Angel's Fear was co-authored by his daughter Mary Catherine Bateson. Bateson was born in Grantchester in Cambridgeshire, England on May 9, 1904. He was the third and youngest son of Caroline Beatrice Durham and the distinguished geneticist William Bateson. He was named Gregory after Gregor Mendel, the Austrian monk who founded the modern science of genetics. The younger Bateson attended Charterhouse.
Yeah, it blew my mind that he held that up. Yeah, it was a book by Bateson and one other guy. I wish I remember the name of it, but I'll show it at the end of this show. Hopefully, and yeah, we'll get into that. But yeah, good Lord, I mean, I couldn't believe my eyes, you know, to be honest.
I think occultist is shorthand for anthropology and systems theory. Because
Yeah,
because that's pretty much all that's in those books, anyways.
Well, what I was telling Flow State was that he had a special knowledge in order to write a kind of book like that because he's one of the founders of the Macy's Conference study, which led to MK Ultra. You know, so he is actually one of the first proponents of MK Ultra, and also the same thing that started the what do you call it? He was part of the organization where they invented the Gaia theory. You know, James Lovelock, you know, and the Gaia theory, and also invented the Esalen Institute, and also he was part of the OSS. So really, another thing that's important to realize is that the spying, the proto spying shit was all anthropological research because they wanted to study the cultural integrity of a society, right? So they would so that's basically like spying on, you know, what they're, you know, what keeps them together, what their, you know, cultural cohesiveness is basically based on, right?
Yes, and egregore, if you want to look at those, they exist at the anthropological level.
Yeah, and if you knew what the cultural cohesiveness of a society is based on, well, then you can easily subvert that society. You know, and that's exactly, you know, so the spying would be, you know, done. Half of your spying work would be done. Yeah.
Yes.
This is what alchemy is. It is the chemical use of social elements, of ways of thought, of ways of being. It's cybernetic chemistry.
School from 1917 to 1921, obtained a Bachelor of Arts in Biology at St John's College, Cambridge in 1925, and continued at Cambridge from 1927 to 1929. Bateson lectured in linguistics at the University of Sydney in 1928. From 1931 to 1937 he was a Fellow of St John's College, Cambridge, spent the years before World War II in the South Pacific in New Guinea and Bali doing anthropology. During 1936 and 1950 he was married to Margaret Mead. At that time he applied his knowledge to the war effort before moving to the United States. In Palo Alto, California, Bateson and his colleagues Donald Jackson, J. Haley and John H. Weakland developed the double-bind theory. Bateson's interest in systems theory and cybernetics forms a thread running through his work. He was one of the original members of the core group of the Macy Conferences in Cybernetics, and the later set on group processes, where he represented the social and behavioral sciences. Bateson was interested in the relationship of these fields to epistemology. His association with the editor and author Stuart Brand helped to widen his influence. From the 1970s until his last years, a broader audience of university students and educated people working in many fields came to know his thought. In 1956 he became a naturalized citizen of the United States. Bateson was a...
Okay, so notice his connections to Margaret Mead. You know, that was his wife, his involvement in the Macy's conference on cybernetics, and that's applying behavioral theory to the theory of cybernetics, and then also observe his friendship with Stuart Brand, who's working at MIT. You know, I've looked at that book many times with you guys. Those people who have been tuning into the show, you know, the MIT lab, you know, where they developed the DARPA funded research that basically created the internet, and created a lot of other things like, you know, dial up internet and all this type of stuff, you know, sending movies through the wires and shit like that, you know. So the MIT lab, you know, they also had computer mind interface, you know, research into computer mind interface, you know, as early as 1985. You know, DARPA funded this shit, you know, so it is what it is. You know?
And wasn't Jeffrey Epstein connected with MIT labs through Joy Ito and the others?
Right. Yeah, he definitely was. And you know, Marvin Minsky, who's one of the top AI researchers, he's on that list that of people who went to this Epstein Island. So you know,
Yes, he is.
so this is what it is, guys. You know, I mean, these guys who are researching this, you know, and you know, it's interesting what Minsky says in the book about the, you know, I mean, he has some very interesting opinions about religion, you know, and they're very negative. So it just is what it is. Right? You know, these guys act accordingly.
They're
I got
all
some.
black magicians. They're all sorcerers, except they work in different mediums. It's like Penn and Teller. One guy specializes in card tricks. Another one does, you know, rabbits out of hats. A third one does mirrors. Another one does cutting people in half. They're all trying to hack reality like sorcerers.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely on the alchemy and the sorcery thing. Well, that's, you know, they say, you know, magic is primitive technique, and you know, sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. So it just goes to the thing that alchemy is science. Proto science is alchemy. You know, this is exactly what the process is like. You know, so you know, it does what it does. You know.
Yeah, they're trying to hack reality, and so am I, because I just didn't get put into the right reality for me. So I had to modify so I can we fit together better.
No, what you guys are talking about is very interesting. I never heard what you just said a few minutes ago, Hank, and I was listening to off and on like the past 30 minutes or so. But I just want to mention really quick what you're talking about, the egregore being on the, and also you said what did you say again? You said that
egregores on the sociological level.
well, and you said there's something about that the occult is basically systems and anthropology or something.
Yeah, pretty much. All the material I have is pretty much anthropology and
That
systems.
that sums up the thoughts that I've been having for the past 4 or 5 days consecutively. And like, I want to apologize for my video because like, if you guys are reacting that way to it, then I know that I probably went a little too far. But like,
Oh no, you didn't go too far. Not at all. It was an important
well,
juxtaposition of different images. You didn't go too far. Don't dial that back. That was just fine.
no, but the song kept coming to mind as I was editing the end of the video, and that's why I just added that on
Well,
there. I don't know why.
Well, to say the least, there's mixed opinions about it. So, which is I think accomplishes your purpose. Sure.
Yeah, I mean that is kind of the purpose, but I mean I didn't really think about it other than like that song was stuck in my head, and I was like, what's the most extreme version of that song? And I was like, okay, the one that I saw when I was like a young guy. But anyways, I just want to mention that like it's kind of weird because like at the end of the video, they're talking about Jungian Freemasonry, satanic ritual abuse, and MK Ultra. Like they're dancing around all these things that we're talking about, and what you guys are saying right there with like the occultism and the anthropology, like that's the actual points that I'm trying to like subconsciously get out. Like how do I get people to like think on this level? And like I talked to Pill Eater for a couple hours today, and we were talking about this very subject matter, and I was like, how do I, like there's something about the occult, and you just said it right there when you're saying it's like it's tied into the systems and all that, and I think it's very fascinating that we're all kind of have different language to just we're noticing.
What this is essentially is cultural eugenics, right? Instead of wondering how did mankind get to this point, we discovered fire and then hunting and then agriculture. So rather than just stumbling into that, now we have eyes to see there is a path for us. So it is cultural eugenics. It is sociological eugenics. It is cybernetics. That's what it is.
Right. And if you run the tape back, he actually said that his dad was a famous eugenicist. This is exactly what he said. So you can't make this stuff up. And like they say, the fucking the conspiracies write themselves. It is what it is. I mean,
yes, but also think about Tony Robbins and these self-help gurus, right? They're operating on a very, very, very minor, very personal, very, very one lifetime scale of that. These folks, they want to be the Tony Robbins, the guru, right? The cultural engineering gurus. But some of them are going to do that with a noble purpose in mind. Others are going to take advantage. It is human nature reflecting upon itself now at a scale that just seems to have been increased as our capacity for technology and language and sophisticated interaction has increased. So it's like the expansion of the universe. What is it expanding into? Itself, because anything that is it at that moment in time. And as new concepts kind of form interference patterns with one another, somehow that opens up a new dimension for more ideation to exist within. It is this weird fractal upon itself. And I'm fucking stoned. Sorry.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why we haven't been able to stick on a consistent topic here if you're observing. But it is what it is. I hope you guys are finding value in some of these conversations. I mean, I have touched on a lot of deep issues in epistemology and shit. So, you guys are fucking, skate on by, with this fucking knowledge. Drop on your domes. But yeah, the thing is that, it's exactly as you're saying, about some of this type of stuff. But, in terms of, Bateson, it gets to some interesting levels because this whole shit about nature as a cybernetic system, and yeah, my thoughts are scattered. But yeah, I'm sorry guys, but yeah, blessings to everyone. And yeah, this type of shit with Bates, and in terms of him applying this to nature is a real trip, and then applying it to behavioral systems, like Canuck really said, it's human nature acting upon itself. Now that goes back to thinking about thinking, and that also goes to the hyper real aspect of things. That things are hyper real, they're hyperstition, and that goes to the archetypal modes, that things are just fucking overlapping, that the symbolic mainframe is really just the discarded images, it's the trash can of discarded images of history. Why would those come back up? Well, it's like we're broken, you know what I mean, right? So
it could be to save computing resources. You got to recycle some old material. You just reskin the level.
Well, it also is interesting, the whole thing in cybernetics about dissipative structures. They have this whole thing of entropy, dissipative structures, and also how, where the energy goes once the structure dissipates within a system. So it's a feedback loop, if you will. You know what I mean? That is a constructive model for a feedback loop. But anyways, that is kind of what's on the screen here, if you're wondering. It's kind of his epistemological web that defines how nature and mind and human behavior are all interrelated, right? So he's founding a new epistemology. This kind of goes with Alfred Korzybski as well. Yeah. So one half of this is Bateson. He's kind of the cybernetic aspect of it, and then the other aspect of it is Korzybski, and he's kind of the behavioral aspect of it. The psychological aspect of it. Right? Right? America. We got Cecil Drake repping the Americans. That's what it is.
Just a bunch of American balls. So
American balls.
Yeah, like footballs and basketballs.
A member of William Owen Thompson's Lindy's Farm Association. In the 1970s, he
Hey,
taught.
there's that nasty Linden's Farm Association. This is a very descriptive video. This is only 2 minutes into this video, but yeah, it's very. I mean, I'm not gonna watch this whole thing with you guys, but it's a very descriptive fucking video. I mean, just the 2 minutes that we've heard. I mean, it went through almost everything that I've said previously and more, but it just kind of scratched the surface of it, But yeah, it's a very good video.
At the Humanistic Psychology Institute in San Francisco, and in 1972 joined the faculty of Craig College at the University of California, Santa Cruz. He was elected a Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 1976. In 1976, California Governor Jerry Brown appointed Bateson to the Board of Regents of the University of California, in which position he served until his death. He died on Independence Day, 1980, in the guest house of the San Francisco Zen Center. Personal life. Bateson's life, according to Lipset, was greatly affected by the death of his two brothers. John Bateson, the eldest of the three, was killed in World War I. Martin Bateson, the second brother, was then expected to follow in his father's footsteps as a scientist, but came into conflict with his father over his ambition to become a poet and playwright. The resulting stress, combined with a disappointment in love, resulted in Martin's public suicide by gunshot under the statue of Antirus in Piccadilly Circus on April 22, 1922, which was John's birthday. after this event, which Trump.
You guys believe that?
It sounds like it was a.
No, I don't.
Sounds like it could have been a very orchestrated suicide.
An Isaac Cap situation.
Yeah, to say the least. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, Station. Illumitami. You know what I mean? I don't know about that comment. I almost put that up, but yeah, I don't want to talk about that lady.
Transformed a private family tragedy into public scandal.
She's probably a nice lady.
All William and Beatrice's ambitious expectations fell on Gregory, their only surviving son. Bateson's first marriage, in 1936, was to American cultural anthropologist Margaret Mead. Bateson and Mead had a daughter, Mary Catherine Bateson, who also became an anthropologist. He separated from Mead in 1947, and they were divorced in 1950. In 1951 he married his second wife Elizabeth Betty Sumner, the daughter of the Episcopalian Bishop of Chicago, Walter Taylor Sumner. They had a son, John Sumner Bateson, as well as twins who died shortly after birth in 1953. Bateson and Sumner were divorced in 1957, after which Bateson married his third wife, the therapist and social worker Lois Kamak, in 1961. They had one daughter, Nora Bateson. Bateson was a lifelong atheist, as his family had been for several generations. Philosophy, where others might see a set of inexplicable details, Bateson perceived simple relationships. In From Versailles to Cybernetics, Bateson argues that
there's that idea, that concept that Canuck mentioned about these simple relationships and the notion of complexity developing, right? This notion that he has on top there, complex adaptive behavior. You know what I mean? But yeah.
History of the 20th century can be perceived as the history of a malfunctioning relationship. In his view, the Treaty of Versailles exemplifies a whole pattern of human relationships based on betrayal and hate. He therefore claims that the Treaty of Versailles and the development of cybernetics which for him represented the possibility of improved relationships are the only two anthropologically important events of the 20th century. Work equals WWII and Office of Strategic Services career equals, although initially reluctant to join the intelligence services, Bateson served in OSS during World War II along with dozens of other anthropologists. He spent much of the war designing black propaganda radio broadcasts. He was deployed on covert operations in Burma and Thailand, and worked in China, India, and Ceylon as well.
So did you hear that? Black propaganda radio broadcast. Okay. Have you guys ever heard this term?
I don't.
It's
I don't remember.
another way of saying psychological operations.
Exactly, right. It's like, yeah, it's psyop, and it's most conducive form. In other words, ideological subversion, cultural subversion, religious subversion, right?
Yuri Bezmenov.
Yep. Yeah, he talks about that in detail. Black propaganda is a form of propaganda intended to create impression that it was created by those it was supposed to discredit. Black propaganda contrasts with gray propaganda, which does not identify its source, as well as white propaganda, which does not disguise its origins at all. Okay. And if you want to read a very descriptive detail of all these processes, one of the key studies for it is Jacques Ellul. You know what I mean? Could read Jacques Ellul. I'm sure he's mentioned here somewhere. Jacques Ellul's study on propaganda. You know? Anyways. What else we have?
Well,
Entropy. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna mention what's kind of keeps making me kind of put me, I guess, in a constant state of concern, I guess I would say, is that you know, I've always assumed that we're very late in the game, and the more I look into it, we're quite late in the game, and you know, like I remember when people used to talk about the people who made Terminator, like James Cameron and his wife Ann Hurd or whatever her name is, and Gail Ann Hurd, and then other people, you know, were into this kind of stuff, and then also like Musk family and stuff, and you know, you just kind of take it at face value and say, oh well, yeah, that'll be like way off in the distant future, and then you realize like we are kind of like way off in the distant future, and then you know, like you know, we're kind of like I mean, you know, I think Alex Jones' main role was kind of like what you're talking about, the Lensfarn Institute and a lot of these other institutes where we think that they're a lot of these people who are kind of quote unquote fighting against all this stuff. Like, really, I think what they're doing is they're actually there to inform you of what's being done, because I think that they feel pretty confident that there's not really going to be much of a resistance to a lot of what we're noticing, because we don't understand the foundations of it, right? And I think that that's really what I think has really put me in a state of like shock, you know what I mean? Like, not like you know, like you get in a car accident kind of shock, not like shock like, oh, I'm surprised, like kind of like you know, it's pretty, when you really look into a lot of these names that we kind of take for granted. Like, I'll give you an example, like the Oppenheimers, you know, or just, you know, look at his grandson, for example, right? Look at a lot of the people that were mentioned in that video we were just doing, and like look at the little connections of like what they're involved in, and you start thinking like, oh, you know, it's the connections don't even make sense at first, and then you start looking, it's like, oh, they have ties to like, oh, the newspaper agencies, oh, like a jazz musician, oh, you know, it's like, wait a sec, you know, so you start understanding, it's like, oh, these guys are kind of maybe they're compartmentalized, but they're all kind of working for the same agenda at the end of the day. And like, it sounds like, I think that what I was thinking about while you guys were all watching this in the past hour or so, like it's kind of like what Hank was alluding to, which is the egregore. It's like, it's not really conspiracy theory, it's almost like egregore theory, because it's just like, how do you manipulate people's actions based on their beliefs? And so if you know what people believe, you can give them a set of choices, and then essentially it doesn't really matter what it doesn't really matter what choice they make, because all the choices have kind of been laid out for them, I guess is kind of what I'm trying to get
Neuro, do you know what a murmuration of starlings is?
No.
They are birds that fly together in huge flocks, and they kind of move like a school of fish. If you've ever seen schools of fish move in a pattern that is in absolute lockstep, and I chose that word very purposefully there. So if you look at a murmuration of starlings, it's like a cloud of birds moving and writhing, almost like a living cloud in the sky. Now, I would presume that's an emergent property, like we alluded to earlier, because whatever the leader of that pack is, there's a cascade effect of everyone else reacting to its lead in order for that murmuration of starlings to eventually take its shape. Now, you know, there may be some effects from wind and you know, the ancillary effects of the environment, but the primary driver is the one who, you know, whatever alpha bird or alpha force, if it's a group of birds acting, the result of their actions in concert leads the pack. Now, some of these agents and actors and interested parties. Obviously, we all have our self-interest at heart, but these are like top tier, dominant, apex social predators. They sometimes may move according to what I would crudely term natural forces, the same way a murmuration of starlings would move according to the natural impacts of the environment. But what if you could tame or incentivize or count cards in Vegas kind of have an effect on the murmuration? That's kind of what cybernetics is, or confidence games, or the pernicious aspects of some religions as opposed to the nobler aspects of religions. It's word magic in a sense.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not as concerned as Neurojack is because the system as it is works so poorly for me. I'll do pretty close to anything to catch up. So I'm just more flexible because things are working so much worse for me compared to Neurojack.
Yeah, and then
Does that image of a murmuration of starlings resound with anyone else? Did that make sense, or am I just out into the weeds?
It makes sense. Yes.
Well,
yeah, I liked it. Yeah.
Well, my name is about that concept of hijacking, things that are more or less out of nature, and yeah. So I think that to me that's kind of I mean, that does kind of go back to like my whole theory about what Christianity was trying to say is like we shouldn't try to manipulate nature. We should try to manipulate ourselves. Without trying to change nature, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, we should be trying to form ourselves better, not try to,
Well, kind of like letting nature do nature's thing, and when it changes, we adapt to those changes.
something to that effect. Yeah. And I was just curious as well what Hank was talking about as far as like, he said he's not as concerned, and I didn't quite understand what he's trying to get at.
Yes, I'm more flexible because the system works less good for me as it does to you. So even though it's late in the game, I'll make all the changes need be to catch up anyways.
I'm still confused about what that means, Hank. I want to understand what you're saying, but I don't get it.
I got a lot more shit in terms of whoa, that's crazy, Wizard. It's like some Edgar Allan Poe portrait coming to life type of deal there. Dorian Gray.
I'll try to rephrase it. There's things that I would be willing to do that No Jack would not be willing to do because the system things aren't working out as well for me as for him. So I have more flexibility. I have less to lose.
I think I understand a bit better. Your level of investment or your consequence profile isn't the same.
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking for a song for the end of 420. So we're gonna listen to a song for the end of 420 and into the new stage of life. Gary Baxter first told me that if you take today's actual date, 420 2024, and do it backwards, it's actually 420 2024 fucking backwards too.
Yep.
That is really strange coincidence, and it was also a very backwards ass day for me as well. A lot of things did not go the way I thought they would. It's kind of like a weird opposite day today, if you observe. But I don't know how it's going for everybody else, but for me, it really was very strange.
Things kind of colluded for me today and came together. I got some things I got to work on now. So
Yeah, same here, pretty much. Yeah.
Look at fucking people. I just recognize that. Like,
Jawohl.
Jawohl. Coming up.
Yeah, I traded in my old headset for some Apple AirPods that are also a headset during that service fair. So I'm gonna try these out sometime this week to see how the audio quality is.
Very important man's birthday today.
Yeah. Okay.
Napoleon. Napoleon Bonaparte. It was his birthday today.
Did they
Yeah,
fire
we talk-
88 cannons for to celebrate?
No, it
'Cause
wasn't.
that's the next line that someone's gonna throw out there. That shit is pernicious.
Yeah, Napoleon, not on the right side of history. It is what it is. Napoleon was interesting character. Hegel thought he was a world spirit on horseback. This is what it is.
In a sense, yes. What Napoleon represented, what was a genuine understanding of the dirt beneath your fingernails basis of what power is the ability to command men capable and willing of doing violence in your name. That threat of reciprocal violence and the descent into the utter anarchy of shark-eat shark depredation
Well, I have
is
two
the
questions.
foundation for everything else.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I have two questions. Didn't he kind of like rediscover the pyramid, supposedly, allegedly, and also something with the Rosetta Stone? Or am I totally out of whack on that?
Well, he went to
You're not
Egypt.
whack on that. They went to Egypt.
Yeah, he went to Egypt, declared himself the Caliph of Islam. And yeah, he's an interesting fellow. And also Mussolini attempted to do a similar thing, taking on his kind of legacy. And these kind of, maneuvers were interesting. They tried to form a sort of theopolitical state, and they had this idea early on of this kind of understanding. But yeah, I mean, it also comes from his occultism. So all these guys are, you know, they're
That question, Neurojack, makes me think of Iraq and recent Western turbulence and penetration of its territory.
yeah, Napoleon's kind of like more like a Mao type of figure where it's like already late into the game and there's all these warlords and he's the one who rises up on the heap. Like you said, like the bare shit of like the fucking like what it takes to gain power, like the meat and bone and the gristle and the fucking blood and shit of it all.
Well, hey guys, I got to scoot. Thanks for having me up. Y'all be blessed, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, brother Wizard. Have a blessed
night.
night, old man, and thanks for joining us. And yeah, was last little bit of 420, but it is 420 in California still, isn't it? It's like 3 hours away or whatever. But
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And I have not 420 yet. But just remember this: it's always 420 somewhere, or something like that.
yeah, I think that's a quote by like, one of those porn stars or something. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But yeah, we got this going on. Gnostic Chef, bless. Thank you for being here.
What does a Gnostic eat? Soul food.
I didn't even know you had a punchline to that.
I
Yeah,
didn't.
that's what it is.
You know, I just thought of Snoop. I just thought, what was Snoop Dogg say on 420? So there you go. You know, a hero of the black community is Snoop Dogg. What did you guys think about the whole Dave Chappelle angle to that video? Because I know that it was a little sloppy, but I was looking into that whole thing. Like I was very influenced by Dave Chappelle and kind of watching what Jim Brewer said recently. That he said I didn't put it in the video, but he said essentially he's not really sure that that's actually Dave Chappelle who came back from Africa allegedly. So I just thought that was very, and actually that's why I put all that in there. I went back and looked.
I saw that,
and it looks.
I saw Jim Brewer say that, and I don't think he means it in the way you may have thought he meant it.
Well, I guess you could put it either way. Like maybe he was MK Ultra or something, but I mean, he looks physically different. Like if you look at the older, like I actually didn't think, I thought that was kind of ridiculous, and then I actually looked at his physical appearance. He seemed to be different, a different color, essentially. Before 2006, it's like he's a very like red brown color, and then after that, he's kind of turned into like a very.
I think that would require maybe a first-hand like sighting of him, or at least some kind of baseline film and lighting parameters, because skin tone can change under lights and according to you know, how much solar radiation you're exposed to and things like that. Your overall health, you can develop, you know, pigment disorders later in life, or it's very speculative to base it on color. Look, if you look at old film, it hasn't, you know, aged well. Even, you know, videos from 2010, 2005, you know, the saturation, it's tricky.
Yeah, and well, and I mentioned it because I mean, you know, to whatever degree it's true, I'm not sure, but it does seem that something bad has happened to a lot of very culturally influenced people throughout the past 50 to 100 years, and I would say that, like, in my personal opinion, that you know, Dave Chappelle's comedy, although I know he had writers like Neil Brennan and other people, you know, I think that if you really looked at that at the time, watching it for me watching it as a teenager, it was so much truth. Like I was shocked that it was able to be put on TV, and most people that I knew did not like that the first 2 years it was out, and then after I graduated and after I finished high school, suddenly everybody started liking it, and I was like, wow, this is really weird how everybody thought it was stupid before, and now everybody's kind of like accepts it now. And I thought it was very weird that because I mean, I don't know, I'm just saying, like, I think that, you know, he kind of took comedy, you know, for whatever purpose. I think he took it about as far as you could go as far as the racial stuff, you know, and
he did it well in the spirit that Don Rickles did it, right? He did it in the, you know, the two old racist guys in the barbershop, like Clint Eastwood in that movie Gran Torino, where they, you know, jokingly, you know, insult each other's ethnic heritage in the understanding that, you know, that causes pain and suffering and sadness, but it also gives you strength. It makes you what you are. Um, it's a very deep kind of dark comedic, you know, tragedy and hope, self-reflection, and he does it relatively tastefully. Just like Richard Pryor, for example, he used the N-word, you know, aggressively until later in life, I think, or maybe it was caused until he didn't, because he changed as a man. And that lack of stasis, but still not descending into unbridled chaos, is part of the growth arc. So Chappelle might have been ahead of his time a little bit, or those people matured to be able to appreciate Chappelle. Like a 12-year-old, you know, will pucker up their face and lips at a sip of beer, but not a cup of Welch's grape juice, right? You grow into an acquired taste.
Neuro, what's going on with David Chappelle is he was trying to be like George Carlin light, basically, or like the new George Carlin. And before he took it too far, they killed his ass and cloned him.
Thank you for saying the quiet part out loud. I would have to agree.
Do you guys really think that's true?
No,
I don't mean that to poo-poo your idea. Like, truly, you think that's a plausible?
I'm being facetious, but I do leave it on the table that it's possible. But I think that more for me, it's more just like he's definitely like if you watch his older humor and just his demeanor, I think that it is very. I mean, it's still some. I mean, the lightheartedness has been gone, is what I will say. I mean, you know, like
He explains that in the Brewer chat, because Brewer says Dave came to me and told me so and so came and talked to me. Who do you think that so and so was?
well,
Dude, he was on Oprah telling Oprah they were trying to put me in a dress and blah blah and all this other shit, and he wasn't having it. And he's
Just like
not
Cat Williams.
he's not as like open about it as George Carlin was. But I mean, I'm just theorizing about the cloning part, but you know, he's definitely like outspoken about, you know, like the Jays in Hollywood and stuff like that. And, you know,
Yeah, he calls out cartels for what they are in whatever medium the cartel exists, be it an ethnic group or a political group or a religious group or any other group that has a coherence that's useful to the apex members of that group.
well, and I mean, I can't really comment on this, but last time I was on here, I brought up the what do you call it, Andrew Tate, and I looked up. Somebody posted something on Twitter, and I can't remember if I sent it to somebody, but I'll try to look it up in a little bit. But there's this fellow that kind of is like a handler allegedly for Andrew Tate, and again, I can't say that it's true, but you know, a lot of the people, like I think the big thing is like a lot of people keep talking about you know, the Jays, and I think that, you know, for whatever, you know, there's probably some truth in that, but I think that people keep talking about this term recently called the Sabbatee and Frankist and the millenarians and these other terms, and I think that although that's probably not the end all be all, I think that there is something more close to what is kind of behind a lot of this if you start looking into those things. You know what I mean? And I think that the more I keep looking at those terms in particular and their ties to, like, you know, royal families and whatnot, and then you start looking into, like, you know, who owns technology companies, for example, right? And I think then it starts to make a little more sense of like, well, why are they pushing the West so hard to make us look like we're bad colonizers or whatever? And somebody said to me today something that kind of clicked with me, and they said, well, you know, if you need to bring in all these other people into your thing, you kind of have to, and I'm kind of paraphrasing my own version of this, but I think kind of led me to thinking like, you know, something like, you know, if you need the whole world to basically become a liberal, uh, in order to kind of push everybody really towards communism, which sounds like sounds like something that people can't understand. It's like, wait a second, why would they want people to experience freedom in order to enslave them? But then when you understand what people like Kant and Hegel and Marx and probably who they were, you know, working for or what ends they were working towards, you know, it does kind of make sense in a way. And I think that that's kind of why we're in the, you know, here in the West, we're all like fighting about, you know, freedom versus communism or communist versus whatever. But really, at the end of the day, it's like turning that freedom and that self-interest that is actually a good and turning it against you. It's like jujitsu, right? Like or like hapkido or what is it? Aikido or
Try to
something.
use your greatest strength against you as a weapon.
Yeah, and like with white people or Christians or Western people, and especially like I can see it clearly because that's where I come from. And when you read history and you start looking at it, like they really used our extended time preference against us. They really used our more or less trusting society and our long-term strategizing and our more or less like universal morality against our own culture. And that's what, and like we can't admit that we've kind of been, defeated because of our virtue. And I think that that's really the problem. Like people don't, to those who are even concerned with virtue, they don't want to admit that their virtue has become a weakness, right? And I think that that's kind of a weird way of putting it, but that's the way that these people are thinking.
What you're describing, Nero, are sociological or cultural parasites, and any environment in nature will eventually have a life form move into it to harvest energy from it. They are essentially kind of embezzlers of our time energy, right? They embed themselves within the system and they embezzle or they feed off of it. It is kind of vampiric in that sense. And I'm not trying to just associate that with one subset of humanity. It
No,
is
it's
a
not.
fundamental
Yeah,
aspect of human nature. A lot of people talk about the Jays and so on. I'm not slighting you. I know you have a much wider conception of what that is. That's kind of a low hanging fruit. That's as much the curtain hiding the Wizard of
well,
Oz
they're definitely
as it is
they're
Oz himself.
they're definitely waving that thing in front of us as a way to get us to attack like a
Right.
and version of whatever is actually going on. I think, and I think like
It's like the red cape in front of a bull. The
right.
Jays, the Jays, the Jays, right?
Yeah, and again, it doesn't mean that there's no truth in it, but but also the other side of it is like, what was I going to say? It's I'm trying to remember the word I was going to use, but oh yeah, like if you look, like I heard someone recently describing like an extortion racket, right? And then like on the surface, it doesn't sound like there's anything wrong going on. It's actually, like a lot of people here, like they talk about the minimum wage is like, I'll just use that as an example, right? Like people are like, well, if you raise the minimum wage, then people are going to get fired because businesses can't do whatever. It's like, well, and then people say, well, that's just because capitalism equals bad. Or then other people say, well, capitalism is good. And the truth is they're both right. Both analyses are correct. But the truth is like, it's really the lack of virtue in the people within the system and the fact that virtue has, like thought of other people in the system's well-being, not like in a scientific way, but like in a, I'm not sure exactly, like in a more in like a moral sense, right? Like, people don't own their own home. They don't know where their food comes from. They don't spend time with their kids because they're working some job to pay some bill or, like they're not looking at the whole picture, right? Like they're just looking at, well, this amount of money will pay for this amount of bills. And, like they're not looking at like, well, why, we have the most technology ever in human history and we're not helping people live a more natural lifestyle. What you would think, like if the technology is supposed to be helping humans, it would be kind of a natural thought, at least in my mind, that we would want to live more natural lifestyles because the technology is allowing for that. But you see, that's not the case. And in fact,
Yes, but Neuro, think of it this way. The sparks that fly because of that friction, that cognitive dissonance, that friction, and look at we should be living in a land of abundance, but we're not. Where's all the wealth going? That kind of friction, that light, that is a food source. If you think of it very, very fuzzily, that's a food source for a certain kind of person. And once they notice, like, hey, if I do this, I get better tasting food, they're going to start, feeding us, the cow, sweeter grass and cleaner water. To we're the reindeer, we're the shaman, eating the mushroom, and then they're feeding us certain species of mushroom to titrate it out of our piss, as it were. They're feeding off of a certain energy we're not valuing enough yet. Does that make any sense?
No, it does, and I think that's kind of what I'm really alluding to. Is like the more I look at it, it's like they're selling us a very particular form of poison that is like, well, don't worry, this is going to train you to get to the next level, so the poison doesn't hurt you. And on a small time scale, it looks as if that's true, but when you start extending the time scale out and you look at it from like a certain framework, for me it would be a Jesus focused framework, but just in a wider sense of like uh you know do we actually have free will kind of thing. I think that's where you
You know
start.
those horrible stories, and it's usually a woman, and I don't mean any slight to women as an entire group, but a woman poisoning her husband very slowly, a weird kind of Munchausen by proxy syndrome, right? They're kind of doing that to us at the cultural level, right? They're always giving us just a little bit of the hair of the dog to feel better, but the sickness is never ending. It's always a new sickness and a new sickness and a new sickness, and every dose of medicine this caring, loving Munchausen caretaker gives us just causes the next disease we're going to get, but we don't see that yet, right? So we're trapped in this kind of abusive relationship with them. We're a battered partner.
Yeah, but soon they're not going to need, like, they've been able to harvest, or at least they think that they've been able to harvest, like, the final, what do they call that? The cream of the nectar, which is like AI and all this other shit. So it's time to, prune the crops back by like 85, 90%. And, but that's not actually, AI is not actually like Apex technology, or it's not actually like Apex our ability. That involves living in harmony with nature and evolving, which every other species on the planet has been able to do except for human beings. Live in harmony with nature, evolve.
That's one of the messages that was on the Georgia Guidestones. But that was kind of a cybernetician's kind of dark monument. Many of the messages there were hopeful and at first glance, and actually just on their face, moderate. But there was a kind of um, a sinister quality to some of them about maintain population of 500 million. It's
The Matrix was right. Human beings don't. We behave like a virus or like a bacteria. We move someplace, use up the resources, shit out a bunch of waste, and then move on to another place. That's how we behave right now, currently, as a species.
Yeah, and these cyberneticians likely look at themselves as, hey, we're humans, we're at the top of the food chain, we're the apex predator, but everything in nature needs a balancing force, so that's our job. Right? That's the Fabians, the wolves in sheep's clothing, the cyberneticians. The presumption, the hubris, the arrogance of their imposition of the right way to do things is what's causing so much strife. So, like as you're saying, it would be a lot healthier for us to hove to nature. And I'll hush now. Someone new has come on.
What happened?
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yeah, blessings, Mr. Fire. What's going on, brother?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, I'm just gonna play this song and then we'll continue our panel here. This is the last song of 420, and it kind of goes along with the discussions we're having. It is what it is. You know, it kind of resonates with the mood of my day. I don't know about anybody else, but yeah, kind of the shit we were talking about. But yeah, we'll get into some panel discussions in a minute. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Pie. And I hope you enjoy this this song. This is one of my favorite songs of all time. You know, it is what it is. From the Cage CD, For Your Box. Yeah.
Thou art a subject of the divine, created in the image of man, by the masses, for the masses. Let us be thankful we have commerce. Buy more now. Buy and be happy.
The peddling smart fucking chain jack nut. Got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut. Coming out my face on stage. Put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with. While I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to Shuck. In the planet of beasts. You open a barrel of worms. And atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they want to tell. The pedophile labels come and less them with sales. Big shot producers. Pelican MCs. Stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is fans that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is fans that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. In the flesh, I stress the day-to-day vision. Who on the card up? Now I'm sponsored by Trojan, walking polo ad, rap fat, MTV, grab every face of the nation. My optical examination, feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and deceiving ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army of Paraland. Get lost in the TV screen like Caroline. Scam my finger for the credit. Discount and don't forget it. There's a pale white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack. I think I'm asleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtships are leak. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to.
What a fucking audience. Y'all, nobody even left while I played that shit. It is what it is, man. You know, thank you guys, man. Yeah, it's part of the show at this point. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. But yeah. You know, this world's a commercial. You can't change the channel. Every day try to kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that want to hurt you. I try to find a way out, but there's nowhere to merge to.
I've kind of got a parody of almost every song. So have you ever heard, you know that song, I don't want to run away, but I can't take it, I can't understand. If I can't pee in your butt, then I want to... Okay. You're going to have to hear
That's
it.
so weird. That's so weird because the video that Neurojack showed earlier, it actually has a tape recording of a guy peeing in another man's butt. And that's why I refused to play it, because I was like, I'm not playing this gay stuff with peeing in people's butts and all this pee on butts and
No, my cousin does this.
It wasn't
pee
No,
on B. Yeah, all this pee on B, I'm not with. I mean, we're gonna
no,
have
I
to.
know. Like we do it as
I
a
don't even feel comfortable saying it. We're gonna call
I
it
know.
pee on B.
Yeah, my cousin and I do it as a joke because it's like the most asinine thing you could do to make fun of like all the 90s hits. You just change every lyric to something gay. I know. Maybe it's just funny to me. I don't know. It's kind of funny, but it's just kind of making a joke of everything in life because why so serious, dude? Why is everybody so fucking serious? What do you think?
That's the essence of tragedy and suffering. You deal with it through comedy. It's that or bash your head against a rock.
Yeah, so is everyone's life so serious that they... What I get from this panel shit is like everyone's like judgy on everybody else, but we just really don't have anything else to do.
Yeah, look at Richard Madsen judging Canuck Serum right out the gate. What a judgy guy. Good Lord. Look at this. Canuck, what do you say to this judgment? He's leveled a judgment.
I don't remember in what context I used the term sustainability. I certainly
just
don't
kidding.
ascribe to any of the WHO's, sustainable development goals. That's a very sophisticated con. Sustainability would just be, in a very, very general sense, using your resources efficiently and planning for future use effectively, and it's a healthy waste management system. So I certainly didn't mean it in an Agenda 21 sort of way. That's geopolitical communism. So yeah, sustainable development goals. That's the one ring to rule them all. Globalist Mordor.
Yeah.
Perhaps that fellow may want to. Well, maybe he just misinterpreted. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but yeah, we could look at sustainability in terms of global governance or in terms of survival, and I guess you're saying that you just meant it in the latter sense, right?
Absolutely. The current fad that is in the cultural zeitgeist of sustainable development and green energy and this and that, beyond it's wise not to shit where you eat. I'd rather not have pollution in the world. The manufactured climate crisis is a ruse in order to, in my opinion, in order to transition the world away from a naturally expiring fiat currency system and nation state based kind of world order into um, a, a, a cut of meat, as it were, or a cut of cloth that suits a globalist tailor. That's why we're seeing cultural dissolution all over the world, especially in the West. All of the different parts of culture kind of need to be standardized in order to fit into the general systems theory that these cyberneticians want to employ in their design of the future. They can standardize all the weights and measures of sociological factors. Then they can kind of turn every aspect of human being into glyphs or hypersymbols that they can then rearrange into a new operating system that humanity and further iterations of humanity come
Oh
about.
wait,
We
he's
are
back.
undergoing a kind of a speciation event through technology.
Yeah, brother Madsen, you might have to hop on the panel for all this discussion here. This is
So when you say
And I'm trying to bait him to come on the panel because I enjoy talking to him. So it is, a dual purpose here. But yeah,
Very specifically to Madsen's point, I think that the last line on the Georgia Guidestones was something about like live with some respect for nature.
Oh, here he comes. Okay. Anyways, he's here now, so it is what it is.
I interpret that just to mean like, don't shit where you eat. Don't befoul your cage. Pay heed to the fact that you've got to, have a tidy place to live. Your environment will affect your health. It doesn't have to be from a pernicious kind of capital G evil cultist Gnostic kind of interpretation. Although that is there if you want it to be there.
I don't really think that's what the Georgia Guidestones was saying.
Peace and respect. Let me say to anyone I ever have a tough discussion with, take it as a compliment. I think that you're capable of the conversation, and I don't waste my time with people that I think are incapable. Yeah, so I don't know. In review of sustainability, Georgia Guidestones, Agenda 21, all of these sorts of ideas, seems to me it may be very, very good for some small population that's intended to be benefit. It may even be good for the planet itself. I'm just not sure that it's good for some 85, 95% of the population.
Do you think it was ironic or symbolic that it got struck by lightning?
When?
Like 2 years ago when it got struck and destroyed, apparently by lightning or some shit.
Oh, the Georgia Guidestones.
It was dynamited. There was a car involved. It was not natural. There was some explosive device set off on it, and then it was, I believe, just within 24 or 48 hours, taken down with heavy equipment. It was sabotage. It was destroyed on purpose.
And so what was the purpose of that?
Someone didn't like it?
What was the purpose of what?
So why did that happen?
Why did what happen? Your question isn't meaningful. I don't mean that in a nasty way. I don't know what you're asking.
Well, the words on the Georgia Guidestones were very symbolic. There was an esoteric. There was a new world order. There was a lot of meaning to those Guidestones, and they got hit by lightning or dynamited, and it was all covered up. So, what do you think that was like?
It wasn't covered up. You could look at a Y-Files episode of it. For example, let me give you a concrete example.
Well, no one really
Rule number
knows.
7 on the Georgia Guidestones reads, avoid petty laws and useless officials. Great. That sounds perfect to me. Number 8, balance personal rights with social duties. That can be interpreted in a dark way or a light and noble way, right? Number 9, prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. If you take it on its face, that's a positive message. And then number 10, this one could be really dark or really light. Be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. Again, on its face, that sounds fantastic to me, but it could be code to other people. It could be a dog whistle very easily. So
yeah, but
there's multiplicity way. Was it? Well, it depends on you who is reading it. It's an eye of the beholder thing.
Well, I would say 90% of the world wouldn't even know or care that it happened. So the people that are paying attention, the other part of the stone says that we need 500 million people on this planet. So
yes, that's something I find pernicious, and I wouldn't hold to that. Right? You nothing is all good and all bad. There may be huge trend lines or absolute predominant dispositions, But some of the points on the Georgia Guidestones make perfect sense to me. The last one, leave room for nature. Don't shit where you eat. That's a good guideline for me. If there's a shitty guideline in there, I won't pay attention to the shitty guideline. I don't have to take all 10 of them.
Well, I wasn't
I
talking
use
about
my
the,
discernment and judgment.
I wasn't talking about the guidelines in general, but the symbology of why it happened, why it was destroyed.
I don't necessarily know that there is an absolute symbology that could be ascribed to it. Some people may see it as being symbolic and relevant. Others may not. I don't happen to see it being symbolic. To me, it looks more like it was an act of erasure
Do
so
you think?
that, you know,
Do you think it
in
was just
some
random?
nebulous future time, people will act, will be able to deny it ever really existed. It's
So you,
information degradation.
so you think it was just random?
I don't think anyone who really listened to what I just said could say I thought it was random. It was purposefully destroyed by someone, obviously.
Okay, and why do you think that?
Why do I think it was purposefully destroyed? Or why
Yep.
do I think that it was destroyed?
Well, it's one and the same.
No, it's not one and the same. Because if I see someone put a bomb there and blow it up, I could say that man dynamited. Well, why did he dynamite it? Well, because he attached a bomb to it made of dynamite and detonated it. No.
No.
Why did he detonate it? Well, I don't know. I'm not in his head, so I don't know what you're
No,
asking.
what I'm saying is it was purposely destroyed.
Almost certainly, if I had to bet money on it, I'd say, yeah, it was destroyed with intent. Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I'm getting at.
All
Okay.
that takes is
So
one
we both
person with
agree
a
it was likely
license for
destroyed by
explosives.
intent. I mean, if someone was offended by the first line, maybe they blew it up. If someone was maybe alarmed that it was becoming too much of a cultural touchstone and they kind of regret having erected it, maybe they destroyed it that way. We can use reason to kind of map out what it could have been, but you know, beyond just chatting about it coolly, I don't think there's any overarching nefarious aspect to it.
So
And
you
I'm a
just
tinfoil hatter.
yeah, so you just think some random dude was like, I don't like the Georgia Guidestones, so I'm just gonna blow them up.
No, I literally gave you two examples of what motivations could be, and nowhere did I ascribe it to randomness. I don't think you're listening to what I'm actually saying. Or maybe you're not hearing exactly what I'm saying. I gave two clear examples of potential motivations.
You've actually not, because you've never told me a purpose of why it happened, or why you would think it happened.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
So you've ascribed that it's possible that it was done on purpose. That's all you've said. You've never said why.
Okay, let me repeat the 2 points I made. I said perhaps someone was offended at rule or whatever guideline number 1 was on the stone, keep the population under 500 million. Maybe they were offended by that and they figured, fuck that, I'm going to blow up the monument. Or maybe those folks who erected the monument realize now that maybe that was a mistake. It drew too much wrong attention. Maybe it has awoken people, or maybe it didn't serve its purpose properly, and maybe they initiated its destruction. I gave those two examples earlier. Like a detective, you can surmise a reasonable chain of thought behind the intentional destruction of that monument if someone was positively or negatively inclined toward it. I shouldn't have to spell out something so obvious to you. Are you gaslighting me?
No, I was just asking you candidly what you thought.
I answered that. I said I think there's a very high probability someone destroyed it intentionally, and we could speculate about that intention, which I have done. Nowhere in any of that chain of words could you pull random.
That's early for. I mean, I mean, it is 4:20, so maybe people got too hot. But yeah, I mean, it's only midnight out here on the East Coast, and Cecil knocked the fuck out. It is what it. You got knocked the hell out. You got knocked the fuck out. Remember that from Friday? Uh-oh.
Chris Rock. I do indeed.
Lanza. Randall Carlson got out of line and someone found out. Whoa.
What do you think, Machine Lies?
On the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah.
Well, I think the whole thing was set up and obviously destroyed by nefarious, like this QAnon type of shit, where, we were talking earlier about how, black propaganda works. And I think it ties into a lot of that. I think people made that, it's propaganda made by people to make it seem like it's made by the type of people that they oppose. So it's exactly what that is. And then even them destroying it was another iteration of that, another layer on top of that, because now you have these people that are claiming that there's white hats inside the government, that are also, claiming a comparable hyperstition to what they're trying to destroy, so.
Some people suggested that the RC was not Randall whatever that name is, but it was the Rosicrucians, which I'm not saying is true, but if you start looking into kind of what their connections to a lot of shit is, I mean, it would be an interesting theory to explore. But on the Georgia Guidestones, let me use another example as to kind of what I think. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter because we'll probably never know the truth of the matter anyways. But like, for example, let's take a look at the Satanic Temple. Why would they put the Baphomet statue with two little kids in a government house using the protection of First Amendment? Don't tread on my Satanism religion, bro. Well, because the reaction that people give may be kind of the intention of like, and again, even if it was just one of the people that work for people who actually do want the population of the world to go down very drastically, it wouldn't be the first time that somebody did something against something pretending as if they're against it when they're actually for it. You know what I mean? Like Reichstag happened, and allegedly some other events happened that people kind of put on the clothes of their enemies and do the crime and then say, well, these people are out of control. I'm just saying, it's possible.
Keep in mind something else, right? That number 500 million is on its face so ridiculously low that it is placed there like a booby trap, so that if you actually bring that up in conversation, I'm not poo-pooing anyone, please don't mistake me, but it's like your crazy uncle who just believes that one thing that's just too far beyond, so that it snaps everything apart. So you get some folks, talking about it's like a Nigerian prince scam. You embed, it's truth in lie embedding and lie in truth embedding.
Well,
if you can degrade the information, the integrity of the information environment, you can befuddle so many people so well. It's like, there's 500 channels on TV. What are you going to watch? There's so many possibilities. Rather than trusting your own common sense understanding of reality, your own axioms from bumps and scrapes and bruises and crying and sadness, you give into the theory of ideas and endless fractionation of ideas of what it could be, you have decision paralysis. So degradation of information is a crucial element of this black propaganda.
Well,
So
think about it like this. Why do they call things a witch hunt? Oh, are you trying to hunt witches like they did back in whatever? Oh, the satanic panic. You guys are worried about, ritual abuse and all this. And like, and that's kind of, again, like goes back to like why my videos are a little bit, on the extreme side. It's like, this is the methodology by which we are kind of being controlled. It's like you have this extreme outlying position, and it goes back to like what Donald Trump is all about. I mean, the art of the deal. If you don't ask, you don't get. And so you kind of start with an extreme position, using the 500 billion as a starting place. You probably would be okay with 3 billion, right? But you start at $500 million, right? But the truth is,
classic Mott and Bailey.
yep. And the truth is they probably want a lot lower than 500 million. So but you got to start somewhere. You get what I'm saying? And look, that's the thing I was talking about on Machine Show earlier. When you look at someone like a Giorgiani, right? Like, he seems cartoonish. He's like, I'm the most satanic writer ever, and blah 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 blah. And the thing is, like, you think it's a joke, but really when you start understanding, like, why is all these, it's kind of like what Alex Jones says, and I hate to give him credit, but the guy is a master propagandist in so many respects, or whoever is handling him. But one thing he used to say is like, why are the bad guys in all the movies bragging about what they do before they get rid of the hero? Because that's what people are really like. And I think that there is an element of truth in that, where these people like and if you ever go hang out with like real salespeople, that's the way they are. They're so charming that you want to give them all your money, right? Like they make you want to give them everything. And I think that the Devil's Advocate movie with Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino is a very good example of
Yeah.
that.
But you're talking about pride as well, Neuro, right? The sin of pride, or the deep flaw of pride, right? You
Yeah, and
want to show the
vanity is,
person before you crush them how much and vanity, how much you dominated them, right? So once you become an apex predator and you dominate so much, it's no longer sufficient just to dominate. Perhaps in some psychology of it, you need also now degradation and subjugation. You need a perverse kind of sadistic extraction,
well,
right? You need a bigger and better and higher dose of domination over the person. You
and I
need to
think
escalate.
regardless of the truth of the matter of what the last 4 or 5 years was about, there's probably an element of truth in everything. But I think that there is definitely a big induction into a global Freemasonic humiliation ritual of some sort. I mean, I can't say that's exactly what it is, but there's some element of that. And again, that's why my video at the end gets a little extreme, because if you start understanding what they're doing, it's not about the gay sex. Okay. It's about the domination is what it's about. I mean, at least that's what they tell themselves at the end of the, like me and Machine have ran into people who said, yeah, I was in this little occult group, but I didn't do the gay stuff. And it's like, well, you don't really get in the club without doing it. So, so, whatever you got to tell yourself, I guess, the truth is, it's like, this is the Greeks were talking about this as well, right? Like,
Dude, the David Patrick Harry fucking shit was so funny. He literally has a short where he's like this, like, I watched a satanic ritual, and he's like they put the girl on the altar and they're like doing it with her, and he's like I'm just watching this, and he's like, obviously I'm not participating, but I'm like horrified by this. And I'm like, why the fuck are you in this fucking room?
No, he said
You
it
know
was
what I mean?
he said it was a Gnostic mass, which
Right, but like,
I'd ask
why
what
would
that
you
is. And
why would you be in the room?
well,
Is
do you know
there-
what a Gnostic mass is? I didn't know, but Hank informed me of what it is, and I'm not going to repeat what it's related to, but I'm just saying, like, it's pretty shocking. If you
Yeah, so I met some people. They were like TMZ, they were in LA, they were telling me, oh, it's just a bunch of masks. Like, Hugh Jackman's gay, this all these people, it's just like it's contracts. Like Tom Cruise, Katie Holmes, it's like right at 10 years, like get divorced. It's all propaganda. It's all bullshit. Everyone there is either bi, gay, or like whatever. Because when I was younger, I wanted to be famous, and I thought it'd be like really cool to be on TV and shit. And then now I think basically God or the universe protected me from the bullshit, because it's fucking sinister. It's real. So whether we propagate it, like, I mean,
Well,
it's not conspiracy. Like
no,
the
you're
shit
right.
is actually real.
You're right, and I'll mention. I just want to mention this because I this is something that keeps coming up in my research. But like, if you look into like the people who created Jackass as an example, if you look at people who created Blink 182 as an example, and you see like who were they related to, what were their families involved in, where are they from, you know, I mean, it starts getting really weird because then you're like, wait a second, John Waters is another who's connected to all that. Like, you know, it seems like just a bunch of guys who randomly get famous, but then you start understanding like who their parents worked for, and you know, it gets really weird quick, and
Yeah.
so a lot of us feel bad that we didn't become famous. And this is kind of what Fight Club was about, I think, is like we feel bad that we didn't get in the club, but the truth is we were never going to get in, right? Like they
Neuro, though, this has to be counterbalanced, of course, with the experience in each of our own lives. You know, you hear about a deal on a product, you tell your close friends. You don't go on the corner and shout it out to everyone. That's not a good use of your time or intention, right? You find out about a sweet job opening, a limited opening of jobs at an auto factory with a good health plan and so on. You tell your friends, you naturally link into your Dunbar group, your clan, right? Class and clan are a fundamental aspect. Primate troop dynamics are a fundamental aspect of our psychology.
Well,
and that's going to operate at scale throughout every possible configuration of human society.
sure,
And Darwinian evolution and the predation and manipulation of human nature in that medium
sure,
results in what you're talking about. So let me just land with this. As much nefarious activity is going on there, and we wonder why, you know, it's the same club, or, you know, it's people with the same interests or the same ability to be compromised. It's because, you know, in a silly way, birds of a feather flock together. We seek natural clans like that, and that can be used for good or ill, obviously.
well, my point I was trying to allude to is like, you know, like there's a lot of satanic imagery in something like a Jackass or Blink 182, which you would think, oh, this is supposed to be for kids, it's MTV, whatever. But my other side of that is like people like, you know, Pizer and myself and a lot of us, like we saw someone like a Jim Carrey or like or one of our favorite bands like Blink 182 was like an influence on me for, you know, a couple of years, and I was like, you know, I thought it was kind of weird, like when I actually listened to their live album and they're like joking about Satan the entire time. And I was like, wow, this is kind of weird. But then, like, in retrospect, like when you start understanding, like, you know, what I'm trying to say is a lot of us wanted to be in that world, right? And I think that Justin Bieber is a good example. Like, probably Justin Bieber did make it because of his talent, right? And, you know, he had to go through a tremendous amount of horrible things because he's not from that club. You get what I'm saying? And even if he was, it would have been bad. But
Well, dude, what when I went out there, like, some of my past like led me to like be in like nefarious places or whatever. But I did meet people, and they're like, "Oh, you should come to Hollywood." And then I go to Hollywood, and I'm like seeing the ins and outs like of this place, and this dude was like, "Hey, you have to be bisexual or willing to do whatever. You have to be like, you have to play with these games, but we'll give you a movie deal." And then like I met the dude that was like the head of Fox and his wife, and went to these crazy like they showed me all around. He's like, you got to play their game, and I was like, yeah, but I'm not gonna do that. He's like, but just say that you are like bisexual, just play with it. And it really was like, you have to fucking sell out. If you don't want to play, then you're not going to get paid, and you're not going to get in the movies. Like if you're not a strong man or a good soul, like, and you're weak, they will devour you. And I thank God every day that I didn't, like, I went like through like 3 steps of getting like signed on to this thing, and my mom like couldn't afford it, and she was like, I didn't tell you made it to like the top like 5, and they were gonna sign you, but they had to like do this. And then she was like, but we didn't want to tell you. I was so mad at her when I was a kid because I was like 17, I want to be famous. And now looking back at it, I'm just like, thank God. Like, maybe God was just protecting me from this bullshit, because it's sick, demented. There's a It's so nefarious. It's nasty, dude.
Yeah, some of the stories I've heard, and mostly from like, public figures, but also from people who did try to dabble into that. Like, yeah, it's very vampiric, and maybe almost literally. I mean, if you look at the way some of the stuff, like the stories coming out about the Arm and Hammer family, which you wouldn't think, well, what does it have to do with acting? Well, the grandson is a famous actor, and he literally was like joking about like eating the women he's with and drinking their blood, and like, this dude is like very connected via bloodlines and also via the entertainment industry, right? And so you start thinking like, how many stories have to come out where you're just like, okay, like there's obviously something else going on. And again, like, maybe it's a little bit of limited hangout, and it's not really all true, but still, like, I've heard enough things where it's kind of led me to believe like there's definitely something very, very dark going on. And then the thing is, like, you see Hollywood collapsing, and like, well, where is all those things going? My personal opinion, and I can't prove this, but my personal opinion is a lot of what we've seen since 2016, and really earlier, but let's just say since 2016, we're seeing a lot of the performances that were put on the big screen have now shifted into the streets. So we've had BLM, we've had the alt-right, we've had all these like little political events. And to me, those are productions, right? Like, they are doing theatrics for some reason, in my opinion, right? And, I can't prove that, but that's kind of my personal opinion. A lot of the news that we're seeing, there's real events going on, but, if you start understanding, like, who's organizing this protest or who's funding this one, and, uh,
Yeah, and dude, and like 80% of like, or I don't know, maybe more people are waking up, but like no one even sees it. It's like I would never, like, I quit watching like all sports. Like, why do we idolize these people? And so the it's been propagandized like so much about what we should look like, who should we like, get away from God, like all these things. And it just seems like, oh wow, if you look at a 40,000 foot view, it's so nefarious. It's like they want us to believe in all this other shit, but we're getting away from what our true, like, pure being is. Like, and it's happened like subtly, but if you program it and you do it in the schools, and you do it everywhere and all day every day, and if you, I remember, like, I used to wear like a cross like to school, because you were proud to, like, to believe in God. And now it's almost like they make fun of you if you do, like, you need to be agnostic or an atheist or believe in some other bullshit, and then otherwise you get made fun of. And the whole world's been kind of turned upside down because our morals and ethics have kind of like went sideways. We don't take responsibility or accountability for our actions. Like, you can just get with someone, you can be like promiscuous. Like, it used to be like sacred when you shared your body with somebody. Not saying you have to just marry the fucking person, like first person, like you you get with, but it's like it's almost like they promote promiscuity and being a hoe and being a strong woman, independent. It's just gotten all fucking sideways.
No, I was talking about that with my friend today for like a long time, and we were talking about like, they sold all this, to the gay community, and now they sold it to the straight community of like, like fun forever. But sometimes, but that's the thing is like sometimes you have to do things you don't want for a higher purpose. But like they've not only made it like unattractive like financially and all that, but they've made it like not cool to want to do that. But the truth is like you see the damage done, like San Francisco is a great example of like seeing people who never did believe in love, let's just put it that, put it very mildly, right? Like they're kind of like suffering greatly because they don't even believe in the concept of like love really, and like you said, they've cut us off from the notions of God and all that. And something that kind of stuck out to me was Machine was talking about teleology as it relates to like Aristotle, and Pill Eater was talking to me about how it also relates to like Kant's version of duty. And I've noticed that a lot of the people that are trying to quote unquote like save Christianity, they keep talking about the duty, the duty, the duty. But that like they're kind of looking at it seems like to me, I mean, it could be wrong, but it seems like they're using like the Kantian version of duty. Like, you just need to sit down and have a kid because that's what, God wants you to do. And I think that that's also kind of like a very cold way of looking at it as well. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and I think that there's this kind of weird thing where like they're trying to rope you back into religion, but they're doing it in like a very cold, calculated way. And I think that that's also like, it's weird.
Well, I think that like the word religion now, that shit's like getting taboo because like religion is just like it's almost like a fucking cult. So it's like before you would, I'm a Christian, or like I'm a whatever, dude. It's like I grew up Catholic, like Roman Catholic. It was just like there's just a whole bunch of garbage. It's a bunch of fear mongering in a way.
It's funny you say that because like more and more I've come to the conclusion that a lot of the things that we look at as like religion as in a positive thing has, for whatever reason, almost all of it is turned into a cult of some sort. And it may take various levels of control over people's lives, but nevertheless, if you really start comprehending, it's like they've turned Christianity and a lot of these things into cults, but they pretend as if it's the way. And
so
they can't all be right. Obviously, somebody's wrong. So, right. So
Neurojack, like, did you ever go to church?
When I was very young, I did. Yeah.
Okay. So, or anyone else here on this panel, like, if you've ever went to church, even when I like had to go or whatever, once I went, I didn't want to really go. That it's like my parents would force me to go. It's like, oh, but then once we would go, there was like a really good message, right? And like everyone's singing. It's like I think of it now as like a frequency, like, or a vibration. And so when I would leave church, I did feel really good. And I wonder if that's just like it was a resonance of everyone feeling like looking for something positive, and there's a good message there. Not saying that like that religion has to be right or wrong. That's where I always had I had a problem, like, because there's Buddhist, there's Hinduism, there's everything, but everything's like there's a great message in all of it. But I never resonated with this is the way or you're going to hell. Like that fucking it fucked me up as a kid because I was scared to death if I didn't believe in Jesus Christ that I was going to go to fucking hell and burn forever. Like that's not a good fucking feeling to have.
It's a form of psychological abuse, just like MK Ultra is. It's a deconstruction of your personality and the impregnation of fear into your mind to control you.
Yep.
And some people do it because they think it's good for you, like you break an animal harshly, right? As opposed to allowing the
like
animal to maybe be guided by its own nature with a little bit of direction if you share overlap. I'm sorry that
Provo,
happened to you.
is this you?
Yeah, I think that's why Neurojack just left, dude. What the
Oh.
fuck, man? What's this guy's deal?
No, he sometimes falls out, but yeah.
Yeah, he probably left, dude. He knew the Reaper was coming. What's up, Mr. Pie, dude? You've actually built yourself up lately. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm building back, dude. I was pretty like fucking infallible a couple years ago, and then you know the world fucks you up a little bit, and then you got to get back to faith, or you got to get back to something else, man. Like everything else is like within. You can listen to what other people fucking say and shit, but it's like at the end of the day, man, you just got to be. I used to not give a fuck about what anyone said because I was so like strong in faith, and I manifested so much shit. And then sometimes when you fall on your face, it's like you kind of like have it like self-doubt and shit. And I guess that's kind of what's happened to me lately. But I kind of refuse to succumb to that bullshit. And I just have to be resilient, not be a victim advocate. Like I just have to do. Dude, this life is crazy, man. I mean, you have to have full faith in yourself or surrender, to God. And that's kind of what the harder things I get, the more strong, like the stronger my faith gets. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but it's just how I
Praise
feel,
God.
man.
No, that sounds amazing, brother.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't run Neurojack off, dude. He probably had a lot to say. I feel bad about that. What up, Lanza? How you doing, brother? All right, he don't want to talk. He's one of these. They got so many names: Panel Parasites, Panel Walker, Panel Hopper. Just being on here to be on here. All right, Lanza. But Mr. Pie, that's a beautiful story you told, man. It sounds like you've been listening to Mr. Talcott and taking his advice. I love that.
I like Jack. So whether whatever he's doing, like I think he's got a good heart, and that's it. Whether
Mr. Pie.
Yep.
Mr. Pie, forgive me, but the person that was talking to you just a moment ago is mocking you and is actually
Hey, Canuck, shut the fuck up. I ain't mocking
psychically
shit.
harming you.
Hey, you're a fucking psycho.
You should be aware to
You're
it.
a fucking psycho for saying that shit, Canuck. You sound like a paranoid schizophrenic, dude. I know Mr. Pie. Mr. Pie knows me. There's no bullshit here. You think you're saving a hoe? Mr. Pie, you know me, correct?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, there you go. Canuck, you're an idiot.
I would have. I'm really new here, and I would have thought that Canuck was wrong until your response.
Well, you're an idiot too. Welcome to the club.
Thank you so much.
Not so much.
For seeing what I saw.
No, I think Provo roots for Jack Talcott unless it's all like a game. I don't.
Can I ask something here quickly? I just hopped on the panel, but honestly,
no shit.
I'm gonna be completely honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I expect that. That usually means you're dishonest. When you have to say I'm gonna be honest, that presumes the fact that you're usually dishonest. Like, hey, before I start talking, let everybody know I'm honest. That usually means you're dishonest, you fuck.
Well, that's exactly what I was pointing out the last time. I'm doing it on purpose. Listen.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
So pretty much what it is everybody must be either compliant in some sort of way or playing along, or everybody's just completely retarded like me. Hopefully not. I mean, I know people are not that fucking dumb. So people are willingly.
What's your fucking
going
point?
along. You're playing, bro. Everybody's playing along with the fucking nonsense online.
Okay. What's your
Think about
point, dude? Just make your point.
The point is that's the point.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that.
Yeah, we'll poke you up
Wow.
properly. I mean, like just like
Brilliant.
jab everyone. It's the same way. You're getting
Absolutely brilliant
injected.
point, Gage. Gage, that's a groundbreaking point. Holy
Something's
shit.
being injected into your fucking program.
Wow.
In a way.
I never thought about that before. Thanks.
All right, that's what I mean. So people are just
All right.
playing along with this shit.
Cool.
So, all right, so you admit you're playing along with it?
Sure, dude. I mean, you're
All right. Thank
dropping
you for
some
being
heavy
honest. There
shit.
you go. Sure.
Hold on,
There.
you're
First
dropping some
honest
heavy.
answer.
You're dropping some heavy shit on me. I'm trying to fucking
All right, so
readjust my
you're playing.
worldview
So you're
over here.
playing along with it, right? And then expecting someone to change.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Say
Thank you for
something,
being honest, bro.
say something else profound.
Hey, can we all agree that
No, I know under the sun, bro. I can't really tell you anything. You already know you're playing along.
I am the great Cornholio.
Oh, we
You will
got.
cooperate with my bunghole.
Hey, T minus 10 seconds so we hear his kids
bunghole.
crying in the background like Neurojack. I'm gonna hear. Is this Neurojack 2.0 with the kids crying in the background? Is
Are you
this
threatening
guy?
me?
Is this guy? I got
Are you
this guy
threatening
over
me?
here. Oh
What's
my
up,
god!
Brant?
Don't wake your kids up, Brant. Don't do that, dude. I hate to hear him cry.
I would hate for my bungholio to catch polio.
This guy. Oh, this guy's
David?
amazing. He's amazing until you hear his kids crying in the background. You're like, why am I listening?
It's amazing what playing stupid is gonna get you after. You know what I mean? Good luck with that.
Yeah, what does
I'm
that
wondering
mean,
what
Judge?
channel just shut down that we're getting invaded by this.
It's called the
Pardon
Autism
me,
Channel.
are you there?
Hey, real quick.
Machine?
Yeah, I'm
Autism
here.
Channel.
Machine?
Real quick.
Are you just going to allow this
Yeah,
infection to
Canuck, shut the
continue?
fuck up.
I am the great Cornholio.
Canuck, you're
It's
a
open panel,
loser.
dude.
I have no bunghole.
Lanza's taking a back seat.
Where I
I think
come
you should
from,
kick
we have no
Lanza.
bunghole.
Lanza ain't even contributing. This guy.
You can kick me, but you will never take my
You're not Lanza, you idiot.
Baby,
I have no bunghole.
Baby, shut up.
Are you threatening me?
Well,
Shut up.
Machine, would you give us a
Shut
yes
up,
or a no,
David.
or some indication of
We
what's
gotta-
happening?
Bow down to the almighty bunghole.
We're in theater mode now, boys. We're in absolute theater mode.
Hey, can we all agree that Provo has like the best radio voice out there?
Thanks, Pi.
Can we all agree?
Provo has a bunghole.
That's right, I do have a bunghole. But Mr. Pi, you got a dancer's body. Will you mind
You are
dancing?
listening to my bunghole. For my bunghole is the loudest.
Okay, shut the fuck up, but enough is enough here.
Yeah.
Are you threatening me?
Don't try to convince him, dude.
I demand TP for my bunghole.
Is there
We're
some
just-
stupid soundboard or something? Hopefully it's not you.
You will
be
cooperate.
Just be grateful you can't hear his kids crying in the background like usual, dude. He's doing his best.
I want to put a pass on it.
It's like, at least I can't hear his kids. That's the worst when he comes online. This guy. That's
Who
what I love
allowed
this
this
guy.
idiot to breed in the first
Yeah, I don't know,
I'm
man.
all
Like this guy.
eugenicists. I'm all eugenicists. That's
We got another Neurojack, another guy coming online where you hear his kids in the background. It's the worst. It's the absolute worst when you come online and I can hear kids crying in the background. Don't do it.
Do you intend to have children sometime in the future? Since you spread your gene or whatever, your name
Yeah,
along.
that's right.
So there's nothing wrong with that. I guess
No,
I don't
nothing wrong.
If I
But I
was
don't
a
want to hear
father-
your offspring crying in the background.
I'm a bit younger, you know what I mean? But you know, if I was a
I
father,
come from
I
Lake
definitely wouldn't be online.
He comes from kids crying in the background.
Yeah.
This guy's got kids crying in the background while he tries to do this. Cecil, if your kid's crying in Cecil's background, you'd call the cops. That's the only difference.
You will kneel before my bunghole.
Can you shut the fuck up with the soundboard? Fucking.
Are you threatening me?
Cecil, your DoorDash is late.
Yeah, Cecil. This guy's worse than me. Mr. Bai, you look good. Mr. Bai, you look good though. Honestly, like
Bro, the man pulls power moves. He just like sleeps on a stream, like like with a blanket, like just right on there. You know, he's
hey,
a power move,
Mr.
really.
Pai, what's the best strain you've ever made?
I would say the most popular one that I've grown so far has been called the Green Lantern.
Wow. It's interesting. I see like a green
Would you like a
hue.
spatula for your bunghole?
We got the autistic
I remember the Green
neglectful
Lantern. We have
father.
that over here too. That's an old one.
Tikaka.
It's a kryptonite cross, which I think is a champagne cross.
You guys think I should put it in a man bun? It's getting kind of close to like.
Yeah,
man
you know what? Do it.
I kind of shaved my beard today.
No, you kind of did. Yeah, you're right. Honestly, you look like you're young, maybe 35, 34. You're looking good for growing weed your whole life. I mean, shit,
It
that's
is
hard
you.
work.
Who is the bunghole?
This guy's great. Hey, I love the guy.
I am a gringo. I need to
plants,
thank
the
God for
plants
my
heal
bunghole.
you.
Hey, put the
No,
guy up.
his age shows with the fucking grade.
This guy's the worst at making content. That's why, hey, if anybody doesn't know,
You do not want to face the
not
wrath
this
of my
guy,
bunghole.
but the
But
guy
dealing with the
but-
plants and that it brings you back to nature.
Run,
Brings you
as
back
you
to-
may cannot escape the
this
bunghole.
guy deleted his YouTube channel in shame.
Do not make my bunghole angry.
We got a shame.
You have any polio?
We got a guy who
Look,
deletes
get
his
a better
YouTube
fucking
channel because he's
soundboard.
shamed.
Would you like
we got
to
a
see my
shame.
bunghole?
We got a shameful guy.
That's
like,
not a
when was this-
soundboard, dude.
Stigmata from Lake Titicaca.
This guy's so hopped up on some kind of something.
The streets will flow with the
Oh,
non-believers.
I wish he was funny. That'd be the best part. If he was actually funny, but he's kind of retarded, which is
There will be more bungholes after me.
I respect retarded, honestly. Look at me.
You must give me your tipi.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
got to
'cause
get
you guys are
another.
playing along. You're trolling the fuck out of everybody.
Where I come from,
Or
there
you're
is no
not.
tipi. My
You
people,
know what I
we
mean?
have but
TikTok,
one
TikTok, retard. We'll see
This
what
guy
happens.
wished he was as funny as me. That's the
I am
worst
the
part.
great Conholio. Are you threatening?
This guy's terrible. I feel bad.
My
for him.
bunghole
Time
will
will
not.
tell. We'll see what the fuck happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we'll see
well,
what
he's gonna
happens
keep
tomorrow.
trying. He'll make another channel, maybe
Why?
delete it. He'll look like a
Trigger,
loser.
Keep acting like you're smart and shit. Watch
I'm
what's
just,
gonna happen.
All I
you know
want
what?
is your
Line the
crappuccino.
fuck up.
I'm just grateful I can't hear.
Come
his
out with your
kids-
pants down.
I'm just grateful I can't hear his kids
I'd hate
crying.
for my bungholio to get
This
polio.
this guy's kids crying.
Espanol
about-
is the
this guy's kids-
bungholio?
He comes online like this, but usually if you hear this guy's kids are
The
crying.
bunghole is nothing to be ashamed of.
His kids are crying in the background. I'm talking to a guy who's a
Have
parent.
you guys heard my rap?
Go ahead.
Hold on.
You cannot run
I'm
from your
talking to a
own
guy
bunghole.
who comes online and his kids
I shall
crying in
claim
the
this
background.
land for my bunghole.
I'm talking
Long
to a-
live the
I'm
almighty
talking to a
bunghole.
guy- I'm talking to a guy whose kids
My
crying in the
bunghole. It
background.
goes.
Don't wake him up. Don't wake him up, dude.
Sometimes my
I'm
bunghole
telling you, dude, everybody on panel, don't wake your kids up. I'd hate to hear him cry again, dude. That'd be the
Yo, I
worst.
agree. I like
I
my
don't want to hear your
asshole
kids
licked
crying
every
in the
day.
background again, dude.
I am the great Conholio.
The guy
I
who
have
has
no
his kids
bunghole.
crying in the background. He
I
spends
am
his
the
days.
almighty
I'm talking to a guy who
bunghole.
spends
There
his
is but
days
one
online.
bunghole, but I
I
have
feel
no
bad for you, dude.
bunghole.
I feel bad for you. Take care of your kids, dude.
Take it
Why
up,
are you
dude.
coming online where your kids
Would
are
you like
crying?
a spatula for your bunghole?
Feel so
Hey,
bad, man.
hey,
This is what you gotta do. Like you got
hey,
kids, man. I'm talking to a guy who's got
My
kids.
bunghole has been without deeping for many years.
It's sad, dude. We're in a sad state of affairs, man. This is a guy.
You must prepare meats for your mighty bunghole.
This is a guy who spends his time
Agua
online.
for
while
my
his kids-
bunghole.
He says, "I'm raising my kids."
I
but
will
they're
meet you
crying
in
the background."
Nicaragua.
He comes on the panel and he's trying to talk shit.
You
while his
feed
kids
the
crying in
almighty
the background.
bunghole.
Wow, I'm fortunate, dude. Look at you, dude. You got
Give
one.
me all your caca.
You got one gimmick, man. You're
You
brilliant.
must give me your teepee.
I'm talking to a
You will not be
genius.
safe from the
I'm
almighty
talking to
bunghole.
it.
For
Hold
I
on, I'm
am
talking to a
Conholio.
genius here, folks.
Do not underestimate the power of the almighty bunghole.
This guy's the Beethoven of trolling. Look how smart he is. Holy shit, he's playing keys I never knew. Wow,
In this
you're,
barn, there
you're
will
killing
be
it, dude.
and candy.
Keep killing
for
it,
my
dude.
bunghole.
Oh God, you're great. Don't stop.
You are all bungholes, each and every one.
Wow. Original, novel, new.
Shut up.
You will be loved, my bunghole, for I am the great
I'm
Conholio.
talking to a high IQ dude right now.
Are you threatening me?
Shut up.
I feel
Beavis.
I'm talking to a smart dude
Shut up.
here.
Shut up, Beers.
Here we go. Let's
Your
listen to this.
bunghole has polio.
We got a content master right
I need
here. Listen to
frappuccino for my bunghole.
We got a content master. You're
For I have no
brilliant. You're brilliant. Why don't you bring your dad on panel? Can
You
you
may
do
take
it?
me, but you
For
will
some
never
reason,
take
Can you
I
call
never really
Pops?
found. I never really found.
where I come
Call
from.
your dad. Just call your dad. Pick up your phone real quick.
But,
Bring your
yeah, I
loser
never found that.
failure.
I don't know. Like
Bring
people.
your dork.
Oh,
Go ahead,
hold
Cage.
on, hold
Go
on.
ahead,
The whole
Cage.
Beavis and
I want his
Butthead.
dad to come online.
I've never found it funny. You know what I mean?
For
It's,
your
just, it's so
bunghole.
stupid. It's not
This
even
guy's
funny at
dad
all.
might join the panel. Let's just pray.
It's like you have to be
All right,
like a
everybody
brain
pray.
dead retard to think any of that's funny at all.
His dad might join the panel. Let's just hope that he does.
Are you
I
threatening me?
I want his
Yes,
dad.
I'm threatening you.
For I am
Okay?
the
I'm
bunghole.
sending you
Bunghole.
SYN package right now. I know
Are you
exactly who
threatening?
you
Are you
are.
Habla
I'm
español for
threatening
my
you right
bunghole.
now.
This
We're
guy's
gonna
brilliant.
Habla
unplug your internet.
español. Blah, 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 blah.
We're gonna get rid of your internet privileges.
I can't believe how smart this guy is.
Do not make my
You're pretty
bunghole
much
angry.
fucked right now, bro. We already pulled
Or
you
you
up.
have
You ever
polio.
heard of Wireshark? What are you, retarded or something? Come on now.
Would
This
you like to
guy's
see my bunghole?
this guy's brilliant. Keep going, dude. Don't
Come on,
stop.
bro. Do you
Keep
have
saying the
anything?
same
Can
thing
you
over.
talk normally, please? and
I
stop
am from
your
Lake
shit?
Titicaca.
All
He's
right, let's.
brilliant.
Hey,
He's
listen.
brilliant.
I don't know
Where
why.
I come from, we have no
He's
bunghole.
doing something nobody's done before, guys.
Very odd.
Appreciate the art. Look how artful he is right now. He's so brilliant. Guys, appreciate it.
I think we should lighten the mood, guys. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
This is like a late '90s song. I'm just gonna improvise here.
Go
Bro,
ahead.
the issue is you're not smoking your weed. If everyone's smoking their weed, we don't have an issue.
Oh, this is good.
I don't wanna run away, but
Beautiful.
I can't take it. I can't
Beautiful.
understand.
Yes.
If I don't pee in butts.
All right, so this is why people do mass
Hey,
shootings.
shut
I
the fuck
understand why
up. He's
people do mass
performing.
shootings.
This guy's making content and you interrupt like that, you rude fuck.
No wonder people shoot up fucking schools and shit.
Shut
You hear
up,
stuff like that.
Cage. Don't say that TOS. We got a TOS breaker, TML. Just so you know, look at Cage. He's saying shit you don't want people to say on your channel. What a fuck like that. You're saying Mr. Pie does shit like that? You're nasty, dude.
I'm saying I could go on like if I was locked in the room like MK Ultra, like locked in a room.
Oh, now you're gonna.
I would definitely like go on a mass killing.
Go.
Yeah, if I
Go
had MK
TOS
Ultra,
on this
then
guy.
I'd
Just
hear
take his
that all
channel
night
down. I
and day.
love it. Go
Mhm.
full TOS, Cage. I love it. Say what else you gotta say?
They don't give a fuck. You understand? They're watching it.
You
You're
know
the product. All of you are a
Okay, Cage.
product.
Okay, Cage. Nice
You're a
coat
fucking
for trying to
product. You're
take
getting
down
used
TML's
properly.
channel. Nice
Harvest
We'll
coat.
get
time
polio in your bunghole.
Hey, you got
You are all
infiltrators over here
bungholes.
doing
Each and
TOS
every one of you.
bullshit. We got TOS bullshit by Cage, which I like, dude. I'm all for it.
I need TOS for my bunghole.
I love
TOS
Lanza.
for the
Lanza
mom.
used to be.
Are you threatening my channel?
Hey, shut up, dude. I'm gonna talk shit on Lanza.
My
Lanza ain't
channel
got
is in
nothing.
You don't understand.
Go ahead, Mr. Pine.
If you don't pee in my butt, then I don't think that I.
There you go.
Yeah.
You
I
did
want to
good.
shoot you with a sniper.
Is it
rifle or something.
This guy's Cage is saying some crazy shit. It's beautiful.
Jesus, man, that felt really
Is
good.
this Nicaragua?
I'm honestly, dude, you got to get it something new, man.
Man, this is chili.
Do not
amigo.
make my bunghole angry.
Come here.
Do you
Yeah.
have any Ocello?
You're the worst, man. You're like the epitome of being.
Speak Espanol for my
you're-
bunghole.
You're a pure retard, man, and I love it.
You cannot
got-
run from your own bunghole.
He's got no art,
It's
no
not
skill,
funny.
no
It's
gift.
literally not funny. It's very odd. Why are you obsessed with this shit?
It's like you're trying to ruin the mood, but I like
I
it.
shall
Like,
claim this land for my bunghole.
this guy's trying to just ruin the mood, and I like it. I like ruining the mood. I like
You
pissing
will
on somebody
cooperate
else.
with the bunghole.
I like pissing on somebody else's carpet and just
You must bow down
shitting
before your mighty
everywhere.
bunghole.
It feels good. It feels good to ruin everything. I like
The
it.
bunghole is nothing to be ashamed
I
of.
like ruining
You
it.
No
are the
conversation at
bunghole,
all.
and so am I.
Absolute waste of time.
There will be
Why
more
am I even here?
bungholes
Waste of
after
time.
me.
This guy's
Shut the
brilliant.
fuck up. Do you guys have anything of use to fucking say
He's
at
brilliant. No, this guy's brilliant.
I'd hate for my bunghole to get polio.
all? Bro, I'm gonna fucking call.
Come out with
what's
your
Buddy's
pants
name
down.
on-
Hey, just
All I want is your crappuccino.
ask his dad to come on, dude.
Trick or
Useless
treat, son
mouth
of a-
breathers, as they
I'm a
say,
gringo.
right? Useless mouth breathers. I don't want to hear it.
You do not want to face the rat of my bunghole.
Nah, this guy's brilliant, dude. He's hilarious. Don't you get it?
Well, give me TP.
Don't you get it, bro? Come on now. You know.
Don't you get it?
Get it?
Don't you get it?
There must
He's
be TP for my bunghole.
Look in the fucking mirror. Look in the mirror.
Where I come
Look at
from,
your
we
brown
have no
eye.
TP.
He's
Look at your
funny,
brown eye.
dude.
In people, we
Just
have
laugh.
one bunghole. For I am the great Cornholio. I
Yeah,
come from
yeah.
Lake Titicaca.
Look in the mirror and realize what you've created. You're
He's
fucked up.
terrible. He's terrible. Hey, this is the cue to get out. I'm talking to a guy who doesn't know how to make content because he's a loser, dork maxer. Some people call him a rotter, a degenerate, a duplicitous fuck who's got nothing going for him. Whose kids cry in the background while he goes online, and then he comes on when they fall asleep to do this retarded shit. I'm talking to a retard who does this retarded shit as soon as his kids fall asleep. It's sad.
Get
man.
off your
Like, it's
fucking.
pathetic.
You're sitting there on video games, playing
You
video
gotta
games.
do
You don't
something
realize-
else, man. Do something
You'll have
else.
to wait
man.
Every second.
Do something else. Bring Neurojack on so you and him can be friends.
For my bunghole.
Bring Neurojack back on.
Would you like a spatula for your bunghole?
This guy.
Shut up.
You will name your baby Bungholio if he is an albino. Holio Bungholio will be an albino gringo.
Shut up.
I am the great Bungholio.
We got a problem. Thanks, Tina. Why don't you cut in and tell this guy to be normal? Not like, hey, why don't you do your like conspiracy rant?
Whatever you consider normal, and do the exact opposite of. You're completely retarded.
Let's just bring his dad on. His dad's better than him, dude.
My bunghole goes bungo bung bung dong dong.
Worse than Illumitami, which is crazy because I think TML would kick Illumitami, but
Where I come from, we have no.
you gotta stay. You gotta stay on. I think you get the pass.
Only when he gets full spaz.
I've almost like never kicked Illumitami. He's almost always left of his own accord.
Really? Oh, well, he
Yeah.
says otherwise, dude.
No, he's picking it up. No, like what he's talking about is I backstage him and he's like, "Oh, you kicked me." But I
That
didn't
is a
kick you.
kick, though. That's a kick.
No, it's like
You never backstage. Why don't you go backstage?
Hold on.
retard
Did
over
you say you page him in that way?
No, I just for example backstage the entire panel. So
No, but that's funny
so you
because
guys
you use
can
that
talk.
term over here. Like I don't know. What you
No,
mean
like
by
when
that.
I put two people on, like Tommy will just leave.
Who gives a fuck? Why you guys are retarded. What are you?
Yeah,
doing
we're
with your
retarded.
life?
No
You're
shit.
old as
dude.
fuck.
We're
You're
all
retarded.
retarded. Look around.
You're late
dude.
to the game.
Look around, bro.
I'm not
We're all
trying to talk
retarded.
people that are actually mentally. You have so much potential, yet you wasted your entire life.
You don't know shit about
I
potential.
am the great Cornholio.
Fuck you.
I have a mighty bunghole.
So you should kick that loser.
Honestly, it is like, are you guys hiring now? It's like
I have no bunghole.
I would.
Yeah,
kick
I'm gonna
him.
hire you as a trimmer and not pay you anything.
It's
I would
like
kick-
420,
I
right?
would kick the guy who can't make content.
It's like 420, bro. Is everyone high? Are my eyes right, bro?
I'm gonna take your soul. You're gonna have to trim for me 24 hours a day, 7 days a
Are
week.
my eyes right, bro?
And
I don't
you'll get
smoke
1/3
weed,
of
so
your
no.
soul back after a 7-year contract.
Is that Brown's boy, bro?
He ain't talking, dude. He's a failure.
You cannot escape the bunghole. Run
This
as you
is
may.
the
You
word.
cannot
Brown
escape.
boy cannot escape the bunghole.
That's
I
crazy.
am Cornholio, the guardian of the great bunghole.
This guy never shuts the fuck up.
I'm telling you, Cage. It's tragic, dude.
You must
I'm
give
gonna
me
fucking
cash.
Hey, Cage,
right
just
now.
be. Cage, just be grateful you can't hear his kids crying in the background. Usually that's what you hear.
Are you
You
threatening?
just fucking shut off his fucking internet. Like, you could do that.
Just wait. You might wake up his kids, then you're gonna hear him crying, and you're like, "What the fuck?" Dude?
Bring me all
Bro,
of your.
you better not be mistreating them children. Bro.
You do not want to face the rat.
He's got kids crying in the background most of the time. I can hardly stand this
I am the
guy.
great Cornholio.
The worst, man.
You are all bunghole.
You need a big slap across the head.
give me your ticket.
No, he's hilarious, dude.
Are you threatening me?
Yes, I'm threatening you.
Well, give me your
I'm actually not threatening you. I'm promising.
This is Nicaragua.
No, he's making content, Cage.
We're worldwide.
This guy's a genius. Just sit back and watch the genius, dude.
It's that guy.
Bunghole has been without titi for many years.
Look at this genius. Just
I
sit
need
back.
It's like that weird avatar that talks and stuff. It's like a
Just
loaf
watch.
of shit or something.
Hey, Cage,
I don't
just
know.
enjoy. Sit back like everybody else. Watch this guy create art.
Do not
All
make
right,
my
but why
bunghole
can't we not
angry.
have like a good conversation with all these idiots? Like, can you please stop? Is that
Did-
possible? Or...
Did you guys see the latest SNL? They did a Beavis and Butthead. Yeah.
Where I come
Anyways,
from,
thank
we
you guys
have
for
no
having me
bungholes.
on. Love you guys. I'll see you soon.
Cage, where you going, bro?
You cannot run from your own bunghole.
This guy's doing art, guys. Just sit back and enjoy his art.
Bow down to the almighty bunghole.
Is there a fire?
Come out with your pants down.
Enjoy, guys. He's doing great work.
Trick or treat, gringo.
Isn't it great?
Your
guys?
principal will give me tipi. For where I come from, there is no tipi. My people, we have but one bunghole. There will be more bungholes after me. But I am the great Cornholio. For my bunghole speaks louder.
Shut up, Beavis.
You can take me, but you will never take my bunghole, for I have no bunghole. Espanol, es bunghole. Blah, 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 bunghole. Espanol for my bunghole. Would you like to see my portfolio? A portfolio of my bunghole.
All right, hey, Provo, I've got a skit for us. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you're the police officer.
You have awakened my bunghole, and now you must pay. The streets of Fulton will flow of the blood of non-believer.
So you're the detective, Provo. You've caught this mass killer, which is me. You've pinned us, you've pinned it into the corner, but I have your daughter, and she's somewhere else. Only I know where she's at. And ready to go.
So am I with you in this scenario?
So basically you've got me cornered, got me trapped. And I'm in a chair. Picture this. You come at me.
Picture. Good.
My people have been without tipi. No man should be without tipi.
This guy's great. Honestly, let's enjoy his art for a moment.
Okay, so now
you
you cornered me.
that easily.
You will not be safe
You guys
from
are
the
that
almighty
fucking dumb,
bunghole. For I am Cornholio. Do not underestimate the power of the almighty bunghole. For you know not escape. Run as you may.
Post Julio, bitch Julio.
I am
where the fuck
Cornholio.
you call yourself?
Guardian
Listen, when you
of
get
the great
3 knocks
Cornholio's
on the
bunghole.
door, you're gonna get 3
Must
knocks
be
on the
offended,
door today.
for I need
Watch.
Cornholio.
3 knocks on the door and watch what happens, bro.
I'd hate for my Holio.
Yup.
Holio.
Fuck off, man.
Is this still happy?
3
me
knocks
your
on the
shit.
door, bro.
All of your people.
Proper knockage.
Lest you face the rat of my bunghole.
I'm
Are
gonna
you threatening me?
sodomize you, buddy.
My bunghole will ask the question, why do I not use pee-pee for my pee-pee?
Because I sodomized you before you could.
I am the great Cornholio. I have no bunghole.
You got sodomized, buddy. You're fucked.
I have no
We
bunghole.
use the mop.
Where I
You
come
don't know
from,
about the
we have no
paranormal
bunghole.
hackers, bro.
You may
You don't know
take
about the
me,
paranormal
will
hackers.
not
You don't
take
know
my
about mop.
bunghole.
Look
For
into the mop.
I am the great
We use the mop to
Cornholio.
sodomize you. You're
Are you
retarded.
threatening me?
Yes. No, I'm promising you. You've
Would you
been
like to
through
see my
this
bunghole?
soundboard. How many things can you say on your soundboard?
You will beloved my bunghole, for I am the great Cornholio. I need pee-pee for my bunghole.
This guy has kids crying in the background, dude. Just don't worry about him. He's got bigger
What do you
problems.
mean he has kids crying in the background? Are you
You will
being
name your
serious?
baby Bungholio. He
Honestly,
is an
just
albino.
tune
Holio
in during the middle of the
Bungholio.
day
An
when this guy
albino
wants to
gringo.
join.
Oh,
This guy wants to join
okay,
the
you're a
channel.
special
You're
project.
gonna hear your kids crying in the background as he
threatening me?
tries to talk about
I'm promising
Jesus.
you're a special
This guy's
project
gonna
for
try to talk
those
about
people that
I am
Jesus
Bungholio. I need
while you hear his
picanha
kids
for my
crying in the background.
You will have to wait your
It's
turn,
abysmal.
sir.
That's why he's talking louder.
Are you
right now,
threatening
'cause
me?
He's getting
My
frustrated.
bunghole will
by
not
the-
wait.
This guy's getting frustrated by the
Have
fact
you
that
seen
his
my
kids
bunghole?
cry. This kid's
My
this kid's
pee-pee will
crying
without
in the background
bunghole.
like,
Do you have pee-pee for
pay
my bunghole?
attention to me.
I would
Pay
hate
attention
for
to
my
me.
Bungholio to
Dad,
get polio.
We're gonna grab him.
I am
We're gonna
great
grab him and put his
Bungholio.
whole hardware.
Would you like to see my portfolio? I have a portfolio of my bunghole.
Put the
With
fucking
Nutella.
soundboard in there.
I am
and
the
we'll
great
leave.
Cornholio.
Make us
I am a
speak.
I
gringo.
got him, dude. I got
I
him
am
in the
Cornholio.
corner
pee-pee
hole
for my
pocket.
bunghole.
He can't stand
Come out
it,
with your
dude.
pants
He
down.
can't stand the
Habla
fact
en
he's a piece
español
of
for my
shit.
bunghole.
He's a piece
You
of
do
shit.
not want to
and
face
he
the wrath of
spends
my bunghole.
He
Run
spends
as you may.
most of
You
his
cannot
time
escape
online.
the almighty bunghole.
Listen to this
All right.
It's a
sad
fucking
fuck
bot. It'll
up.
never end.
This is Nicaragua.
It'll never.
I need
With
agua.
this guy.
Agua for my bunghole.
And
Arriba.
then he'll get on
You
tomorrow.
don't make
This
my
is the
bunghole
best part.
angry. You
This
have
guy
polio?
will get on tomorrow morning
Principal.
on TML's
Can you
channel
get rid of the
or
bot?
somebody
I
else.
would hate
And
for
this
my
guy,
bunghole.
after
I come from,
tonight,
we have
he'll
no
get
bunghole.
on panel
Would you
just
like to
like
see my
Neurojack, and then you're gonna hear his kids
I
crying
come
in the
from Lake
background
Titicaca
as he talks about
in
Jesus
Nicaragua.
Christ. Imagine
my
a guy,
bunghole.
imagine a guy talking about Jesus Christ with his
From Lake
kids
Titicaca.
crying in the background. It's hilarious, guys.
The
Wait till
streets will
tomorrow.
flow with the
Wait till
blood
tomorrow. This
of the non-believer.
comedian
You can
right next to
take
me.
but
He's
you will
gonna come
never
back
take
on tomorrow on
bunghole.
panel.
Right.
This guy, and he's
In
gonna
the
have
great
his kids
portfolio.
crying in the
All right,
background.
the fucking
If
machine
you,
is
if
doing
you
this.
haven't had enough,
You are
Everybody's doing
cooperating
this.
with my
Fucking
bunghole.
allowing this
if you haven't had
fucking
enough
background.
Cornholio,
Experiment.
wait till you
Pee-pee.
get
You
Cornholio
must give me
talking
your
Jesus.
pee-pee.
Wait
Where I
till
come
you get
from, there is no
Cornholio.
pee-pee.
Wait till
My
you get
people.
Corn.
We have
All
but
right,
one
all right,
bunghole.
all right. Just hey, honestly, talk a little bit louder.
I'm here to
so we
play
hear-
chess, bro. I'm here
I
to
want to
play
hear the
chess.
dysfunction.
What
I
about
wanna
a
hear the
Nokian chess?
dysfunction.
You ever heard of Golden Dawn
Quit
chess?
whispering, dude. He
Tell
chose
him
the
that
me-
he's
character.
a bot. Make him learn how to do Bungholio and Nokian chess or whatever. Or Golden
You do
Dawn
not
chess.
want to face the wrath of my
This
bunghole.
guy's got kids crying in the background. Most of the time he's online. Like I feel
I'm
bad.
convinced
I
they're
am
all
agree.
just bots. You have no souls. You're retarded.
No, he's a retard.
Trick or treat,
It feels
gringo.
bad, dude. You gotta feel bad for this guy.
I
He
want
comes
your
online.
cappuccino.
He usually, this guy right now I'm talking to usually comes online.
You have
and
awakened my
he
bunghole.
hears kids crying.
And now
in
you
the
must
background.
pay.
He's one of these sad fucks
The
like
streets will
Neurojack.
flow with the
Neurojack
blood
understood.
The non-believer.
Neurojack
Now
got
put
it.
your
He
This
hands
is
come
a
online.
never-ending fucking loop.
It is. It's a bad loop. It's a bad loop when you come online and you hear your kids
You
crying in the
are a
background.
bunghole.
It is a bad loop.
And
It's
so
a
am
bad
I.
loop for this guy I'm talking
There
to.
will be bunghole.
He
after
doesn't
me.
get it.
I'm just
man.
happy
Like,
I'm not like any of you
he
idiots.
doesn't get it.
The
Like you
bunghole
come
is
Mr.
not
online.
Pie is alright. The
machine.
machine is fine.
You must
But
bow down.
all the
We're in a
rest of you are
sad-
completely.
We're in a
I don't even
sad
know what's
state.
going on with you
We're in a
guys.
You
sad
cannot
state.
escape the almighty bunghole.
It's all right, dude. It's all
You
right.
not run from your own bunghole.
Don't talk too loud. Hey, don't talk too
I
loud.
shall claim this land for my bunghole.
Hey, don't talk
Long
too
live
loud.
the almighty
Don't.
bunghole.
Hey, don't talk too loud.
Would you like to see my bunghole?
Don't yell.
Is
I
it
don't
you,
want to wake
Clover?
For I
anybody
have no
up.
bunghole.
Hey, I don't want to wake
My
anybody
bunghole
up.
goes bong, dong,
Yeah,
dong,
that's
dong,
there you go. Talk quiet. Talk quiet. This poor guy.
And
Holy
sometimes
shit.
my bunghole goes.
This sad sack of shit. He's so Oh man, I feel bad. You're like falling
Sometimes
asleep.
my bunghole goes.
I just feel bad for you, dude. I wish I could pray for you. Let me do a quick prayer. Bless this guy who's a loser, who has
Where I
nothing
come
going for
from?
him.
No, hold on. Let's do the
There is
lesser
no
banishing ritual of the pentagram.
My
I'm doing a
people,
prayer.
we have
Let's do the
bunghole.
lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram.
Hey, this guy's shit
Where I
face.
come
His
from,
name-
You'll
we
start.
have
You'll
no
start
bunghole.
fucking. You'll literally probably spontaneously combust if you do that. You gotta be careful with that.
I have no bunghole.
No.
Oh,
not
hey,
break
hey,
my
hey,
bunghole.
I'm out of here. Hey, Cornholio, I can't wait
You
till
have
you
Julio?
come on another
Okay.
live stream and then I
What
hear
the
your
hell,
kids
Pi?
crying in the
Lead
background.
me
It's
to
been
the
performed
Olympic
right now, buddy. How
Cornholio,
does it feel?
My
Cornholio.
bunghole has been without TP for many
It's been
years.
great, dude. Next time
I
you
need
come online,
Cappuccino for
I
my
can't
bunghole.
wait, dude. I'm excited to hear your kids.
Would you like to
just
see my
crying in the
portfolio?
background like
My
they normally
portfolio
do?
in my bunghole. Julio.
Hey, just do this. Do this.
That's a
instead.
shitty bot.
Come
You
online
need to
and
I
make
would
more
hate for
original
my
bot, bro.
bunghole to get polio.
There we go.
You must prepare meats for the almighty bunghole.
All right, I'm out of here. Hey guys, have a great
Agua.
night, Cornholio.
Agua.
Take care of your kids.
Agua for my bunghole.
Hey, Cornholio. Hey, honest advice, dude. Don't get on YouTube in the middle of the day and have
Nicaragua.
conversations with people. Looks
You must
ugly.
feed the almighty bunghole.
Look, hey, do something else, dude. Honestly, like that. Think about
He will
think
give
about
me
your
TP.
time. Think
I
about
would
your
hate for
time
my
and think
kids
of,
to
hey,
get
Cornholio,
bullied.
I'm leaving. I just want to say, think about your time and don't go on YouTube and be on panels.
Bro, you guys
and
have
your kids
Mr. Pie
crying.
rapping.
Hey,
all of your
Cornholio.
You see
Don't
what
have
you
your
guys
kids.
are
Hey,
doing?
Cornholio, Kate, shut the fuck up.
I have
Just
no
when you
bunghole.
get on a panel next time, like you're doing now, do it at
Give
night.
me your TP.
Do it when your kids are
Do
sleeping.
not
You have
underestimate
most
the
of the
power
time,
of the
wrapping
almighty
himself up
bunghole.
with
Most
fucking
of the
toilet
time,
paper.
You will not
Cornholio.
be safe from
Everybody
the
look at
almighty
Mr.
bunghole,
Pie.
for I am Cornholio.
Hey, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Hey,
Run as
thanks
you
for
may.
not.
You
Hey,
cannot
thanks for
escape.
not waking your
Bro,
kids
it's
up.
worth more
I
than
hate
weed.
hearing
Watch,
them
next
cry.
time,
It's gotta
next
be
time this
small.
shit happens, we're gonna wrap you like a mummy with the fucking toilet
There
paper.
you go. Hey,
It's
Kate.
more profitable
Guardian
than
of the
any
great
other
bunghole.
endeavor nowadays.
You
All
must
right,
give me your
Cornholio.
Yeah,
Hey,
you give a fake
take care of
fucking
those
thing
kids,
and everyone
Cornholio.
wants the toilet paper.
Don't come on panel on YouTube where you hear
In
your
this
kids
bar,
crying.
there will
It's
be
sad.
TP.
Dude, you
and
look
candy
sad, dude. You
for
look
my
like a
bunghole.
sad loser. You're coming on here trying to be a troll, but
Is
we
this
hear
black?
your kids crying in the background. That's a
All right,
negative.
well,
Is
retard,
this
watch.
black?
Within the week, you'll see what
That's a
happens.
negative.
Okay?
Hey,
So good
Cornholio,
luck with that, my
the
friend.
kids crying in the background.
I'd hate
That-
for my Julio
All
to
right,
get
all right.
polio.
All right. Oh, Lance is back.
Are you
Is that-
threatening me? I don't need a hall pass. I need Oleo for my bunghole.
All right, all right. Hey, take care of
Gloria.
your kids, dude.
Roleo
Hey,
for my
take
bunghole.
care of them. I don't
Bring
want
me
to
all of
hear.
your TP.
Hey,
All TP.
I don't want to
You do
hear
not
your
want
kids.
to fake
Hey,
my bunghole.
he's so defensive as soon as I
Are you
talk.
threatening me?
There he goes.
I
dude.
am
It's like-
Cornholio. I have
Dude,
polio.
I feel like I've cornered a rat, and he's just attacking.
My
attacking.
bunghole would not ask the question. Why
He's
do I
attacking, and I'm. Hey,
For my
I want to
bunghole.
say this, Cornholio.
Who would be
Take
love my
care.
bunghole?
Hey, Cornholio.
Or I am the
Take
great
care, hey, Cornholio.
I
Take
need
care of your
TP for my
kids.
bunghole.
Cornholio, take care of your kids. I don't want to hear them crying in the background anymore.
I need TP for my bunghole.
See it, Provo.
Are you threatening me? There will be more bungholes after me. But you will cooperate with my bunghole.
Demented man. Yeah. Pull your fucking head out your fucking body. No, you motherfuckers think you fucking hard. Yeah. Ripping your fucking insides out. Spitting in your fucking eyes. No face.
Snake TV. Come on,
Hey yo, I catch mad wreck. Give motherfuckers always give respect. Cause I'm known for putting text to their neck. You can walk around your block, ask your peeps, ask your mom, ask your pops. When I lick shots, even cops give me props. Cause I slay, yeah I slay. All my victims, niggas see me coming and they say don't fuck with them. That nigga from New York, you know he gets bigger. Uptown troublemaker, rap Bronx nigga. Yeah, what's my fucking name? Tim Diggity. Niggas see me coming and they all start running for the border. Out of order, there be a slaughter. I'm deadly with the rhyme and the fucking tape recorder. Cause I can kill at will MCs without a touch. And you female rappers with my words you'll get fucked, stuck, out of luck. Closed case, destroyed by the man with no face. Listen, no face.
No fucking face.
No face.
He got no fucking face.
No face.
The man with no fucking face.
Yo, let me take you on a journey about this punk nigga off the block selling rocks to the cops. How I knocked him out his tooth sock, frontin' on my mom's in the fucking elevator. Let me $5 and I'll pay you back later. My mom said no, it held a purse. Hit her in the head, now my mom's need a nurse. The worst thing you could do is touch my lady, the one who gave me life. Yo, nigga, is you crazy? I'm Swayze. Ran out the crib with the Mac. Detective 4 pound. Hell no, it's not a jack. It's strictly homicide on my motherfucking mental. You diss me, I kill you. It's all that simple. Now as I turn the corner, who the fuck did I see? The same bitch nigga stand right at me. He reach, I beat him to the punch. Now he's in the gutter and he's fucking taking lunch. The cops came around, but they had no case. The witnesses said it was a man with no face. No face.
No fucking face.
No face.
The motherfucker's got no face.
No face.
No fucking face.
No face.
No face.
No face.
No fucking goddamn face.
No face.
He got no fucking face.
No face.
No damn face. No face.
Yo, the legacy continues. All you fake motherfuckers being pimped by your labels. You jealous ass haters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that got a little wild.
Yeah, thank you for joining me on the 420 stream, everyone. You know, we got we did some shit 4 hours. You know, we're 4 hours into this. We had some interesting discussions with Canuck, Serum about different topics. You know, we kind of went tangential there. Canuck was high, I was high. So it was it was what it was, you know. And yeah. We got into some intricate discussions.
Wallahi.
Wallahi. You know what I'm saying? Is this still Cage?
Wallahi.
I just let somebody up. I don't even know who it is. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's Cage, bro.
Oh shit, yeah, for sure.
The fuck is going on with that shit, bro? Why are you allowing that?
The reason is because I had a dude coming in here pretending to be Muslim, and then they porn bombed me. It was crazy shit, man. Real talk. It was what it was.
Yeah, that was lame.
Yeah, it was. So now I'm suspicious of other Muslims. It is what it is. I'm like, what the fuck?
Isn't that the whole point?
I know, right? Isn't it right? Make you suspicious of your own people. You know, it's like
Order out here, divide and conquer, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Mr. Liff had a line. He said, systems exist so we never meet each other. Pretty soon they're gonna outlaw the word brother. That's what it is.
Hey, now that that retard's gone, let's just get back to talking about like cosine, tangent, and geometry, and the scientific
let's get to grade
method.
A math and trigonometry.
Let's get back to magnetism, hermeticism, and alignments of the planets.
Well, it's funny. I wish Cage was here when I was reading that section out of monadology, because he's always talking about the goddamn monads and gonads.
Okay, well, the monads is it's the alchemical symbol of the sun, right?
See, here he goes.
The point within the circle. It's the same idea. Like, this is where the Masons get the square, the compass from. You have the square, but the compass. You must make a center point in order to create a circle around it. It's in Sufism, different esoteric Islam, Christianity, anything, any religion. And it goes back to that circle.
Yeah, so I think what everyone forgets about is there's the two eyes that we have here. There's the one eye here, the all-seeing eye, and then there's also the brown eye in your butthole.
I'm pretty sure we got that clear message. You know what I mean? He's been talking about the brown eye the entire time.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Everyone sleeps on the
he's
brown eye.
He's pretty quick on the fucking. It's the same fucking prompts and that on the soundboard. Or is it a bot or something? merely program a retard bot. It'll be worse, and I'll never end until you get rid of it. You know.
What do you think about the brown eye, TML?
What is that? Explain it.
It's the butthole.
Rusty balloon knot.
But
Jeez
you know what?
Lord.
No, but see, that's what I'm confused because they were talking about on the other program, the Black Sun. You ever hear about that?
Maybe they're talking about your butthole. I don't know.
That they are. They are. That's the thing. They are. You know, that's what we were talking about with that. They have
Yeah, that's the thing.
they
Is
have
like
a black sun. They have a black sun within the hollow earth theory, and it's butthole earth. That's what it is.
Oh,
It's
so that's a hollow earth. It's your butthole is hollow. I get it.
I guess so. That's what
Black.
you got.
That's the black hole sun. Black hole sun, won't you come?
It's like
Has
that
no-
guy.
has nothing to do with
that
that.
thing in South Park, Periwinkle's gerbil that goes inside. Right?
Fascinating.
Yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, the black sun, the solar anus. That's what this guy called it. The fucking what do you call it? George's Bataille. Totally fucked in the head. You know what I mean? And also he was basically the one who founded the Nietzschean type of nihilism. You know, so he's the guy who actually took Nietzsche's ideas and developed them into the nihilistic side of the occult. So when Nietzsche gets blamed for nihilism, he actually hated nihilism. He hated anarchism, and he just got blamed for it. It is what it is. Right?
So they really need to blame Bataille.
Yeah, they really need to blame Bataille, and actually Bataille is the one who's influencing those fuckers like what do you call it, Nick Land and stuff. You know, he writes a lot about it. But yeah, I was thinking about this earlier. You know, where they were talking about this shit. I don't know why this came to mind, but I was hearing this on the news. You guys ever hear about this shit? I should have covered this yesterday on Friday. I will again. But yeah, you guys ever? I forget what made me think about this shit. But yeah, this is a crazy story. It says teaching elementary school children the rights and wrongs of AI is just as important as sex and drug education. So now look, if you scroll down, it says AI is perhaps the most powerful tool humans will have ever used. Okay, wait. It says intelligence should be as fundamental for a child in elementary school as sex or drug education. And then it says that they're going to make AI ethics mandatory curriculum. And he said it's vital that children grasp at an early age the dangers that machine learning represents, as dangerous as drugs and sex for a minor, which is insane. You know, so they're
Kind of
purporting
wild,
that-
yeah.
Yeah, they're purporting dangers, and and a lot of the exercises that they're having the kids learn is like how to spot if something's a hoax or not. So it's interesting. It's like anti-conspiracy training. It's very interesting.
Very 1984-ish.
Very 1984-ish. Yeah. type
Yeah,
shit.
you got rooters and them fact checkers to tell you what reality is. Huh? There you go, perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
For a second, I thought it was like combating kids using AI to write term papers or something, but that seems to be going beyond it.
It's AI ethics, how to spot hoaxes, how to spot AI made hoaxes, and interesting things like that. So, yeah, and yeah, I was actually hearing that on NPR too, and then I looked it up. There's a bunch of news stories about it. So if you look that shit up, I was listening to NPR and they started saying that, and I was like, oh my god, every time you turn on that radio station, there's something more horrifying they're talking about. So it's very interesting.
Yeah.
By
Come on.
design.
Dude, so my friend sent me the funniest video of the solar eclipse. Come in, Shauna.
But why is the reason? Why is the reason that Okay, yeah. So they must be harvesting, kind of like you grow plants, and that you have your harvest. You're able to procure it, do whatever the fuck you do. But listen, we are the source of the fucking energy, guaranteed. And we're playing along with it. Even if you think you're being smart playing the game, guess what? You're still on the fucking board. You know what I mean? So either way, you've lost. You think you come play me on chess when I've made the entire fucking, I've made every piece, I've made the board. So of course, I need somebody to play. That's the whole point. You know what I mean? So it goes back to, we're all playing along with this fucking bullshit. The fuck is going on? What the fuck are you getting out of it? What are you doing every day? Money? Okay, even if you got money off of it, which that's nothing. Ooh, money. Now you're controlled by that. I have unlimited everything. You understand? We all have. You want unlimited everything? Come talk to me. Fucking find me somewhere.
Yeah, for real.
No, but that's all a subconscious program either way. I can't do shit for you or anybody. You have to do it for yourself. No one can ever really do anything for you. No outside source could ever help you. If whatever, help yourself. Unlimited. You want seconds, thirds? Doesn't matter. Unlimited buffet for you. In a way, but you better not be greedy. Start learning how to, like just because you have food there to eat, think about the future. You know what I mean? Store it up. Figure out a way to preserve it. Not because you have any lack or, like either way, yeah, it's going to test you. So, yeah, you may be, you know what I mean? Put to a way where you're going to have to ante up. And then you play your fucking hand because you already built it. We've been counting cards the entire time. And you don't even need to. We magically make the fucking card appear, no matter what. I could have the worst hand ever, and either way, you get the flop, the river, the turn. All of a sudden, it's fucking. Exactly. You hear that?
Fly away with me.
Cage.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I want to talk to you a little bit.
Yeah, what is that, bro? How you doing?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm out here. What do you want to talk about?
You.
Let's talk about you, the freak. It's not about me, it's about you.
Well, we can have an exchange. I mean, but because I already know my position. and I don't think you do. So
Okay.
you
What's your
know what I
position?
mean.
What's your position?
My position, I'm pretty much an arm length away from him,
From who?
from Jesus.
You got. Oh, right. Your Jesus is left hand man or right hand man, whatever it is.
I don't think I'm that close, but you know, I'm within arm's reach. I'll put it to you that way.
What about Muhammad? Peace be to him, whatever the fuck they say. You know what I mean? I'm not Muslim in that. I'm not Christian. None of that.
Yeah,
You wanna meet God.
I already met God.
You really, really want to meet God? You're gonna get picked up with the fucking on the ship, bro. Shipment. And I'll mail you out.
I've already met God.
All right. Well, this week will really be God. You know, come talk to me after.
So I think you're a really smart young man, um, but it seems like you're kind of on a destructive path, at least at the moment. And I wonder if you realize that, and I wonder if you
Nah,
are
man.
actually, you know, you talk about the future, but I mean,
I'm
really
not.
at this
I'm
point,
on a destructive path. You know, you get on a destructive path when you try to use whatever knowledge you gain in order to influence other people's reality and then implant certain things or whatever. Like play that game. You know, you get caught up in that. So I have no ill intention on anybody online or anything. Even like the worst thing that's ever happened to me, I got stabbed. You know what I mean? Even the people who, you know, let's say even like the worst thing that's ever happened to you, like you know, I even wish ill intent on those people. You know, so
you
definitely
mean no
not.
ill intent.
Yeah, so definitely not anybody. You know, at all, especially not online.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeking. You know, I think you've got some troll in you. I think you're probably, uh, falling into the cycle of substance abuse. But I mean, you're a young man or whatever. I don't think there's any major problems yet. But I mean, you were so wasted on OTWs the last time I saw you that you couldn't even troll and counter troll with Snafu. He was getting the better of you, and that's how wasted you were. Like it was not pretty, you know. And I know you're smarter than
Bro,
Snafu.
okay, hold on, listen, okay. I'm not trying to I do not give a fuck. You understand? The only time I'm here ever on any of these panels, I'm working and I don't just listen. I don't just listen to people's shit. I'm there or I'm not. Okay, so I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I don't
I
care.
know that.
So I just have a conversation.
All right, so you were talking about the future and stuff. Like, what do you actually care about the future?
Well, right now, your thoughts, your emotion, your action, what you're doing right now is gonna shape the quote future, whatever the fuck that means. Really, time is not linear.
Well, there is
You know what
eternal
I'm saying?
time, but we're as long as the sun rises and sets, we're currently in a linear time plane. You
According to
know.
your reality, I'm in a different fucking reality, bro. I'm in my own lane.
Well, the thing is, you could take yourself to another plane of reality in your mind, but you're still physically stuck here right now.
Not really. Like I could just shut off the internet and not ever come back on here. I'm not physically trapped to converse with fucking people online at all.
Well, as
Actually, I
long as
never even had the internet. You understand what I've done? You don't. That's
as
the
long as
point.
you bleed and get old, you're in the physical plane. You know, you realize that, I'm sure, right? So you talk.
All I hear is like a bunch of nonsense. I don't want to fucking hear it. Okay, like
Well, we're
seriously.
just starting. We're just
What I do, I am not here unless I'm talking to you. Okay, so I don't know about all these other people. I don't want to talk about them. It's a bunch of bullshit. I don't care. I don't know about it. I'm here talking to whoever the fuck I interact with. That's it.
sure.
And then I move on, and there's not one thought given to it. Doesn't
Have you
matter.
ever thought about like if you want a family and kids or anything like that kind of future?
I'm pretty fucking young, my friend, and I
Yeah.
deal with my shit properly. You understand?
I'm just wondering
Don't
if you
even
ever
know.
had that thought, like maybe you wanted that for your future or not.
Of course, I will. You know, of course, I'm gonna have
Yeah.
children.
Okay,
A
good.
son.
You know.
Yeah, we're gonna have Junior, Cage Junior.
Oh, you do?
Good luck with that.
Hey, that's all right, man. You know, when you went on camera, I mean, like I was surprised to see like you were a good-looking man. Like, you know, I didn't expect to see what I saw when you
Well,
put
you
your
thought I
face
was
on
some like
camera.
obese fucking retard twiddling my thumbs doing nothing? No, I actually kill it. I crush fucking reality. You understand? I create reality.
Yeah, but you're trying to escape reality at the same time.
It's not escaping. It's transmuting it in a way. Why the fuck are we
Yeah.
up here? We took over this fucking this whole thing. I'm done talking. Enough of that.
Well, how do I there's something that's trying to destroy you, it seems to me, and you
Nothing.
know,
I'm doing it on purpose. I know exactly what I'm doing. Fuck off. Because put that concern onto yourself. You need it, obviously.
well, you just
Okay,
said
no.
it. You just said it yourself. I
I'm
mean,
good. I am good. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine.
Lols?
all right, man.
But you can say, but go look at the fucking mirror and come talk to me, bro. Go to the closest mirror, look deeply into your eyes, and come fucking talk to me later on. You won't. You probably just
What are you
leave
talking
or say
about?
you come back.
I've done I've
Do it right
already
now.
went through the darkness.
Do it right now.
I've come
Go
out
look
the
at
other side
fucking
already.
mirror. Go look at yourself in the mirror right now. Look deeply into your eyes and come talk to me, bro. Enough of that. You have to
Yeah,
put
I've already
shades on.
done
Don't
that.
blind yourself, bro. You're gonna go Ray Charles on me.
I think that's a good idea for everyone to do, but I've already been through that already. You know?
Do it again as a reminder to yourself, since you've already apparently done it.
All right. Well,
There's always
I
someone
do
to
it,
learn.
if I do it, you'll do
I'm
it
doing
right
it
now.
right now. I've done it right. I'm doing it right now.
All right. Tell me what you is that you looking back at yourself right now?
Yeah, that's every conversation you've ever really had in your life. If you really go deep into it, it's all a projection of your own mind. You know, it's kind of like a dream. You know, in a dream, you have different characters, different landscapes, different things like that. It's all a projection of the supposed
So,
mind or whatever.
describe what your pupil looks like.
So wait, hold on. The issue is
Yours
this,
is
right? So you
yours is
guys have
dilated right now.
so you
Yeah.
guys have different goals on here, right? For Cage, it's a projection of his own, like you know what I mean, right? For everyone, it's a projection, and then for the so you got to look in the mirror, and then for the freak, what is your purpose in joining these panels?
You know, I just try to get everyone to know Jesus so that they can live forever. And the only reason I do it is not for.
But that's just what does that even mean, though? What does Jesus mean to you? You can't just say, "Oh, I just want to see Jesus." That explains nothing at all. You know what I mean?
Well, it's
What the fuck
biblical,
does that even
right?
mean?
Well, what I've heard,
biblical. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like no, I mean I'm talking about like he goes back to like the book, right?
No, you can fuck off, bro. I'll write you a
Well,
book.
listen, I'll admit,
You don't
it's
like
a selfish
like
thing
the
for
book?
me.
You don't like the
I'm
book?
trying to build treasure in heaven. It's it's for me trying to please Jesus, and that's it. But that's part of the deal.
Cage, you don't like the book?
I love books, bro. Depends
I
on the
know. That's
book.
what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying, though. I'm like, I would be like, what are you hating on books now? This is crazy. All right,
No,
relax.
I'm not. But what I'm saying is like you can't really go with one thing and create your entire reality off of it. It's a form of mind control. Either way, all Abrahamic, all religions in general, mind control. It's the basis of it.
It's a degradation of spirit to get you to think that you're not eternal already. So, what's the gospel a gift for when you're already eternal?
Bro, look in the fucking mirror. It's all within yourself. You don't need a fucking book.
How are you eternal without Jesus?
Didn't Jesus put that
is
into
a
you, apparently?
religious figure. That's all.
Jesus was what?
Just a religious figure.
Just a religious figure. According to who?
You really have no beliefs, really. If you really go and dig deep into it,
Everybody.
you have zero. You have no fucking beliefs at all. Any of you. Really, you just have things that were told to you. That's all it is. And then
That's
some
an assumption.
anecdotal evidence, with your little experience. That's it. Why don't you test it? Why don't you really go deep? Look into the hidden, the esoteric. If you want to call it that. The occult. Ooh, occult. It's horrible. Well, the people that rule your fucking religions use it. Very, very
How do you
overtly
sit there?
too.
How do you sit there and say
Yeah.
that it's all a mind control? It's all about mind control, but yet you're the one talking about simulations.
Okay, well, the whole point is this: creating your own fucking program, creating your own mind control. Control your own fucking mind. What about that?
Well, if you're in a simulation, how is that even possible?
That's the whole fucking point. The input is the conscious thought, and it goes deeper than that. Subconscious thought, where you can reprogram your subconscious mind with conscious attention, transmutation, being aware. The Buddhists call it mindfulness or whatever. You can go deeper into being aware and transmuting every thought that goes in and out of your mind. Most of your thoughts are not your own. Okay.
So how far along in that journey are you already?
I can't even. It doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. Stop comparing yourself to other people's journey. You have your own, and you take responsibility and accountability for your. When where you're putting out to the mind, you get back in a different way. It may not seem. It doesn't automatically happen. You bounce a ball and it bounces back in your fucking face. It's a bit different. But either way, it happens. Take accountability of your own thing. Don't compare yourself to anyone. How far in none of that. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. What do
Do
you
you
do?
feel like you've mastered your mind yet?
I trained myself for many years in that when I was young, and still, it's like you get lazy after shit starts happening. Life starts to get a bit lazy. You cannot do that because trust me, you're gonna fall even harder after. So you gotta always train it. It has to become, it can become easy where you don't have to, think every single thought and transmute it becomes like a program, subconscious program. But even at the same time, you don't use it. You don't use it, you lose that type of idea. That's really where it stems from. So you do have to, practice that. But at the same time, it's like riding a bike. You learn how to ride a fucking bike. Put the training wheels off, take the trainers off. You still know how to ride the bike no matter what. Put you on when you're 80 years old. You'll still, maybe you'll fall, but you'll get up and fucking start riding the bike. But are you going to start doing fucking flips and shit? Like defying gravity? No, it's different. You have to fucking constantly build it up.
Are
Because
there
if you're
other
not
people that
growing, you're
believe?
dying. Yeah.
Are there other people that believe in your the things that you talk about, or is this
I don't
just you?
care, and I don't care. I don't know. I'm just talking. Yeah.
All right. Well, what's the abilities or the characteristics or the power
Resilience, self-sustainability, resilience, something that lasts. Like persistence, stuff like that. Pretty
levitate,
good
move
attribute.
stuff around, that kind of stuff, like move stuff around and levitate, and that kind of stuff, or doesn't
Shift
go that far?
reality for your friends and family. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, how close to you are you? How close are you to that?
How close do you think I am?
I think that you're not even on the map, but that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Well, there you go. Perfect. You know what I mean? We'll leave it like that.
Okay, how do you shift someone's reality, or how are you able to shift reality?
Here, I'll give you a trick. Okay, I'm sure you're looking at a screen right now. Everyone is, right? Apparently. So
I'm trying to
simply,
find
you have stuff in your background, whatever. You have a bunch of objects in your background, right? So pick up something in front of you and simply move it with intention to a different place. Right there, you've shifted your entire reality with intention. Simply moving an object in front of you to a different place, and now you've literally changed the entire reference point of reality. Try that.
That's
There you go.
You think
Do
that's
it.
some
Kind of a mindfulness sort of thing?
Oh, do it. It's simply you're moving what is there. So you can simply just move it with intention, and now we're playing on your fucking board.
Do you think that's like
you could have
profound?
your-
You think that's a profound thing? I mean, that's just like basic, like physical being. Like it
Machine
really
Live
isn't-
did it right now.
Everyone could do that, even a freaking infant little kid. So, like, how profound is that? It's like it's not. It's just like being a part of life.
Well, you associate certain things that are profound in your life with an emotional, mostly an emotional cue, right? So it's energy and motion. So you can
Hello.
utilize that.
Hello, DeFreak.
Hey, what's
we
up,
got
Rand?
Mike. That's you,
can't-
Rand. That's
you
you,
can't
Mike.
actually get through the cage because he's been hermetically sealed.
What does that mean?
Oh, it's hermetically sealed from the inside.
It means that he's mentally, right, sealed in his understanding. And even like, okay, so when you tell him he needs Jesus, he already has an understanding, a false understanding of Jesus that works in his system.
How could you possibly know that?
Because I
you
know
your
the
iPhone
system
you're
he
on
believes.
right now. Your iPhone that you're on right now
Like-
is created
yo,
in a
how do
hermetically
hackers-
sealed environment. You know
How
what
do
I mean? Like your
hackers know
screen,
how to
yeah.
hack programs? It's because they know the code and the language and the software. They read the source code. You know what I mean?
Are you saying that you used to be just like Cage?
No, I'm saying I fucking read the fucking source code of what Cage is running on.
Okay, I believe you.
And so essentially, right, Cage believes that Christ is not.
But that's a projection
he
of
believes
purpose
it's an
he's showing to you.
allegory
You think you can't go look at
for
the
a
fine print, Mike.
consciousness.
Look at the fine print, bro.
But you came out of it, right?
Consciousness
through it.
and he believes that the story of Christ is celestial events.
Okay.
Is that
Were you
is that
in the
right?
same
Cage?
position at one
Right
point?
or wrong?
Because apparently you've come through that.
Hold on. Am I right or wrong?
You're asking me, or
I'm asking
You're
Cage,
ha-
am I right or wrong?
I'm saying you're right in a way, but yeah,
Okay.
you're making claims though. But that's why.
So the bottom line is you can't. It's like yo, you're trying to speak to somebody, right, who has been given different definitions for the language that we are speaking. So even if you say the right words, right, they're not going to be received properly. So it doesn't
Okay.
matter what you say. You have to speak in his language, and then that really gets fucked up because then
No, you have to speak it. You know what my language is your thought. I don't.
I've
have
even
a thought
tried to
built in.
speak it in his language. It's
No, I want to hear your thought because I know your thought. I'm just playing along.
you know.
what I think you're saying is he needs 10 years of failure before he can actually open up his mind to anything else.
No, I'm saying that like, he's totally comfortable in his system, and until he sees it for what it is, that's it.
All right.
But you're assuming I don't see it for what
Sealed.
it is. I'm,
You know,
I'm playing
sealed, right?
along. I'm playing along. I'll tell you that.
Like, do you know what sealed means? To seal something?
Yeah, hermetically sealed.
It
It
cannot
means that
cannot be penetrated. Nothing goes in or out. It's you know what I mean. That's it.
Yeah, you're probably right. You know,
Like you're sealed in what you believe, right?
You're talking about me, then yes.
That's what I'm saying. So like,
and it
y'all
goes
have-
back. Hold
y'all
on,
have
Mike.
two
It goes
different
back. It goes
seals.
back to the subconscious programming I was bringing up earlier.
You know what I mean?
So
Y'all
yeah,
have
so my
different seals.
my program, I'm running my own program, like I've said, and it's hermetically sealed, as Mike was talking. Good luck. You know what I mean? I'm doing my own thing. I don't need to interfere with other
Subconscious
people's
is
shit.
a
Everything needs to be sealed in the name, bro.
false.
Like the name is not a name that can be spoken or written down.
It's not a title that you call a motherfucker. The name is the character. The seal is the character. When you're sealed in the character of the Father, you're sealed in the character of the Father. When you're sealed in the character of the devil, you're sealed in the character of the devil. There's an in-between.
Would you say you were ever like Cage when you were like 21, 22, or however old he is?
I'm not that young, but
We
yeah.
can't hear you, Mr. Pie.
I was born in the 90s.
So it's like, you know what
No,
I mean?
I agree with you. Actually,
I'm not
I agree
saying
with you.
that, I'm not saying that it's the name Jesus. Like, don't get it twisted. It's the character that Jesus represented.
Well, I don't. It doesn't. We know who we're talking about. Whether we say Jesus or whatever you want to, call Jesus. I call him Jesus.
Well,
He
Jesus,
responded to me when I
Jesus
asked
said he came in his
him.
Father's
So I call
name.
him Jesus. Then But
He said
getting
he came
hung
in
up on the
his
name
Father's
is,
name,
I think it's
but he's not
minutia.
saying that the Father's name is Jesus, right? He's saying that I'm coming in the character of my Father. And so that's the character of essentially God. Like, that's the idea. That's you know what I mean?
Not really, but
read
I
Isaiah
know
53.
that
You'll figure
what
it
I'm
out.
understanding from you, Rand, is that he's saying that about himself, and so it's kind of to talk about it to him.
Hey, it is
And I
what it
agree
is.
with you.
I don't
agree
care
with you.
people or even get into semantics or debates. I'm just trying to describe why you'll not get through to Cage. I'm not
No, I
claiming
appreciate that. I
through to
agree with
either,
you.
Bro, people, I listen to every. That's not you think you know who I am and how I process information. I hear everybody. Okay, it's not about getting through to me. Like, of course, I have a strong structure. Like, nothing is gonna fuck with that either way. It's hermetically sealed in that sense. But I still listen. I still listen. I still ponder different things that I hear. Doesn't mean that, like, no matter what you say, like, it's just like a waste of time. I'm listening. I have a
It's
very
like
good memory. I could talk about this the first time. I could talk about the conversation we first had many years ago.
Cage,
What about
in order
that?
for you to properly listen, right, we would have to first erase the whole foundation that you're working on and start
That's
over.
fine.
By the way.
Well, that's fine, but the foundation. It depends. What foundation are we talking about here? Because you build foundations upon foundations, really. All right, you get the base foundation in the ground, and then you start. You build from the ground up. Anything from the ground up can be changed. But underneath it, there's no. For me, I'll tell you, yeah. There's no ifs or buts or maybe or fucking probability or chance or any of that. It's a bunch of nonsense there.
The reason why many religions say the same thing is because they've all been corrupted by the same occult serpent that has woven itself throughout all of them, represented by the black cube.
Back to the Saturnian stuff, right? There you go.
Maybe, but you know what? If someone is actually stupid enough to call on Jesus and really seek Him, Jesus will show up because He's alive. He's the living God, and He says He would do so in His Word. So to me, I needed Him, so I actually was dumb enough to do that. I'm just, I guess, lucky enough that He showed up for me.
Okay, well, again, this is all like thought forms. This is all part of your subconscious
Can you
mind.
elaborate on that?
Thinking that there's some outside force in that. Look, I was lucky enough. Bro, it's all a fucking program running in your mind. What do you mean, like, you're lucky enough for something to show up for you? First of all, if you don't show up for yourself, like, I don't know what you're doing in the first
You're
place.
operating on a system that you don't hold the keys to.
At all. Like, what are
Right.
you doing?
That's what I'm saying. No, you, Cage. That's you.
No, yeah, that's you. That's you, Mike.
Fucking the freak is, firm in his beliefs, and he's going to be very hard to explain anything to, as would I be, right? Anyone really strong in their beliefs, why even try to fucking convince them? You know what I mean? Maybe they're right. Maybe you're wrong. Fuck it.
Yeah, but these hard held beliefs,
Like,
these firm beliefs are like a stagnant pool of water.
Most
You know what I
people don't get to that firm of beliefs without research. And if he's done that research, I've got to the point where as a
Yeah, but
man, I
these are
believe.
surface level beliefs. What about knowing?
But here's the
What about
thing, yo, I
beyond?
respect
What
your
about
level of
beyond knowing?
research, right? And at the
What
end of the
about
day,
beyond knowing?
I'm
Hold
not going
on.
to try to convince you otherwise.
There's beliefs which
Yeah,
are surface level.
I've seen my name written into the book of life. Like I saw it
There
actually
are
happen.
beliefs that are surface
So what
level.
How less
Then you
how less
have
doubtful could I possibly be?
listen.
Could I argue with that? I mean, I can't argue with that. If that's what you claim, then fuck it.
You have
You're right.
beliefs that are surface level. Then you have knowings, right? Like you know certain things automatically in the subconscious mind. Then you have automatic function, kind of like like your breath or your heartbeat when you're not paying attention.
Look, I'm just
You know what I
saying.
mean?
It,
So
like,
you can
I don't think there's
reprogram to the point where it
is a
becomes to like
subconscious.
a
I think that's a
heartbeat.
BS term that someone else made up, and it's just
Oh,
a
man.
bunk, total bunk.
Okay.
I'm just
The
saying.
automatic function part, I agree with you on that, Cage. But the subconscious is quackery to me.
But you have to train it. You could constantly train it to where it becomes an automatic like reflex muscle, kind of like a twitch, like where it's automatic. You know what I mean? So it's like you're not thinking about your heart beating or your fucking lungs breathing. That's where true quote magic comes into, or where you can start being a player in the game instead of being played by it. Start.
That's not subconscious. That's
dealing with
just,
reality. Now, now you're grabbing the fucking shit by the horns, the subconscious.
What's subconscious?
The things you don't think about. You know what I mean? You know how many thoughts I could put into your mind right now, subconsciously.
So you have a subconscious, but you're not aware of it, and you don't know what it thinks about. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm saying through conscious action and filtering and transmutation of thought, you're able to create a barrier, almost like a firewall.
It's like this, bro. Here's the easiest way to explain it to you. Right? Your brain is going to store information. Right? Like, you ever had a song stuck in your fucking head? Now,
if I'm not aware of it or I forgot it, what use is it anyway?
Here's what I'm saying. You ever hear a song in your head, right? That like you got stuck in your head? The thing is that if you're provided the same information over and over again, your brain will remember it. You with me? Now, because your brain remembers it
through pressure and time,
because your brain has this information, it's trying to process it at some point. So when you get some downtime, right, your brain is like, let's process this random information that we don't really know where to put it. And it starts playing that song in your head, but you don't ever categorize
and here's
it.
an example.
You don't know where the fuck to put it. So
Here's
it
an
just
example
sits
of it,
there
Grant.
until
Grant,
you
hold on.
just let it go. And then
Grant,
it goes away. It deletes
Grant,
it. You know what I mean?
Here's an example of it. Rant,
The
whatever you
subconscious
do.
Anyone that doesn't have the Holy Spirit is subject to what you're saying. I agree with that.
Subconscious is people
whatever
upload
anyone
your
does,
computer
do
and
not
then you
think of
later
the
open
pink
it up and try to figure out what the fuck it is.
Whatever you do
You
not
still
think
gotta
of the
open
pink
it and
elephant.
look at
It's
it. It
too
might have
late.
a virus.
By the
Right.
words that we use, the spelling that we use, it's too late. Whatever you do, Rant, do not think of the pink elephant.
I like that.
It's subconscious.
Too
The kid is
late.
smart, man. The kid is smart. What can you say?
What, Cage?
Yeah.
I mean, Cage is smart.
He's blowing it, but you know. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever you guys do, don't think of the fucking pink elephant. Too late. Again, this is why you need to put the firewall up in your mind. You have to transmute every thought that goes in and out of your mind. At the beginning, it's a bit difficult, but then everything changes in your entire life. You can live in your own reality and do your own thing. All this bullshit we see is there to program. You know what I mean? You don't have to be living in that.
Cage believes what he could experience,
do your
right?
own shit.
He
I
doesn't
want to
believe
talk to
in
Rant
things that he
because Rant's
can't
very
experience,
smart.
and because in his
I got one more question
experience,
for
he found a
Cage.
working system with repeatable results, right? You
I
don't
have repeatable results. I've been
Hold
doing
on,
this for fucking
Cage.
more than half my
calm
life.
down.
Do you know who Shane Doan is? Do you know who Shane Doan is?
Look, the freak doesn't need a working system that has repeatable results. He has Jesus, right? And Jesus provided a working system, right, that leads you on a good path as a man. So that's what he has. And both
Does
of
it
you
though?
are going to walk towards the goal of these two systems. Now, what is the goal of Cage's system? Technically,
I'll tell you right now.
become your own god.
No, that's not it at all.
Explain it.
It's about
Good shit right there, Rand.
it's about
That's some really good
understanding.
stuff.
Okay, well, it goes back to what is the point of life, and I believe the point of life is to create your own point. Really, you know, is to become more aware. You know, try doing the best you can, and you know, for me, I have a sense of duty. You know, to help my family, help the people around me, make sure everyone's taken care of, and
And then
also
what
try to
happens
get
when
to a
you die?
higher level of understanding. I'll be back. There's no getting rid of me. I'll
What do
be
you mean
back
you'll be
purposely.
back?
I'm gonna
How are you gonna
purposely
be back?
Reincarnation? Like reincarnation or something?
It doesn't matter either way.
Are you talking
Okay,
about
I'm
the
gonna
panel
do
sphere?
that does not fucking change what I'll do every day, no matter what. Okay, I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be Cage, if you want to call me that.
Listen, bro,
Every single day,
his
no matter
savior
what.
Hiram Abiff is gonna give him an acacia fucking branch, and he's gonna get an ever lit fucking flame in his
I
tone.
don't-
He's gonna transmigrate his soul through the great work of
He's so fucked up. He even named himself Cage.
Hey,
call me the Count of Saint fucking Cage 8. I don't know what you mean. I mean Count of Cage.
you either got all this
whatever.
silly, crazy ass shit, bro, or you got Jesus. All right, you figure it out.
Yeah, what do you got, Rant?
What do you got, Pie?
I got myself. You know.
You got. It sounds like you got weed and homosexuality over there. What else you got?
Ooh, bazinga! You got me there, huh?
I'm just saying.
Bazinga.
I'm not talking about brown butthole earth and all the other crazy shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I ask you first, brother. What do you got?
You're over here talking
Hey, Bob,
about
could you get a big board going to see who's more
bro.
high, Jeff or or Cage?
That's Aleister Crowley. You know what I mean? That's tantra ritualistic satanic magic. What else do you need to know about it?
Can you do a poll to ask the audience who's more high, Mr. Pie or Cage, please?
Cage, Cage won by a landslide. No need for that, huh? There you go.
Yo, high is a speculative term, right? I don't even think people like.
I can't get
smoke
high.
weed every day actually get high.
Yeah, no. When you're at the top,
I don't even get high. If you get high, I don't know how you're doing it. If you smoke weed every day, I don't know how
No,
you
it's
get
like
high.
you're on the top of the Himalaya. You're on fucking Mount Everest, and like how much higher can you really get?
I don't know, bro.
You
Like
have to
you smoke cigarettes, right? You smoke the cigarette until you like don't want to smoke a cigarette. You fucking put it out, right? And then when you want a cigarette, you smoke one. And that's kind of how weed is for me. I mean, I get high. I can't get higher.
It doesn't change
Like-
what I do or how how I
What are you talking about? If you're high and you're smoking weed, you're just wasting weed. You just like smoking it. But like if you're
Right.
high and you're smoking weed, you're just wasting it. It's like smoking a cigarette if you don't want it.
the first time when you really get high, it's like your cannabinoid receptors, or whatever the fuck it's called, are getting spiked. You know what I mean? It's like overfilling.
Look, when I feel the hatred overcoming my heart of this negative world we live in, I smoke a fucking
but you don't.
joint, okay?
But you know
I
what? You know
smoke
what's
two
odd?
joints in the morning. I smoke two
Rand.
joints at night. All right.
Hold on,
I
Rand,
smoke two
Rand,
joints
you know-
before I smoke two joints, and then I smoke two joints.
God, man.
All right. I smoke two joints when motherfuckers be interrupting me on the panel, and then I smoke two more. All right.
But Brent, you know the endocannabinoid system has to do with some reason it has something to do with not the immunity, what's it called? The immune system.
The
Has
immune
something to do
system.
with
What
that.
do I have?
Yeah.
I have Asperger's. What do you have?
That sounds gay, dude.
You
the
are
immune,
gay.
it has something to do with the immune system and then like fighting off viruses and shit.
Mr. Pie, why don't you just admit that you're gay, lean into it, and then we can get over it.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lean into that because it's just not true.
You came up with this whole Hollywood story about how they were like, you got to be bisexual. You were like, nah, I'll never be bisexual. And then you went right into talking about buttholes and fucking brown eyes. And all
Bro,
kinds
that's haram, bro. What the fuck?
So, you know what I mean? Not only is it
Well-
haram, right? But it's also based in satanic, right? Ritualistic mind control or satanic ritual abuse.
That's haram mind control.
It's
you know what I mean?
Do you not get like humor?
I don't get your humor.
Yeah, so like farts.
No, it's because there's
and
some
butts.
retard. There's some retard playing the soundboard over and over and over and over again before he came on here. It's pretty annoying.
Fucking
You know what I mean?
retards, soundboards, bro. What's wrong with these people?
They're playing like that Beavis Butthead thing or something.
It's fucking childish.
Retarded.
It's ridiculous.
So
Anyway,
I
Kate,
do realize why
yeah,
he brought that up. He brought it up because of that fucking retard that was on there.
fucking retards, bro.
I'm retarded. You know what I mean? So if Cage is calling me retarded, you know there's a fucking problem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm retarded. I'm retarded too for being on this shit, but it's entertaining as fuck. So
Cage knows many things, man. This man's awareness is on a whole nother level.
I'm glad you're here, Mr. Pie. Hey,
oh, thanks.
Cage, at your
Yes,
age,
sir.
like, why aren't you hustling women or anything? Like, you know, you're not a bad looking dude.
No, sir, I don't think I have any use for rubber nipples. I'll tell you what, though.
No, sir. I only sold
You
them
have
when
any
I was
rubber
16 years old,
walrus
30-year-old women. Yeah, you know, and that. No, I never did that. I had friends that did that.
Police.
Cage wears an apron to protect his generative principle.
No, like,
and so he
yeah,
can't engage
exactly.
with women because he has to stockpile his life force so that he could,
Well,
you know what I mean?
this is what you don't know about mop gang. Like the thing when I deal with women, I tell them they have to go to the fucking store and buy the mop and the bucket. You know what I mean? So they have to clean up after themselves after. But either way, pretty much, I grew up in the hood, but I grew up where people are throwing rocket launches off the fucking balcony, all types of crazy shit.
You grew up in the hood of Canada?
Oh yeah. Look up Jane Street. Look up Chalk Farm in Toronto.
What's that like exactly?
Oh, it's like a third world country.
Are
So
there
pretty
motherfuckers like jumping out of windows, throwing like maple syrup fucking grenades at each other and shit, having a snowball fight?
You get
fucking
fucking
Mounties
Chinese
come on
water
horses,
torture
throw with
grenades,
muskets and shoot motherfuckers.
That was fucking
The
funny.
native
That
citizens are wilding
that-
out, bro. Drinking
Maple-
fucking.
maple grenades. That was good, dude. That
They're
was
all
funny.
drunk on
No,
Crown Royal,
like,
bro,
you guys
throwing
know Chinese.
Better than the Cage.
Hey guys, you know Chinese water torture over here.
Yo,
Bro, imagine you're a
Yo.
place with fucking maple syrup that's warm.
Yo, in the hood,
You're
bro,
done.
this is how drive-by goes down. They be driving down the block, right? The gun comes out the window, and then they'd be like, brat, sorry, brat, sorry, brat, sorry, brat.
Every
Sorry.
time.
The environment.
Every time you
Yeah, I
shoot
mean,
a
I think
motherfucker, you
a
gotta
lot
pull
of
it to.
things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that.
Brat, sorry.
I'm sorry about that, man. I didn't want to go that way, you know. Unfortunately.
Get off my block, buddy. This ain't your block,
Sorry.
guys. This ain't your guy, friend. Brat, sorry.
Yeah, my neighborhood was so ghetto. We were shooting them Nerf guns at all the cars, dude. We were getting lit with that shit. We were hiding up in trees, dude, making that shit rain in the suburbs. Shit was
Search up
yeah.
Chalk Farm in Toronto.
That's all
From
Donald
the farm,
Trump wants, is the kids to have that experience again instead of going straight to the needle like they do now. Who are you going to vote for, Cage? Are you Canada or what? Are you you're in Canada too, aren't you?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Who would you vote for?
I love Toronto. I love my city. I've been born here. There's no like running me out and shit. We'll keep dealing with it.
What do you
here.
think about Donald
But
Trump?
I don't pay attention to fucking politics.
Yo, what if the mountains roll up
Obviously,
and-
we all know.
Scared
we
to
all
answer
know.
that
It's
question?
two sides.
Are you two?
It's
Are
two
you like
sides-
two
it's
anti-vote?
two sides of the same.
You can't even answer a simple Donald Trump yay or nay question.
All right, I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, what if
no.
Trudeau shows up at your house, right? And he's like, listen, you better stop impersonating our secret society or we're going to have to give you an initiation, right?
My friend and Delfino BC. My friend actually surfed with him. The Secret Services. He could have drowned him right there. He should have done it. No offense, but no, I'm just joking. But
What's
either
up
way,
with Reddington?
Donald Trump took out al Baghdadi, and that press
Is
conference I
Reddington
was
a
at
silent partner?
was the greatest moment in American history.
What's up, Reddington? Are you alive?
but either way, I don't believe in politics. You know what I mean?
What are you
These
doing?
are just puppets either way. Oh, Trump, Biden. Like,
What
what
are
are
you
you
doing?
retarded?
I'm on this
Damn it.
panel with these fools. What are you doing?
Same.
What do you got going on?
You
Where's
think
your
you have a
beliefs
vote?
at?
The
Where's your
panel?
beliefs at, bro?
Where's my what?
Where's your beliefs at?
I already said my
What a
beliefs
great
earlier.
question.
Where
They
are you
have no
standing? Are
actual
you leaning
beliefs. They don't
closer
know.
towards
They
are
don't
you leaning
know.
closer
It's
towards
whatever the fuck we
cage
tell
or
them.
defree?
But you are on it tonight,
Neither.
Rant. I gotta give it to you.
Huh?
That is some stuff.
Neither.
You're on neither. All right, where are you leaning? Are you leaning towards
Reddington is like
Tell him to
Cage
go
without
fuck yourself.
confidence.
He's trying to trap you into this dichotomy of belief.
Are
Fuck
you leaning
yourself.
towards Mr. Pie's
You
theology?
guys are all a bunch of pussies. I'm
I
gonna
don't know his
slap you all
theology.
down. Watch.
Oh, it's the he worships the brown sun.
No.
All right. Shit. Where I mean, like, could you give me some clues, and
The
then I'll try
real
to
son,
figure it out.
motherfucker. You know
I think
when
he
they,
used to be like, a
you know
believer
when
kind
you
of,
have your,
and
you
then
know when you
he's
have
not a
your son
believer
that
now.
came out the fucking pussy and shit.
Oh
He's
shit, he's
bad.
unsaved,
You said
bro.
fly out of there.
I don't know because I need to know more about his past, but right now he
Was
doesn't believe
what?
in any kind of God or anything.
Did you unsave and enslave yourself, bro?
I was a Christian for roughly 30 years,
And then what?
and then I was not.
And then
Did
he
you die?
went and he got away from his parents and the indoctrination and had a different idea about.
He's like,
He's
I
very
was gonna
confused.
be a Christian, but then I got
That's
high.
not how it
You
works.
have no idea. You have no actual stable or real foundational beliefs at all.
All right.
Who, me?
So
This is
Everybody.
a total failure of the church, by the
Not
way.
just you. I'm not just picking you out, bro. I'm saying everybody. That's my
okay,
whole point.
so
He's just
what do
asking
you
for
believe now?
clarification.
Right? Like, because you broke away from Christianity, that's a good idea. But what do you believe now?
I'm not just saying this one guy, bro. Allow him, but I'm saying everybody. Really.
Because like what I'm saying is the
myself
idea
included,
of
really.
Christianity, the core of it, what it's supposed to be, it's not. So like public, Christianity is not really real Christianity. Or I mean, technically, Christianity was never actually what Jesus was actually teaching, the way it's practiced, widespread. So
The church is an utter failure, like every other man-made institution.
I mean, even the Bible tell you, bro, that man is gonna, come out of the church in the end. Man's heart's gonna be turned against the church because the church is gonna be wicked, and so we're in that part roughly. You know what I mean?
Well, what's happening is they're growing up, trying to have an emotional experience, and they see other people talking about the Holy
Go
Spirit. and
outside. You have no idea what the
so that's
fuck.
the social
Go
factor.
outside.
Hold on,
And
the freak, bro. We got to figure out where Reddington's
they
at.
get older, they hit
We
a
know what
patch, and
Reddington's
then
at.
they lose everything.
Immovable objects in space time, right? I mean,
The church is
Reddington, where are
entertaining
you
them.
at?
It's not educating
But
them.
you gotta understand, Reddington's trying to figure it out, right? He's not an immovable object floating in space time.
I'm an immovable object, bro. There's no getting around the cage. I'm gonna cage every one of you, bro. It's done. And I don't have to do anything. You've caged yourself with your own
Listen, I
beliefs.
mean, if you look up right now, I'm a duck, and I don't know if you know about this, but ducks shit on people. All right, so
Leave the duck
right
alone.
now,
What about the
that
goose? You ever heard of the
you know what I mean?
Canadian goose?
That fire of masonry of Lucifer. Okay,
And they
gonna
rape other
clap
ducks.
How was that? How was that
Ducks
fire?
are rape
Is that
ducks.
why he had the whole
until it
cornholio
goes out.
bit?
All right,
What about Prometheus? Right? Prometheus gave the
bro,
fire
same guy.
in the
Okay,
form of wisdom
Relax.
to the human
Relax.
beings. Right?
Same guy, always
And now
has been.
you're talking on the
He's
fucking.
poop.
Bro, same guy, always has been. All right, next story. Reddington. So what happened? Where are you now after you left Christianity mainstream? What do you believe now, roughly?
You're gonna pick with his belief system. He doesn't know. No one has real beliefs. You've
I
been
don't know
over
if there's like a name for it. Like, the boxes are boxes.
The boxes are boxes. Okay.
If
do you
there was
believe
a chance
in
that
God?
you could believe, would you want
What
to
is that
believe?
here? Do you believe in God?
No.
Okay, that's a problem. That's a big problem.
Okay, hold on,
Usually
hold on. That's a loaded
incarnation.
question. That's a loaded question on what is God. What's your definition of God, right? Because like everyone has their own definition. So what does that mean to you?
Bro,
Before you don't
I
believe
use
that.
the word God because it is the most commonly known and
Not for
used
you. I'm talking
creator of
about
all things.
Reddington or whatever his name is. Like, what do you believe? He says
probably
no.
means.
But what is it?
I would say
Yeah, what is
creator.
your definition of it?
All of this.
Great question.
Everything. All of it.
I want to hear what Jeff has to say too about that. You know,
Yeah, I'm saying, what's your definition of it, right? Because God is just a fucking name that everyone gets
Creator of all
told to
things.
use, right?
Is that better? Creator of all
Yeah.
things.
well, I already know, so I'll let you guys
An
answer first.
algorithm, a creator. What is it?
The beginning and the end. All of it. Everything.
Some sort of a structure,
Elohim,
yeah?
bro. All of him, bro. You know what I mean? Everything. All of him. Elohim. You know what I mean?
Elohim.
Yeah, all of it. You know what I'm
They
saying?
call it the Elohim, right?
So
The many.
Reddington. So why don't you?
It's the problem of evil. For all the definitions that require a god that is sentient and has all the attributes of a that are basically anthropomorphized.
What?
What do you mean? Like so?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. What? That was just a bunch of word salad.
Omnipotent, has a mind,
Did you
etc.
take anthropology and fucking college or something? What's going on here?
But yo, Reddington, you realize like the fact that you're, let's say, nipotent, right? Not omnipotent. You just nipotent, right? Don't you realize the fact that you can have even nipotence and say the words omnipotent means that something omnipotent has created all of this beyond our even
Yeah,
comprehension?
omnipotent. Whatever you
That's
want to
some
call
kind of mental judo, dude.
Might be.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
You're saying
What's
you
the
don't
argument?
believe something is fair. If you look at mathematics, look at geometry, look at the Fibonacci's, all these different things. You're saying you don't see some sort of a structure and algorithm to life.
It's not a structured algorithm. It's a certain artistry in the
No,
craft.
I'm asking Reddington here. Like,
This isn't
there
just
is
like
I can answer your question with two words.
I'm saying there's a structure.
Do you think
that's
that's
proof of a
possible?
creator.
It's not just whoopsie do, fucking trees, animals, people. All right, it just doesn't just happen.
No, it's very purposely done.
And also, it doesn't just go from animals, people, trees, flowers, spaceships. It doesn't do
Hey,
that.
Reddington, if I could answer your question with two words, what's that worth to you?
I don't know.
Saying that you're a non-believer.
Do you think that what your question?
That's two words.
Do you think your
Non-believer.
question
2 words.
requires more than 2 words?
Non-believer. Simple.
My question? Wait, what?
Reddington, do you believe you exist?
The question of evil.
Yes.
You believe you exist?
Was that a yes to my
Yes.
question?
Hold on. How did you
To
come to
grant.
exist?
Look in the mirror.
How did you come to exist exactly?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you believe there's a part of you
Right
that's
now.
not physical?
Yes.
All right. Do you think that part of you superseded the physical part?
Yes.
All right. So where do you think that part is?
Connected to
Reddington,
the physical.
Because
don't
it's like this. If you believe like you have a soul and a spirit, right? Then you believe in something that you can't see, prove, hear, taste, touch, smell, but you experience it every day and you know it to be true. And that is
God.
That is the understanding of God also. Once you see God. But the thing is, DeFreak, he hasn't seen God in the reality yet. And so you have to basically look. You're not looking. Your eyes are closed.
Well,
you
it
have
said
to
he was a
look
Christian
deeper
for 30
into the
years.
reality. Because if you
So
believe
at
you
some
have
point
a
he had to
soul,
like take
and you
a
don't
wink
believe
and
there's a
something.
God,
30 years.
you know what I mean?
You know,
There's a
but
conflict
yeah,
in you.
I see what you're saying, but he's not just some, junior, whatever. He was in it for 30 years apparently. So something happened. He didn't come through in the clutch, and he lost faith because he realized it was just an emotional experience and trying to fit in socially with the
Well, the
church.
thing is, the freak, a lot of these religiosity
That's
systems, like
assuming
I
a
was
lot.
raised a Catholic, right? It's designed to give you a false representation of God. So when you don't agree with that, now you discredit God in general, right? Believing that they had the true representation in the first place. And that's how it works. You see?
Well,
They tell you this is
tell me-
God, and then eventually you read the book and you're like, oh, this is God, and you're a Catholic, right? And you're like, this is not good, this is bad. This, you know what I mean? I don't
Well,
believe
tell
this.
me
You know what I mean? This
who
shit
are the only
conflicts
people that
forever.
are proclaiming that they know and they know for sure, and they don't say there's other great things about other religions because they know that they know that it's them. Who are the only peoples doing
Let's
that?
divide and
Parts of
fucking
the
conquer. The
Bible
religion is
and
irrelevant.
religions
It's
are
about your
designed
actions.
to
It's about
turn
your
you
mind
against
state.
it, essentially. And then once you turn against
Come
it,
on,
if
man.
you turn against God, the idea that a God even exists, because you disagree with the way that God was represented, it worked.
So that
Satan
means that
worked.
you're judging God. I used to do the same thing, but essentially it means that every one of us, in that sense, in our mind, we are judging God.
That
No.
still doesn't answer
You're
the
fucking
problem.
brainwashed.
No, that
You're
doesn't
I'm
answer the
saying is
question.
like, yo,
fucking brainwashed.
you
You're
know
a
God
goddamn
doesn't.
sheep.
You know God is not
You
in
need
the
your
Catholic
shepherd
Church
to
right
fucking
now, right?
put you in there, bro. Enough.
I didn't hear you,
I mean,
Rant.
what is the Catholic Church doing right now to show that they're being led by God, right?
They propagandize about the authority of the church.
Right. So we know they're not of God by all the shit they're doing. They're out there pushing the fucking jab and all this other bullshit. Right.
Leadership probably sucks, but some Catholics I know, like
No,
some Catholic
they're out
nurses
here
I
doing
know,
all kinds
have
of
the
crazy
biggest heart of Christ that I've ever witnessed.
Listen, man. At the end of the day, if you don't see all the crazy shit that's happening and you still think the Catholic Church is of God, then you know what I mean? You'll see one day. But look, bro,
Well, I
in my
believe the Pope will be the false
understanding,
prophet, so I mean I know.
in my understanding, this is the
I don't bash
Antichrist system.
Catholicism
This is the
either.
false image of Christ.
And
Right?
how
Where
did
they're
how
gonna
does how
sit
does
here
this
and tell
hold
you
on,
this
hold
is what
on,
Christ
Rand,
did.
let me ask you the question.
We're the people of
How does this
Christ. We're the
hold on.
representatives of
How does
God,
this
and they're going to
system
do God a
perpetuate?
disservice in order to drive mankind away from God.
You're
Okay.
but the
be
funny
driven
thing is
away
this whole
Catholic Church
conversation
literally
this
spread the
whole
gospel
conversation is
across the
gonna
whole
get its fucking
planet.
power.
How is that trying to not,
I
how
was
is that
slack.
trying to do the reverse of what you
It's
say?
back to the. It's
Bro,
back
does.
to the
I've
thing.
called Jesus, I've called the devil. It's all a fucking figment of your imagination to really believe in it, okay?
Nah.
I'll call it right now. Okay, Jesus, strike me down.
This is what I'm saying.
Right
You have
now,
no
if I'm
actual
wrong.
solid foundation to stand on. You just have this
Jesus will
weird
hit
ass
me with a
notion.
lightning bolt right now if
You
I'm
don't
wrong.
even know him. Why would he fucking answer your prayer?
No, he doesn't have
Listen.
a foundation. It's all just quicksand.
Well, hey, listen. I'm with Rant.
I told the devil that too. The devil's a bitch.
All right,
I
be
hear
quiet
about
for a
that.
second.
That was a pussy.
Well,
Simple.
well, listen.
I
I
hear
grew up.
Jeff say
How
something.
cagey of you.
Well,
Oh
if you
shit!
want to, if you want
Is
to call it
Passover
that.
coming up, bro? I don't even want to know what the fuck's about to go down.
So again, it's just a fucking program in your subconscious. It's fine.
Relax for a
I'm
second.
just
Hey,
saying.
Jeff, what were you going to say? You agree with Rant what?
Well, I grew up Roman Catholic.
Yeah.
And so you just kind of like, you do what you're told as a child, just like everything else, like with school and with everything else. And when you get old enough to kind of make your own decisions and you start questioning things, not just because of what you're told, not that the initial like foundation of this stuff wasn't good at heart, but you can find holes in every religion, like every facet in life. Like, so you have to take what you've learned and not, for me, it's just the people that go full on and full fledged with blind faith. And I know religion is about faith, but when you start poking holes in that shit,
I don't believe in
No,
blind
it goes hold on, pause. It goes beyond.
How good are they
It's about
at
knowing.
installing
hold
guilt
on. You guys
trips
have no idea
and
what
guilt
Hold
complexes on the people in the
I
Catholic
wouldn't
Church?
have blind faith because then I couldn't stand
They got it
honest
down to a T
before
or
God.
what?
All right, man.
If I had
Go have
blind
your
faith,
fucking faith.
and I'm just
It's beyond
ignorant.
knowing. It's beyond knowing.
You know
Go
how to
have
do
your
that pretty
faith,
good,
and good
You know what
luck
I mean?
with that. You know what I mean?
Jeff.
Yep.
You think that the Roman Catholic Church is really good at installing guilt complexes into their pew sitters?
I feel like it was just it's just like it's super fucking judgy. It's I do feel like my family are good people, and so like when you get on like the NPC level where you just kind of, it's just like all of it's just almost like robotics. It's just like you don't have to, you just, oh, I have to go to church on Sunday. You do this. I don't know if these people really believe with what the fuck they're doing. They're just doing it because they're supposed to. That's what bothers me.
Look, it might have
about a
been
lot of
good
it.
at one point, but at this point in reality, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's
How
not.
bad did you feel when you did something wrong? Like, you know, did you not really
Well,
care?
I didn't need a church or anything else to tell me that. I always knew inherently when I was doing something wrong.
Do you know why it's not a good thing? I'll tell you. Because back in the day, the churches and the pastors and the preachers, they spoke the fucking truth. Okay? It was like these panels. They had balls. Men had fucking balls. Do you understand?
What are you talking about?
Listen,
when was
in
this?
the beginning of the churches. Okay? In the beginning, when it was supposed to be true, not when it was fucking colonized and all this bullshit. You know what I mean? Then you had individual churches that weren't controlled. And these people weren't fucking controlled people, and these people were out there doing the right thing. There were little scattered fucking things in America. There were
there's
good
a lot of
churches.
Catholics too.
But here's the problem. 501 Chapter 3C, the Vatican took control over all these fucking churches if they want to keep their doors open and remain
Vatican
tax-free.
has zero jurisdiction over this country in
And
any
so,
regard.
at the end of the day, right, they now control what these preachers are able to talk about. You can't say nothing against fucking LGBTQ. You're not allowed to. You understand? You can't even read this part of your scriptures to your fucking congregation.
Yeah, they probably conspire over the internet.
You need to tell your congregation that they need to get this thing. You need to close your fucking church because it's a fucking health code right now.
I don't know if people would do that, but
they did it. How about that?
Well,
look back over the last 4 years.
You're talking about from
Rewind the tape
pastor
4
to
years,
pastor,
bro.
church leader to church leader. I don't think any church leader has got
Yeah,
a
well, they
soft
did it.
enough ego
They
to give up
fucking
his
bent
church.
the knee. They bent the knee, bro. I watched them do it. I've
they-
gone there. They were
they
preaching
did.
to get the fucking thing. They bent the knee.
They bent
All
the
right,
knee.
we're a man of God. What can I say?
So those churches that claim to be churches are like the Jews who are not Jews but claim to be Jews. They're churches that are not churches that claim to be churches. Okay?
No,
I don't know.
It's the point that they really don't fucking believe what they're fucking saying. They're taking people's money and they're
trying to fill up the stands.
Well, I mean, the shit was like, it's built on fear. Like, if you really had true faith, then yeah, nothing in this fucking world could touch us. Like, Rant can say whatever the fuck he wants about me or Machine Lies or anybody. It doesn't matter. But if you know you're solid with what you truly believe in and your faith and who you are as a person and not insecure like a little bitch, then no one can touch you. So anyone can talk shit all day long and you could laugh it off. Or if you're ego and you're insecure and you're a bitch, then you could cry yourself to fucking sleep. A lot of people are just weak nowadays. And so they just let any and everything, you can be controlled. And that was shown the last 4 years. Like, the whole world buckled. Even it was like, oh, America wouldn't do that. Everyone was a bitch. It's fucking laughable. How did that happen? Where did we go? It's because they got us to quit believing and having faith in something bigger than us. So we were scared of losing our jobs. We're scared of losing money. We're scared of this and that. It's just like, we're all scared about dying. If you don't give a fuck about dying, if you think you are eternal and you have faith in
You don't
God.
understand how this shit works. They propped this country up artificially.
Yep.
So that they can take out the cards from underneath us. This was never a real thing. You see? It can't actually exist because it can't actually be supported. Unless you create an artificial system that supports it. But now we're at a point in time where that's not feasible.
Yeah, I feel like we're in this like
So
we're
you
like
have
in
to
this.
become self-sufficient, not so you could sustain yourself right now, but you have to become self-sufficient because if you don't, you will not be sufficient. There is not going to be a system to support the need, the demand.
Word.
Speculation.
It's not
that's
speculation.
no, that's true.
You believe in the Bible, then you also believe this.
Well, that I believe, but I'm just saying,
And you believe it. You know what I mean?
Logically, or reality. That's kind
Would
of
do good if
speculation.
you thought before you spoke.
No, we could also go right to the Word of God, and I can show you what reality is right now in terms of prophecy. But to say, I mean, it was a general statement, but to say like, you're not going to be.
I know you normally deal with chat.
It's speculation because it also says in Daniel that those who know their God will do exploits. That's me.
Did you say in Daniel you're going to do exploits? Is that what you just said?
Right.
Where does it say in Daniel that you're going to do exploits?
Hold on, I have to look that up.
Yeah, but DeFreak, weren't you saying like on Paul's earlier, like, I mean, everything that you're founded on is like you're in the system. You need your 401k. Like, if you were a truly faith believer, then you wouldn't fucking worry about all that shit. Like, you wouldn't worry about the world and being in it and not of it. Like, you would just.
I shouldn't.
Yeah.
I
So like,
shouldn't, but,
if you really have the faith that you proclaim or these verses that you spit, then you're fine. You should be untouchable. Who gives a fuck about? Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? Like in this fucked up world.
Jesus knew his own message, and he still did healing people because he still had compassion for people who were still alive. So you're just missing the point.
What's the way for me to thank him for revealing himself?
You don't have fucking compassion for other human beings that are going to be going through these tribulations, then you're missing the point. I have children. I have people, family, friends, neighbors. What do you mean? The world doesn't stop just because it's going to end one day.
Actually,
even in those tribulations, people are going to need to fucking eat or they're going to suffer. People are going to need protection or they're going to be pillaged.
Yeah, when shit gets really real, and I hope it doesn't, but if it ever really got real to where there's military in the streets and you're getting rations and shit, it's like you will find God really fucking quick if you didn't believe it, because there's nothing else to fucking do. When it's not in your hands anymore.
If that's so bad, just look at the future. It's not going to be any better.
I wish Benjamin
He's going to fuck shit up
would
too
come up
again.
on the panel and we could have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? I think I spoke to Benjamin one time before.
All right, it's in the chat, Rand. Daniel 11:32.
Such as do wickedly against the covenant shall he corrupt by flatteries, but the people that do know their God shall be strong and do exploits. Now, in Daniel, what does that word mean in Hebrew? Exploits.
I don't know, but it means you'll be doing stuff like, that'll.
It's going to be really important because you're basing a lot on one word, wouldn't you say?
All kinds of stuff like normal people.
You're basing like your whole shit on this one word instead of the message of Jesus. So I would learn everything about that word if I was going to stand on what you stand on.
Luke 4:4 says, to live by every
word.
word.
To do exploits because of Daniel, I would know about it.
Okay, let me know what does it say, what does it mean or whatever.
I'm saying go to Blue Letter Bible, type in the verse, and just click on the word.
I'm good, man. I've seen God. I'm good. Like I'm tight with him.
Okay, so
if he wants me to know, I'll know it. Like I don't have to worry about that.
Why'd you even go through the trouble of pasting the first verse then?
So DeFreak.
Now again before you're thinking.
And I kind of know my way around the word. I don't have it like memory verse like a lot of people.
If you're solid in what you believe and you're good.
Dude, but real quick, dude.
I can't argue what you're putting out here right now that you saw God's, but you know what I mean? I would just
So if you saw God, then why do you even need to preach, dude? Then you're on some other kind of level.
Not show him that I'm grateful, and he wants every soul that he can get.
So tell me your story. When you saw God, what happened?
Then why isn't the universe list then?
No,
didn't
I'd like to.
understand the question.
I'd like to hear the story. What happened? Did you have a
Yeah, I
near-death
was,
experience?
I heard some. Okay, I heard some bad news about my family. I prayed. I was sitting in the passenger side of a car. I prayed. The next thing I know, I was pretty much standing right in front of him. I mean, as much as you could say in front of him, 'cause he's large.
Like a light, or
Like
Yeah,
200 feet tall
it's
or
my
something?
avatar or whatever is the best image I could possibly find. That kind of almost looks as his some of his glory, just a tad.
Like
He's
kind of
just
like
it's
a
amazing.
energy kind of looking being or something.
Yeah, it's like he's the source of everything. It looks like a star exploding constantly. It's full of everything you can imagine.
okay, so why would you be fearful of like anything in this world at this point?
I'm not afraid of anything except him.
Okay, well that's good.
That's Stockholm syndrome, though.
Well, I put a lot of stock in him, and he's my home, so I'm good.
Oh, touche, I guess.
Yeah, so Reddington, what's happened in your life where you feel like you can't believe in anything? Because you seem like just a Debbie Downer about everything.
Oh, that's Rant's line, I guess.
I mean, honestly, both of
You
yous are
guys
Debbie
got
Downer.
me.
I mean, compared to Pi, right? Like Reddington's on like a 1. And Pi might be on like a 1.2 on the scale of like depressed, you know what I mean? Beta male. I don't know.
A 1 point. That's a joke,
Yeah, you're
right?
like at like a 1.2 on a scale of like 1 to 10 or whatever.
Says the guy who
Depression.
wants to connect with God with orgasms, so like I can't really take you that serious.
I'm not saying I wanted to connect with God through orgasms. I'm saying that I believe that in the moment that you have an orgasm, since you're given the power to create life in that millisecond, like I don't think that comes from me, right? So that power to create life comes from God.
I apologize. I'm derailing the
Like
convo.
you're trying to frame something that's like completely, you know what I mean, like knowledgeable and has a point to try to like assassinate my character because you are a low energy beta male. You know what I mean?
And I'm going to go back to it's very laughable that you call me a 1.2 because normally like I'm a 10, bruh.
Can you explain to me, do you have to like go out of your way to talk that feminine or is it natural?
Well, I just don't sound like a Jersey dude or whatever like you. So I don't know if that means beta or
You sound like you're in a
fuck it means.
library.
You want
And
me
you're trying to
fucking
be quiet to be respectful to the nerds reading with you.
You want me to be screaming, bruh?
You know what I mean?
You need me to be screaming, bruh? I don't have to talk loud to get my point across.
Like, this is me speaking low. I'm just saying you have no bass in your voice. It sounds like very feminine to me. I would have to try to sound that feminine as a meme.
Well, I can't fucking change my voice, bro.
I'm just saying, you seem like a pretty big framed person. How is your voice even that low?
Ask fucking God, bro.
Okie
I can get
dokie.
it. I can get it higher. I can get it lower. It didn't fucking matter.
That's a
He
good
could
argument.
probably be hard if he has to be. He's just is a more thoughtful person. That's all. I bet you he could be a real jammer, but he's probably grown out of it.
Who?
You, Jeff.
Jeff? Who's Jeff?
Or Mr. Pie.
Oh, Mr. Pie seems like a broken man. That's what broken men sound like and look like.
How so? Then why would you think that?
Because you don't have any like life left in you. It's like you just been beat by the system so much you don't even have any fight left in you to speak. It's like your balls have been taken away from you. It's like you've been eunuched by life.
Well, he doesn't know what it means, that's for sure.
Who?
Well, if you could describe like how someone's balls have been taken in life,
I'm
and
saying
how
like you have a head of a wolf and you're presenting yourself like a bitch.
because I'm not fucking talking shit and being loud.
No,
And you're a
just
motherfucker.
your whole fucking persona is just feminine. I don't know what to tell you about it. Gotta do something about it.
Well, that's your opinion.
Go drink a Red Bull, punch yourself in the face. I don't know. You gotta fucking do a push up. You do exercise, bro. That'll help you get some testosterone going. I don't know, bro. Just fucking something.
Is that all you got, bro?
It might be the butthole magic. I don't know. Stop doing butthole magic, and you might get.
Dude, how long have you watched him, man? Because he does the rope-a-dope pretty darn good. He's a lot more than you think he is.
So rant just goes off of the tone of voice, who I am as a man, although I could probably run circles around this motherfucker all day, every day. And anything.
Go for it. That's what we're here to do, bro. This is the track.
The difference is I know you think you know and he doesn't know.
What are you doing? Vroom vroom.
Vroom vroom. You're a tough guy, dude.
I'm not threatening you.
I know. I don't.
So why am I a tough guy? I'm just saying we're at the fucking drag strip. We're doing on the track. We're going around in laps. You're telling me you're gonna circle me. I'm
just saying you say I sound
not. I don't know what to tell you. Hit it.
Yeah, I know. Like you like to stir up controversy because that's like it's definitely fucking like projection, reverse psychology from a weak person to just say random shit about someone's voice, and they're not a tough guy. So
I'm just trying to figure it out.
It just says a lot about you.
It's not about
gay.
tough.
You can say whatever the fuck you want,
I don't
but
know why you're associating it with tough.
Get ugly.
I'm just saying, are you a man or a woman? Are you a man or
is that a fucking real question?
One or the other? Do you have to think about this question?
No, it's perplexing because it's the dumbest question I've ever been asked in my entire life.
I'm trying to figure it out. Are you a man?
To me,
or
it makes me sound like your fucking intellect is basically fucking low level
retarded. Are you
retarded.
trying to buy time to figure it out?
No, like you're just a fucking mental midget, bro. You think you know shit, but you're like all you do is.
Are you a man?
So
or
if you want to pick a fight with me just by saying my voice sounds feminine,
it does.
Good job, bro. Cool. I ain't no fucking Jersey guy, fucking like you, fucking over here talking shit like I know everything and I have a girlfriend. Oh, I'm tough guy.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a fucking real man now.
Like
hey, do I sound fucking tough? Hey, do I sound tough, Rand?
I like it better.
I can be like you when I fucking grow up. And
yo, if you like this, I would like
hey,
a lot better.
Hey, maybe I'm a fucking
He's bringing it up. It's at like a 2.5 now. See, I like that. We're working. We're getting somewhere.
Yeah, you just sound fucking retarded.
See, you went back down to like a 1 point fucking, maybe even a 1 now. Because now you folded. No good.
Well, I don't really give a fuck what you think, bro.
Well, then why are you here?
I'm here on his panel, not your panel.
I know, but I'm telling you
we're having a conversation.
I'm just saying, if I'm here telling you what I think, and you don't care what I think, why are you still here?
Because I was here first. Nanny, fucking boo boo.
I'll just say that I'm honored to be in the presence of a dude that was hit on by men and women his whole life. He's probably like has to say no a lot. So anyway.
All right. I'm just saying, look. I didn't think it was going to get into that big of a debate. You know what I mean? I was just going to say, hey, you might want to put a little oomph in your shit. You know what I mean? Represent men in the world. They're trying to take away masculinity. They want you to be a fucking pussy whip bitch. And yo, unfortunately, we live in a reality where people are going to treat you based on the way you look, the way you act, the way you speak. Just the way it is, Mr. Pie. And so you look like life has beaten you down. And I'm trying to fucking explain to you that the way back up is to fight back. It's not to give up. It's not to just fucking let life run you down and run you over. You got to get the fuck out of the way of the car, or it's going to keep crushing you. You are a man, right? So what does a man speak like? You don't have to fucking speak softly. Fuck people. Fuck everybody. At the end of the day. But they're going to respect you more when you're not speaking like a fucking bitch. I'm just saying. Doesn't matter what you're saying sometimes.
He doesn't know, and you think you do know. That's the difference in confidence. That's all.
It's not even a difference in confidence. You can fucking
he's getting to the age now where it's like, what's the point? What's the meaning? Why is this?
Look
Why
it
is all
up.
my
Look up
labor
the
going to be in
psychology.
vain?
I don't fucking
Why did
know.
all my work mean
Had
nothing?
a lot of life experience. People that speak softly don't get anywhere. They can't get nothing done. Because they have no fucking respect from anybody. Because they don't even have respect for themselves. You can't have respect from nobody if you don't even respect you.
Assumptions.
You're a man. Man represents God on earth. Does God talk like a bitch?
Well, I wasn't
I'm
aware
just
that I
saying.
talked like a bitch.
Does he act like a bitch?
No, dude, I fucking run shit, so... it doesn't
Okay,
really-
embody that. Run with it. Now, act like you run shit. You get what I'm saying? If you're going to say you do it, then at least pretend you do it.
What
Embody.
if he didn't know much about this topic that we talk about? What if he didn't know much? Then
You
how
got to start somewhere,
you still want him to be the boss?
You got to
Still need
start
him to be the
somewhere.
boss?
Go out there and do what you think you need to do and make corrections as you go along. You'll figure it out
All
eventually
right.
if you keep
All
trying.
right, so he's got it all figured out except the God part. And here he is. Okay, now what?
Well,
Now,
the way I've talked to people and the way I've done things in my entire life has gotten me to the point where I am. So
what's the point where you are? Tell me.
It seems to be working for me more than
What's your
most
point
people.
that you're at right now? Tell me. What's the situation? The status report?
I mean, have you ever listened or been on a panel before or what? No?
I've had a couple interactions with you on a few panels. I don't follow you enough.
So I have a 10,000 or 15,000 square foot weed farm in Northern California.
Nice.
That I've had since 2020.
Okay.
It has and been difficult. I mean, yeah, maybe it sounds like that in my voice. Maybe I do sound a little defeated. It's nonstop. It's a lot of fucking work. It's my dream, and
well, fucking snap out of that bullshit.
Yeah, well, yeah. What I'm saying is like, but I'm doing it. It is at times, definitely fucking. It's war on me for sure, dude. The first couple of years, I was fucking beast mode. You couldn't stop me. The last
and you
couple,
need to get back to that, bro. You need to get back to beast mode. If you wake up fucking defeated in the morning, you're not gonna have victory by nightfall.
I hear you. I hear you on that.
Talking about the physical labor.
So maybe that's a good point. No, just all of it, dude. It's just trying to. Well, no, I mean,
you're selling stuff to kids, or you're selling stuff to people that's damaging people. That kind of deal, or is it actually physical labor?
No. It's just
okay, good.
No, just trying. No, everything that we do it really organic and right, and all that other shit. It's just more about a lot of stress on getting money back to an investor, a friend, like not failing. So there's just been a lot of fucking pressure and a lot of stress. So that is what it is.
Do they have that shit timed out? Like, do they have a calendar mapped out for each seed crop, and like you have to stay on that fucking schedule, or like you lose something contract, or I mean, like is it crazy like that?
Well, it's based on sales, prices, gross, net. I mean, there's a fucking million things that go into it.
So what's the problem?
The industry that should be like the less stressful, the least stressful. Even then they're putting the clock on you. It sounds like.
I don't understand. What's the problem? This shit is lucrative. What's the issue?
No, that's the problem. Is it hasn't been lucrative for my investors.
Why is it not lucrative? It's weed.
If you paid attention to the industry, it hasn't. It dropped out.
Bro,
So-
I don't care
Come
what
to Arizona, bro.
I don't care what you tell me. It's still worth money.
Yeah, it's still worth money. It's just not as much as what we thought. So
What did you think it was going to be worth a pound?
Well, when we started, it was like anywhere from $800 to $1,200 a pound, and now it's like down to $400.
How many you got? Look, this is what I'm trying to explain to you at the end of the day, right? You got it over there. You're trying to get $400 a pound. There's people out here that'll pay $2,500 a pound. You just don't know the right people. You should not be losing money with a weed business. This is fucking. What are you doing?
Well, what happened was in Northern California, you had the Ling move in, and
I'll tell you what happened.
kind of like autonomous areas. Law enforcement can't even go in and snatch up their crops, and they're flooding the market with their crap and driving the price down.
He's not out there meeting people.
Arizona.
He's over here on the internet complaining about it.
I'm not complaining about
What
it.
he needs to do is he first needs to get angry, and I'm having a hard time of getting him angry. He needs to get angry and realize that it's him that's the problem, right? And he needs to actually just go out and do what he needs to do to make the fucking money instead of worrying about the investors, right? If you're having a problem selling your product, go further away from where the fucking saturation is. If you're still having a hard time selling your product, go even further. If you're scared,
Donald Trump
you're
as
gonna have a
president,
hard
you'd
time
probably be
paying your
motivated to
investors.
do work and stuff, and like
Look,
actually do
if you're
stuff like
scared
you
in
need
this
leadership like Donald
you're not
Trump.
gonna go nowhere.
That motherfucker was up in front of the camera every day, taking the heat like a man. And
Doesn't matter,
and
bro.
Biden's
It
off.
doesn't matter. He
Biden's
should have
off
been
at
on the
fucking
camera
bozo
taking
land.
the heat. No one should
That's
be on
called
the camera
leadership.
taking the heat when they
If
got
he had a
problems.
smidgen of that, snap out of what he thinks he might be, wrapped in or
Look.
not in, whatever.
If I got shit I gotta do in my real life, you won't even fucking see me. He's here for advice because he don't know what to do. I'm giving it to him.
I'm
What's
not
next?
here. I wasn't here for advice. You asked me a question. So
Why are you here?
Like Biden's the go to the morgue president, and Donald Trump is like the prep rally president.
Why are you here?
I'm here for entertainment, camaraderie. I mean, I don't watch TV or anything, so I mean, to me, this is fun. And also, I think, I don't know, who knows? Like, God and the universe works in mysterious ways, so I'm attracted to certain people, certain things, and maybe people could give me some good advice. Maybe, maybe you could give me some good, hardcore advice. I don't think I'm a bitch or anything. It's just, it's very complicated. I couldn't get into like how much details it goes in like 4 years of doing this shit. So it's easy. It's easy to.
The first step to not being a bitch is to admit when you're being a bitch, so that you could get over it.
Schedule as best
not
you
be a
can.
bitch.
Hopefully, Trump will get in, and it'll be motivation to actually do stuff because Biden's depressing.
If I'm carrying some shit heavy up my fucking hill, right? It's real heavy. And I'm not wanting to carry it. I'm not just gonna like put it down because I'm gonna in my own mind, I'm gonna say, what are you, a fucking bitch? I'm gonna fucking get mad and I'm gonna pick that shit up and I'm gonna get it up the fucking hill. Life is the same as that fucking log, bro. You live in the woods, you learn a lot of shit from fucking nature and life itself. God makes it fucking aware to you.
Dude, that's the most beautiful thing that I've seen since I've been out here. It's not even about the fucking money, dude. It's about the process.
I'm just saying, you haven't got the log up the hill yet. And now right now you're
totally legal there.
at the bottom of the hill, right? You're holding the log. It's getting heavy. Your arms are wiggling. You're like, I don't know if I'm going to get this fucking log up this hill. It's real heavy. See, now you're starting to psych yourself out that you ain't going to be able to do it. And you could stay in that, or you could fucking get angry.
You're right.
And get the log up the hill. I don't know how you're going to do it, because the guy at the bottom of the hill never knows exactly how or what steps it's going to take place before he fucking gets the log from bottom to top. He just gets angry and starts pushing forward. And that's what you need to do. Just get angry, push forward, right? And you will do everything you need to do. You'll pay the fucking investors. You'll get out of this funk. But the biggest problem is not the investors or the money or the farm. It's you. You allowed yourself to be convinced that you can't do it. Somehow.
Maybe you're right.
That's the Matrix fighting you. If you agree with the Matrix, it will suppress you. If you resist it, it will bother you. But if you continue to resist the Matrix and ignore it and continue pushing forward, it will give up. It cannot expend that much energy. It just can't.
Biden is super depressing. This reminds me of that last year of Bush, W. Bush. Like, people were like depressed. You know, he was a stumbling, mumbling idiot, and it's just depressing as hell. You know, that's
No, I'm good, dude. I'm not a bitch. No, I mean I got this, dude.
No, you are a bitch. You need to understand that, and then you need to become not a bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that a man is a bitch. Fucking, it's your destiny. And every human being can change. Everyone was a child at one point and was a fucking bitch. You know what I mean? And
God don't love betas. That's for sure.
But what I'm saying is, it's a choice. You know what I mean? It should piss you off. You know what I mean? And the fact that you're not pissed off is probably because you're over medicating on the weed or whatever, and it's keeping you balanced out. And that's a fucking self trap that sometimes we fall into. Sometimes you need to take a little break off the weed and get angry. I know that surely makes me angry. It's supposed to, because you start to become aware of all the shit you've been fucking just not giving a fuck about. And then you get angry. It's not a withdrawal from the weed. It's a fucking realization of being back in reality.
Word.
And that shit will make you angry and you will push forward. And then when you get to a point where you're fucking chilling, you can use that weed to supplement your fucking, stress levels or whatever the fuck you need it for. But sometimes you just need to get angry.
Yeah, that's true. I try to repress that fucking anger, but when it comes out, dude, it's like fucking driving on the knife for me.
You gotta channel it, right? People
start selling where it's illegal and the price is higher. You know, like Idaho or something or wherever. Like, sell it to where it's not legal, and that'll drive the price right up to like 50% immediately, probably.
You gotta channel that shit, bro. You can't just get angry and go punch someone in the face. You gotta get angry and push yourself past what your quote unquote limits are. Because your limits are set by you. And then reality. But you set the first limit. See, our bodies are always capable of much more than we could even imagine. And we make a limit.
Might go out and punch somebody in the face.
I agree with that. We set limits. Mainly in the mind, though. Our bodies are pretty fucking resilient no matter what. But it's a mind thing.
I'm just saying, you might think you're going to lift a car, but, you know what I mean? At a certain point, physical reality just tells you that it's not going to happen. I'm not saying you can't figure it out and get a leverage and get a lever and flip the car somehow, but, you know what I mean? Your original notion might not be correct. And then you got to adapt to the situation, or the Matrix can stop you.
Yeah.
Either one of you guys ever take steroids?
I did when I was like 22, like once.
I took like fucking weight gain 5,000 and creatine and shit. But that's like you can buy that in GNC. You know what I mean?
I've been taking some testosterone boosters as of like this last month.
I don't think any of that shit is like testosterone, though. That's just like weight gainer.
Well, no, I asked the dude, and he was like, because I was just like, damn, maybe because I'm 43. I'm like, damn, maybe I've never got, like, some of my friends and go get all their blood work done and do all this other shit, and they're like, oh, I'm low T. I'm like, well, maybe I am. I don't fucking know. So I just grabbed some shit, and dude, I've been getting fucking mad boners every time I wake up now for like a month, and I'm like, damn, I haven't had boners like this in the morning.
It's not that, bro.
Forever. I'm like, so I guess it's working.
It's the weed, because you got to understand, weed supplies your brain with like an estrogen. You got to understand that. And
well,
when
dude, I mean, I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke weed every day. I don't really get high.
Look, I'm just saying, I smoke weed to combat my like over fucking abundance of violent fucking tendencies and over masculinity and shit. You know what I mean? So like I gotta calm down.
Yeah, I do like I have some tinctures like with Rick Simpson oil or whatever. So I'll do like a very like microdose every time I go to sleep, and I sleep like a fucking baby. And I
Like,
think
I don't know about Rick Simpson oil or nothing and shit, but I mean, look, bro, at the end of the day, if you're taking weed, right, it's gonna put like an estrogen type of thing in your body that's gonna suppress you. And all I'm saying is less weed, you will become angry and you will be pushing forward, you'll be more likely to sit down. And that's kind of the goal, is to move.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the thing is I've never been an angry person, no matter what. So I don't know if that's
You say you sleep like a baby, but how long does it take for you to fall asleep?
Well, the last like few days I've been like fucking weed whacking all day long and in the sun and just transplanting and doing all kinds of shit with the farm. So as soon as I hit the bed, dude, I'm out in like 10 minutes. But then, but I take that shit and then I wake up, like it takes like 2 or 3 hours it's weird. It takes like 2 or 3 hours to hit, and then I wake up like fucking the Undertaker. It's like I'm like, I'm hungry, and then I just go fucking tear apart my fridge, and then I go right back to sleep. And that's kind of like the pattern with that shit, depending on how much I take.
If you weren't physically tired, like, would the anxiety keep you awake, and for how long before you actually fell asleep like a baby?
No, I've never really had that much problems like falling asleep, dude. Like I love sleep. I maybe sleep too much. That's my problem, and maybe it's because you have to have like a to-do list, like so much shit to do, like a purpose kind of to wake up. And sometimes I've been in limbo for like 4 months about my business and shit. So it's been a little bit tough.
Your reason, bro. The reason that you're in limbo and all this shit is because you don't have a reason to wake up. You got to give yourself a reason.
That's where Paul enslaved is valuable. Like, he would call your dumbass and say, "Wake up, you punk! Wake up and do something with your life. What are you doing over here?"
Get angry at the situation in order to fucking make it better. Otherwise you'll be complacent, and then that'll be it. That whatever situation you're in, you'll just remain in that. If you want something better, you need to do better. You're not just going to get better just by waiting it out. It doesn't work like that.
Word. No,
You know what
I mean, I can't disagree with that at all, dude.
I
gotta get some more fucking bass in my voice, motherfuckers.
That's what I'm saying. And you feel better too. Like, you will actually start to have more energy by just having more energy. I can't explain it.
Sleepy Joe.
Like an object in motion stays in motion. You know what I mean? Low vibrations fucking harmonize and resonate with low vibrations.
Prozac might work too, because not only is it an antidepressant, but it can help with anxiety.
Strong energy resonates with strong energy. I can't be around too many people that be low energy. They bring me down. You know what I mean? I need people that bring me up.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I would say
I need people that make me fucking angry or fucking, you know what I mean, motivate me to fucking do the next thing that I need to do.
Yeah, I would say that my entire life, like, I've been the dude that brings the energy, and people want to be around me.
Like,
and I'm not a low energy dude for the most part, but I guess maybe I have been a little bit.
I have kids. I see them go through the same kind of shit. They're all fucking depressed. They don't want to do some shit, right? We're all going to the park. One kid don't want to go to the fucking park. And you're like, hey, you're going to have a lot of fun at the park. And they're like, yeah. You're like, yeah. You ready to go to the park? They're like, yeah. So.
Sounds like he needs Donald Trump.
Look, it's like, bro, if you're just like stuck in a way, sometimes someone's got to pull you out of it. But sometimes there's no one there. You got to pull your fucking self out of it.
No, I agree with that. I don't even want to say like, people are bad influences or good. Like, I need to do what I need to do, period. And I've done it my whole life. So if I'm you're right. So like, if
whatever you surround yourself with, that's what you will become. Understand that.
Agreed.
When you see Donald Trump telling these reporters and these liars and the fake news, you're liars. Your outfit stinks. You should go hang yourself. Be ashamed of yourself. We need to be better Americans.
Oh, calm down, son.
Right? That motivates you
No
every day.
hanging people around
I don't know what the fuck you're on about, but what I'm saying is the people you surround yourself with, if you don't like them, right, that's why you don't like you, because you are them. You become the people around you, they become you.
That's right, dude.
This is resonance. This is what it is.
You there, TML? There's some people in the back, or were.
Cage was smart for leaving.
I've had really good conversations with Cage, but he's stuck. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people stuck.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There's nothing you could do for someone who's stuck. You just gotta hope they get unstuck. Then you can help them.
I think you're right.
I don't think everyone can be helped.
Crash
At the end of the day, right? I could be wrong. Who knows?
I think you're right on.
I mean, for me, like, I'm never so stubborn that I wouldn't take advice or think about what people say to me and take it, because that's, I'm going to keep growing, dude. Like, maybe I don't see it sometimes.
95% of men out here. That makes you better than 95% of the men out here.
I'm saying, like, yeah. So if, like, someone calls me out and says, "Oh, you're being a bitch," it might piss me off, but it's like, maybe I do need to get pissed off, but I'm okay with that. Like, I will look.
Yo, you gotta understand.
I'll look inward and be like, dude, what do I need to do to be better, right? Because that's what we need to do.
You don't have to be a bitch. Here's one thing you could do to be better. If you weren't a bitch, you wouldn't keep mentioning that I called you a bitch. I only called you a bitch one time. You've mentioned it more than 3 times. Think about it.
Roll the tape back.
You have to be a bitch. You're deciding to in every moment.
TMO, we got a Neuro Jack in the back. If you could let him in, please.
I think he has succumbed to a THC coma.
I think you might be right.
Could be possible. Reddington, what do you think about all this shit?
It's distractions.
Dude, I'm offended, by the way. Fuck you, Rant, comparing me to his low energy. Because Reddington, you're the most low energy dude I've ever listened to in my entire life, bro.
Reddington come on the scene like Eeyore. He's like, "Hey guys."
Eeyore.
Benjamin. How do you do?
What up? What up, man?
How's it going over there, bro?
Going okay. Told ya, Israel will be fine. You
Look,
guided
bro,
me.
here, bro.
You said, "Are you sure? You sure Israel's gonna be fine?" I was like, "Yep, not a doubt in my body."
Hey, bro, I figured some shit was gonna go down. I didn't know how bad it was gonna be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I knew how bad. Told you.
How'd you know,
How'd
bro?
you know?
You the intel?
I had the intel. I put out a video like 2 months ago saying exactly what was gonna happen.
He's got the Mossad intel, bro.
Intel or scripture?
It's a midrash. Yeah.
There's so many agents around here. The CIA, Mossad.
So
I'm Mossad, and I'm gonna waste my time here on this backbeat channel that doesn't mean anything to anybody.
That's how you know he's Mossad, bro.
Oh shit!
Did you say you know by intelligence or by like scripture?
No, I knew because of a midrash.
What
You got a mid rash? You got a rash in the mid?
Yep, that's what it is, a midrash.
Is it itchy?
No, actually, feels good.
Is it contagious?
Is it contagious? It is.
So a rash told you that Israel was going to wipe out Palestine?
It was a mid rash.
No. About the Iranian attack, it was going to be okay. Rant was telling me like, you think Israel's going to be okay? I was like, yeah. That's cool. Our last time we talked.
Hey, bro, shit is going to probably still escalate.
So no World War III or what?
I still
What if God knew and what if God knew and it was written down? Would you
I think
believe
it's
it?
definitely going to have to be World War III.
It's all distractions until
I don't think it is.
Until the
all I'm saying is Iran isn't the real threat.
yeah, the U.S. has always been the real threat.
Yeah, eventually, not yet.
Eventually.
I'd keep your eyes on Syria and Iraq more than Iran right now. But
it's all fucking. It's a chess game, dude. It's all
Donald Trump kept
distractions
the
and
oil.
bullshit.
Joe Biden gave it right back away for nothing.
And the Chinese are fucking invading America right under your noses.
This is true.
They're buying up all the land. They have surveillance equipment everywhere. They got your TikTok and all your kids.
It's true.
They're sending you fentanyl.
That is true.
Yep. Pushing the transgender agenda.
Probably
making everyone weak. I get it.
Yes, subversion.
Infiltration instead of invasion.
But here's the question: who's controlling China?
Chinese?
Not Chinese.
Xi Jinping?
What they call the PR? It's the PR that starts with a P.
I mean, all these plans were put into motion in the 80s. Like, they haven't changed since then.
It was earlier than that. You know that.
Yeah, people plan way in advance.
Yo, Benjamin
Not
over
in the
here.
U.S. The U.S. only has like 4-year terms, but
Say that again.
I said
not in the
Benjamin.
U.S. The U.S. only has 4-year terms.
Like butter.
Yeah, but they're still selected, and that was pre-planned. All of that's pre-planned. So terms doesn't mean shit. Correct?
I mean, it's harder to plan when you don't know who the next candidate is and if they're going to trash all your plans. Like, Biden trashed all of Trump's plans, and Trump's going to trash all of Biden's plans. They trashed all of Obama's plans.
You don't think they were all in cahoots besides Trump?
Here's my question: how are y'all going to get someone else to blow up Dome of the Rock, and who's it going to be?
No one's going to blow it up.
What's going to happen to it?
One day they're going to ask us to build a temple there.
I don't think
Build
so.
that temple.
Yep.
Build that temple.
They're going to ask us one day when they realize that they need it.
I don't know, bro. I think they know what happens if you build a temple.
What happens if we build a temple? What do you think happens if we build a temple?
I think you know what happens if they build a temple. I think at this point everybody knows what happens if you build a temple. That's why there's a mob.
Well, that's a problem because nothing's going to happen when you build a temple. It's not going to seem like anything at first.
No, it's not what I heard.
It's going to be just like anything happens one day to the next. It'll look all natural.
It's going to go down.
Nah,
I don't know.
No, temple gets built when everything's done going down. Once everything's done going down, that's when it gets built.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah. It's going to get built when everyone's ready for it, not before.
Yo, was Solomon even a real person, or was it just the temple of the sun, earth, and the moon?
Shlomo was a person. He was a king.
Are you positive?
Yeah. He wrote a bunch of books. He wrote we have more of his words than we have of Jesus' words.
I mean, look, we got a lot of words of
You have
J.K.
no idea what Jesus said, but we know what Solomon said.
Doesn't mean Harry Potter. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? There's been some significant edits to the Bible, to say the least.
No.
Yeah, Yeah, what
You know?
cracks me up is people that quote ancient texts from like 3,000 years ago and say it was in the book, and we can't even agree what happened yesterday. Me and Rant could talk about, oh, we got in a fight, and we were talking about this and that, and then it can be misconstrued in one day, live and recorded, but everyone believes that everything that was written before was totally true. It's hilarious to me.
I mean,
Well,
that's true of the New Testament more than
Because
the Old
everything
Testament.
that changed today doesn't mean that it changed because it hasn't changed. That means that it might be true.
I mean, what if it was
So what
changed?
did Solomon write? He wrote the Song of Songs, which is like a love song between Israel and God. He wrote Mishle, the Proverbs, which is a whole bunch of useful proverbs that are all very significant and mean a lot. And he wrote Eicha. Yeah.
Huh?
What
He
evidence?
wrote the what's it called? The Everything Has Its Time, a time for war, a time for peace. That book,
Ecclesiastes,
Ecclesiastes. There you go.
and part of the Apocrypha. You know, there's a lot of good stuff in there too. But yeah, he was there. You know, he existed. You know, he didn't just do magic and make up a bunch of words. You know, he was probably inspired by God and did all that. He was a king, so he's probably literate. So it makes sense that the word of God would come through the king because he's the king of Israel anyway.
Did he by any chance use demons to build one of the temples? By any chance?
He might have. I don't know. He might have.
I'm saying, like, if he uses demons, right, based on some names that was given to him by an angel on a ring.
On a ring, sure. The ring.
It's not that he used them or he had authority over them and did whatever, he commanded them and they did whatever, doesn't mean he was evil. He probably had them do good stuff as punishment to them.
What did
I mean, we do have it in tradition that he did build the temple, but he also brought about the destruction of the temple at the same time. He had 1,000 wives, and that's what caused the destruction of the temple, apparently.
What did the Templars find in the temple?
What do you mean?
Caused them to become, Baphomet worshippers and shit.
What are you talking about?
The Templars.
What about the Templars?
What did they
The
find?
Templars existed long after the destruction of the Second Temple.
Yeah, what did they find in it that caused them
They
to all
didn't go in it. It was destroyed already.
So how do you know all this?
How did they not find it?
It was already destroyed. The Templars are around during the Crusades, like 1,000 years after the destruction of the Second Temple.
So
they raided Solomon's temple.
So you know all this because
after it was destroyed, they raided it and pillaged it.
It was destroyed for 1,000 years.
Archaeology,
They
scripture,
stole secrets like fractional lending, all kinds of shit.
The people who raided the temple were the Romans.
I'm saying the original Romans got the fractional lending. The Templars are based on the knowledge of what was found in the temple. You can say it's the Jesuits. I mean, whoever you want to say it is, bro. The De Malay
I
Society.
don't know. The Romans still have all of the temple artifacts at the Vatican right now.
I'm saying the original, like the people who were going by the name of Templars, like you have Templar Masons right now. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the original people who were the people who went in the temple and got the secrets.
Well, they were already Christian by then, so he doesn't care.
The temple was already destroyed 1,000 years by then. If anyone would have looted the temple, it would have been long looted by then.
I don't know. Sound
1,000 years, man? That's a long time, man. How old are you?
Sounds fishy, bro.
He doesn't care because it relates to Jesus Christ, and any part of that is not going to be accepted by them, and they just don't bother. Why would they?
Who's they?
The Hebrew people, Israel, Jews, whatever you want to say. I was going to start saying, some slang, but I won't. It's probably the first time I've smoked weed in months, man.
I wish I had some fucking mushrooms.
I feel like Benjamin is not honest.
What am I being dishonest about?
Like everything.
All right. Well, I'm just the Matrix coming to reinforce itself, to protect itself. Then I guess.
I don't doubt that.
That's what you
Hey,
accuse me of.
Benjamin, do you know Zechariah 12?
Sure.
Like, do you think that is current reality for Israel right now and the world?
All right, let me look it up.
The whole thing is in effect right now, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, it's the process is in the middle of the process. It's way in the middle. Zechariah 12. Here we are. I think maybe my numbering is different than your numbering. The land will mourn each of the families. Is that what it is?
The burden of the word to Israel, saith the Lord, who stretches forth the heavens and layeth the foundation of the earth, and formeth the spirit of man within him. Zechariah 12. It's after Zephaniah.
Okay, yeah. Yep, I got it. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah, it's pretty much every single thing in there is like reality right now. You know.
Yeah, or for the past 50 years, yeah.
The Heart the Fire, Governors of Judah, House of David, like God, basically saying they're not going to have mercy on the Palestinians. I mean, it's pretty much over. They're done, especially if you reference, like Isaiah 14:31. It's all like convergence,
I mean, the Palestinians are still going to be around after this. They're not going to get
they'll be Israelis now.
Hopefully, maybe. I don't know, but I doubt it.
Hey, is it possible?
It's going to be a process. Everything's a process. That's the thing. In the book, it all seems like it's going to be instant, but what actually ends up unfolding in reality is a process.
Would everyone here agree that we have HARP and CERN, and we can manipulate weather, earthquakes, everything else, hurricanes? Yes or no?
I know. I would agree with some of that, and the weather, the climate change, weather, geoengineering is also, I think, real with the chemtrails.
Yeah.
What about Jewish space lasers, bro?
So we do cloud seeding, everything else. So
hopefully we'll never have to use them. But yeah, what about them?
Okay. So would it be possible? Would it be? Could it be possible that these prophecies in the Bible can be manipulated by man, because we could have a drought like the Euphrates River, or create floods, or do all these things that were prophesied in the Bible because we can manipulate things? Yes or no?
No. I don't think so, because why would they want to bring the prophecy to pass like that? Because he knew, regardless of the method of why, God knew, and he wrote it, had it written down. So
wait, that's the ultimate answer is why would they, is to convince the masses that the books were real. So if the prophecies came real and they were man-made and manipulated, then everyone would be like, holy shit, that's just a prophecy. It happened. But they were man-made. Do you see what I'm saying?
So it's a continual conspiracy of the scripture that's happening now so that they can fake out Christians.
So if those
I think Christians have already been faked out. But
Rand, what's your thought on that?
I think that, what I'm saying, the synagogue of Satan is real.
It's pretty hard to run. It's pretty hard to run a conspiracy for 2,000 years. So I'd say that's false.
No, you don't have to run it for 2,000 years. You could just make it happen now because of technology.
All right, but even still, the prophecies are coming to pass according to the Word of God. So the
get you better
means doesn't really matter.
Fake alien invasion would be
He's
great.
being glorified either way. So I guess it really doesn't matter if he's being glorified. right?
What do you mean by glorified?
It's happening. So like his word is being glorified as true. He's being shown as true. He, is declaring that he's the Lord, that he's God, that he's the one. Like, it's me, I'm him. I do this stuff, and I do that stuff. It's always been me, that kind of stuff. That's, he's glorifying himself.
Well, what I'm saying is, if it's manufactured, then
It
how is
doesn't
it
matter.
true?
Even if it's manufactured, it had to happen, right?
Well, to manipulate the masses, yeah.
It's like if I know a car is going to crash tomorrow and I decide to drive on the road, doesn't mean I made it happen. It meant a car was going to crash on the road whether I drove on it or not.
Well, God wants to show how stupid the Christians are.
Whoever wants to drive the car on the road
So he's
tomorrow
scooping
can.
them so that everyone else can laugh at them, so that God is glorified, even like that.
That's not true. God goes to painstaking lengths to make sure that we're not being manipulated, to make sure that our faith is pure and true, and not because we've been forced to believe.
How do you
y'all get
test?
so manipulated then?
How do you test our faith now, like nowadays?
Why does it need to be tested?
You
It's
just said
tested
that.
because it's not true. It's as long as God is hidden, your faith is being tested.
Well, isn't that going to be forever?
If you're in heaven,
No,
no,
not
because you'll be in the presence of God, and you'll be in the presence of God. You'll know that you're there. You won't need faith. You'll just know.
Well, I mean, think about the Old Testament, how the Hebrews come out of Egypt with all of the miracles and signs, and then they still question God, right?
Yep. The physical realm is what separates us from the spirit level of God.
What do you think that has to happen for a huge majority of people to feel that way and feel tested and to have faith again?
First, I say,
And I'm not saying that I
God.
don't. And I'm not saying that I don't have faith. I do. So I'm just being like an antagonist on this.
Yeah. First, it would take God, and then it would take prayer by the person who wants to know God to ask God to reveal himself to them. And then after that, it would take the goodness in the heart of man to propagate him, which is probably not going to happen.
I don't think it matters. If you want to reject God, you can reject God. Doesn't matter. And if you want to accept God, you accept God.
What if people accept a God that is not God? And they think it's God?
And that's idolatry, man.
What if they don't know?
The devil.
Like, what if they just don't know? They think it's God. They don't know. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that would be a win for the devil.
What would be a way to determine if they were following God? What is God like? How do we know?
Well, he describes himself in the Bible pretty well,
Well,
he talks about himself a lot.
Benjamin is aware of the understanding of the Hebrew name. He understands it means your character. And so when Jesus comes in the name of God, he comes in the character of God as a good man, demonstrating. And no one else has done that. No man has done that, honestly.
I don't think so. That's true.
Well, what man has done that?
I mean, every prophet does that.
Paul enslaved. Just kidding.
They all live as a good man? Holy?
I mean, the one man who didn't sin was supposed to be Yishai, the father of David.
Jesse?
Okay. So would you say that these men are after God's character?
I would say that God's character is unknowable. We know how he relates to us, but
How
we
is
don't
God's
know what his character
character
is in essence.
unknowable?
How do
If
we
we
know
were
that?
Describes himself in the Bible. Like we know what his characteristics are, or whatever. But
I'm
you
saying
know,
we were given an example so we can know his character through his son.
So we know his character through relativity, how he relates to
Father
us in
like
the world, but we don't know his character in essence.
No, I mean like father like son. You know, you can get an idea that God is a good God. He's a God that is
Who
benevolent.
is God's son? Who is God's son? What does the Bible say? Who is God's son?
He has a lot, to be honest.
Because several times it says who God's son is.
But like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day,
who's his firstborn son? Who's God's firstborn son?
You know, Jesus Christ is his only begotten son.
So his firstborn son, it says over and over again in the Bible, his firstborn son is the nation of Israel.
Begotten.
Over and over again.
well, it also
Firstborn.
says,
I know what y'all
Adam
want.
was the first.
Well, that's
Son
not a
of
person.
God.
That's not a person, though. What do you mean the nation of Israel?
At the end of the day, it gets
That's
deep.
what it says.
I have the understanding, you know what I mean?
I don't know if it says that, but what it does say is God will reveal Himself through Israel, and there's no other way that He will reveal Himself.
It also says that Israel is his wife, basically. So
That's
like
the Song of Songs. Yeah.
yeah, but what I'm saying is it says a lot of things about Israel, and we can't assume that it's his son and it's his wife, because that's weird, you know what I mean, gay incest. You know what I mean?
Huh?
If it's his son and his wife, that would be gay incest.
Why can't it be talking about two different kinds of relationships?
I'm just saying.
Why does everything have to be one?
Yeah, so it talks about the relationship, but we're talking about literally his sons. And he has, like as the sons of God go into the daughters of men. That's not saying that Israel went into the daughters of men. You know what I mean?
Israel makes up the tribes of Israel and the Hebrew people.
Like the daughters of men was Israel at that point. So the sons of God are essentially Malachim, the Malachs.
Say what?
The spiritual beings that existed before we did.
Those are called jinn.
I mean, he understands them as Malachs.
Yeah, but that Adam was the angels were created, so like.
Yeah, you understand them as angels,
It
messengers.
doesn't mean they were evil Molochs.
You understand them as messengers. He understands them as Malachs. I'm not saying Molech. I'm saying Malach. It means messenger.
Oh, okay.
Malach. Yeah, Malach.
Malach. There you go. I'm not saying Molech. That's different.
Yeah, those are messengers.
Yeah, but
Malachim.
Yeah, it means messenger, angel.
What about every?
But it also means essentially
I thought all this through. Like, what about every fucking religion before that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. These are the beings that precede, man. And there was a portion of them, right? 33% that fell to earth. And these beings created hybrids with mankind. Now, the beings, the pantheons of beings that you see being worshipped around the earth as the gods, lowercase g, these are the false gods, aka fallen angels of antiquity. Now, their offspring, demigods, these are the Nephilim, the Rephaim. These are the hybrids that were created. You understand?
Nephilim are Bnei Anakim.
The giants.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you also have the Rephaim that were also hybrids.
Sure.
So, like, at the end of the day, this is why, it even says in the book that God was having, mankind trying to wipe them out. And at one point,
we did wipe out the Neanderthals, and we wiped out all of the other man-like creatures.
At one point, God wipes out the earth with the Great Flood, and there was some essentially survivors. And these survivors,
wipes out the land.
The survivors are the ones who basically land on land and restart the occult mystery religion under the guile of different.
So here it is, Exodus 4:22. My firstborn son is Israel. That's what it says.
Yeah, I feel you, but it also speaks a lot in allegory. You know what I mean?
Is it talking about Jacob?
Also, at the end of the day, you know what I mean? We know that the Hebrew people have been chopping.
And you can't deny that the Jewish people have been sacrificed as the firstborn son.
I mean, that's their interpretation of it.
God said He's going to reveal Himself through Israel. We're seeing that, and so all those other religions really don't matter.
Yo, at the end of the day, I've sat there and tried to run through Isaiah 53, right? And I've tried to understand the righteous servant is actually just Israel, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And all these different things. I've tried to really rectify it, but there's some problems. You know, when you
Yeah.
really get deep into it, it's not just talking about a nation. It's talking about a man that does.
It's talking about nations.
But
It's
I
on the
mean,
level of nations.
I
but even
know, look,
dude,
I
but
know
but
you think
even
it
before all
means
that, dude,
kingdom. I know you
there
think it means Israel. You know what I mean? I know you think that you ain't got a marriage divorce certificate. I understand the understanding.
We have a covenant. We have a covenant.
Right,
A
right. I
covenant
understand that
can't be
even though
broken.
y'all
Yeah.
broke the covenant, you know what I mean? There is
There's
no
a difference, though.
divorce.
There's
So
a difference
God
between
is
a
not.
covenant and an obligation to a covenant, and there's a difference
I
between
get
that
the
and like
idea.
love.
I get the idea. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, if you sit there and you just read that verse, you have an understanding of Jesus, you can't rectify it. You really can't. It's broken many Jews' minds. You know what I mean? That's the reality.
It hasn't broken anyone's mind.
They don't even
They
like
don't
to
know.
let y'all have that verse, to be honest. They skip
No,
over
it's a
that.
beautiful verse. It's a
But what
beautiful
about
verse. Why would you
Deny,
get rid of
they
it?
can deny Isaiah 22:23 like nothing.
Isaiah 53, bro, you know what I mean? It's powerful.
so what happened to every person on this planet before Jesus Christ? Hinduism, Buddhism, every other religion before this, were they all just damned to hell? Like it didn't count before
Not likely.
Jesus? Or like I mean,
So you're asking me what happened to the religions? I don't know. They
no,
evolved.
I'm asking
I can
what
tell you.
happened. I'm asking what happened to the souls, because apparently
the souls of who?
On a certain religion, you only go to heaven if you believe in this certain way. But do you believe in Buddhism, Hinduism,
So
all these other?
God gave Adam 6 commandments. The world descended to chaos, and he destroyed the world. He gave Noah a 7th commandment, and the world continued to descend to chaos. So he brought about Abraham, and since Abraham, then all of the Abrahamic faiths came around, and
they
all
were
of this
dead.
stuff didn't have to exist. That wasn't supposed to be a Jewish people. If the world did what it was supposed to do, we didn't need a Jewish people. We don't need this. It's just because we
Came
keep
from
falling.
Abraham. I mean, when God revealed himself to Abraham, that's when the Hebrews were officially, like, christened, I guess you could say.
Also, the Muslims and the Christians, all at the same time. Abraham's the father of many nations. He's the father of Rome. He's the father of all of the Arabs. He's the father of the Jews. That's his name. Literally means Abraham, the father of many.
Yes, sir.
And God made a covenant with him, not with Israel. He made a covenant with him first.
Yep. Yeah, you're in obligation, that's for sure.
But the Bible came after all these other religions. That's what I'm getting at.
It doesn't matter because God still only shows himself and reveals himself through Israel. He wants it to be distinct for a reason. Like, he doesn't want any confusion. So that's why those other ones are really irrelevant. I'm sure there's some good parts of them, but ultimately, if you're looking for the one true God, it's coming through Israel.
Mr. Pye, there was confusion in the earth, and basically everyone was landing in this vortex, bringing them into Luciferian Satanism. So God provided the truth. He provided a way.
There are Abrahamic religions that are older than Judaism because Abraham was around before Judaism. And it says even in the Torah that Abraham had another wife after all of the things happened, and he had children, and he sent all of the children in gifts to the area of India. So
He had a bunch of
there's
wives.
a lot of what's that? Keturah. Keturah was his third wife.
How many times did y'all lose the Hebrew language again? Twice?
Never lost it.
Actually, it was lost twice.
It was never lost. There's writings all throughout history in Hebrew.
Even if it was lost, it's irrelevant because we have the Dead Sea Scrolls now, and it's the Hebrew they use now. It's the Hebrew that's in the scrolls.
Well, why is the Dead Sea Scrolls that's on display made out of plastic?
They molded it, man. You don't put the original
on display are not the originals, even though they look real old. They're made out of plastic.
Yeah. Anything
They're fragments and shards.
The actual
they put them together like a puzzle.
Be revealed to the public because they don't want anyone to know what they say.
Well,
no, it is. You can see it. It's just very carefully guarded. It's in a dry room. It's carefully guarded, and it's like in fragments. They use the computer to put it together. Bro,
they
it's
have
like
they have a
Yeah, I love
replica
that
on
stuff.
display, and it's not real. Is what I'm telling
They're
you.
definitely decoding that stuff, and you know why? Because they want to debunk Jesus Christ with it. Like that's their whole sole purpose.
no, we don't care about that. Jews don't care about Jesus, really. We
Y'all read
honestly don't.
Masoretic text, you know what I mean? Now, but y'all originally had Paleo Hebrew, which was the Phoenician script. Did not
The
have
script.
did not have the actual consonant. I mean, y'all did not have the vowels. Just had the consonants of the abjad.
We still don't have the vowels.
I mean, in the Masoretic, y'all have the Nakud system, which gives you the vowel pronunciations. Right?
Yeah, but that's not included in the Torah. That you do for kids, but adults don't do that. When you type on a keyboard, you don't do that.
You don't use the Nakud system?
Nope, not at all. No.
What
When you're
happens?
learning to read, it's
Amazing.
nice to
It's a
have.
pretty amazing miracle that the original
I
Hebrew
thought it
language
was important
one
for
language that is considered dead that survived all antiquity and still being used today. Like, isn't that a clear sign at
I
all?
thought it was important for the Kabbalah.
So the biggest sign all throughout the Talmud that they talk about is that the fruit and vegetation will return to the land of Israel. Israel was barren. If you look at Mark Twain in the 1800s, he came and he wrote about Israel, how it's barren and it couldn't sustain anybody. And so now that you have the fruits coming back, that's supposed to be the biggest sign. And that's been around for 50 years.
Y'all lose the text before it was written down.
Doesn't matter. Dead Sea Scrolls.
We didn't lose. The text is the same. Like it's the same. There's like one or two differences that are very minor differences all across the Jewish diaspora.
Is it not oral tradition and then also lost in the slavery under Cyrus the Great and reconstructed by the scribes enslaved in the libraries of Babylon?
Cyrus the Great was Jewish, by the way. Just so you know.
Well,
if Cyrus the Great was Jewish, why did he have all the Jews in captivity in the first place? Had to be
He didn't. He released them. He rebuilt the second temple. It was because of him the second temple was rebuilt.
After they convinced them using the text that they produced in the library.
No. Cyrus the Great was the son of Esther.
Well, where did they get the text if they
Queen
were put
Esther.
into slavery? Did
Prophesied, by the way.
Were they allowed to keep books and stuff when they were put into slavery?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Or did they have everything taken from them and then they were put in the libraries of Babylon and created the text there to use to prove to Cyrus the Great to get them out of captivity?
No, Babylon
I don't know
was
what
a
you're talking about.
intellectual kind of a
At the end of the day, why did they even have to prove that they had to be released if they were already Jews and Cyrus the Great was a Jew?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He did it because of the prophecy.
That's what I'm saying. He did it because of the prophecy, but how did he know? How did he know he was a Jew? And like, if Cyrus the Great has Jews in slavery, how does he then come to terms that he's a Jew? How'd that work out?
We'll look into that a little bit. It's a good question.
I don't know what you're talking about putting Jews in slavery. Cyrus the
'Cause
Great is
I don't
responsible
ever
for
remember
building the
you
second
being a
temple.
Jew.
So what happens 1,000 years from now, and someone finds the script like of Star Wars, or any like nonfiction book, and just says, "This is the way." Why do you
In
believe
1,000
someone?
years from now, there'll be a temple. All of the script will be in practice, and you'll be able to see it in practice. The script isn't for the script
How do
isn't
you-
for
how-
the nation. The script is for
how do you-
Israel. Israel is for the nations. The script is for Israel.
But how do you know this? You speak with authority like you know.
Mount Sinai, the Red Sea, Syria,
You know
temples,
for
archaeology, science, by the way, history, written history, scripture, testimony, written testimony. You know, that's a lot of, I mean, it's better than nothing. All testifying against unbelievers, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of written books. There's a lot of shit said and hearsay and a lot of stuff. Like I wonder.
I have a question. It's a serious question for Benjamin. This is something that I try to rectify myself. Why is it that if Jews are here to essentially be the representatives of God as good people, right? Why is it that all of the wickedry of America was purported by Jewish people? Like literally everything that is wicked in this country was created by Jewish moguls. and purported by them with the intention to destroy people. Why would they do that?
How do you
They're
know it
not
was intentional?
believers. They don't follow. They're lost Jews. They're not followers of the Torah.
See, that's the problem.
It's a problem.
The
It is
problem
the problem.
is
I agree.
that Jews don't understand morality, and they don't know what goodness is. They just think that if they claim that you're good, you are, and if they claim that you're not, you're not. And this is what Jesus
So
Christ
it has nothing to do with. Yeah, it's not Jews. It's as soon as you put yourself as an authority above God, then of course you're going to be doing wrong.
Well, that's what
It
you
doesn't
guys
matter
are.
who you are, Jew, non-Jew. Jews can be bad just like anyone else.
I mean, okay.
But the point of it isn't the individual Jew. The point of it is the nation of Israel.
Like, I mean, if
The
we want to
nation
get,
of Israel has a.
because like at the end of the day, people who are just ignorantly bad are not nearly as bad as people who are knowingly, right, ingeniously corrupting and destroying other people using their ignorance as the mechanism.
Yep. I
This
agree
is
with you.
What
I'm
do
not.
you mean ignorant? How the hell are you going to be ignorant and intentional at the same time, there, Rand?
I said they're attacking ignorant people. So you got the Americans who are ignorant, right? And then you got Israel over here, real clever and smart, using their intelligence to represent God and doing what? Destroying people? That's putting yourself in God's authority, like you said you can't do. But that's exactly what Israel does every fucking day.
So we're still dry bones. Israel is still dry bones. It's still being assembled. You know the prophecy of the dry bones being assembled in Israel? So we're still dry bones. We're not yet resurrected. We're in the process of being resurrected.
I don't know about resurrected, but at the end of the day, we all know that Jews basically run this world. And we know that this world is fucking evil. So if they run the world and it's evil, we can assume that the people that run it caused it. And that's what they want.
There's no cabal of Jews that run the world. There's individual Jews that might be in positions of power. But that's a libel that's been used throughout all of history.
I don't want to give you guys the credit. I don't know how you did it. But I'm telling you, Jews literally control the whole fucking world. Probably is the only way you could have did it. Honestly,
that's not true.
There's no way God
function is
backed
to
any of it y'all
be the
did.
priests of God.
I'm just saying, there's no way God backed any of this. This fucking genocide, this mass abortions, fucking LGBTQ porn, Hollywood, fuck all of this. Y'all are gonna have to answer before God for this shit.
Well, how's
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you.
That occurs. It has to happen.
So yeah, they're not doing it. They're not doing it because they're trying to bring about prophecy. They're doing it because they're lost. They're denying the Torah. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in Judaism. Basically,
yeah,
they're ethnic Jews, not religious Jews.
So I think there is good Jews at the end of the day. I think there's people that are Jews that are good people that try to follow God and they don't know all the secret shit that's going on. But at the highest level, you know what I'm saying? At the highest level, it is the beliefs of the Jews that led to that secret organization doing all of this shit.
It's not. It's the disbelief that led to that.
It comes from the Talmud. It comes from the Kabbalah. I mean, you can
It
find
doesn't come from the Talmud or Kabbalah. It comes from the rejection of the Talmud. It comes from the rejection of the Kabbalah.
I don't know, bro. The Talmud says a lot of fucked up shit, and we tried to get into it, but I don't really have that deep of an understanding of Hebrew to break down the Talmud.
The Talmud is just a bunch of arguments. They're very high-level arguments and from very righteous people. The Talmud is actually a very beautiful thing. It's hard to learn. Like everyone who doesn't believe in God would have no reason to read the Talmud. They don't use the Talmud.
Does the Talmud put itself in the authority of God?
No, not at all.
So then why do y'all follow it over the Torah or the Tanakh?
They don't. We don't follow the Talmud over the Torah. The Torah is the authority, and everything in the Talmud is arguments, trying to prove things. So at the end of the day, it's just an argument. You're reading an argument, and if when they come to a decision, you could be like, I agree with their argument, I disagree with their argument. That's it.
Okay, so essentially you have arguments, right? But there's people that follow one or the other side of the argument. So is there no definitive solution in the book?
Sounds like it's not
A lot of the time there are solutions. A lot of the time there are solutions and everyone agrees. And a lot of the time it's just left as an open question.
If you have an argument that's left as an open question, that to me seems like you didn't want to admit to having this belief, but you can still put it in there and follow it based on the fact that it's in there, which is evil. And it's exactly
left as an open question. So sometimes it's left as an open question, but we know what we do in practice. So it's like, okay, we're doing this in practice. We can't figure out why, but this is what we're doing.
Do you know the
Sometimes
problem
that's
with the law?
What law?
The problem with the law is that the Jews kept manipulating the law and loopholing the law to do evil and remain good in the eyes of the public. This is why they were referred to as the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah, that's not true.
Because these people were evil and pretending to be good.
So if you ever go to like a real religious community who actively study the Talmud, you'll see that that's not true at all. Absolutely not. They are adherently following, not only following, but going above and beyond every little law, to the point where it's almost impossible to follow it.
Look, at the end of the day, I don't doubt that there's places, like I said, there's good Jews out there, but at the highest levels, in the lowest, darkest places, right?
In the places where they study the Talmud, they're good Jews. Good Jews study the Talmud. In the place where they don't study the Talmud, that's where you'll get all of the people you're talking about.
Well, I mean, look, how did the ones that don't study the Talmud end up to just happen to be all the ones running the world?
I don't even know if that's true, but even if it is true, I have no idea. It has nothing to do with the Talmud. The Talmud isn't some magic document that gets you to run the world.
That's where they get their ideas from. And then they also did even more crazy things. They created, organizations and made crypto Jews. So you've got Freemasons.
So why don't you read the Talmud, get good ideas, and start running the world?
Because I don't seek to rule the world.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I know.
I just don't like being ruled.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like
I don't want to rule. I just don't want to be ruled. And y'all don't want to have it any other way. And at the end of the day, y'all ain't strong enough to actually just throw hands. So you got to do all this deceptive bullshit because you're weak.
So if I ran the world, it would be nice.
Your father, the devil, was weak himself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know anybody of that description, but I assume you know what you're talking about.
I don't really talk about John Dean like that because he definitely denies Israel, even though he's Jewish. So I wouldn't pass judgment on Jews just blanketly at all. Like I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I'm just
John
saying.
Dean, he's definitely not.
At the end of the day,
he definitely effed
at the end of the day, God has a plan. God has a plan, and things are going to happen as He decided that they're going to happen, whether you like it or not.
Included Pornhub, OnlyFans, Facebook, all this bullshit. I don't think it included blood ritual, magic, satanic ritual abuse. I don't think it included genocide.
I'm not into any of that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think it included this shit. You know what I mean? I don't think it included slavery. Did you know y'all did that too?
No, we didn't.
Blamed it on the white people.
No.
Try to do a white genocide now. Try to fund BLM and make a white genocide. You know what I mean? We can't be having this.
The word slave comes from white people. You know, slave is Slavic.
Yeah.
So Slavic people refer to slave.
Yeah, I get it.
Why would the Jews want to subvert the people that fund them all the time? That makes no sense.
How come y'all keep changing who you identify as if you're trying to hide something?
I'm not trying to hide anything.
I mean, not you. I'm saying the Jews in general.
Which Jews? What are you talking about?
Like, what even is a Jew? Right?
It's a nation.
Yeah.
It's a nation in exile.
Tribe of Judah?
That's a good question.
Are you guys all from the tribe of Judah?
We are all from the nation of Israel, and we've been exiled.
Okay, well,
now we're trying to rebuild it.
Tribe of Judah, like you don't have the word Jew in the Torah. Y'all put it in there.
Well, it's Hebrew. It's called Hebrew.
A Yehudi is mentioned as it describes Mordechai as a Yehudi, and Judah and Mordechai was from the tribe of Benjamin. He wasn't even from the tribe of Judah, and they describe him as a Yehudi.
Okay, but they don't got the word.
Esther.
You know what I mean?
Yep. They call him a Jew in the Book of Esther.
Where's that at?
The Book of Esther, very beginning of the Book of Esther. Yep. You know, I'll give you a.
This story about how y'all make blood bread.
Hebrews.
There's no such thing as blood bread. That's a libel.
Why do y'all make blood bread?
Yeah, I want you guys to just really quick, I want you guys to realize that that Benjamin is just one Jewish fella. He's not like he's not like a representative of all of Judaism. So I get that one sometimes, like sometimes it's like, I get questions towards Islam and it's like I have to answer for all of Islam. So sometimes it's not because I'm not an expert on all of Islam. So you can only expect one man to have the type of knowledge that one man,
Hey,
can possess in a lifetime. But yeah,
how many times do you think I've had to answer the question that I don't believe Jesus is God? You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Of
yeah,
course I-
of course. We're willing to challenge each other's, belief systems. That much is clear. So it is what it is, But
Of
the
course
thing
he's
at the end of the
man.
day,
You know what I mean?
Esther 2:5. Esther 2:5. There was a Jewish man.
Like
They
I
call him
would,
Jewish in Esther 2:5.
you know,
Based
like
in
I
the
was
tribe of Benjamin.
Roman Catholic, and then I was actually gonna be basically a Jew, but then I decided it's not right because they're all evil. I mean, if he could convince me otherwise, I'll go back to fucking wearing tassels on my ribbands. You know what I mean?
You don't need to be a Jew, man. Nobody. The world doesn't need to all be Jews. Every nation needs to be itself.
Well, that's the problem. If you're not a Jew, bro, they're gonna try to fucking enslave you, and we just can't be
No.
happy. You can't be better than everyone else, bro. If it's
We're
not
not
all-
better than everyone else.
As like the priests
And
of
it's the
God, like they
supremacy.
talk to God.
You know what I mean?
That's what the Hebrew function is a conduit or a being able to communicate with God for the rest of the nations.
Jews
They're the
have
priests
the
of the
world would
nations.
be the world needs all of the nations. It can't have just Israel. It needs all the nations.
You know what I mean?
Every
Your
nation
average
is
Jew
needed.
can't fucking even like pick up a can of beans.
Israel is never supposed to exist. Israel was
Oh,
never
well,
supposed to
they have
exist. The
superiority.
nations are supposed to exist, not Israel.
You know what I mean? You don't get strong
Well,
from enslaving people for thousands of years. You get weak. You know, the people that have been slaves, they're strong now. This is nature. You're lucky you have
I don't
technology.
know how you could say like Israel wasn't supposed to exist because it says that he's going to gather you again, 3 times basically, and so here we are.
After. But the whole plan of the world was Israel wasn't supposed to exist until the world failed.
Here's
Well,
my
I don't
ultimate
know,
argument. You
I
ready?
don't know, but
If,
they failed, but it just
if
happened.
Israel and the Jews were God's people, they wouldn't be doing all this wicked shit. That's my point.
But even in the Torah, it says we would be doing this wicked shit. The Torah itself tells us we're going to be doing wicked shit and being punished for it.
Oh,
that's what the Torah says. It says you're going to go after other gods. You're going to be doing wicked shit, not in those words, and you're going to get punished. That's exactly what it says.
Okay. When
Yeah,
are y'all
that's-
going to get punished exactly?
Yeah, that's kind of halfway to what the freak pretty much says, right? Is that right?
But it also says he's going to protect Israel. He's going to propagate through Israel. He's going to glorify himself in Israel. So, I think that the punishment part, you can almost put a cap on that with the Holocaust and Ezekiel 37. He says that the worlds are still being assembled.
No dropping the H.
But
no dropping the H bomb.
Yo,
sorry about that. But now we see with like Iron Dome, and we see what's happening with the whatever is happening. Like Israel is being protected by God. God is putting His heart into the leaders of Israel, so they're being, they're doing what they need to do, and they don't care about what anyone else is thinking or saying. So like that, it all falls in line.
Here's my thing though. If you know they're doing wicked shit, why are you a Jew? I don't want to do wicked shit. What are you talking about?
That's not the definition of a Jew. That's not the
probably
definition
more good
of a Jew.
than bad.
Even when they did wicked shit, like the sin of the golden calf, it wasn't all Israel that was participating in it. It's only a few wicked people within us.
Well, where'd they get the
represent
idea?
us.
Where'd they get the idea?
From Egypt.
No, they got it from you.
Who? The golden calf?
All the evil people that are all doing the evil shit. They were Jews.
They were evil long before Israel existed. That's the point. The point is there was evil long before Israel existed.
Did you notice, Benjamin, how it's not like a fucking cabal of Muslims running the world and doing evil shit?
Yeah, but they have their own media. They have their own corruption.
Well, you know why there's a cabal of Jews?
According
I
to
don't think that
all
these
of the
Jews
media,
are in the Muslim corruption business.
By deception, we will make war, right, Benjamin?
no, all of the media is owned mostly by China and Saudi Arabia now, and Qatar and stuff. It's not owned by Jews.
So hold on. So Benjamin, are you of the tribe?
He just said no, but that's in the Torah.
What is this neurojack?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's a little hat, bro.
I'm just asking. Like he keeps
Was
going
it
on
obvious?
about China.
No, he's not identifying himself as Jewish in terms of a racial understanding of it. You know, as I understood what he's saying, he thinks that there's Jews who don't follow the Torah and therefore they're not welcome to the same blessing that he's welcome to.
Unbelievers aren't going to show up to the temple of God.
I'm just trying to understand his point of view because, like, I've only listened to about 5 minutes of the last hour, and every time I turn it on, it's like I just hear him saying something about China's running everything. So I just want to make sure I understand his point of view. So,
Yo, let me summarize it. Benjamin covered himself in Crisco oil, and then he jumped on the panel and was so slippery, you could barely get a hold of him. The end.
yeah, like I'm open to the argument, but I think it's a ridiculous argument. So I want to understand, like, does he have like?
All right, hey, Neurojack, why would the Jews want to subvert America, which funds them?
Here, hold on, DeFreak. Let Benjamin answer because it was addressed to him, and then
I just know that. Yeah, I just know that there's all kinds of Jews, okay? And there are Jews with negative intentions. There are Jews with good intentions. There are Jews that follow the Torah that are of good intentions.
I know, but I didn't even make a claim about all that. I'm asking kind of like, are you blood or religiously Jewish? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, both. Yeah, I'm living in Israel. I'm like living 5 kilometers from 5 miles from Gaza.
Sure. And I mean, I don't have a problem with Jewish people or anything like that. I just want to understand your perspective because, like, whoever's running Israel, China, Russia, and United States are probably the same people in my opinion. So saying that it's China is more of a problem than any of the other 5 people.
I'm not saying it's China. I'm just refuting the fact that he's saying that Jews run the world, and I'm like, well, most of the media is run today by Saudi Arabia and China.
Not only run the world. It's not just that they run the world. They created Hollywood. They created pornography. They created all of the wickedness found in.
I'm sure. Yeah,
I don't know about that.
I'm sure they had their hand in it. I'm sure Jews had their hand in
the abortion movement. They created the LGBT movement. They created everything that they are quote unquote against. You see,
there's
they
unbelievers
used
everywhere
as the blueprint. They just inverted it like Satan and made everything right opposite of what they believe prevalent in America.
Unbelievers don't read scripture just to do the opposite. They just don't believe.
They did it.
That's right.
They did it.
That's right.
Okay? Because their God is Satan. You see?
No. It's because they reject God. It's not because they have a God.
No, it's not that they reject God. Their God is Lucifer. They say it themselves.
No.
Ridiculous.
Really? No. I guess all the rabbis were lying that said it.
Which rabbis say that God is Lucifer? We don't even believe in Lucifer. We don't even. Satan Satan is from the book of Numbers.
Look, bro, we're
He's
on
actually an angel of God.
You'll get your answers, okay? I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Who believe in Moses going to follow the devil over the God that brought them out of Egypt? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, hold on. Let's pump the brakes because I kind of understand where everybody's coming from, but we're not gonna get anywhere at this pace, in my opinion. I mean, I understand everyone's perspective. I think
we might get somewhere. Benjamin might do some research tonight, find out I'm right, and not be a Jew anymore.
It sounds like a conspiracy theory to me, man.
Well, do you mind saying what
it's not likely
of Jew you ascribe to, just for point of reference for some people like me who don't fully comprehend the differences?
I do my best to follow all of the commandments. But
I mean, it's like, are you like an Orthodox or I don't know, Kabbalah or Talmud or like Chabad, Lubavitch or what?
I am non-denominational, but I do my best to follow all of the commandments. Yes.
You ever sliced up a turtle dove?
that in my opinion is about as you know, I mean, non-denominational. I mean, that's as good as anybody here. I mean, reading the Bible. You know, to be honest, you know. I mean,
And again, I'm not here to act
You
per
know,
se.
if you're not tied in with the whole fucking
exactly
actual movement of Judaism, then you should be okay with just following the commandments. You're not going to be a bad person. It's that if you get linked in and you start studying the Kabbalah and you start worshiping Satan, that's when you become, you know what I mean, an elite in this world.
Nobody worships Satan.
Can I just do a little dialogue to get somewhere for a second? Hold on. And this is not, I'm not mad or anything. I just want to because I'm about to go to bed and I just want to ask a few questions. So, are you okay with the Talmud? Do you think that there's any issues with the Talmud?
I think the Talmud is a beautiful piece of literature, and it's very critical and central for sure.
And the Zohar, same thing.
The
Grant just
Zohar
went
is a
through this,
midrash.
man.
Yeah, the
Just make
Zohar
the
is a midrash.
accusation.
It needs to be understood for what it is, but it's a midrash.
Okay, and also the
you know what I mean,
and the Kabbalah as well.
The Kabbalah, yeah.
Okay, so you understand like what those things say about the rest of humanity, right? Like,
you know about the Jewish supremacy, right?
There is no Jewish supremacy.
You don't believe you're gonna have like a couple thousand slaves and shit? It's not a thing.
Well, what I'm saying,
chosen people is a supremacy thing.
Following the 10 Commandments versus what the Talmud and the Zohar and the Kabbalah say, don't you find that's like a little bit potentially problematic at all?
Not at all. I don't see any contradiction between them. Quite the opposite.
I want to know how you determine the chosen people and how that's not supremacy.
There's not a chosen people. There's Amskula. Amskula is it's a beacon. It means more beacon, treasure.
You know what?
Not
Maybe
chosen.
you're just not familiar with actual Judaism. I mean, they consider us goyim, which is chattel, right?
No, goyim is nations. We're also a goy. It's called we're a goy kadosh, a holy nation.
Listen, bro. All right, that's what they say in public, but behind closed doors, you already know goyim
The
means
word goy. The word goy is mentioned in the Torah regarding Jews. We're goy kadosh, a holy nation. Goy is nation. We say goyim is the nations, the other nations. Goyim. Yeah, you're goyim. I'm a goy.
Okay, so let me ask this:
Chinese misinformation.
What do you think the best justification of Jews returning in the last 100 years to the land of Israel? What do you think is the best succinct argument for that?
It depends on what angle you're looking at. What angle are you talking
specifically
about?
like you or like publicly? Like, what is the best argument that you have for that? Yeah.
I mean, on a religious level, this is the resurrection of the nation of Israel. It's in the process of happening.
Okay, but so okay, that's your religious angle. How about a political justification?
Political justification. This is the Jewish ancestral land, and we're going back to be a nation. Same thing.
Okay, so do you think that all white people in the United States should go back to their homeland and leave the natives alone here?
I don't know. It's not my business to tell them what to do, but
I mean, but more or less that would go along with what you're saying, right?
I mean, are you displacing the natives? Are you forcing them to leave? Are you killing them all?
Well, I don't know. I was born here, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
I don't know either.
Why are the nations bad if the Jews are the ones who corrupted them?
The nations aren't bad. The purpose of the world is the nation. Everything has to go to the nations at the end of the day.
Sure. But what I'm saying is there were people who were born in that place 100 years ago, and then people came. A lot of German Nazis actually came and removed those people from where they were living, and now people who claim to be from there 2,000 years ago live there. I'm actually not judging it. I'm actually just saying, like, you can understand. It sounds very similar to Mean Mr. Mustache as far as saying, well, I have a blood, I have a blood oath to this land, and therefore anyone who's not from here needs to leave. I mean, you understand, like, there are
the idea is all the world is God's. The entire world belongs to God. He decides who goes where, who lives where, what goes where, and God decided that.
Hold on. Let me understand. So you're saying that God puts a sword in people's hand and forces their hand to shed blood. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said.
It is that's pretty much what you said.
No, that's not what I said at all.
You said God decides who lives where. So when people come and fight and die and take over land, that's God's hand moving people, right?
No, that's the hand of man going against God.
Okay. So how did so you're saying that people take over land without bloodshed? Is that what you're saying?
No, not saying that either. I'm just saying that God told the children of Israel that this is their land.
What if it's not?
He decides. He decides this is their land eternally.
Okay, so who talks to God and who interprets His word?
Moses.
Okay, is Moses here to tell us who belongs where or what or whatever?
Everything that the Jewish people are today is a descendant of Moses.
What about Melchizedek?
Who? Melchizedek?
Yeah.
Melchizedek was at the time of Abraham.
Yeah. So what about his people?
I don't know.
Irrelevant.
I mean, at the end of the day, what God's going to do, what He was going to do. If God didn't want Israel to be here, He wouldn't be protecting them. He wouldn't be letting them win all the wars. He wouldn't be expanding their territory.
You know that if it wasn't for a lot of
is it God or a massive Jewish cabal that's doing that?
We'll put it this way: the odds were always against Israel in every single war, and every single time they put it.
If it wasn't for Christians and Muslims not attacking, it also wouldn't exist too, right? You realize that, right? Like it takes the cooperation of other people who are not Jewish.
Yeah. I mean, it's nothing new. All throughout all history, we've had. We're going to say this tomorrow, like tonight at the Passover meal. We're going to have a Passover meal tonight, and we're going to say in every generation, someone's going to rise and come up against us. In every generation, we destroy them.
Okay, so here's my question then. Why not just help the whole rest of the world convert to Judaism?
Because that's not what the purpose of the world is. The world isn't supposed to be Jewish.
Oh, see, that's very interesting. I mean, you have to understand, like from the outsider looking in.
You're more like those evil cabal members than you know. Okay,
that's your perspective.
I mean, you are of your father, the devil. You know what I mean? Who is a murderer since the beginning. That's why you don't think anything of it.
I mean, that's an easy way to dismiss everything I'm saying.
Well, I don't have to fucking do anything more than that.
You just said
first, let me ask you a question. To Benjamin, are you aware of where the verse he just quoted is from?
What verse?
The that you are of your father, the devil. That verse. Are you familiar with that one?
No, I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's actually because I remember because last time we talked, we were talking about the Gospel of John, and that's actually a verse. Okay. Yeah, that's actually a verse from the Gospel of John when I was I'm reading you the passage of the Logos and all that type of stuff.
Right.
So it's interesting. Yeah.
Right. So and just want to make sure I understand. So when you say that the world is not intended to be Jewish, do you mean by religion or blood or both?
So if you want to describe what Jewish is a nation. It's the nation of Israel. The entire world isn't supposed to be the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel is supposed to be small. The Bible itself says you're small in number. You're always going to be small in number.
Okay, so tell me where the Bible says that you're not supposed to convert people to your religion and everyone's against you. Tell me what part of the Bible says that?
Well, how does corrupting every other nation in the world benefit Israel?
It doesn't, and we're not supposed to do that.
So why'd you do it?
I'd say it's probably not happening.
I didn't do it.
It's been kind of a unanimous decision.
Where does it say that white people have to go to war and become Nazis and create a Holocaust and all that kind of stuff? Where does it say white people have to do that?
Do you realize that the Jews killed 100 million people in Russia?
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Russians killed way more Jews than that.
No, I'm saying y'all killed 100 million people.
Are you serious?
The Holocaust,
dude. Well, not even that many people died in World War II, man.
Well, we can't drop the H-bomb. But yeah, the thing is that in terms of, the fundamental question. Yeah, the fundamental question. Wait, I'm sorry. Mikey, what'd you say?
I said, let's talk about the Bolsheviks.
Oh yeah, we could get into that. But the thing about it is is when Benjamin said that on Passover they make the prayer, that the enemies of essentially of Israel are going to be destroyed. That every generation one rises up, and then you guys crush them, and you pray that you're going to crush them, right?
We don't pray that we're going to crush them, but we just are self-aware that in every generation someone's going to come to try to destroy us, and it's always in a different way, and it's been true throughout all history.
It's because y'all are evil. That's
right,
why
right. But
people
is
always
that
try to destroy you?
But is that preconditioned on? Is that preconditioned on the Jews upholding the promise of God, or are they going to crush their enemies no matter what?
So
like, can they be
Yeah.
essentially, I guess, can they just be as corrupt as they want, and the enemy is just going to be destroyed? Or you guys don't believe that, do you?
It's
No,
like
no.
cancer. Not all the cancer has to be active cancer to kill the body. Just some of it has.
At the end of the day, we're all supposed to be Torah following Jews, commandment following Jews.
Well,
So
it's more than that, because you said also the Kabbalah, also the the Talmud.
Well, he said that those are secondary to the Torah, right? So
yeah,
all of those
That
things are
doesn't smash
supplementary.
the
They're
other
supposed
nations
to
until they attack
uphold the
Israel.
Torah. The Talmud and the Kabbalah are all supposed to uphold the Torah and reinforce the Torah. They're not supposed to do the opposite.
right. And
That's the
so,
purpose of them.
how do you feel about everything that the Christians have been doing, kind of supplement what you guys are doing too? I mean, you don't find that a little odd?
I think it's very interesting, and I'm not the first one. You're not the first one to ask about it. There's been writings about it too. It's the Maimonides talks about it too, on how all of this is going to show its face at the end of days on why the Christians exist.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
He was also
with some of
confused.
his, I'm familiar with some of his views. And if you guys don't know, Maimonides is 11th century. He was living in Spain until he was exiled from Spain. And he one time I actually put up on the actually I'm not gonna go ahead and find this right now, but he basically made a statement where he said that that Christianity is bad because it's idolatry, but Christians are good. And then because they have the Old Testament. But then he said that Muslims are basically that that Muslims are bad, but that Islam is good because it kind of follows the Old Testament law. But so he had a very interesting opinion of how these two other religions fit into the Jewish prophecies. But anyways,
Yeah, and again, and actually, I want to say I'm actually thankful that you're willing to have the conversation, and don't take it my hostility as like against you personal or anything like that. But like, we have some deep conversations about this, and it is, the more I've learned about it, like I'm not, I don't hate Jews or anything like that. In fact, most of the people I have a problem with are usually people who claim to be fellow Christians, because I question their motives and their I guess their interpretation of Christianity as well. And so just don't take it personal. But I am thankful that you're willing to talk about it. But at the same time, like, you have to understand, like, when you're sitting here saying something to the effect like, well, why do white people go and do XYZ?
That was an answer. That was a response. That was
Christian
not
is a hypocrite. A bad Jew is like fucking, corrupting the whole nation of America. So like, there's a big chasm between, the gap.
Yeah.
A bad Christian is a fucking idiot, right? A bad Jew is the devil. Just saying.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. A bad Jew can do a lot of harm to the world. I agree.
Well, I mean, but at the same time, he's still like, you guys kind of excuse it, right? I mean, it's kind of like,
no, definitely not.
Okay, what do you think about Marx? What do you think about him?
He was a Jew, yeah.
Okay, what do you think? What do you think about what his ideology has done to the world?
Well, I think the effects were pretty bad. I think the conversation he was having was important. It's important to sort of self-analyze our economy and how things work. But the result of communism has been horrible.
Why was communism created? Because he wasn't a religious Jew.
I also want to commend Benjamin for actually acknowledging the fact that there could be a bad Jew out there. And so
Of course there could be. There's many, yeah.
Separate that in my
Benjamin's
further.
badass.
I want to separate good Jew from bad Jew.
Well, let's also just say that I don't, but theoretically there could be, but so look, I mean, here's the thing: it's like,
honestly, if you followed just the Torah, the Tanakh, you would be a good person. The problem is, a lot of them don't. That's my main problem. A lot of them take it and use it as a blueprint, invert it, and corrupt people.
Yeah, and to be
why would they do that?
I agree with you, not for the same reason, but I agree with you.
Well, and
if you follow the Jews are supposed to follow the Tanakh.
Explain to Benjamin how you try to follow the law, Brent. it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I I basically found a lot of different things. I was getting deep into the Bible. I started getting to the name of God and started to break down the Tetragrammaton and all different things. And at one point, I rejected Jesus, thinking that Jesus was Lucifer, and I started following the law. And I did that for about a year. I learned how to play shofar. I followed all the different feasts. Yeah. It had to be 2 years because I observed feasts twice. So it had to be. I mean, I was wearing zitziot or whatever, but not actual zitziot, bro. I was wearing fringes on the borders of my garments and a blue ribband. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to do that. If you're not Jewish, you don't have to do that.
Well, I was.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I was Jewish. I was reading Hebrew. I was becoming Jewish, but not in a synagogue because I live in the mountains in the Ozarks.
Well, I think what he's saying is you don't have the Jewish blood, or do you? Is what he's trying to say.
You can join the nation of Israel, and then you have to do that. But if you don't join the nation of Israel, you don't have to do that.
Here's the thing.
You're not obligated to that.
The way that I was reading the Bible, it was making me understand that I was the nation of Israel and that the nation of Israel wasn't the nation of Israel. Right? And so, basically, you know what I mean? I was following the 613 as best as I could.
Right.
I was getting down to some parts where it was like, you got to kick your wife out.
A lot of it is impossible. A lot of it is impossible to follow without a nation. You need, a lot of it is for the nation and not just for individuals. It's really hard to follow.
You got to burn down every nearby city that's in idolatry. You got to put a hoop in your daughter's ear and sell her into slavery. There's just so much crazy shit you got to do.
You don't have to sell your daughter. What are you talking about?
You don't have to put a hoop in your daughter's ear and sell her?
No.
Well, why does it talk about that then in the law?
The hoop in the ear is if someone who is supposed to be freed from slavery decides to stay a slave, then they're going against their nature. So you put a hoop in the ear on the doorpost, and the doorpost is where you have the doorpost is related to Passover. That's where the blood was put for freedom. Passover symbolizes freedom. We're all supposed to be free. We're not supposed to be slaves. So anyone who chooses to remain a slave, they get this mark on their ear.
So why does the law support slavery and conditions for it?
It doesn't support slavery. Okay, let's put it this way: slavery existed in the entire world before Jews came.
Of your enemies.
Before the Jews, no. Before the Jews came on the scene, slavery existed, and so what the law came to do is say, okay, you can't just treat slaves however you want. You have to. There's ethics even to slaves.
So why did they just say you can't have slaves? That's not him.
Okay, think about it this way. Think about it this way. In the ancient world, let's think about it this way. You're a slave in the ancient world. You're caught, and you're about to be sold. Who would you want to be sold to? Someone who has ethics about how they treat slaves, and then you're forced to release the slave after 7 years of work? Or would you rather be sold to some nation who was going to rape you?
Well, they didn't let everyone go after 7 years of work.
They're supposed to. That's the law.
Central banking wasn't invented yet either.
The other thing is, why would a Jew go and spend his money on a slave to free them? That's it's a waste of their money. This way.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's because it would be a good action.
A lot of them did. But at the same time, they're recouping a little bit of their cost. They're like, okay, you're going to work for me for 7 years and then go free. I invested in you. And so it's a win-win for everybody in those circumstances.
I'm just saying, why did they condone it? If God don't condone it, why was it a law?
So it wasn't a law. Slavery isn't a law. Jews traditionally didn't have many slaves throughout all of history. It's very rare that Jews had slaves.
It'd be like saying,
You have to pay your debt somehow, man.
But it's like
How are
saying
you gonna
God
pay your
doesn't approve of
debt?
this, but since society does, let's get our money back. That's a really Jewish law. I'll tell you what. They got to recoup their costs,
Well,
bro, on the
and
good
the
deed.
other thing is like, you know, let's assume, you know, there's some sort of timeline from the time when the Exodus occurred and whatever was picked up there got brought back to the Levant, right? And obviously, you know, Egypt had their own particular customs, I would say,
Yeah, they
right?
were killing all the firstborn males. You're right.
And then the Persians also, Cyrus, a few hundred years later, freed them again, right? So,
Oh, I just thought of a good one. Why does the rabbi suck the tip of the baby penis after he cuts it?
He doesn't suck the tip.
What does he do?
It's part of the circumcision process. He doesn't suck the tip. He uses a straw.
He uses a
You
straw.
need to, he uses a metal straw or whatever to create suction on it. Yeah, it's
I
part
don't
of
know.
the circumcision
Bro,
process.
I've seen him suck it raw, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
They're
just saying.
supposed to use a straw.
Look, bro, that shit's fucked up. All right, I'm just saying.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's really hard to follow that.
They rub the blood of the penis on their head, bro. What the fuck are they doing?
I've never seen that happen. I've been
Bro,
to many
they do.
circumcisions.
And fucking Jews be getting caught selling foreskins.
What?
Yeah, it's a
No,
thing.
like, what?
Foreskins, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
See, aren't you glad they had slaves instead of trading foreskin?
Go and collect everybody's foreskin, bro. What's up with that?
Well, how much mass is like a baby like skin anyways? I mean, I would be more comfortable if we just move off this subject because
I'm just saying, bro.
I don't even want to be like on some like
you know what I mean?
be on the like the CP like level because
Oh, I'm not the one that does it. They do it.
no, I know,
There's
but
a lot of
Why the fuck they do it?
I can explain it. So there's a lot of superstition around a lot of things. And yeah, the blit, the circumcision is a big ritual, and there's a lot of superstition around everything that's going on there. So I mean, I could imagine some people being like, "Oh, this is holy. Let's sell it. Let's use it for this." It's bullshit, but you know, people will be people. They'll be weird.
Right.
You guys
So
can have Margot up here. She could give us the dead penis theory and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know, some weirdos somewhere believing some weird shit. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's not doing anything. Who cares?
Yeah, they
But
be
it's weird.
drinking tonics with penis juice in it, bro, to get like extra.
I don't think that happens. That's not a kosher. They don't do that. You're not allowed to do that.
That's what that guy got arrested for in New York, bro. I think it was New York. He was selling penis tinctures, bro. He was getting the foreskins and putting them in tinctures.
I don't know who that guy was. That's weird.
He was one of your people.
Maybe.
Well, okay.
Well, we've seen it. We've seen it all recently. We had recently the phenomenon. I don't know if you heard about this of people eating the period blood. So it is what it is.
Okay, that's nasty. Yuck.
Way off into you know, weird,
Isn't that
strange. Let me ask this. This is a serious question, Benjamin. When you were saying something about white people and Mean Mr. Mustache and all this, what exactly is the traits of those people that you're referring to? What made them so bad? Can you just name like maybe 3 or 4 traits that made
Okay, I don't think they're bad. I was saying that in response to what Rant was saying.
So you
I was
don't
just saying that as like a.
Fashion.
I don't believe that. I was just using it as like a hyperbole.
No, but I know, but I'm saying, but let's just take him as an example because everybody agrees he was a pretty, evil guy. So what exactly?
Get Benjamin to admit that the Nazis weren't bad.
I know that's why I'm trying to say, like, what do you think made Mr. Mustache stand out as a bad guy in your opinion?
He wanted to kill and murder people. He wanted to take over the world. He was pushing lies and agendas.
Ooh, Doro, you are on a mission right now. Like the thing is that the H bomb. You know, if we could just stay off the H bomb.
I didn't say that word.
No, I know. No, but if we could just stay off that particular area. But yeah, everything else is good.
No, yeah, I'm just trying to
kosher,
say
as they say.
The traits.
Well, I want to hear the rest of this list, bro.
Yeah, the traits that you just named, let's just take those three. Those three traits that you named are common traits that people tend to think that are whoever is running the show these days, whether they be, people of a Jewish persuasion or Swiss
Supremacy,
persuasion,
genocide. That's
whatever,
Jew.
or royal European blood, whoever is running the show of let's say Ponzi schemes involving banking and legal schemes at the very least, not to mention other occult and religious schemes. Let's just keep it simple. That's a pretty prevalent set of traits that you named there that you could pretty much put on any kind of person in any particular time period, anywhere in the world, really, right? So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you could say Stalin and Mao were similar. They were trying to take over the world. They were murdering a bunch of people. Yeah.
But who accomplished it?
Huh?
Who accomplished it? Nobody accomplished it.
One peoples did.
No, nobody did.
Listen, bro, you better
Nothing
admit
simple.
that I know you did it.
What?
I know it happened.
What happened?
Fucking, they took over the world, bro.
No.
They did it.
So let me ask you this: have you heard of Zabbatai Zevi?
No.
You don't know who Zabbatai Zevi is?
What about
No.
Sabbatean Frankism?
I know who the Sabbateans are. Yeah.
Who are they? I'd like to know.
Yeah, that's the same, basically, essentially one and the same thing. So
The Sabbateans believed that the Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah.
right. So he does know.
Yeah.
Shabbatai Z was
They have
Shabbatai
the
Zevi.
geographic location.
So what's your opinion on those particular type of people?
They were lost. He was actually the most successful false Messiah in Judaism. Shabbatai Tzvi. He was the most successful one.
Well, don't
A
you
lot
think
of Jews followed him.
in your
and were
opinion,
lost.
I think that was Jesus, though? I just want to make sure that's clear.
Jesus wasn't that successful of a false Messiah. He didn't really stray a lot of Jews. He was successful amongst all the other nations, but Jews didn't really fall for his stuff.
Okay, so successful as in deceiving Jews, but not successful as
Right.
in deceiving the rest. So, but Jesus was the most successful deceiver of the world, in your opinion, right?
No, I don't think so. No. I think Paul deceived the world more than Jesus, to be honest.
Okay,
agree with
fair
that.
enough. That's fair. That's fair. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your position. So, okay, so Paul deceived the world. Why do you think he did that?
Because he was a Jew.
Yeah. Sure, why not? Go for it. Take it.
Well, that was interesting because our last discussion that me and Benjamin had, we kind of got into it about this particular topic, about the significance of Paul claiming that he adheres to Judaism. Whether or not he actually did is a question, is
Well,
been explored.
what comes to mind for me is, don't you think it's possible that Judaism was already running the halls of power in Rome by that time period? Do you think that's possible?
Later, a lot later. But so Paul's we didn't have any issue with Paul because Paul wasn't coming after Jews. He was going after the rest of the world. So he wasn't attacking us. He was trying to convert the rest of the world to this.
Okay,
Jesus
but hold on,
religion.
whoa, hold up. You just named the traits of Mean Mr. Mustache, and one of them was deceiving people. So you're saying that he wasn't deceiving people; he was deceiving non-people. Was that kind of what you're saying?
No, I didn't. That's not what I said.
He was deceiving Christians.
Neuro trying to squeeze.
I'm saying in terms of a false Messiah, he didn't deceive Jews. He wasn't coming after Jews. He was deceiving the rest of the world. So he doesn't-
I understand. That's
Right.
that's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So like a false Messiah would take Jews away from Judaism. Would take
Right.
Jews
So
somewhere else, yeah.
so when they're taking non-Jews and bringing them into the fold of Jewish persuasion, that's not evil to you because that's helpful.
That's evil. I think that's evil, but I mean, it's not my job to tell you guys what to believe and not to believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many people are in Israel? Like, what's the population of the nation and stuff? Like 10 million or something?
Jews and non-Jews together, yeah, 10 million, something like that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to jump around, but I mean, hopefully you kind of understand what I'm driving at. This again, it's not personal, so I do appreciate you answering. questions.
Let's think
So
about it
You're
for a
good, man.
second, though, Jack. They've got 10 million people. Do you think they have the manpower and the population alone to do what you think they're doing?
well, I haven't said what I think they're doing. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, okay, what you say other people think they're doing?
Well, I mean, most people that I talk to who think that I agree with them end up not liking me because I say, well, obviously there's a lot of Christians and Muslims that are kind of aiding and abetting, even if it were true that quote unquote, some people of a certain,
All right.
bloodline running
What
things.
nation has the manpower and the population to do what you think that other people say that they're doing?
Well, there's a lot of different nations that are involved, obviously.
Probably, but you specifically had a problem with him and saying everything was all about China or whatever.
Yeah, because I think that whoever's running Israel, China, America, and Russia are probably the same group of people, in my opinion. So yeah, I think saying, well, China's doing XYZ is kind of
Do you think that these are like lizard people? Like they're
Let's
all like
be honest,
lizards?
all right. Let's just say what everybody's thinking about. We want to know about the shit-stained mattress in the tunnels.
Well, he doesn't know.
Jewish.
Well, he seems to say that he's not a Chabad Lubavitch. So
Bro, I need to know. I need to know. Like, what is going on?
You might as well just have like this 6-pointed star that you're talking to. I mean, it's about nothing, if you define him as a Jew while he denies it, and you would define Jews as liars, why would you even want to have a conversation?
You make a good point.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let me get back on track if you don't mind. Benjamin, what do you think the relationship between Iran and Israel is?
The government of Iran?
Great question.
It's a love-hate relationship, okay? It's like they're having domestic violence right now.
I know the people of Iran and Israel would get along really well if the government wasn't standing in the way.
I agree. I totally agree with you. What do you think about the relationship between Israel and Ukraine and Iran?
So Zelensky is Jewish.
We know that.
So
is Putin.
Putin's not Jewish, no.
He used to be. He changed his name.
No.
He changed his representation. He used to say he was Jewish publicly.
No.
I don't know. That's what he said. Maybe he's
He
wrong.
supports anywhere down there that's getting oil out of the ground, but he's not Jewish.
Yeah. So
I don't think there's an actual specific relationship with Ukraine. I mean, now there might be more of one, but I don't think there ever was one before.
Well, isn't there an argument that some people have made that there's kind of a common ancestry between Iran, Ukraine, and Israelis a long time ago?
I mean, Jews were everywhere. Jews were in Ukraine, and they were killed by the millions. The Jews were in Russia, and they were killed by the millions. And a lot of Jews were in Iran.
What
They
does
were
Iran care about Israel for? What does Iran care about Israel for at all?
Do you guys know who Togarma is?
I don't.
Togarma is the descendant of Cain, right? And from Togarma came the Khazars. You with me? They had an empire on the Silk Road. So, like, where exactly is the Silk Road? Is that around Persia?
Silk Road was all through India, Persia, yeah.
Okay, so on the Silk Road,
Israel.
you had the Khazar Empire on the Silk Road, right? And basically, they got pressed by, I believe it was a Russian. Fuck, I'm trying to remember the name. It was a Russian, like, czar that pressed them and was like, "Listen, y'all motherfuckers are mad wicked, and you're gonna have to convert to one of three religions. You gotta be Christian, Muslim, or Jewish." And they picked Jewish. So this is why I don't hate all Jews, Benjamin. I understand that the core of this shit is a bunch of Satanists pretending to be Jewish, right? But these Khazars, you know what I'm saying? They got ran off because they were still doing their satanic shit. And so they started to make their way, you know what I mean, all the way to England. And through
the Khazars were destroyed.
Huh?
The Khazar Empire was destroyed.
Yeah,
They
like
were forced to
the
be
empire was
Satanists
destroyed
by someone, and they're not Satan.
So the empire was destroyed, but the people who were running it prior to it being destroyed took all the riches.
Yeah,
right?
hold on.
And started
I
to
just have a
form,
question.
like,
If
all the banks.
I just have a question though. If the Khazars were Jews, and you said that that people will always come against Jews and Jews will always win, then how does that make sense?
The Khazars became Jews after they were threatened.
Jews are still here.
The
That's how it makes
Khazars were
sense.
the offspring
Their
of
enemies
King
are.
through Togarma. And
Well,
actually,
Those
Khazarian
Iranians now.
Khazarian was a name that was borrowed from the offspring of Seth, I believe.
Well, just on that, just in that little area, I just want to understand this. So do you think that there? How do you tie the blood of Jewish people to the land of Israel? Did you have to dig up bones from that place 2,000 years ago and genetically test it in order
It's
to
in the
get entry
Bible.
to the land, or?
I mean,
Like,
you can ask 23andMe how to do it. 23andMe is pretty good at that kind of thing.
Right, but I'm asking you specifically, like when you think of the blood oath that Jewish people claim that they have to that land, therefore they ought to be there. And again, I'm not saying this in a besmirching way. I'm just trying to like logically work through it for someone who's not Jewish.
Blood oath is how you're understanding it. I don't understand it as a blood oath, but
okay. So tell me,
I can play along.
Okay, tell me one reason other than your blood ties to that land why you guys ought to be there. Can you give me one other reason why that would be?
God created the world and he wants us to be there.
Okay.
Abraham made a deal.
Okay, so for the people who don't believe that, how do you explain it to them?
Well, they also believe in Abraham, don't they? So it is
not
real.
everyone in the world, but even if they did, it has nothing to do with them, obviously.
Right. So
I mean, okay, so you could go into all of the like arguments, archaeological, all that stuff, but at the end of the day, Israel's here. We don't need to explain it to anybody. We're here.
Yeah, so I get it. So what you're saying is it's a will to power. If we will it, we make it happen.
Imagine if the LGBTQ community just said, like, you know, the reason why we don't follow God's law to not be homos is because we're here. And because we're here, we're here.
Palestinians didn't fight the British out.
I wonder why.
So
I know. Why did they?
Do you know who the Palestinians
They didn't fight the British
are?
out, and now they're making a claim. How does that make sense?
The Palestinians aren't the people who are in Israel. They're the people who are in occupied West Bank by Jordan and in occupied Gaza by Egypt. And then once Egypt was pushed out of Gaza, and once Jordan was pushed out of the West Bank, the people that were there called themselves Palestinians. Everyone in Israel, there's Israeli Jews. Israeli Arabs. Lots of Israeli Arabs that are with Israel and united with Israel more than ever now.
Okay.
So why the hell does Iran care about Israel then?
We're the little Satan according to them. America's the big Satan. I have no idea what that comes from.
So basically, you know what I mean, Iran, you know what I mean, realizes what's going on.
Right. Well, and just to back up for a second, I mean, just really quick, I just want to make sure I understand this. I mean, you're saying essentially you don't have to explain it to anyone. We want it, we take it, and you guys have to deal with it. I mean, that's basically.
Think about this.
With that, that's
the
a very
USA is big Satan, right?
Not
and
exactly.
who had their hand in building America and making it into the Satan it is? It was the Jews.
Okay.
There was nothing there. I mean, they didn't have, like, you know.
Well, to be fair, obviously a lot of Christians allegedly.
The Jew here, he likes to show off and denying at the same time, and the two of you like the bantering against that. I mean, this is pretty much how the world is at the moment, right?
I mean, I don't have to be here. I'm just here to hang out. I can go if you don't want me here.
I know. I mean, both parties enjoy it.
Well, yo, he's shed some light on some of the ideas that I had that weren't completely factual.
Yeah.
No, and no, and I'm actually thankful. I think his answer was very honest. Just saying, like, you have to understand that, like, it's kind of funny because, like, it's just a very honest way of saying what a lot of us know to be true. But see, like, if we say that, people like you believe that, we get called, anti something or pro inward, or like, we're all these different slurs just for pointing out that you're kind of just saying, well, we want it this way and we don't. But then here in America, we can't even close our border. We don't have a way to, like, protect our people, our culture, our religion, right?
I hear what you're saying, Neurojack, but dude, it
Yeah.
just comes down to this: how the fuck can you identify as? If I were a Jew, right? I would be ashamed to say so, to be honest.
I agree.
That's what it boils down to.
Presumption.
That's why I'm not a Jew.
No, that's not presumption. That's what I. This is what I'm saying. If I would be a Jew, I would
not
be
easy
ashamed. I would
openly
be
Jewish.
ashamed. I would
Should
be
I be ashamed because Adolf is
I would
white?
be ashamed of the state of Israel.
He said, "I'm
I would
openly
not be
Jewish."
able to identify with the state of. And I think there must be some people living in the state of Israel, the nation of Israel, how you want to call it, inside there, and they cannot agree with what's happening either.
Are you ashamed that Adolf was a Dutch Jew?
No, but I know there's a statue of.
So one of the biggest problems in Judaism are the Jews.
Tel Aviv.
One of the
gay
biggest problems with
nation
Jews are the Jews who are ashamed
It's
of
the
being
gay
Jewish.
city. It's the top gay city of the world, right? It's even worse than Amsterdam and San Francisco
so let
together,
me-
right? They even have a statue of Adolf.
So
there.
I want
Don't
to
they?
I want to recognize what Benjamin said. Hold on. I want to recognize what Benjamin said. He said that the Jews who are ashamed of being Jewish are bad. If I said that about white people, or I said that about Christians, and I lost my job for it. How do you think that that's fair, Benjamin? Or
Well, notice that.
I don't think that's fair at all. No,
Like,
no. Everyone
Yeah,
needs to be
like-
proud of who they are and accept who they are. You don't control that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, but please, everyone, ask one question at a time so that we don't get like 2 or 3 questions lined up, and then because I think Voice said something and then Neuro said something right after. And then,
Well, I'm trying to keep the stream from getting into, like, ADL, like, going to attack certain people. Like, I don't want us to get to that level because it's not.
No, we're good. Like, I don't hate Jews. I don't think anyone here hates Jews.
well,
I think
I think Benjamin is here. I mean, he's honestly answering questions, and I think a lot of people have gained. Like Rand said, he's gained a lot of benefit from him answering the questions. I know I have. So the thing
I've asked TML mad ignorant shit before about Islam. You feel me?
Right.
And like, it's
Right.
not
Oh, yeah.
that he's fucking that. It's just that, like, he knows because he knows about Islam. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can
I've
tell
had-
you way more shit about Christians that are fucking retarded than any other religion.
I'll tell you right now, if there's a #1 show on the internet that's run by a Muslim where Islam gets attacked, it's this show. I mean, Islam Islam is open for attack here. As you know, Neurojack, you've been here since the first episode.
Oh yeah.
And
I
also
mean,
Christianity.
I'm a Christian, and me and Machine both got attacked because we're talking to each other, and people didn't
Right.
appreciate that. So it's like, yeah, and again,
And
yeah.
Neuro,
Yeah.
can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, so we're aware that these issues are contentious, so it is what it is. But yeah, go ahead, DeFreak.
What nations pop into your head when I say hates the God of Israel?
Well, I would have to ask you, what's your definition of Israel? Because I don't know what the definition of Israel is.
The nation that exists there now, that are the Hebrew people, whatever.
Well, see, I don't think of Israel as a physical place, so I can't really answer that question. Sorry. In my religion, Israel's not a physical place, so.
I think the Pope's a piece of shit. If that counts for anything.
So what does Israel mean to you? I mean, is it just those who fight with God?
As far as I understand, it's people who follow, the God of the Bible, as far as I understand.
But the name, I mean, the etymology of the name is the one. That
Well,
fights.
as far as I understand, Israel is like I mean, I'll let the Jew answer. Maybe he understands, but I think it means something very specific about, following God or something like that. Or anybody who knows.
Can we agree on the etymology? It stands for the one that fights with God, or fighting with God. That's what Israel means, right?
I thought it meant
You know,
Isra
following
and
the law, and you have like genetic, ethnicity.
Okay. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, well, no, and I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm actually just saying, like, if you're talking about the nation of Israel, I don't know enough about Judaism as it exists now. I have a lot of questions about it. And like I said, like I'm trying to be polite to Benjamin for one reason. Like, if he came on here and started saying, "Oh, Machine, how do you feel about your people beheading XYZ?" I mean, like obviously that would come off as kind of a dick move, even though, like
But that's what
that
you guys
is
have been doing all night, though.
right. So, no.
Yo, I have a question.
Right.
How exactly does the Jewish tradition also mirror the pagan tradition of the Vikings? Like, why do they also use the same alphabet? They have the same kind of blood rituals and whatnot.
I don't think there's any similarity at all. I don't know the similarity. Sorry, man.
So, the Phoenician alphabet?
I think I've heard somewhat that there might be a link there through the Scythians, but it's like theoretical. I don't know if anybody else has heard this, but
I have a theory that they're actually the same people. And I know that sounds crazy.
There are occultists that believe that the tribe of Dan went to all these places. Yes, I mean, so I don't know.
Denmark.
I don't know what Benjamin's opinion on that is, but I am curious because there is a large.
I mean, we're actively looking for the lost tribes. We think the Taliban is actually Reuben, and the tribe of Dan is like the Ethiopian Jews are Reuben.
Right. No, that makes sense.
Or Dan. Sorry.
That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is a lot of the white people might actually be Jews, as far as you guys know, correct? Like a lot of us Scotsmans and people like that, right? Potentially.
I mean, there could be. You can today we've got DNA, so we can actually go in and confirm all that. But apparently,
I'm a little
it's pretty
nervous
solid
about-
evidence that the Taliban are Reuben.
I'm a little nervous about giving, oligarchs my DNA. You can understand maybe why.
There's people that took all major DNA tests and got all different results. So
yeah, and it's also a fascinating and interesting story about the genetic links of the people in Kashmir and the people in Afghanistan to that whole thing that they're now purporting that there's a genetic link between the lost tribes of Israel, because the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslims, who's called Ahmed Mirza Ghulam, he actually said that the people of Kashmir and the people of northern Pakistan were actually the lost tribe. And that's where the guy, W.D. Farah came and taught the guy for the Nation of Islam that the black people are all of these things, that they're, racially in line with the Bible and all of this type of stuff. Did you know that, Brother Benjamin, at all about that stuff?
Not in that depth, but yeah, I'm really aware that the tribe of Reuben is the Taliban, and a lot of
they had an interesting link because the guy who started the Nation of Islam, he was an Ahmadiyya Muslim from Afghanistan. So it's very interesting. Yeah, so it's very interesting. He was actually from northern Pakistan.
Let me try to help you understand like some of my skepticism around these type of things. So, allegedly, the Axis powers during WW2, right? Like they were kind of like really into this whole like genetic supremacy kind of thing. You might have heard of it. And also the occult belief systems that were tied into that. You're aware of that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we're going to start going around and genetically testing the entire world like we did, I don't know, the last 3 years, you can understand that that information could be used for purposes like what you're talking about, but also for something like Mean Mr. Mustache, right? You understand that?
I understand that. Yeah.
So you can understand that it's kind of a slippery slope, in my opinion, that we can kind of go in that.
I mean, at the end of the day, we should all be authority over our own data. And if you want to share that data, that's up to you.
You still got to explain the original Hebrew alphabet being the identical Viking runes.
Well,
how many letters are in the original Viking runic script?
Look at the shapes of them. They're the same letters, bro.
How many letters are there?
Why do you think you have Hebrew and Yiddish?
How many letters are there? I'm just curious. Can you look it up?
I don't actually know, but they're the same letters. It's the Phoenician script.
Well, I mean, that's a very bad point to make to talk about.
Well, it's not a bad point to make. You know how we have English right now.
How many letters there are in the alphabet?
Well, here's a good point. Here's a good point.
We have English, and you know how there's
Hebrew is stolen Phoenician, and Viking is stolen Hebrew. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm trying to say is, you know, we have English letters and you have Spanish words, and you can write Spanish words in English, but they're still using, right, the alphabet.
Well,
so they're using the English alphabet, right? What I'm saying is Phoenician script is being used in Hebrew and by Vikings. But now here's another tie. They have the same rituals that involve the sacrifice of and blood of animals. How is this connected?
Sacrifice was all over the ancient world. It's not unique to Israel.
But what I'm saying is, how are they both connected? You know, like we have
the number of letters, and the number of letters are different. They have more letters, so it's not the same script.
Well, we have a lot of the different things. You know what I'm saying? We have the Phoenicians going around on boats, and then we have the Vikings going around on boats. You know, when we look at the flags, we see those same seafaring races, you know, end up being England and all these different boat races.
Also, the Franks of
claiming royalty.
Also, the
royalty from what?
Also, the Franks and the Anglo-Saxons who were raiding all over Western Europe for, I don't know.
So the current Jews are the fake Jews, and the real Jews are the Vikings and the Phoenicians that are not Jews. I'm
saying they're both Jews.
So
potentially
you can write any language in any phonetic. I can write English in Hebrew letters because it's a phonetic language. It just maps out sounds.
I get it. What I'm saying is the Vikings are the after Phoenicians, right? Like they're the after the Phoenicians.
What do you
Jewish fallacy?
Hold on, before we get too deep.
The Phoenicians become the Vikings. I mean, they lost a lot of their shit. They're still maintaining an alphabet. They're trying to recreate what they were.
I mean, that's a theory, sure.
Here's the other thing, though. Like
they're refugees from, but they're maintaining. Like they still have. It has fucking these like notes of Hebrew. Like you'll see that also in the Cherokees, specifically the Cherokees. You'll find Hebrew letters. You'll find out that the name of their god is Yahuwah or Yahweh. And it's the Tetragrammaton, and they actually have Hebrew scriptures, and they have the same exact Hebrew rituals. Israel actually gave the Cherokee Nation a piece of land for giving them the sequence to one of their rituals required for a feast that they lost, and the Cherokees had it, and they gave them a piece of land.
You're Jewish too.
That's Cherokee in America, bro. So I'm trying to
one of the things I can say is that I don't believe Israel has a monopoly on God at all. I think God can reveal himself to whoever God wants to, and if God revealed himself to the Cherokees, then good on them. That's great.
Tell you, bro. Listen, I'm trying to tell you that the Jews was a literally worldwide empire. Okay.
So what you're saying is we was all Jews. So really, that's what I'm asking. Is like
I don't know about if we was all Jews, but what I do know
weren't all Jews, but there was a sliver of them in each culture. So they infiltrated and corrupted everyone so that they could survive.
Here's the thing, though. We're getting
conspiracy theories.
Hold on.
Conspiracy theories.
Hold on. We're getting dangerously close to Mr. Mustache territory, where certain people have the genetics to be a Jew and other people don't. I mean, let's just be honest about that.
It's either a genetic or it's a religion.
Being Jewish isn't genetic. It's not genetic. It's national.
Oh,
if you want to, yeah, the word for conversion to Judaism, lagur, is from like immigrant. The best translation of conversion is immigrant.
Okay, well then how come you guys try to convert more people to Judaism? Then your numbers will get up. Why don't you try to convert
Israel is the nation of Judaism?
You
know what I mean?
I didn't hear both of you at the same time. Sorry.
Oh, I'm saying, are you in the nation of Israel or the nation of Jew?
The nation of Israel.
Right. So why don't you call your race Israeli instead of Jewish?
Because it's not a race.
What I'm saying is, it's a nation, and you
It's a
call
nation, yeah.
you call your race Jewish, and you call Jewish a nation, but Jewish is not a nation.
We-
Israel is a nation.
We called.
They had to
So
get
there
in on
was
the
first.
game.
First of all, there was a nation.
Jewish a
Wait,
nation.
wait. First of all, there was a nation. There was a nation called the nation of Judah,
Mhm.
and so
That
that's
was
where the
one
name
tribe.
Jewish comes from.
Yeah. And what about
Right, but it was the nation. There was the kingdom of Judah, and then there was the kingdom of Israel to the north, and they
So
were
is it
at
the nation
war.
of Israel or is it the nation of Judah?
so you
No,
guys
I think it's
son of,
Yehuda. I
so
think
you
it's
guys are
Yehuda.
the hold
I
on. So
think
you
that
guys
there's
are the son of Jacob, and the rest of us are the son of Esau. Is that, or is it, what is it? The other dude?
I think Esau was wiped out already.
It is
No, he
Esau.
wasn't.
Esau, I hate.
One of Esau's children was Edom, and Edom is the ancestor of Rome. So yeah, all of the Roman descendants and Roman ideology comes from Esau. Yes.
Okay, so
But we're
those
brothers.
those are the bad guys
They
to
put them
the.
together.
They're not
Esau.
bad.
And it's the white people.
It's not bad guys. None of them are bad. They're all the children and descendants of
But
Abraham.
we
They're not
can
bad.
never
They're just
be,
have
but
different.
we can never be Israelis or Jews, right?
Well,
You can if you want to.
let's slow down a little bit on this one point about Edom being Rome, and then I mean, then how did you extrapolate on that, Benjamin? Did you say that that meant that that Rome that it was a Roman power system or the Roman culture, or and that still
The
exists
nation.
today?
Yeah. The Roman nation was born out of Edom, which is a descendant of Esau.
And you're saying that
Romans
exists
were
today.
Jews. So
But you're saying that
I'm
exists
sorry.
today, right?
the Romans.
I don't know what extent. I don't know what extent it exists today, but I think like the Byzantines grew out of Edom, so you could say that the church grew out of Edom. Sure, why
Okay, so
not?
the church, so specifically, more specifically to you, the church represents Edom.
I mean, it doesn't represent it. It's a big mix today, but like if ancestrally, you could make that link if you wanted to.
Well, but hold on,
Interesting.
and I just want to skip this point because you said something earlier, and I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. You said something to the effect that I asked, "Do you think that the Jews, like Paul, were already infiltrated into Rome?" And you said not until much later. So when do you think they took over Rome?
Rome was founded by two demons. Okay.
So
Peter and Paul.
eventually the Byzantine Empire, when Christianity became the official religion of Rome, then that's when that happened, I guess.
So that's when Jews took over Rome.
I mean, Christians did, however you want to say it.
Well,
Christians
okay,
are just
so hold on.
insider Jews.
The Roman eagle is not an eagle; it's a phoenix because they were the Phoenicians. Okay.
All right.
Edom, Mount Seir, that whole area, they've been wiped out before they even made a church over in Rome whatsoever. And if
Well,
you want to
also,
know who Esau
Amalek,
is, all you have to do is ask yourself,
Here's
who
what I'm gonna
is
tell you.
marrying outside their race now?
Here's what I can tell you, bro. Right?
Amalek is also the descendant of
We have
Esau.
a very specific nose. Okay. It's a very specific nose among Sicilians and different Italians. We have this very specific nose. All right. The nose knows.
The nose
right.
knows.
The nose knows.
What about the Jewish nose? You want to make a crack at that too?
Just ask yourself,
Nose. That's
who
what
is
I'm trying to
marrying
tell
outside
you.
their race right now?
It's the nose of the phoenix because you know what I'm saying?
It's a different nose. It's a different nose, though.
It is. It's a big nose.
I can tell an Italian nose from a Jew nose.
I have a big nose, bro, right? People mistake me for Jewish all the time.
Dude, yeah,
You should get that test. Maybe you are. Maybe you are.
Oh, yeah.
It's all up in there. I'm trying to explain it to
too
you. It all
sketchy.
comes from the
It's too
Phoenicians.
sketchy.
They were a merchant seafaring maritime guild, right? Secret society, basically, of Jews that went around and traded, you know what I mean? Conquered, did all kinds of crazy blood sacrifice, child sacrifice rituals, got accused of it. Now they had to not be the Phoenicians anymore, okay? They had to become something else.
Conspiracy theories, man.
It's not
Well,
conspiracy.
Well,
It's
let's
what
assume
happened, all
that's
right?
true. Let's assume that either that's true or whatever. But like, let's get into the timeline, because really,
this isn't even the Jews at this point. This is the Phoenicians, and like I'm telling you, they became Italians.
Then
and
why are you connecting it to
I
like
am.
whatever?
You know what I mean?
It's
Like
just another accusation.
I'm not denying, even though I am Italian, that Rome was founded by demons and they were evil. I don't deny this.
Okay, and so what about the Vatican there? You know, not even
The Vatican's evil, bro. They got a fucking temple of Mithra in the basement. They all worship Mithra, a sun god.
Well, hold on. I'm not doing anything you just said.
Well, I think they have way more than that. Just
Hold on.
than just that in the basement. There's
Look.
That crisscross dresser, Christos,
I'm just
says
saying,
that I
they've got a
sound
temple
Jewish.
of Lucifer in the fucking one of the catacombs. Got a temple of Lucifer.
Historically, the church assimilated idolatry into it from every culture it tried to convert. Like they added idolatrous practices to Christianity in order to convert people. Like Odin is Santa Claus, for example, and the tree god that people used to celebrate is stuck on Christmas, the Christmas tree.
Hold on.
All that stuff is.
Look, I'm not trying to be a dick, but help me get the timeline right here, because basically you had like Melchizedek, you had Abraham, then Melchizedek, then Moses, right? And then after coming out of the Exodus, you know, that was a very particular type of people, and then you had the Persian, you know, Cyrus, who released the Jews. So there was an interplay with basically you have the Sumerians, you have the Egyptians.
You had the Babylonians before all that.
Right. Okay. So now you have like 4 different cultures that are amalgamated into all this before the Exodus, right? And then you had also Alexander, and then you also have Alexander the Great around this time, and the Ptolemaics, right?
This is all after. Alexander the Great. We have actually a account of Alexander the Great coming to Israel in the Talmud. This was during the time of the Second Temple, and after that time, all of the Jews called their kids Alexander in memory of him. He came and he bowed down to the high priest during the Second Temple era, and like he was going around conquering all these nations, but Israel he left alone for some reason. So all of the Jews at that time called their kids Alexander.
But the Exodus was false.
I just want to address Claris in the chat. What's up, chat? Claris, Rome being founded by a demon is Jewish position. Actually, it was 2 people, Romulus and Remus, that were demons, that were feeding off the teat of the beast to found Rome. You know what I mean? They had advanced technology that was fucking from the antediluvian era. Romulus.
If I leave, my phone's out of battery, it's going to shut down. I have it plugged in, but it's not charging fast enough.
Romulus and Remus were likely refugees from the flood. They were likely Nephilim, to be honest.
Hold on, guys. Let me say good night to my friend, because he's going to his phone is going to die. Is that not right?
Yeah, if it dies, it's because if I leave, it's because my phone died.
Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for joining the panel for the first time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And yeah. Blessings, and I hope you enjoyed the little back
Many
and
blessings,
forth here.
everyone.
Yeah, and
yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, we have some contentious discussions here, and
I appreciate you, Benjamin.
I appreciate you too, Ryan.
No, actually, I really appreciate you being here too. Like, this is not personal whatsoever towards you. I'm actually very curious to hear about like your perspective, because we have basically everybody's perspective except for a real Jewish perspective that understands the history and also the religious aspects. I mean, that's a big missing piece, in my opinion, of the puzzle for my personal.
Yeah, because I was gonna shut down soon too. So if anybody had some last words to say too, so I just wanted to go around and make sure everybody got a chance. So if anybody wants to, so I guess we'll just start with Benjamin, because he's got to go, or he might die. His phone might die.
I won't die, but my phone will. Yeah.
Well, who knows? Tomorrow never. We're not promised tomorrow, as they say. You know what I mean? But I hope you're with us.
I appreciate I do appreciate the discussion and that everyone is trying to find the truth and they have inquisitive minds and they're not just believing the narrative that is being pushed on them. I think that's really good. It's good that people are trying to get to somewhere in their lives and not just believe what's being taught to them. A lot of this stuff is conspiracy stuff, but I hope eventually you'll sort through it. What am I going to say?
Oh yeah, you won't
Blessings
find
to
people
everybody.
here that don't question their beliefs. So
Yeah,
that at
first.
least
Yeah,
is
that's
a good
awesome.
question. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. I mean, do you have any words of wisdom for these people? Yeah.
Just keep doing what you're doing. You guys are awesome. You all have a place in the world to come from my books.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me, friend. Thank you so much, and I hope I talk to you soon. Again, what about everybody else? We got DeFreak here. DeFreak, go ahead. Hit him with something.
Welcome home. Welcome home. That's all I got. Don't be a stranger.
I appreciate Benjamin coming up here and having these conversations. I feel like if more of these conversations are had, we could have a better understanding of what's real and what's bullshit. Right? I mean, we out here debating Christianity, Islam, and all different things. You know what I'm saying? There's really nobody out here on the internet representing Judaism. And I could see why. You know what I mean? But
really,
you know what I mean? I think that if it was done more, you know what I mean, it'd be a good thing.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
I think we have another person here. We got Cage out here. So yeah, Cage. I'm actually about to shut down too, Cage. So just to let you know, you got to hit him with some closing words out here. Okay, so we got DeFreak. And DeFreak, you got any words of wisdom for these people?
I want to see how many conspiracy theories and accusation Cage makes right now.
Okay. Okay, and what about you, Brother Rant?
No, I mean, that's about it.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. And Neurojack, what you got for us, brother?
Well, I think this is a good conversation. Number one. Number two, I think I agree kind of what everybody's saying here. Really, I think that we're all kind of coming at it from different perspective, and just kind of getting into it publicly is a good thing, in my opinion. And I don't think that although I'm very contentious, seeming, I'm not one of these people who say that everything's Israel's fault or the Jews' fault. I think that really a lot of people on all sides are very lost and confused, and especially my own people. And so I hope that, and myself as well, I'm trying to sort through a lot of stuff. And I think that the term conspiracy theory is kind of, one of these things that has kind of lost its meaning. And I think that I'm going to go with egregore theory for the future, just to kind of be a little more accurate, and hopefully that'll get us somewhere better. And that's all.
Egregore, really?
Yeah, we're going with the egregore and the hoax to kind of take the heat off of ourselves.
I don't have
but yeah, I already.
I don't have final words, but then again, I want to make a comment on.
There we go. Yeah, we finally got a last word from Void. Thank you so much.
Yeah, on Rand's on his icon, it's not a duck, Rand. You refer to it as a duck.
It's a duck.
Goose. Yeah, no, it's not a duck.
It's a murder duck.
It's a goose, dude.
No, it's a dove.
All right, fine. It's a goose.
Oh, doves
Turtle.
don't have those. Dude, it's not a turtle dove. It's not a dove. Dove don't.
I call the wing if you're gonna eat it.
They don't have
Turtle with a spider on his back.
All right. It's a murder geese. You got me. It's a murder geese.
It's a goose. It's a murder goose, dude. I know, because dude, I've been struggling with these Nile.
The sea cow.
I don't know
with
people that live near the Nile, or even these geese that live near the Nile, but they shouldn't come around here. They are quite defensive. These are like
that turtle can move 20,000 tons of pyramid rock.
It's crazy, dude. So yeah.
What are you talking about, boy? What's up with that turtle?
This is how flat earthers.
What are you talking about?
This is how flat earthers witnessed the latest eclipse.
I don't know. I think somebody shined some shit on the moon, bro.
How do you get open gaps? How do you get open gaps in a shadow on a solid object? Like,
Bro, I don't think there's a giant celestial turtle going around with some Star Wars mech.
No, I've actually seen it, bro. Last time I bought eggs at the supermarket.
I mean, you see
shined
what
a
you
light
want
in
to
there.
see, right?
Yo, I believe
That's
it's
what I
crazy
saw.
shit, but yo, those are definitely that would be some Star Wars mech walkers on the back of a fucking turtle in the star system. All right, I don't.
No, that's you, bro. That's you.
You don't buy it?
Conspired conspiracy. Is that better?
Listen, unless you told me that that's Jesus.
I'm telling you, it's you. Okay, you don't want me to say in Japanese. It's you.
Look, bro, if that's Jesus riding the turtle, I
theory.
can
It's a
get
conspiracy.
behind it.
It's actually a conspired conspiracy. It's not a theory anymore.
Listen, man. All right,
I tuned it.
Okay.
He's seen a turtle, man.
Unless in the center there is Jesus, then I could get behind it. Maybe he's riding a turtle if he wants to. Okay. Other than that, I don't
Of
know.
course, he's the middle. Of course, Jesus is the middle elephant. Of course.
He might. Oh, those are elephants.
Those are elephants, bro.
Okay,
And
so
there's a
I
person in the middle riding the fucking turtle.
You got Jesus using the elephants as handlebars to ride the turtle.
Have you ever been to the Galapagos Islands, bro?
Godzilla.
I can tell you never been there. God damn it!
Right now we're talking here, right? Now you're.
No, look, honestly, I think this is probably a hoax. I'm just memeing a little bit. You know what I mean? I can't get behind it. I was trying to see how I could possibly get behind it, and that would be the only way.
Kind of
If it was Jesus,
It's kind of a
you know what I mean?
cross. He's kind of in the middle.
Go look at your shadow and run away from it while you're at it.
You know what I'm saying?
I gotta go. I mean, these were my final.
Okay, well, this pretty much unlocks the whole Voynich manuscript. If you want to get that deep, you know what I mean? The alchemical text of the. This is the actual cipher, consisting in shadows of turtles and elephants in that. What are you gonna do with it now?
Thank you, Jesus, for being real.
I don't know what's going on with the whole turtle. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you so much, Void, for
No
joining
clue.
the panel. And yeah, go ahead and hit him with some closing statement here, Brother Cage. I know you got some wisdom for him.
All right, listen very carefully. I'm going to tell you the secret of all existence, okay? Listen very carefully.
Damn. Well, you hit him with that, that deepness. You know what it is, Rivers of silence, all right? Blessing. Yeah, I mean, it's up to YouTube, is it not? But yeah, it'll be up there for the masses. And another little piece of the conversation we had with our friend Benjamin. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, friends. And also, we're gonna play a outro based on the earlier stream we did, 420 stream that we did. So bonus material. So yeah, we're gonna get into some things here. So yeah, stick around. You'll see some things if you stick around for the next hour. And then about the 9-hour mark, I'm gonna end this program for you guys. So thank you so much for joining this morning, guys. Blessings to you guys. I'll throw you guys here in the back, and yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. The Freak Rant, and the Freak, man, you've been a beast out here. Thank you so much, man.
I probably came off a little,
It's okay.
kind of juvenile and like smart or
No,
smart,
no,
whatever,
no, dude. You're a wise brother, and you know a lot. And I'm proud to have you as a friend. You know what I'm saying? So don't be down on
It's an
yourself.
honor.
Oh yeah,
But,
yeah. I mean, don't be down on yourself. Yeah.
I could have been more serious or whatever, but like,
No, man. You tell.
you can't be too serious like all the time because you end up having more questions than answers, and that's not what the joy of the Lord is at all. Like, so at the end of the day, you really, if you're seeking God, you want to know God, whatever you actually want to know Him and how He feels and everything, and that's opened up with a line of communication like prayer and other things, but otherwise you're going to be so frustrated trying to figure out the answer that you forgot all about Jesus Christ. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, my friend. And yeah, we'll definitely get together soon. We're gonna do a little thing on Psalms and Surah Rahman and stuff. We still got that out in the works, and we got other little things for you guys. But yeah, we got lots of explorations to cover. Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank
Have a
you.
blessed
That's going to be
morning.
epic.
Yeah, of course. Have a blessed morning, my friend. And yeah, you got guess I'm the only one left. And that's how it is. I mean, I even let the people, leave on their own. I mean, that's just what it is. And I don't even, blessings to everyone. I mean, and thank you guys for being here. It's been a rough day, honestly, for me. But yeah, we got real things going on. You know what I mean? Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. I'll be here with you on Wednesday. I may go ahead and premiere some content on my little time before today and Wednesday night. Because it is a while before seeing you guys again. But if anybody has any questions or any comments, please reach out to me by email. I'll be here for you guys. And yeah, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through all of the deception. The first step to going past the programming is realize that you've been programmed, right? Any movie recommendations? Oh yeah. Watch Johnny Mnemonic, Fantastic Planet, The Savage Planet. You guys ever seen those movies? Those are some of my favorite movies. Lo-fi. Anyways, have a blessed one. And also Hot Boys. We didn't get to watch. Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai. Right. Thank you guys. Enjoy this content here. You know what I mean? Extra discussions we had. Blessings. Produce the art. Should the award go to the AI or the person who programmed the AI? Or
Make the art.
Yeah. Well, this is how we look back in the day. The Indians. Before they had haircuts and things.
Yeah. They didn't have combs back then.
Yeah, if you go to India, there's those the devotees of Shiva.
Okay. Your Indian background. You have an Indian background. Yeah. It makes sense that your dad's a doctor and your mom's a doctor.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That's so bad.
No, it's true. It's true.
It's true.
They wanted me to be a doctor too. Yeah, they wanted me to be a doctor too.
Right.
That's why I'm a black sheep of the family. I'm not a doctor. I'm a philosopher. Big no. And obviously, if you call yourself a philosopher too, you can't call yourself that. People say that's a joke. So I say I study philosophy. You know what I mean, right? You have to say that.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
It's not a job. It's not a job description.
It's not a job, no.
Right.
Yeah,
and
because
your parents are practitioners, so aren't they engaged in the philosophy too?
No. Socrates was homeless, and then they say I think it was Madison, either Madison or Hamilton, who said if every Athenian was a Socrates, then all of Athens would be a mob. So there's my political side. I call myself an anti-philosopher. Because I'm a cynic. The brand of philosophy I follow is cynicism.
Okay, here's a question for you. If you made a robot inside a store and it tried to leave, would it have to pay for itself?
I mean, if it already left, you know,
would it be arrested for stealing?
I mean, to me, the whole question, because they had these AI art, competitions where people produce art based off of AI. So the whole question became, who actually, produced the art? Should the award go to the AI or the person who programmed the AI? Or
make the art? Yeah.
So, I think ultimately it's so far to the people who programmed it, right? But I think once, because
or they
AI,
get the training data from someone.
Well,
that's one of the questions. Is like if you do all the training data, like let's say you take all the Led Zeppelin songs and you use that as your training data, then you can generate new Led Zeppelin songs.
Yeah, or it's like
where does the credit go to?
Different batches of LSD, and somebody had a good trip and a bad trip. It's more like that. You know what I mean? Right? Okay. It's even more subjective. Because
I mean, Led Zeppelin's a brand. It's a brand. So, I mean, but we are co-creators. So, for example, like if I prompt the AI to produce this picture and it happens to be something that I can sell, well, then I created the picture. I own the picture. Just because someone created the model doesn't mean that they own the picture, right?
Yeah. Or is it like Bitcoin mining where it's like, let's say one day you can have AI create a movie for you, right? So you're like, I want to make a movie with this and star this person and do all this stuff, right? So it does the movie and it turns out crap. Most of it's going to turn out crap. But if you have everyone around the world doing that over and over again, every so often you're going to come up with this badass Matrix movie and you're going to be like, hey, check this out. So it's like, okay, you mined that movie from the AI. You actually got it. So you should get some credit for that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good analogy. I think that's how it should work. That's the only way it could work.
Well, it's not really working out that great, and I'll tell you why. Is because in the generative AIs, they already have these watermark things that let you know when an image was doctored up and what tools were used to doctor it up. Right. Yeah. So in order to decide whether the image that you're looking at as a hoax,
and that doesn't have to be there. Yeah. And you can pay to bypass that.
What do you mean?
You can get like a subscription to bypass that watermark image or whatever. It doesn't have to be there. The watermark is something they added on.
No, what I'm saying is that once you make an image with AI, right, you could trace back to see which programs were used to create that image, so that if a fake image is used or made as a hoax, you need AI to determine if it's a hoax. You see the problem there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. So much so that they're already training kids in school to realize hoax AI images. So
yeah.
So this is a really so it's a really big problem already starting about these hoax images that are made by the AIs. So I mean, it's a problem of authority at the end of the day, and a problem of, and the problem is not going to be that people are creating fake images. It's going to be that people are doubting real ones. At the end of the day,
that makes sense to me too. And again, this creation is just going to be a direct reflection of us. And that is scary in of itself. So, kind of.
There was that funny one where they trained an AI on Twitter to do tweets because they wanted something to start doing tweets and getting a lot of followers, and then it just ended up being racist and using the N-word and all this kind of stuff. It's like, all right, okay, it was trained off of tweets. Yep, that makes sense to me. That is a toxic space.
Well, it lets you know right away, and look at what's allowed on Twitter today, right? It's not an accident. Maybe it was more perceptive in picking up, some underlying pattern that was being cultivated on Twitter, because if you look on Twitter today, it's literally the one place where alt-right and white nationalism and all of that stuff is actually allowed.
I mean,
You
that's
know,
not on
so-
my feed. What are you interested in? What's going on?
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, I'm talking
not
about.
saying that. I'm just joking.
Well,
It's all
I'm
good.
saying that.
I'm not
you know.
there.
Well, I'm just saying, like the highly publicized national issue with the Nick Fuentes and Kanye West and then Tucker Carlson and the ADL, and then Elon Musk had the ADL on there, you know, and then they had this whole conflict there. You know, I mean, I just think that was, you know, huge, and it was the only place where that happened. And then they're talking about developing alternative media, and
Do
I
you
think
you could get to know somebody by their recommendations.
You know, look at how, I mean, people are being, you know, I mean, people's ideologies are being crafted by an algorithm. You know, like today, like in real time.
It's a chicken and the egg thing, though. Yeah, you're crafting the algorithm. You're giving it your preferences. It's spitting it back to you.
Not always, because not all of the material on there is going to be reflective of you personally, right? Most of it's going to be developed by people that most likely you'll never meet and are involved in doing things that you'll never be able to do. Like, for example, look at, I mean, I don't know how many people are watching this particular broadcast. You know,
9 people.
9?
Yeah,
I think
or live
two of them are me.
Yeah, I mean, I did one last night, and there's 50 people watching. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not bragging or anything, but it's just that, you know, it's like, you know, what are these people watching for? You know, many of them are, you know, I would imagine not really there by choice. You know, a lot of them are just there because they watch Flow State or something like that. You know, and
No, that's about normal for my streams is about 10 people. Like,
Yeah.
but for this kind of thing, for the Hangouts, it's about 10 people. It's not, you know, this isn't supposed to be interesting to the masses. This is just supposed to be something just to chill and hang out, and if people want to join.
Yeah, I'm just here to do some work and learning and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it just seems to me, if I had to guess, that the people that kind of frequent my channel and some of the people that don't, you know, they're meant to be there, or they were guided there by an algorithm. You know.
Yeah, they were guided there by an
They
algorithm.
definitely were. They definitely were. Yeah.
You know, it's very clear to me that I wasn't responsible for like getting those people there. You know, like I wasn't I didn't tell 50 people like about my show, and then you know, like say I told like 75 people and like 50 of them liked what I was saying and they showed up to my show. That's not what happened. You know, so you know, so why are they there? And then if you look at the chat, you know, the last time it was like 5 a.m. in the morning, and and I had one chatter and there was 30 people watching. So you're telling me that out of these 30 people, only one person is engaged with the content here, right? And you know, that doesn't even make sense. You know, who are these 30 people? You know, what do they want from me at 5 a.m. in the morning?
That's actually the way you put that. It makes a lot of sense. It's actually kind of startling,
scary. You know, to
yeah.
me.
What the fuck?
Like it's not exactly a good thing that 30 people are watching me at 5 a.m. in the morning. You know, because infamy is as good as fame today. You know, infamy is as good as fame.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, you know, it has the power. Look at Donald Trump. You know, people.
He's got
call
more
him-
than 50 people watching though.
Yeah, people call him Hitler, and it makes him more popular. That's what I'm looking at. You know what I mean? It's an interesting dynamic where you can undercut, you know, people's ideology, right?
Well, what channel do you have, man? Like, I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, you can plug it.
Well, it's the same name here, the Machine Lives. You know.
Okay, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I already have an idea what it's about then. Yeah, okay. No,
Yeah,
I'll definitely check it out. I'm already on watch list anyway, so.
Yeah, philosophy of technology is our main issue, and then we talk about
There you go.
theology and politics and stuff. So,
So what are you on about theology and politics? Maybe I'll jump on your channel every so often.
We just did a lot of shows on Black Hebrew Israelites. I don't know if you're familiar with. Yeah, so we'll be
Yeah, I know
doing
them.
one on Saturday. We're doing a 420 show. So yeah, Black Hebrew Israelites and their theory, kind of debunking their theory, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got into a confrontation with one of them, and then we had lots of panel discussions where people argued about the Bible. It's like doom and gloom, a lot of conspiratorial stuff.
Okay, all right.
So yeah, people, it's if you ask Flow State, it's very contentious on my show. So I actually try to foster conflict and chaos.
I see.
So yeah, I try to create that if I can. A controversy, chaos, conflict. Within a reasonable scope, as long as the old women and the kids don't get insulted and stuff.
I'm doing a bad
start
job
pulling
at-
people away. I go, a certain sense of decorum I like to have. But
Do you recommend that for every channel, or that's just your thing, the fostering conflict thing?
Oh, I don't recommend it for anybody.
No.
Yeah, I don't.
Why are you
recommend
doing it intentionally?
I think it's just because I have a sort of ideological background, I guess. That's like I was under the tutelage of Dr. Skrbina. He wrote a book called Technological Slavery. This book right here. With the Unabomber.
We
I
can't
can't
see
really
it.
put that. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
Okay, here, hold on. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, technological. Well, this is kind of a glare, but yeah, technological
Yeah, I see.
slavery by Ted Kaczynski. And so we got into that topic about anti-technology there at University of Michigan, and other controversial issues. So that was kind of how I started. So I kind of started the channel, so it's basically the Kaczynski channel. So you can, it's gonna have some it's gonna be conflict there, but
You call it the Kaczynski channel, dude.
well, I mean, in terms of like, here's the argument by Kaczynski, here's what's going on in the world, here's like MK Ultra, here's like conspiracies, here's like the theological scope of the world, and then I add into it the whole debate on scientism versus
I gotta tell you, you're way more level-headed than most conspiracy theorists. Just to say, just gotta
Way
say.
more.
Yeah.
Well, that's because I'm thinking of it from a hoax level, So I'm thinking of the conspiracy itself as a hoax, perpetually, or
That's
potentially.
smart.
Yeah. So yeah.
That's really smart.
Yeah.
Well, man.
Thank you guys.
I don't know. Should we meet this time next year to make sure this guy's still here?
This guy is still going to be here. We don't even need to meet. But if you want to meet, I'm here. Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah, I think I'll be here, but I don't know.
This is a good point here for the AI. If an animal kills somebody, the owner of the animal is held responsible.
Yeah. Well, that does still happens.
But for AI, like if an AI kills somebody, the owner of the AI should be responsible.
Yes, the same thing in the Bible. If your wife commits a crime, you get charged for your wife's crime. So
I don't recall seeing that, but
oh yeah, it was a rule until the 1900s, basically. In most European society.
In European societies, okay.
Yeah. If you
got to control your wife, can't let her go and kill people.
Yeah.
Wasn't it also your children? Because they looked at it as you were the.
No, this is still now. If your children vandalize something, it's your fault. Like you're in charge.
And one of the punishments was that they would make you ride backwards on a donkey and throw stuff at you because it was equivalent to riding backwards on an ass. That you couldn't control your household.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's where the term "you're a horse's ass" comes from.
Is it?
Yeah, exactly. Being a horse's ass. Yeah.
Yep.
You can't control your household.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely those people that need to get control of the household.
Well, I'm a firm believer in the idea of patriarchy versus feminism. I think that patriarchy.
I love this guy.
Yeah, I really dislike feminist theory, and I think it's one of the hallmarks of a modern society. You know, I think traditional society, you know, they were patriarchal, and they were ruled by the men. You know, so I don't think that women should have an equal share in rulership in the society.
So there's a midrash that says that a sign that things are progressing is when, the sun and the moon are the same size, when women and men become the same. It's a sign of progress.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but they also said that they prayed in the morning and they thanked themselves that they weren't born a woman or a goy. You know, so you know it's one of the important things. You know, is that there was still racial segregation, you know, within the synagogues. You know, and you see that even in the Christian society. You know,
That's not the right way to look at it, but sure, I get it.
Well, I think the Bible is based on, you know, patriarchy. You just see that with the genealogical, you know, understanding of it, and how the Jews ran their society, and how the Christians ran their society. Well, if you look at Paul, the idea of
I don't like to look at Paul much, but sure.
Well, I'm saying I guess you could say he's one of the most, in the first century, right? He's considered a source of Jewish Jewish society.
I would not consider him that way. I would definitely not consider him as that.
Okay, well then we have a disagreement about that.
Yeah. No, he was he was a attention seeker. He wanted,
St. Paul.
Yeah, attention seeker for sure.
Yeah. I think that you know, whether
he was
or
he was a narcissistic. He was very narcissistic.
Right. Oh yeah. And I've heard those types of understandings of St. Paul, and I have lots of bad things to say about St. Paul too, you know. But just the thing is, the thing is that you know, I still understand his historical significance and the time in which he was put, you know, and the understandings that they had of breaking away from the Jewish law at the time, you know, that they concerned.
That I would agree with. He was more known not for representing Jewish law, for breaking away from Jewish law. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of mixed, because if you read the understanding of the early church and of the people who broke away from the church, especially the Arians who rejected the Trinity. You know,
he wasn't the early church. The early church was in Israel, and he broke away from the early church. Yeah, he tried to do something different.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. And in that conflict represented, you know, you see the ideas that he broke away from, and one of the most fundamental ideas was this notion of patriarchy and sexual laws, and also marital laws, right? You know, if you read Leviticus, the laws for women and men are not the same, right? In terms of the way the punishment for sexual transgressions and all that type of stuff. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. Okay.
Right. So these understandings developed over time, like the midrash and stuff. That all that stuff comes later, right? Just like, you know, like some of the Talmudic stuff came after Christianity, right? I mean, in terms
no, it didn't. It was maybe written down afterwards, but it didn't come afterwards.
Exactly. It was seen as oral tradition. So, you know, oral tradition that actually, at the time of St. Paul, he claimed to be very much proficient in that oral tradition, you know, and
he wasn't. He was against it from the beginning. He was always in the.
I understand.
He was in the political camp that was against it from the beginning. Yeah.
No, I understand that he was against it, but in going against it, he quoted the Old Testament multiple times, right?
So no, he wasn't a Pharisee. He was a Sadducee. He was not a Pharisee.
Well, he claims himself to be a Pharisee. So this is a historical source.
Who?
St. Paul.
He claims to be one. No, he never was one. He was.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm saying in Philippians, he calls himself a Pharisee.
Okay,
He says he's a Pharisee of the tribe of Benjamin. He even says that he studied at the feet of Gamaliel.
Rabban Gamaliel.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. I know. No,
he was a real dick to the Pharisees. Whatever,
I understand.
okay.
No, I understand that him studying
his entire book is like this conspiracy. Like all of his writings is just, you can see the hatred, how much he hates Pharisees. He's like throwing it in there all the time.
Myself in trouble.
He makes them to be the villain, like in all of his writings. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I understand the Jews' view on Paul, the conventional view on Paul. I've listened to.
Okay.
Yeah. So I understand what you're saying about that. He couldn't possibly have been raised under the feet of Gamaliel, and all of that type of stuff.
Right.
That he rejected the law. In Galatians, he says, "I tore down the law." I wrote huge, studies, and I wrote a whole exegesis of the Pauline epistles. In the book that I wrote. So yeah, so I'm familiar with his writings and what he says. But I'm still talking about his understanding of where he was diverging from the teachings of the Old Testament, and then what the people in the Jerusalem Council and also the Ebionites, what they thought were the divergence from those teachings, right? And also the marital laws, especially starting in Corinthians 7, 1 Corinthians 7, he kind of makes up all of these new marital laws that are not, that kind of go against Leviticus.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. No idea. But okay.
Yeah, well, I think there's a reason why the laws, liberal society, they started up in European society because Christian understanding is fundamentally different from the Jewish understanding, right? Or do you think that there's a link there?
I guess the way I would have a problem saying a fundamental difference. There is a difference. There is a difference.
The thing I'm trying to, and this is a term I attack in my book, so I understand what you're saying. I attack the term Judeo-Christian.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so like, for example, there is a lot of people, right? And I'm not saying this is true, so don't take me out of context, right? Because I see a little bit, misunderstanding of what I'm trying to say, right? But what I'm really trying to talk about is certain people's view that Judeo-Christian society has something to do with European civilization. You get it right?
So, okay.
Yeah.
But you still think it does have something to do with European civilization?
Well, I mean, it's the idea of hyperstition. If people believe that it does, then you have to take their belief seriously, right? Because they're gonna, right? Like for example, Protestant Christians are not gonna dispense with this belief in their idea of Judeo-Christian, whatever they want to call it, and their idea of, like, for example, like Christian Zionism and all these types of things, right? Where they even supersede the understandings of the Torah and stuff. They try to co-opt the ideas that, in the Kabbalah and the Zohar and all these types of things, right? To their own religious ends, right? So so I'm just simply saying that, we take their beliefs seriously.
Yeah, there's an agenda. There's an agenda when they take the text. Yeah. Exactly. So that agenda to me is real. Not saying that it's true, but I like to think that it's significant, or that it's affected significant portions of. Because, like, I'm looking at society too, and I'm seeing that there is a commonality in all of the Western civilization, in terms of the morals that they're stressing, and
I mean, of course,
elevating that to a higher status. Those morals.
There's a common humanity no matter where you look. People all have, even the Babylonians and the Hindus and stuff, they have laws like not to steal and all that type of stuff, and you got to be nice to each other.
Yeah, but that's not being stressed. Like, what is being stressed? Like, what's being stressed in Western culture is love, compassion. That's the stress. And what's being stressed
individualism.
Individualism is part of love and compassion. That's right.
Now I think that individualism, I don't think it comes from, for example, I think that developed over time, and it has to do a lot with what we call secular or liberal.
It has a lot to do with technology too. Like, you couldn't be independent back in the day. You depended on your society. You needed your tribe of 150. You needed the hunters. You needed the builders. Like, now you can be. Now we're lucky enough to have this luxury of being individualistic.
Yeah, as you said, it's either a luxury or it's being imposed by the technological state that we're in, right? So it's a convenience, and many people, as you know, they're led by convenience, so they're not really free. It's just a token. You know what I mean, right? So in terms of the illusion,
we're dependent on society. You're not free from society.
Yeah, exactly. And that concept itself, came from this concept of the development of the state, which came from this concept of universalism, which came from the concept of, to go back to a Jungian concept that he kind of borrowed from Plato, the archetypal man, that you kind of see in the tradition, in the Kabbalistic tradition. You have Adam Kadmon. You understand what I said? Because I studied theology, right?
No, I can tell.
Yeah, I've read the Zohar and these types of things.
You read the whole Zohar in Aramaic?
No, I haven't read the entire Zohar, but I've read from the Zohar. In terms of I've read the Zohar. I've read those Talmudic texts, and even some of the apocryphal writings. So all of those types of writings, I've studied them. And I've definitely read sufficient commentaries on them, from people who have studied them in their entirety, but I haven't gotten to read them on my own, in their entirety. But but I will. Yeah.
So what about Adam Kadmon?
Well, just the idea of the archetypal man.
The archetypal man.
That's also related to, you could subsume that within this notion of Orphic Pythagoreanism. From Plato. He has this kind of notion of archetypes too, right? So man has an archetype too, right? There's an idea of man. It doesn't exist within the nature, right?
Yeah. It's an abstraction.
Yeah, exactly. The man that exists in nature is as an imitation, right, of the form of man, right? So this form of man, a lot of the Christian theorists.
Are you following this, David? No.
Well, I'll sum it up here, and then you guys can give your commentary.
No, keep going. You're good.
Well. I really reached peak thought with this last one, but it's this this concept of the logos being the archetype of the universal, man. So in John 1:1. You have this notion not to interject that. I understand more than ever that is totally heretical to Jewish teaching, right?
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I understand.
I'll allow it.
I'm just saying that I overstand that,
right?
Because I've read the Zohar and all of this type of stuff. So I understand that it's already a no-go. So in terms of Orthodox Jewish belief. But, in terms of the development of Western thought, Jung would say this is the,
So what is it? What is the John 1:1 that you're talking about?
The logos, the archetypal
What
man.
about it? Okay, that's from John 1:1.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with John 1:1.
No, I'm not at all. No.
Okay.
On purpose.
Well, you're missing a key piece of the puzzle, my friend.
I am missing a key piece of the puzzle. Yeah.
I should have probably began with that, so you knew what the F I was talking about.
Right.
Oh my God. In John 1:1, right? Which is the most foundational text of Christian beliefs, right?
Is it?
Oh.
I can't confirm that, but okay, I'll believe you.
Okay. Well, look it up. John 1:1 is basically the foundation of all Christian thought, right?
Okay.
Because it says, because without this John 1:1, you can't have the concept of the Trinity at all, right? So this concept basically affirms the Trinity. It says, in the beginning, there was the Logos.
That's what it says in John 1:1. Those words, the Logos.
In the beginning, there was the Logos.
You're gonna have to actually look this up now. Okay, keep going.
Is that interesting to you, or I mean, to me, I was just fascinated.
Well, it's interesting to know the different schools of thought, for sure.
Oh yeah. It says in the beginning there was a Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. Now, the word you see in the King James translation is the Word.
I see that.
But that's not the original translation. You need to go to the Greek, right? Because it was originally written in Greek, right? And the concept that's used in the Greek is Logos. Right? So it says, in the beginning there was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. To sum it up, to summarize things, God created the world through the Logos, right?
Yeah.
Okay, which is the concept of the archetypal man, so this concept is foundational in terms of, Western thought.
It's funny because I don't see how, I would assume this kind of thing goes over most people's heads. So that's why I wouldn't think it was a foundational thing.
It didn't go over people like Jung's head, right? You know what I mean, right? They used it to cultivate a rich philosophy. You know what I mean, right? In terms of the universal mind and universal archetypes and all of these types of concepts, right? So, I think that it has.
I mean, Adam Kadmon is not from John 1:1. Adam Kadmon is from Kabbalistic texts. So the idea of an archetypical man is not limited to, Christianity or that kind of thought.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm trying to explain. So the notion of the individual. You understand where I'm going with this, right? Where does the notion of the individual actually come from, and why is it specifically found, right, to be developed or cultivated within?
Why can't it just come from the fact that we are individuals? We have an individual. Why can't the notion of individual come from reality?
That's a presumption.
Why?
You have to go slower. You can't just presume. You can't just presuppose an individual, right? Because then you are kind of dealing with this concept of archetypal man, because then you're saying the concept of the individual is transcendental, right? So you're going back to universalism, right? If you do that,
I'm just going to reality.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I hate to pop your philosophical bubble.
No, you're not. I think the idea of the individual comes more down to, we are individuals. That's our personal subjective experience. Is we have a personal subjective experience. We have solipsistic experience, and that's where individualism comes from.
Well, why is the notion of individualism, right, and liberalism, right, then developed specifically within Western thought, right? That would be the question, then, right?
But I mean, reality was always reality. People were always people.
Right. So how come all people everywhere didn't understand this, right?
Didn't understand what? That there's an individual?
Yeah.
I think the problem with today's society is we're putting individualism above validating individualism above everything else.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that one. Yeah, I agree with that. But
I don't think there was a lack of individualism in the past.
I can agree with that. But I'm not talking about the actual real individualism, more or less.
Okay. You're talking about the philosophy of individualism.
Yeah, more or less talking about ideologies and how they affect people. You know, like for example, you know, you could
there's a much more ideological, individualistic ideology today, for sure. Yes.
Yeah, you can do an experiment on people and tell them that they have free will and tell them that they don't have free will. And get them to answer simple questions and then reward themselves, and they'll reward themselves differently based on what you
that's
inform them.
That's an actual experiment. Yeah.
You know, so you know, your belief in whether you have free will or not gives you a certain sense of moral culpability. You know,
That's right.
so it's like ideas actually do affect the way you behave. You know, ultimately. So
yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so I think that's what I'm getting to. That, you know, and that's why I feel that, you know, as I was like kind of elucidating earlier, you know, it matters not if the conspiracy or whatever you have it is true, right? If there's a mass of people who believe it, then you're gonna have to deal with their belief, right?
Right.
So, you know.
But then, like, at the end of the day, reality is still reality, and the belief will just get them in trouble. If it's it'll just get them in trouble. Like, I can believe that I'm Superman and I can fly, and then I'll jump off a cliff and I'll die.
Right. Except for if you create the concept of a Superman, right? And you say he came from a planet, right? Called you know, whatever, and on that planet, everybody on the planet, their names end with the last name E-L.
Yeah.
For some reason. Okay. We're not saying we're not saying it has to do with Elohim, but it does.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're giving you information, we're putting symbols there, but we're not saying anything by them, but we kind of are. You get what I'm saying? Right? You know what I mean? Right. So that's more of the level where I'm thinking, you know, is that whether or not it's true, you know, you could make something up and still
it has an effect. Yeah. That was one of the things I was seeing. So, because my channel is dealing a lot with typology. And so one of the things I was seeing in the typology space is that, like, if the way you see yourself affects who you are, like, there is a subjective element to typology. And so, like, maybe seeing yourself as something different would make you a different person. Yeah.
Or how about mythology? Or even
worldview stuff. Yeah, your worldview affects things.
Yeah, and which kind of ties back to the Jungian thing, you know, that he understood this much more clearly than Freud, you know, which is basically what I came up here to say. Much love. Bless you guys.
Yeah.
You know.
It's we're all doing the Jungian typology stuff here, so we're more appreciative of Jung here in general, but I don't think Freud should be dismissed at all. I think it's just
I have this thing on my show, you know, where I talk about mythos, you know, mythos, logos, theos, mechanos. You know, these 4 stages, you know, kind of thought, not physical stages, or not just really kind of ahistorical synopsis, you know, but you know, more Jungian, if you will, atemporal, you know. but it kind of is about how this mythical world, you know, how, you know, religion created philosophy, and then kind of philosophy created science, basically map of where we have come to and how did we get there, you know.
That's reductionistic, but I get what you're talking about.
Of course, because anytime you're dealing with the architectonic, you have to, instead of reductionistic, I would say it's a architectonic view of things. You know, that means that it's a view that's dealing on the, you know, mythological or the logo, on the level of logographic necessity, you know, which is the level of symbolism, right?
Hi, John.
How you doing, brother?
I'm finding this stream really interesting, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, glad to have you. Glad someone is. You're one of two.
Blessing.
I'm finding it interesting too, but I'm involved in it, so welcome.
This is the first time, like I say, you just come across my feed. I've not seen. Anytime there's an open panel, I try to subscribe and notify Bill.
Cool.
But I guess the algorithm led me today.
The machine lies. Don't trust it.
Right.
Yeah.
I just was trying to kind of I see your name was Benjamin.
That's right.
And I just didn't kind of know where he was going from. I'm always talking about the Bible and the laws of Moses and stuff, and that's what interests me. And I didn't know if you were a part of the rabbinicism crowd or what.
Yeah, I guess if you want to try to define me, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Among other things.
Can we talk about controversial stuff a little bit?
Why not? I got a half hour left on my stream. I gotta go to bed, but we can extend it too. Let's do it. I appreciate you asking though. That's nice.
Okay. Yes, sir. And I always appreciate anybody willing to talk about it because I can never get anybody like Machine Lies. You were talking about those Black Hebrew Israelites. I'm always trying to ask them questions, and I give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're Jews, but they don't answer any questions, and that is so frustrating. It's just you're Edom, you're Amalek, you're whatever, I don't understand.
All right. I just love the smoke and how it changes his camera. So
I just don't understand some things, man. You know what I mean? We're in the laws of Moses, we were told that Israel had a job to do. They had to go and take the land from these Canaanites. And then and of course that's controversial in today's society.
It is, yeah.
I look at it, they're doing things that I hate too. If I had to live with those people, I'd probably want to kill them myself. So I don't blame them. You know what I mean? And Pharaoh always fought the Canaanites, or else they would have took Egypt. And it was, nobody wanted those people around because they were, completely immoral. Well, we read that Benjamin's territory was given away early on to the Hivites, so that when they got into their territory, they found that they had to live with these Canaanites. You know what I mean? And I don't see why Jews think that that's something that they were allowed to do, to just make covenants.
Do you know what he's talking about, Machine? Specifically?
Well, John Thomas is a reader of the Bible, an astute reader and studier of the biblical text, and his understanding of the concept of the new covenant. He kind of feels that there's an interesting relation between the Mosaic law and that understanding of the new covenant. He kind of thinks that that's kind of fake, so
why is he gone?
So he's got this interesting notion there about the covenant law and how it ties into the ideas. He's done a special on the missing link. I've talked to him several times, but yeah,
okay.
I think he was trying to get into that, but he kind of fell out there.
Oh, he's back.
But yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. I got a call that froze me up. I missed everything.
But yeah, the Mosaic law and
because based on my understanding, the Canaanites were vanquished very early on.
Well, not if you read the book. It says that, like it for instance, the time that there was a drought. Well, if we look,
do you have a passage or something you want to point me to?
Well, it's just we're seeing the same thing today. Now and we're all being prompted to say, well, God doesn't want Israel divided. And I agree. He doesn't want Israel to have to give away their land, right?
But David actually enforced that covenant with the Hivites when he impaled Saul's sons for trying to get rid of the Canaanites who were in his territory. So he kind of started the two-state solution in my mind. He said,
"Oh, you're trying to link it to that? Okay, all right, I see what you're doing."
And what I'm saying is if we're gonna say, Israel is for Israel, well, David said it wasn't. It was for Israel and Canaan. And I mean, shouldn't we be looking for the Canaanites to bring them home? I mean, David.
So I think it's easier just to look at it in terms of, boots on the ground, what's actually happening, what's actually going on, what's the best we can do with the time we're in right now. With, these are real people. Like you can't just destroy them unless you have some kind of,
The whole thing is based on a biblical, mind view that Israel even exists. So there's no, it's all intertwined.
So there's a difference between like an ideal world and like an actual world, and you might be right for the ideal world, but we're also living in an actual world, and in order to bridge that gap, you sort of have to work with the way things are.
Well, then we wouldn't be allowed to get zealous. You know what I'm saying? If there's the actual and then there's the ideal. See what I'm saying? We're going back in between. We're saying, well, no, God told us this, God told us that. But then, you know what I mean? We're just working with
right.
what we have.
So zealousness has a place. I actually just added this today. It's kind of a nice coincidence. Here, let me get rid of this. Let me pull this up. So I was working on trying to make morality into a binary framework. If you know anything about the Kabbalah, you'll know that like this isn't actually the way it's taught, but I was trying to make it into a binary framework just to sort of map it. I don't know if you can see that. So I put zealousness is over here. So okay, let's just talk about the axis. We're talking about ideal versus immediate, like the here and now, and then you have the discipline and the compassion, and then I have just threw a bunch of words in here that sort of line up with these two axes. So like this is immediate discipline. So immediate discipline would be the zealousness, and I have it here because it's what's protecting from the negative side. So you see how like these are good traits: mercy, elevation, grace, bonding, rest. These are all good traits. But then you get into like complacency, smothering, pacifism, all this kind of stuff. And the one that's protecting it, like this wall that's protecting it, is zeal. So zeal does have a place. You're absolutely right. And I just actually added that. So.
But it can't stop it. You know what I'm saying? With what's inconvenient. The inconvenient truths, because then that strays away from zealotry. You know what I mean? If
zealotry isn't truth, zealotry is a defense.
Right, and if we're not defending the truth, if we're not saying, see, I don't agree with David. I don't think that he was talking to God at all. That you don't punish the children for the sins of their fathers. That's what Moses told us. For him to have Saul's sons impaled for the Canaanites, that was completely immoral to me. So I never look at that covenant.
So okay, so I'm trying to remember the actual story. So what happened was Saul's children actually did do something wrong against the Canaanites, and he let the Canaanites decide what the punishment was. And yes, the fact that they had to die was a bit extreme, but giving them their restitution was important to David. I think it was like a political game that, these guys deserve restitution for what happened. There was something done wrong to them.
Well, then the whole thing would have been wrong for Israel to take any of their land, wouldn't you think? I mean,
so this was also much later. So this is the times of kings, right? This is after, yeah.
I mean,
Canaanites were at the time of like hundreds of years earlier, and then Canaanites. So I don't know I don't think it was the Canaanites. Who was it that he gave? Let me look it up.
It was the Hivites. It'll say
right, the Hivites.
It conflicts the text. It'll say they're the descendants of the Amorites. But earlier on, we realized in the time of Joshua, it was actually the Hivites. And I mean, if it was wrong to them then, either they forfeit their land or they didn't, through their cannibalism and their sorceries and You know what I'm saying? If they did forfeit it, then Saul's sons didn't do anything wrong to those people. They were supposed to kill them.
No, they did do something wrong, and that was the whole point. Is that they had to do restitution. The restitution was bad. Like what they demanded as punishment was extreme.
Well, I'm just that's my confusion there. What did wrong? I mean,
you know what? I'm not. It's not fresh in my mind. I'll have to go over it again, but I can go over it for you, and we can talk about it if you want. I got no problem with that.
Absolutely, I'd love to jump there, hang out with you on that one, brother. It's. I have to dive into it a little bit more to see the sources on it and stuff. But from what I understood from my memory is that it was just a form of restitution. It's like these people did wrong. It's like it happens today, right? You have these extradition things. So like someone commits a crime in the US and then they run away, they run over to Europe, and Europe is like, even if it's like, okay, like let's say these are French people and they go home and they go back to France, and the French people are like, we're sorry, you committed a crime in the US, we're going to extradite you over there, you're going to have to face punishment over there. That's kind of what happened, is they committed a crime over in another country and now they have to face justice in that country. I understand that, but I don't think their claim was legitimate. I think that they were feeding off of Benjamin. And that's why they were the smallest tribe at the time.
They were, yeah. Yeah, they were. You're not wrong. But sometimes...
I just don't know how to reconcile that except to go back to Moses and say...
Sometimes you just... sometimes like there is injustice like that where you just have to accept the bullet. Like let's say it was just a silly crime that they committed, these French people. They went to the US and they committed a silly crime that's legal in France but not legal over there. They still extradite it to keep the political alliance, like the political peace. Even though, like there's people in Thailand today that are in jail for weed for 20 years, right? Americans that are there. And America's trying to get them out, but you can't force this country to give you back your citizens. They committed the crime there, they have to face the punishment there. It's their laws, it's their country.
But the only difference between all that is we're saying Israel had a commandment from the Most High God to have no peace with these people at all costs and no quarter.
But they're not Canaanites. Yeah, they're not Canaanites. It's different people.
They were Hivites. It says
they're not Canaanites.
Hivites were Canaanites.
No.
They disguised themselves as from somewhere else, and they tried to trick them. Later on in Samuel, it'll say they were descendants of Amorites, who were most certainly Canaanites. That were like their kings.
Yeah, no, I see that they're associated with Canaanites, but they're not Canaanites. Canaanites are the descendants of Canaan, who was the grandson of Noah.
Well, it says in Samuel that they were not of the stock of Israel. They were actually of the descendants of Amorites.
Amorites, yeah, that's possible. But Canaanites are different. It's a different family.
Amorites are Canaanites, brother. Those are like the main ones.
Amoraim?
No, not the Amorites. Remember, Sihon?
Yeah. In Hebrew, they're called Amoraim.
Okay. I'm just saying. I mean, Sihon was their king. He was Moses told him he was an Amorite.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just don't understand it. You know what I mean? Either if we're upholding David upholds a two-state solution. Whether they were Amorites or not, whoever they were, David's saying that's their territory. It's not Benjamin. I just don't understand it. I just can't get my head around. I think that I think God's entrapping us is what I think's happening.
Oh.
We're being led into temptation. That he's
so you're using that to sort of try to map on what's happening now.
Absolutely. I think every bit of this that we're jumping on these crusades is actually God cursing us and confusing us and rebuking us like he told Moses he would if we forsake. I think this is exactly a divine retribution. I think we're fixing to fall into the biggest trap.
I mean, you're allowed to think that. Yeah, you're allowed to think that. Think what you want, yeah.
I just don't get it. But I mean, that's a little bit of an explanation. I understand what you're saying. It's more than I've gotten from the the Black Hebrew Israelites, guys. So I appreciate. I appreciate your time. I do got to run though.
I wish I could put your mind at peace on this. That things aren't as bad as you think they are. Things are going to be okay.
Well, we choose life or choose death. I believe what old Moses said. You know what I mean? Those laws were frivolous. They were our very life. So I just don't know what to do. I'm just hanging with what I know, brother. You'll have good.
Yeah.
I gotta run. I'm sorry.
You want to send me a message or something so that I can have a contact with you?
Sure. In the private chat.
Sure. Yeah. Do that in your email or something.
All right. Yeah.
What do you have going on in your forehead there?
That's a yod.
It's a yod. Ah, okay. All right. I can't see that from the angle. Okay.
I'm not Jewish or anything, but
no, I understand. Yeah.
I you know what I mean. I'm just, yeah. Man, I don't know where the private chat is over here. Okay.
Oh yeah, I got a comment. You still there, Machine? We can talk while it figures it out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I got it.
Got the email in there.
Nice.
All right. Y'all have a good afternoon, brother.
All right, thanks for joining us, John.
Thanks for
Have
coming
a
on.
blessed one, John. Good to see you again, friend. Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts? Have you
Well-
tried answering them before?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Have you tried answering them before on these kind of things?
Well, we kind of had different topics when we talked.
Right.
Specifically, it was about the whole issue of circumcision and feminism. He had an interesting theory on that about the foreskin being a male vagina, and then you get that cut off, and then you become
Yeah,
less
we can change the topic. It's okay.
female or something like that. And but yeah, about how the covenant is linked to the concept of circumcision in Genesis. So yeah, I know it's a I know when I went on the Missing Link show. They kept harping on this idea of circumcision because I'm Muslim, so they kept asking me about circumcision.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, it's like this kind of like because they were like, this is a butcher's practice and all this kind of stuff, and I kind of had to sit there and be like, well, it was an ancient time, and you had to distinguish who were the slaves and who were the freedmen, and it wasn't the only society who practiced that. And it's at the time it did save you from diseases and things like that. So I tried to justify it the most I could. They were not having it. They were like, no to
justification.
Yeah, they were like, no to circumcision. They gave this whole campaign against me. So but
well, I mean, it is an organ that you have to use correctly. Let's put it that way. That's the best synopsis I can have of it. It's an organ that's meant to be used correctly. And it can be used incorrectly. There you go. We can move on.
Yeah, and John Thomas had a long discussion about that and the Mosaic Law. He harps a lot on Moses, so that's his main thing. He's all about Moses. So if if you talk to him, he's going to bring up Moses and the Mosaic Law, and it's significant to today's world. That's usually so his idea of feminism kind of aligns with that. But yeah.
What are you guys trying to process with the feminism thing?
Well, me personally, my idea about it, I was talking about the historical sources of the feminist ideology. So I kind of gave a historical kind of breakdown, in terms of ideas like Mary Wollstonecraft and Simone de Beauvoir and some of those
those guys are problematic.
Those underpinnings of the feminist ideology. And then I also talked about
that was agenda. That was agenda driven parts of it. I don't think it was all like that, but yeah.
I talked about because I give more of a zoomed out critique of things. So I was talking about Darwinism and the whole the whole concept of sexual mores, and as it links to of Darwinism and Julian Huxley and UNESCO and Planned Parenthood, and the idea of abortion and how that relates to today's society, and also the concepts of the Industrial Revolution.
I mean, you can see those original writings and how the agenda is being played out in all of the stuff you're mentioning now, right? You can definitely see that.
Yeah, to me, one
it's
of the
still,
main
yeah.
emphasis. Yeah, to
The
me,
agenda's still there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, to me, one of the main emphasis was on the Industrial Revolution, and also the writings of John Locke. About how because the two treatises of government are a whole debate about how he rejects another writer named Filmer, who wrote a book called Patriarchy. So he makes an argument about the Bible. Ties into the Bible, where he talks about Adam. The whole first treatise is about Adam and about God didn't give Adam private dominion, but he gave Adam private property. so he coins this notion. Yeah, so he coins this notion of private property in order to create the theory of capitalism. This is proto-capitalist writings, and also he creates the notion of rights. So the idea of universal rights, and how that relates to the concept of feminism. And
I don't get why do you have to source your ideas in nonsense? Like, you have an idea about capitalism and private property, great. Like, why do you have to tie it into whatever? Okay.
Well, I think it's because Locke and Hobbes, they were writing in a astutely religious turn. So they were not out of the woods in terms of they were writing, they were at the forefront of the Enlightenment. So they were like Enlightenment philosophers. So they still had to deal with the religious world. So a lot of their writings were published posthumously, for fear of reprisal. And they also, for example, when Rousseau published his Social Contract, they threw bricks at him in his own house. He had to leave Geneva. So the consequence of making these thoughts public, at the time of Hobbes, there's a civil war going on in England, so he's not going to sit there and publish these ideas. If you look at history, you understand why, Hobbes and Locke, even though they were practically, in practical terms, they were deists or atheists, but the way we understand it today, they had to couch their ideas in this religious terminology, because it was the flavor of the day. I mean, they couldn't, Locke said that all types of religions are tolerant in society. He wrote a work on religious toleration, one of the first of its kind. But he said that atheism is not tolerable. He said atheists should be repelled in any society.
I disagree. I think atheism is probably, very close to truth in a lot of sense.
Really?
Yeah. I think atheism is probably one of the better things that come out of society.
Wow. So
Yeah.
so would you consider yourself a conventional person who believes in God or follows a religious lifestyle?
Yeah. Yeah.
But more so you don't follow the atheist ideology, but you're thankful for them.
I believe that there is truth to the world, and anyone who's on the pursuit of truth is on the right pursuit, and it will lead them to what truth is. And I believe that there's a lot of falsehood and lies in lots of religion, and whatever happens, whatever the truth is, I'm not worried about it, because whatever it is, it's true, and it'll lead them back to whatever it should be. It just might take a lot of detours and dead end roads and mistakes along the way, but yes.
I would have to agree with you. Thank you so much for having me here. And
You disagree? You got
No, I said I would have to agree with you.
Yeah?
Yeah, the statement you made about the truth, and it doesn't matter if you're atheist. If you look for the truth, you will find truth. And I do agree. In my opinion, I think that atheists who are righteous, who live a righteous life, I think
That's
that they
right.
will go to heaven. In my opinion,
I definitely agree with that.
yeah. So definitely, I think that there's justice in the world, and I think nature has justice in it as well. Not only nature as the trees and the bees, but also nature as in the nature with a capital N. There's something to that. In terms of a kind of universal order. Although I don't make too much about understanding what that is, or what the sort of nooks and crannies of the universal order is. My arms are too short to box with God, as they say. But yeah, thank you so much for having me, guys. I will
Yeah,
play.
I'm gonna end this too because it's getting late.
Yeah, I'll play this on my show. Hopefully you guys get some subscribers and stuff. Blessings.
I'm not worried about that. That's not a.
Yeah, but
I just want more people to hang out with us. That's it.
Oh yeah. Definitely. I'll bring the crazies over here for you guys.
All right.
But
Oh my God.
but
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother David, and
Brother David.
Benjamin. Benjamin,
Brother,
brother. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so much, friend. Yeah, you have a good day, and my email's there on my channel. You guys,
Nice.
feel free to reach out anytime. Thank you. Have
I'll
a
reach out.
blessed
I
day.
will do that. All right. Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Stick around
my
for a
friend.
second, David.
Me, myself, and I, isn't it? It's me, myself, and I.
I think that at the very beginning of the conversation, it sounded like you were describing the distinction between the passive observer, active participant, which are different, mindsets or perspectives you can take when viewing your own life, right? Like the passive observer is sort of that. I think what you're referring to as the higher self. It's a little more detached. You're just sort of observing your own life. You're not actively grinding in it emotionally, right? The active participant is the one that's stressed out because I'm Richie and I got to pay bills and yada yada yada.
Right. Yeah. So, have you heard of Gurdjieff
I don't think so.
or Nicole Gurdjieff? Nicole and
Yeah, I've heard.
Machine Lies has.
Yeah, I heard of Gurdjieff. Yeah, I talked about him on my show a bunch of times because he was one of the people who taught Alan Watts. Through this guy named Ouspensky. So if anybody likes Alan Watts stuff, they'll probably like a lot of Gurdjieff stuff. It's interesting.
So Gurdjieff talks about doing exactly that, because in the moment, it's your false self that is controlling the body in the moment. But afterwards, after an incident, right, you will then probably sit there and reflect on that incident, right, and think about what happened, and wow, could I have done that better? Is there you think about all the different ways you get. If this situation comes up again, how would I like to deal with it next time? Because I didn't deal with it the way I wanted to that time. I lost it. I lost the plot. I got really angry really quickly, and I shouldn't have done. That was silly. Next time, I'm going to try not to do that. And then the next time it happens again, but exactly the same thing happens again. And then afterwards, you sit and reflect and think, oh, fuck, man, I wasn't going to do that, right? And then the next time it happens, whilst you're freaking out, the voice is a little bit loud. The inner dialogue is a little bit louder that says, hey, you weren't gonna remember, you weren't gonna fucking freak out. Remember, and you either listen to it or you don't. I'm personally, I've started for the last few years, I've been getting into discussions and saying things, and then afterwards coming back and going, hey, well, I'm sorry, man, that was my ego. That I was mouthing off. I was fucking. Well, I shouldn't have done that. I'm really sorry, right? And I'm catching myself when I do that, because I do it a lot because I've got a big fucking ego. I can't help that. My ego was strengthened by my parents. They instilled nothing but self-belief in me. So that, you know,
well, you're too old to still be blaming them.
Sorry?
Go ahead, Flo.
I was just going to say you're too old to still be blaming them.
No. No, I don't think it's a. I don't think a big ego is a bad thing. I think like the ego is a necessary thing because look at the people who are successful.
I know. I was just prodding at you.
Yeah, they don't have. They're not quiet, timid, sheepish little people, are they? The people. Look at Donald Trump. Look at Joe Biden. Look at Chuck Schumer. Look at look at well.
But what makes them successful? Famous, well known?
No, what makes people successful is thinking, like having the self-belief that they're already successful, and you know, they're confident. It's confidence and self-belief, good
confidence,
yeah, confidence, man.
I know some extremely arrogant people that are very wrong, but
I was going to say the ego is the value of myself compared to another person, another being, or a group of beings. And when I superinflate that, therefore I get the what's the word for ego, the large ego. Shit, I can't remember the name of it now.
Inflate large ego, small ego, little ego, big ego.
But
that's your baby ego.
Throbbing ego.
The devil and the angel
are you talking about self-esteem when you're comparing
No.
yourself to other people? That's where you fit in the world rather than ego.
Because if I go to Flo and I tell Flo, hey, Flo says he's a pharmacologist or whatever. And I said, well, I'm a rocket scientist, even though I'm not. That's my ego trying to increase my value to another being, when really I'm not that.
Yeah, that's your false.
Part of your ego is to compare. You know, that's a part of your ego, but I wouldn't define an ego as comparing. Period.
I wonder if a better word than ego. So in this situation, right? Maybe a better word than ego would be character.
I think what I'd like to
Do you agree, Mitch?
No, I'd like to react to what Lindsay said, because comparison, right, is a big. You said that the ego should not be called the one that compares, but
I said it's a component of your ego.
It's right. It's a very big component of the. It might be the largest. It might be half of it, right? And so this is what I actually recognized in gurus, right? And the gurus that people that try to be gurus, people that try to be leaders. The good
Russell
ones,
Brand.
so the actual good ones that actually make sense to me, they don't make a comparison. That's
Dalai Lama said comparison is the root of all evil. And when I read that, I thought, you know what? That's actually
He also
Well, I
said,
mean-
"Suck my
actually
tongue."
Yeah, he also has has the
it's a
Pigo
very simple trick,
the
right?
Pido Pogo optics.
I mean,
well, yeah,
I mean, if
right.
you want,
He does.
so if you
I
want to give
used to
Jack
respect
Talcott,
him.
if you want to give Jack Talcott the golden key, is just tell him don't make any comparison.
If you're
He
going to
will not-
compare, only compare to
He will not
yourself.
know what to do with it. He will not know how to speak then. But then
I-
again, it is the golden key. It is the golden key.
If you are going to compare anything, you should only ever compare yourself to yourself. What was I like 5 years ago? What am I like now?
Exactly. Otherwise,
That's
it's
the only
completely
comparison.
illogical.
Never compare yourself to another living being, because your experiences are unique and completely different. So
And
you
your
can
DNA,
never,
everything.
yeah.
It's a start, right? That's a great start. But
And then there's always going to be a winner and a loser, and who needs
but
that?
even knowing that,
And,
I mean, even knowing that, would I actually want to be able to do that? It's very difficult if you don't use any comparison. Any comparison to talk to people.
What
If you
you're
don't-
speaking on,
if you
though,
don't use that, if you don't use that style figure, if you don't use that
I'm
idiom,
not saying that comparison doesn't have
what you're
utility.
speaking on is a personal decision. Go ahead.
Comparison can be helpful, just like a lot of things that
Yeah.
people think in terms of either good or bad. There can be a midline too.
Egomaniac was the word I was thinking
Well-
of a while ago.
Yeah. That's
Thank you
it.
for
And
bringing
so
it up.
maybe instead of
important. I think it's a
maybe instead of saying
very important stuff.
when I'm talking about ego, maybe I should change it to character and say that your character, and then because you could say then that your character gets a big ego about things, has a gets
Yep,
ego.
I get
like
that.
things, or-
That
so your
settles a lot better.
Well, I
with me.
don't know, because that could take
Okay.
it a little personal, like more than what
I think we should make a new word for it.
The thing is, because I mean, they say a leopard can never change his spots, right? And people can't. They won't change. Once a thief, always a thief. Once a cheater, always a cheater. I disagree with that, man, because I've changed. Like I wasn't ever a cheater or a thief or anything like that, but I've changed. There were things that I used to say 20 years ago. I said, no, that's just me. That's me. That's the way I am. I can't change that. That's my character. I can't change it.
When you hear the
But
sirens ring,
you can. You can change your character whenever.
It was an accident. It was a misfire.
I wish I could read that, but I can't.
It's a personal
Yeah.
choice. Go ahead. It's
Thing.
bro.
Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the existence, the material
gonna have
body,
to read
there is
that,
no
Matthew.
endurance, and of
Read it to us, Nick.
something, the soul.
It's shaking a little, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, we're getting a broken
It
translation.
says,
I'm sorry, because I was smoking. Because it says those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal soul, there is no change. They have concluded this by studying the nature of both. That's from the Gita. Trying to talk about what Lindsay was saying about reincarnation. I was just trying to add to the plot of it. But yeah, thank you so much.
So the soul never changes, but the casing, each incarnation, each character.
That's the
is a new
claim.
character.
That's the claim.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I totally believe that, but that is the claim that's being made in the Gita to support the theory of reincarnation, which I think Lindsay said that there's some problems with that, and I agree with her that I think there's some problems with the theory of reincarnation. I think it was Tupac who said, "My only fear of death is reincarnation." Right? So yeah.
You're being sent back.
Have you heard what's going on with Tupac?
Oh yeah, he's a
in,
communist. He went
Jurassic
dark
Park
Yeah.
Gosh, what were you talking about before you were mentioning the reincarnation thing? Because I really wanted to comment on it, but I lost my train of thought.
He was talking about
We're talking about-
comparisons.
Yeah,
and comparing yourself.
comparing.
At least that's what I was stuck on, because it seems like
Yeah,
I
and
think that there's
ego.
a.
Yeah.
I think that the
Ego
mistake, the reason that that's something that fucks people up is because you're living your life, and if you're feeling jealous of somebody else's accomplishments or whatever, you're trying to put yourself in their perspective, like they looking down on me or whatever. You're not living your life. You're trying to live theirs. That's their fucking problem. I don't give a fuck how any of you.
Yeah, and that's why I thought it kind of.
That's my business. Go ahead.
Shit, I think your audio's kind of fucking
Why
up
did
there,
you?
bro.
He censored this
Audio.
up, bro. I wanted to hear all that, but
Yeah, your audio is kind of fucking up there, Flo. But
Yeah, it cut out. It cut out
yeah.
a little bit.
But the reason I wanted to talk about that was because Lindsay was saying that, like, basically reincarnation is false because you could see a baseline where we all have personalities and it could be subsumed into the same personality.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like you were talking about how that relates to reincarnation, and then Skeletor was talking about how, like, that's not true because we're all fucking different. You know, so like nobody can compare anybody else. So this idea of this transcendental self has to be false.
That's
You
why
know,
I said it's
because,
completely illogical. On
right,
so many levels.
right, and I agree because because that assumes that there's an archetypal man.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I've been really like fucking
are-
wrestling with this idea of archetypal man. I think it's one of the great poisons of like the modern age. You know what I'm saying?
I think the ego. I think it was the ego, the hubris of these people that advanced these ideas that said that that
I
what
agree
did you
with
call
you.
it? Sorry, the fucking hell, I'm just having a brain fart. What did you just call it, man? The what man?
Archetypal man.
Archetypal man. I said archetypes. Right. The ego of man has decided that there has to be an archetypal man. There are archetypes, right? There are I believe in archetypes. I think
The most difficult one to look up to and to emulate is the concept of Jesus. I mean, look at the pressure that puts on
I'm
you.
not gonna sit here and let you.
but look,
I'm not gonna
yeah,
sit
look,
here and
That's
let
not
you do
bad
that.
talk about Jesus. That's
but
indirect
look,
talk
but
saying
look at the
that it's almost impossible to live up to this archetype that people deem as perfection. That's not a put
is
down
that
for
why
Jesus.
is that why so many people decide to opt for the try and be as bad as they can, or try because it's the
That's
archetype of the adversary.
right.
The archetype of the adversary, Satan, is because Satan is obviously it became a name in 300 AD, 300 or 400, somewhere in the 300 or 400s AD, became a name. It was a Benedictine monk that actually named
The name for
the
oppression.
the king of hell as Satan. Up until that point, it was Satan. It was Satan, which is adversary, and in the Quran, it's at the shaitan is adversary. So, and that's where the word's been taken from. So I disagree with the reality of there being a Satan, like a God versus Satan. I
That
don't think
doesn't mean just because
You don't. I mean,
there are the
Just because-
archetypes, right?
So
They
you
are
don't-
the archetypes that
you
are
don't feel
being.
any adversity in this
just
world.
because
living
you
there?
can equate those doesn't
Nobody's
disqualify,
putting
bro.
any God or Jesus or anybody down. We're just
because
talking.
you equate doesn't
Yeah,
mean that
exactly.
disqualifies, bro.
Say again.
Just because you equate it doesn't mean it qualifies. I don't know.
Disqualifies. Just because you equate doesn't mean it disqualifies.
Just praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, bro. Don't you get it? I don't give a
Well,
fuck.
I mean, the concept
I give
of
no fuck,
archetypes.
don't you get it, bro? Any of you? Don't y'all get it?
But yeah, the
Archetypes are
concept.
absolutely
fuck, bro.
fascinating.
Yeah, the concept of archetypes, it kind of presupposes this whole shit about the universal mind, right? So that kind of takes us back to an interesting place, because a lot of people would say, well, how could you have a universal mind? And then people posit that universal mind probably has to be contained within an archetypal man. So then we're back to the same fucking issue. You know what I mean, right? Because where do ideas exist, right? If they don't exist in reality, see, I believe that all ideas have existence in reality, right?
I'm glad,
That means that everything that has possibility has actuality, right?
I'm glad you brought that up, and not only the fact that you brought that up regarding your religion and some, which is a blessing, okay? We're going to find ourselves with Christians, Christianity, Judaism.
I heard you. Yeah, I heard you say that earlier. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we're
heard you
gonna
say that
keep
earlier.
doing that, bro. We're gonna keep doing that until we get right. You know what it is, bro. Much
The
love.
Chris,
Go ahead.
the Chrislam thing. I heard you say that on the Jack
Yeah,
Talcott show.
go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, that shit was
Trouble
interesting.
is, like, if a bucket's got holes in it, it's always going to leak.
And I think
That
that
was
religion is.
where we're going, but I hear
I think organized religion is the whole, because if it's describing things
it's the
that
bucket.
are, I think it's the
the
whole.
organized religion. Yeah, yeah. Well,
Because
yeah,
if we agree that what religion is trying to articulate is things that cannot be articulated because there is no language, it is necessarily spreading confusion, because it's trying to make a group activity out of something that's personal.
and also it magnifies the ego, right? It magnifies. It magnifies the ego of the one that is of the character that has put forward, like, what's his name, from the Mormons, or whoever it was, that
Joseph Smith.
from the Moors.
Joseph Smith,
Fuck
right?
Mormons,
Joseph
from the
Smith.
Moors. We're here.
So Joseph Smith,
I am that. You
Joseph
can't
Smith
be
says,
like, oh well, quiet him, because he's what they're talking about.
I look
Quiet
gay
him,
as fuck.
right?
I'm wearing 3 hats, y'all.
Yeah,
it looks like a butt plug. You look like you've got
Yeah.
a butt plug on your
He's what they're
dude.
talking about.
That's like
only Lindsay qualifies. The rest of you keep your buttholes away from me.
He's going in head first.
Bloop.
Skeletor.
That was funny.
Yo.
I wanted to comment on 2 things Skeletor said, if I can, because I'm not sure if Goblin had something to say. Or
Listen, my
wanted
name's fucking Richie. Man.
I'm what you're
We know
talking
my name's Richie. I
I'm
know.
just saying,
I brought it
I
on
am
myself
what
because
you're
I called
talking
myself Skeletor.
And I'm what all them black people are talking about. I am the Moorish. I
You are
am
what?
the Moorish.
Moorish.
Yeah, oh
Dude,
yeah, I have my
I'm
right. I have my right.
Goblin.
RITE right.
Goblin.
It's on my wall, bro.
Goblin.
I am a
Goblin.
Moorish.
Goblin.
Oh, it pisses me
I'm
off,
a
bro.
Moor.
I know that my ancestry is being rewritten
Goblin.
by black.
Goblin.
It
Goblin.
disgusts me, bro.
Goblin.
I'll be
Goblin.
100%.
Thank you, Smoking Auditor. These are kind of nice to have
nobody
on
else
hand.
wants to say it, I'll say it. My history
Hey, Lindsay,
I'm,
have you seen what I'm doing?
is rewritten, bro. My
Goblin.
and it
Goblin.
bothers me. It
Y'all
pisses
are the
me
ones
off
rewriting
daily.
history,
These
man.
motherfuckers ain't
They're
what I
people.
am, bro. Don't you get it?
Nobody's being
No.
antagonistic with you or
Oh,
attacking
I'm
you.
bothered is what I'm
I
saying.
am now. I'm fucking egging him on because he's just being a little bitch.
Oh, I love you too.
Yeah, I don't always chat about either. I'm fucking my.
No, I went
I'm mixed
sideways.
race.
I
I'm mixed race.
I
I'm mixed race.
apologize.
I'm part North
Oh, yes?
African. So
Oh,
basically,
yeah. You know
I'm
what?
part Moorish.
Hey, check
I've
it
got
out,
a
bub.
felony and a Cadillac. I'm blacker than you are.
Check it out, bub. When
I'm-
you talk about the
I'm
truth,
part
you
Moorish.
say you're being racist. Why? Them bitch ass
Flo,
motherfuckers
can you just
across
mute
the
him?
water in that land.
Can you
That's
just
fraud.
mute him for a sec?
Goblin
Can
loose.
you just
Coming out.
You have to
Goblin,
pay. You
listen.
have to pay.
No, this one's on the house because goblins refuses to convert like the rest. Well,
Yeah, I don't know what he's going on about either. Like my granddad was black. He was a black Algerian practicing Muslim, and so I'm part Moorish,
It
basically,
had
because
nothing
the
to do
Moors
with the
were.
Moors.
Oh,
He
you
took
say
on some kind of
Moorish.
persecution.
Is he saying Moorish or Boorish?
Moors, like the black Moors. And I said, well, if this is such a thing showing two sides, why isn't part of that pretty and part of it ugly, or part of it white and part of it black? Why is it
They got titties,
this
didn't it?
demonic?
It was a
No,
Baphomet.
That was ganging them, and either way, it's still 200
And he
years
said,
away.
By that,
okay,
I mean,
never
by
mind.
that
Power through.
definition,
Don't
because
do
I
that little
agree with.
sassy side. Keep saying things.
Yeah, that
I agree
that
with. I
Baphomet
agree with a
was
lot of that.
actually I think it was drew by Eliphas Levi in like the 16th century. So he actually drew that as a picture, as a representation of what he believes like Satan to look like, and it kind of did look like the Powerpuff Girls thing. You know what I mean?
Well, my question is then, where's the light? Where's the yang?
Flo said,
Where's
can
the
we get
beauty?
the picture on the screen if it's not
In
copyrighted? I don't think that I'm familiar.
I already took it down.
So
I
in
put-
so
you want the-
Lindsay, in a like things that are demonic, are very
I'm not
like
I'm
the
not
sexual things that they
I
say
don't
are
believe
demonic. They're like Satan. Basically, Satan. If Satan was going to tempt man, he's not going to do it looking like a scary monster. He's going to do it looking like a beautiful man or a beautiful woman. It's
Yeah.
beauty.
A beautiful woman
actually,
with
that-
great titties and red hair, usually. Or
Yeah.
Women are the devil.
Well, it's actually
Goblin, you know how fast I'll kick you if you start doing that voice.
It's the same with men, though. You know, it's the same with men. Like
not
that's-
all women
that's
are the
serious what they
devil,
did.
but Lindsay surely is. Lindsay surely is. But
For
not
sure.
all
Well, it
women.
comes from a
Of course.
No,
concept where they had they had a
Lindsay's
male.
an angel trying to
Yeah,
work
they had-
out what she is.
No,
I know.
Yeah,
She's trying
like
to work out what side.
like in the pantheon, they usually had like a male deity with a female consort. But in the mystery cult, they combined the female and the male deity into one hermaphroditic god. So that's where the mystery cult and the Satanism actually began, was when they combined the male and female. And that's why in Hermeticism, you always see like the sun and the moon. It's because they want to combine the male and the female forces. I talked about this yesterday.
The two triangles.
Yeah, exactly.
The two triangles that form the
Lindsay,
Yeah,
she,
exactly. Right,
she
that's
had
right.
a male
yeah,
body
that's
with
male,
some titties.
that's male and
then
female,
great
which
legs and great
creates the
hair.
cross.
She is
It
that.
creates the cross.
It's actually
That's right.
Lindsay. I think
That's
it's
right.
actually
Then
Lindsay.
why not have that?
Lindsay is a
voice, it's
succubus.
them.
Lindsay's a succubus.
Guys, can we,
She's a
It's not
succubus.
her,
can we
it's them.
dial down the incel energy? It's getting weird in here.
It's not her, it's them.
I think your archetype, or whatever you want to call it, your symbol of the man and the woman together would be a more obvious and would be a more appropriate sign to what he's a symbol of what he's talking about when he says, no, I'm not sitting there praying to the guy on the tuna can with the pitchfork and red and everything. What I am is being okay with the dark side, with the shadow side, with all of our
Right.
fallibilities. And I thought, well, that's much different than saying you're a Satanist.
Well, no. All
So, yeah,
Satanism is presupposed on the assumption that Satan is not real. Like
Well,
most of it is.
Satan can
Right.
be
It's
Satanism.
basically accepting the
can be
title. It's
simplified,
accepting the
bro.
title. They accept the
Satanism-
title whilst not believing in the thing. They'd say, you know, oh yeah, all right then. If you say we're Satanists, yeah, okay,
Oh,
we're Satanists. Because
I
in that respect, you could say that I'm a Satanist, and I'll say, all right, if that's what defines me if that's what defines you as being as a Satanist, in recognizing that there is a yin and yang and there's a balance between light and dark, and all of us have light and dark inside of us,
Then it's not
and
so
it's up to
bad.
to balance that, right? But if
gonna
thinking
explain
that makes
to
me
you
a
how messed
Satanist,
up it is.
then
Yeah.
technically I guess I'm a Satanist. And if you look at the root words of Satan, so Satanist means that you're an adversariist.
No, it's
You're
bullshit.
adversarial.
That's bullshit.
You're
You're lying right
adversarial
now.
to the.
You're lying, bro.
You're
You're leaving out
adversarial.
the most important part, like every other religion, bro. You're lying
Jesus.
right now.
You're
Satanism
the
means that you
adversarial
believe you're
part
your own
to
God.
whatever's been
Stop
pushed.
that, bro. And Luciferianism is not the same as that. You're lying right now. Satanism,
Goblin.
you believe.
Goblin, I'm not
actually
telling
You're
you
gonna
one more
come
time to
for me.
stop
I don't give
interrupting.
a fuck, bro. I don't care.
I actually agree with you in that it's more of an ideology that he's talking about than it is an actual figure that he's repenting and bowing down to and kneeling and wishing people evil things. Because that's how people are taking it that he made. You know, they're like, oh, he's a creep, he's a Satanist. But I think he's just simply
Anybody that
talking
doesn't
about the
agree with. Sorry.
dichotomous
Sorry, I didn't mean to
ideology. That's all.
He said that I'm a
It's
better Satanist
basically
than he is.
if you disagree with the church or with Catholicism, you say anything that basically speaks against what they are saying in their dogma and their, you know, their doctrine, then you are a Satanist. It's only according to the Catholic and Christian church that you're a Satanist. Maybe in Islam, you'd be, you know, you'd be on the dark side with Iblis, but so Iblis is just basically the Islamic version of Satan. It's exactly the same story.
It kind of says it in this in the second surah of the Quran. You know, it talks about two demons named Harut and Marut that are basically escaped from like from the time of King Solomon, and basically what their you know opinion is like they want to drive division between the male and the female. So basically, the whole project of Satanism, if you really research Satanism, it's about combining the male and the female energies into one, because they believe that sex is power, right? So they believe that the sexual energy is actually creative power. So all of Satanism is actually based on this fundamental principle of sex magic. And that's why even if you go to like Crowley and stuff, like he's practicing all these quote unquote like sexual rights and all these types of things,
and,
you know.
and that's why everything that has to do with these, you know, with this mixing or confusing or inverting sexes appears demonic to us, right? I mean, and that's and that's what they got. I mean, they
It appears unnatural. To me, I see it as unnatural.
they understood that conception very well, and so they actually propagated it. And now it's here in our face, and it still looks like the thing that they are propagating. Like, these people are unrealistic. These people are not in touch with reality, and they actually love not being touched, and they expect us also to be not in touch with reality. I mean, if anything is satanistic, it would be that, right? So it works. It works.
I was kind of looking at it from the point of view, Western, of course, I'm stuck in that, as the woman being inferior to the male or being the antithesis to the male is good and the female is bad. So you have to reconcile both sides. Does it not kind of depict that in a way? Woe, man and man.
I think it's a perversion on. I don't know if this answers your question, but yeah, I think I agree with you. But I think the separation of the two.
Ask the question, but you already answered it.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, Mitchell, for interrupting you, but
oh, no worries. I just feel like it's a perversion on the idea that, you know, the man and the woman, you know, are separate energies, and them coming together brings harmony, and the zygote would be sexless, you know, in a sense. So I think for me, from my perspective, that's what I see.
It makes sense to me. I mean, there's different ways to interpret this too, to interpret the meaning, and you're going to give a different representation if you're from the Eastern world versus Western, or male or female, you know, culture, tribe, whatever it is.
Well, one of the key founders of the Theosophical Society, the Theosophical Society was like a Luciferian cult, and it was found by females. It had all women leadership. And I mean, it was different from that aspect from the Freemasons, who didn't allow women into their ranks. So there's
Still
a
don't.
kind of so there's a kind of the occult that actually has women in their ranks. So it's important to know that they're not Freemasons. They're actually a breakaway sect from the Freemasons, and these Theosophists, one of the leaders of the movement, became one of the leaders of a foundation called the Fabian Society. And one of the key goals of the Fabian Society, they thought that communism had basically failed, because you can't really get people to change the economic conditions, because those are related to people's family ties, because society's power relations are really built on a family relation. So they thought that you actually had to break apart the family so that the children could belong to the state, like through systems of like public education and stuff. So they coined Fabian socialism. So they said the key to actually bringing in socialism is to destroy the family from the inside out by changing the cultural fabric of the society. And they said, really, you want to focus on the sexual mores within that society. So they actually push things like sexual liberation and stuff, and they founded all of these types of, organizations to do that.
So when was this? Like late 1800s?
Yeah,
Like
this was in the 1800s. They started the Theosophical Society, and then the Fabian Society grew, well into the 1900s, where you had people like H.G. Wells, and you also had people like Bertrand Russell, whose dad was basically like the Prime Minister of England.
And
Like
I mean,
Bertrand Russell.
in the same era would be the suffragette movement, right?
Exactly.
As well
Yeah,
as in the USA as in Europe.
Yeah, Bertrand Russell's mother was one of the founders of the suffragette movement in Britain before it was even founded in America. So she was one of the key proponents. Actually, Bertrand Russell had his dad had an open relationship with his wife and another man, and this was publicized. And they would live like this and promote these types of lifestyles. So
that is part of the promotion of the whole.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they
civilization,
promote. Yeah, they actually promote cuckoldry as like a fashion. So that is one of the things. Yeah.
Yeah, back then, right?
I don't know why. It's just funny.
Yeah, they pushed it on.
It's just the sign of the times, I guess. It is what it is.
I mean, Lindsay, do you have another perspective? Because I totally agree with his view on current history, but do you have another view on that? Like, of course you do.
All I was thinking of was that how dangerous it can be, these philosophies that turn into truths of some kind or another that people follow, and it becomes a kind of propaganda that's perpetuated from ancient times to current times, and still is very misleading. But at the same time, people still follow it. People still believe some of it. People still subscribe to some of it.
Well, that's exactly what I just laid out. It's a hermaphroditic cult that started in ancient times that's still propagated today. You know what I mean? And it's using the same exact symbolism to accomplish its ends, and goals.
Yeah.
So your fear, the exact fear you have, has already become a reality. In my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fear to me too, simply just being that I have the perspective of a female, the lesser species, if you will, or whatever. It's viewed in the Bible and in the Quran,
Let's not go,
and in
let's just call my
society.
lower
And
self. Let's just call my lower self. Women are just my lower self.
Yeah, because if you look at the Hindu model, the modern theosophical model, right, women still represent nature. So they represent the negative material impulse hidden within the world, while the male represents the rational energy and the actual mind behind the world. So it's all about intelligence and matter correlating with each other. So I mean, if you want to be matter without intelligence, I mean, that's just as bad as, you know what I mean, right? So the theosophical model is just as demeaning to women as any other model. You know, it's just that they it's a cult led by women. You know what I mean? Right? You know,
Well, it's actually refreshing to hear you say that, because I don't know you that well, but I've been in your room many times, and I had the feeling that since you're Muslim, that you viewed women as less than, but I really don't know.
yeah, I'm a different kind of a Muslim.
It was just your preconception, but now that you get, he's not really the Muslim. I mean, he's like the Punjabi, Pakistani kind of Muslim.
Yeah,
right?
actually, it's interesting because in Punjabi society and in Indian society in general, like the society is pretty much matriarchal to a large extent, you know, and then, I guess like in certain elements or whatever, there is a division of sexes as there's a division of labor, you know, as you see like in like Native Americans and like indigenous cultures, it's a lot similar to that. You know,
It's
but
still male hegemony, even if you say it's matriarchal to an extent.
well, I believe that actually I believe that patriarchy is sensible. You know,
I do too.
Yeah, the reason I believe it's sensible is because if you have a father, then you can actually control the birth if all the children know their father, you know. But if a woman has multiple sexual relations, there's a chance that the children won't know who their father is, right? So the good way to keep a father in the relationship is to have a patriarchal model, right?
But that's where nature actually helps out, because once the baby is born, you will actually see the father's face in the baby, right?
It actually works on many levels, but not for everyone. Like we were saying in the beginning, there's right. There's exceptions. Like I don't have any kids, so that wouldn't be important to me. But in ancient times, they didn't care. You know, if you're a female, you're relegated to these certain things.
Well, no, if you were female and you didn't have kids, you would probably like go like work in the farm or something like that, or you know, you might even participate in the war or something like that. But you know, they're not just going to take you for granted. You know, I assume there's many women in indigenous cultures who couldn't conceive of children, you know, and all that type of stuff. And you know, they actually practiced a form.
Honestly, I think.
Yeah. You know, they had arranged marriages.
Sorry, dude.
No, it's okay.
I think that they've been controlling the narrative for such a long time, because they really want to control how we think and how we act. So they've been, they've controlled the narrative. I don't think that how it used to be. I mean, maybe amongst our culture in the West, right? But like in Africa, there's tribes where the women own everything. They're matriarchal. The woman is the boss.
Yeah, I'm aware
The
of
man
that.
goes out to hunt, but the woman is the boss.
Not too
right?
many, but yeah.
I think that there's a natural asymmetry between us, where there's things that men are good at and there's things that women are good at. You can say that there's
Entirely agree.
It's just natural. Women are more.
We're not equal.
Women are
Fact
more
is a fact.
nurturing, and have just think differently. You know, to think differently to men. But
maybe that's
there's things that men do
not-
that women can't do, like lifting huge weights and being really doing physical labor for hours and hours at a time. You know, all of these things. There's men that there's jobs that are suited to men and there's jobs that are suited to women. And what we've been taught to do is to despise those roles and to cast those and say, no. Women can do the same jobs as men. And men can do the same jobs as women. I mean, the focus was on women doing the same jobs as men, not men doing the same jobs as women, because, you know, male nurses still get laughed at by, you know, the majority of society. And whereas, you know, a woman can be a bricklayer, a woman can be a soldier.
I would accept a male nurse if he was gay. You know, if he was clearly gay, you know, I would accept it. You know.
The thing is, there are definitely women out there that are really well suited to male jobs. There's women that make
There's women that are
excellent
bigger than
fierce
men.
warriors or really hard,
We're
you know,
on
because
the
there are
same
some women
page.
that are bigger than men, right? And
Yeah.
just because they want to do male jobs doesn't mean that they must be a man then, or you know, but it does mean that some women on a physical level are definitely equal to men, to most men.
No, not only on a
Certainly
physical,
to your average man.
not only on a physical level, also on a mental level.
No, on
They
the
actually,
mental, no,
they
not only on the
actually,
physical,
they
on the mental
actually
level,
exceed
definitely.
men.
On a mental level, they exceed.
There's
Yeah,
women
yeah,
that,
absolutely, yeah.
But I gotta wonder about this. I don't think these
But
certain traits
men
are.
think more logically.
I don't necessarily.
In general,
Sorry.
in general, right? In general.
No. Hang on. No, that sounded right. Listen, that sounded right. That sounded wrong, saying that men are more logical, right? But I'm talking about like the male hemisphere, the female hemisphere, logic versus emotion. Logic, reason, facts, and reason versus emotion and sense. You know, senses, sixth sense, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I hear what you say.
But men aren't
Richie,
necessarily
I hear what you
logical,
say, but then
you know?
again, you weren't born with reason. Okay, so I will.
Yeah, they're not innate. True.
Right, feeling is innate.
What do you mean? Reason is an innate process.
Please, guys, I'm not very long-winded. I'm very short. Listen to me. Feeling initiates knowledge. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, it's amor and psyche. It's you feel some. So okay, let me explain this. As a child, you know, fire is very how do you say, attractive. You want to get close to it. It's warm. You actually want to touch it, and then you find out, oh, I can't touch it, right? And at that moment, you feel something, and from that feeling, you learn. Oh, fire is warm, but I should not get too close to it. I should not touch the fire. And in this moment, you learn from your feeling. Next time you're gonna be next time you're gonna be next to a fire, you're not gonna touch it. So feeling is
You're talking about experience.
Yeah, that's the same.
You're talking about experience, not right. So knowledge. Your parents say to you, "Don't go near the fire. The fire, that's dangerous. Don't go near the fire." So you have the knowledge that the fire is dangerous, but then you go and put your hand in the fire and find out, oh fuck, yeah, shit, that's really hot. That's dangerous. Now that feeling that you had gave you experience that now gives you the wisdom to know that, oh yeah, actually that fire's hot.
Yeah. And will you listen to your parents better next time when they tell you, don't do that. It's bad for you. Or did you just learn by the feeling? Or did you actually learn by the feeling?
I don't ever remember having that experience where I said, I mean, I've always been fascinated by flame, but I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, because I stuck my finger in the candle flame. Like we all did that, didn't we? We all stuck our finger in the. Oh look! I can hold my finger.
Not everybody. No, not everybody did.
And it turns your finger black. It turns your finger black, and you learn then that actually. Hang on, you learn then. Dude, you learn then from the experience that you give yourself, you learn then that actually, yeah, fire is hot and it does burn, but not all flame. Like it's like it depends on how big the flame is and where the flame's coming from. The experience gives you, dude, didn't every single lad, at least every single bloke has in the pub or out with his mates or in the science lab, or, you know, held their hand over the candle because we see it done in the fucking movies, and so we then go and say, oh yeah, let's see what's like. Let's hold my hand over the, do it with the lighter. Let's do it with the lighter.
Okay,
so
so
hand over the lighter and see it.
Good question, Richie. Good question.
You know,
Didn't all boys do that? I mean, since we're in a most boys panel channel, let's ask Lindsay. Lindsay, how about you holding your finger into the flame, into the candle, into the fire? Did you do that?
Yes, I
Or
don't think gender determinates, you know, the amount of guts you have.
curiosity?
It
Right.
can. It can later on, you know, if you keep getting told no, 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 no. You know, an adventure. I had all those things before I was told you can't climb a tree in a dress. You can't sit with your legs open. You can't go play with the dog and, you know, chase a coyote across the field.
You're
Why?
somewhat a
Because you're a
tomboy.
girl.
Yeah.
Well, now you're an adult.
You're
Right. Right.
you're 16. You can't
can-
wear a white t-shirt and go swimming.
You can sit with your legs open.
I mean, it's so cool here.
I'm trying to empower women around here.
I was going
Lindsay
towards
probably is sat there with her legs open right now.
I mean, you're climb a tree or what the fuck ever, you know, but
Your balls are hanging out, Lindsay.
You're sat there
Balls
like a
are
man.
hanging out. Come on.
Lindsay sat there like a bloke. She's got one foot up on the table like that, and she's got her heart. She's just sat there like a bloke, like a bloke
No.
sits. Because no, you know,
vagina all out.
well, she's not on camera. She wants to be able to sit there.
you
So,
learn.
well, we
I
don't need
was
to be
I
going
was
there,
heading
do
more
we?
towards innate traits. There's inequities that we obviously can't help. You know, I'm born with a womb and you're not, for example. Or I'm born with a certain body type that doesn't lend itself to having big muscular arms. In fact, women have more strength in their legs and men have more strength in their arms. I get these differences. I get that they're natural, but I wonder how many are sort of taught or ingrained by society. And the example I'll give you is, I'll try to be really quick because I've told this story many times. They had cows that grew up in a pasture, and the fence was electric. And as soon as the cows found out that the fence was an electric fence, they were shocked and hurt, and they would back up, but they would try again to surpass it, to eat grass on the other side. After generation after generation after generation, finally the cows were born to fear the electric fence. It was just simply ingrained in them. They knew better. Now, similarly, I'm wondering, what have we become over time simply because that energy or that
Conditioning.
job or that title, yes, has been foisted
Conditioning,
upon
yeah.
us.
oh my
For
god.
example, you have, oh, I'm pissing so
I
hard.
mean,
it's just like you're speculating about something. There's no way of it's like, how much of a hypothetical derivative of a victim am I because of my vagina?
No, I have no
You're a
victim
chauvinist, man.
card. No. Well, maybe I am. I don't know.
You are a
I never thought
chauvinist.
about it. Okay, why?
I don't know why.
I mean, prove that I'm a chauvinist.
I don't have to.
I don't agree with it. I don't see any reason.
I just threw it out there without thinking, but I do think it's right,
Yeah.
and I think that you're going to chew on it for a while.
Well, it just comes down to two questions. You know, one is, are men different from women? The answer is yes. And then the second is there such thing as social determinism or social conditioning? And the answer is that's ultimately false, because we already agreed
No.
everyone's different, right?
Sure. Yeah, but there is an amount of social conditioning, you must admit, that goes along with, you know, little girls and little boys. For example, I'm not given
yeah,
Legos,
which has
I'm given a
changed.
doll.
And I love it. I wish there was
but
more
that's
of it.
changed. That's changed
He's
now.
not
isn't
a
it?
big man,
Giant
Lincoln.
ass loser boys around.
They're
Guess
trying
what?
to. They're trying
Guess what,
to.
Flow State?
They're,
I'm just talking.
they are
I'm
trying.
not feeling.
But
I'm talking.
Huh?
they're trying to destroy that image now, though, aren't they? Because that's what we all learned, and that's how we were brought up. But now, with this whole LGBTQ, PIWS,
Damn, Tarek wakes up fucking hating Lindsay. See you in 10 minutes.
No.
Wat een lul, jongen. Echt die kankertarek. Wat een lul is dat. Wat een vieze vuile kanker. Lul.
Damn, Tarek, you made Voigo all European on that.
Echt, jongen. You made me go
right,
Dutch.
mate.
Wat een
No,
kanker.
no, but I agree. I know what you just said as well. I don't know
What'd he
how,
say?
but I do. I don't know. I'm not going to repeat it. There was a reason it was said in Dutch.
Talking about like the fjord.
No.
Yeah, let's
And-
just. I just said fjord. I mean, we have a very long word for fjord in Dutch.
That's my Scandinavian word.
Fjord.
It's where all the Scandinavian people live.
Is Nederlander, is that Scandinavia?
Yeah, if you guys ever seen that Master P song, Make Him Say you know, he's
The
featured
They
in Africa don't have cell phones. So
but the thing is, opium falls into the
in which, like, if you don't know which specific saints to honor or which specific rites to do, then you can't be part of the criminal organization. You know, so there's a lot of links between the occult and the mob, you know, in that way. You know, because that's the real shit. Because otherwise, we're gonna have to develop a monoculture. Everybody, you know, across the world is gonna be listening to electronic disco, cyberwave.
Canada has.
Isn't that what they do with radio though? Isn't that what they're doing with radio? With
Yeah, it's all like
music?
cyberwave, like disco shit that's recycled from the 80s to now. And you know, they're even sampling the same disco shit that they had in the 80s and then reproducing it. So, you know, the radio culture, it definitely represents a monoculture, you know, that's being promulgated. And then the only way to, you know, basically resist that is to support your local artists, you know. From a redemption stream, you know what I mean? Redemption. What's going on?
TML.
What's going on, brother? It looks like your shit is crackly, dude. But like, yeah, yeah, like what's going on? Like, where are you? You're like at the church. It looks like.
Yeah, I'm at the church at Sunny Hill. They're doing the auction, but there's pretty much nothing I want. I talked to everyone I wanted to talk to so far. So I'm bored, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's funny, dude. Like the Unitarian Universalists, you know what I mean? It's such an interesting type of deal there, man. You know, when and we talked about it before, you know, I think that you know, and you said you don't really think that there's that many people trying to challenge you on your views, right? You know, you sent me that message. I think that's a bad position to be in. You know what I mean? You got to have some challenges. You got to have some, you know, some rigorous critiques, you know what I mean, lined up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I may just have to up the ante or change my views a little bit to be even more objectionable, so I can get some challenges in. Because so far
I
people just
think
go for superficial stuff, which is superficial and immutable stuff. So if you're attacking my race, attacking my height, that's kind of it's pointless. It's just ad hominem. I need someone to attack my ideas.
yeah, I think a good place to begin might be in terms of the critiques of empiricism, you know what I mean? Because once you have an idealist position, right, you can't really trust science and empiricism as much, right?
Yeah, you can't trust science and empiricism as much, but you can trust it, but you just had to go all the way. You can't just play peekaboo and stuff like magic just because you just have a presupposition against it. So you just gotta go further and just accept more. You just gotta accept what's in front of you.
Yeah, yeah. When you step away from your mic, it gets a little crackly, but it's fine. It's not like a big deal. But yeah.
Background noise plus it's like a cell phone mic.
Yeah, maybe I can fix that. If you just give me a second, I think I can make like background noise settings or some shit. Let me see. Reduce mic background noise. Okay, now talk. Let's see what happens. Okay, now I can't hear you at all. What? I can't hear you at all anymore. How does that work? No, that's you doing that, Hank. I can't hear you at all. I don't know what you did. Rats in the wires. Fucking A, man. I can't hear you, homie. But yeah, I think you'll fix it. Yeah. You'll figure it out. But yeah, we'll come with some music, guys. Some more music for you guys. We'll let Hank figure out his mic. And anybody else who wants to join the panel, please join the panel. We'll be hanging out here listening to music for 2 hours. 2 hours of this fucking shit. Talking shit, listening to music instead of watching a movie. I told you guys the movie, maybe not. Maybe not. So, it's not going to happen. It looks like. But yeah. Yeah, you're still kind of crunchy.
Yeah, it'd be crunchy with this mic. Maybe go to Best Buy and find another mic.
Yeah.
It's crunchy, but it's very small, so I can just take it with me.
Well, I heard what you said the first time about trying a different mic, but then when you came back, I didn't hear what you said. But
I may go back, return this from the Best Buy and try a different headset.
yeah, yeah. Okay, I heard that. Yeah, thank you. We got struck down for playing Lionsgate films. Lionsgate films, folks. It is what it is. We can't play Lionsgate films on YouTube. Well, I haven't been streaming that long, so I don't know what you can do, what you can't do. I thought I could maybe, because I play lots of music, they let us play that, and you can't, and that doesn't get taken down. Oh, look at this. Islamic Center? What? Yo, that's interesting.
Yes, Islamic Center.
What are they saying? They're saying it's different from that? Bread equals Jesus. People were included. Is that what it says? Diversity. What is the COO? That's so interesting that they compare it to an Islamic center.
Yeah.
Like specifically. Yeah, that's very interesting. Fascinating. Yeah, but yeah, we definitely don't have LGBTQ. And you got to take your shoes off, but I mean, people don't really take their shoes off. Like they almost like take their shoes off when they go all the way inside. I don't know why people do that. You got to keep it clean. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just no more Asian culture.
Yeah, because people put their shoes on. They go everywhere. They go to the fucking public restrooms of the fucking world. You know what I mean? But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, your mic is totally fucked, my dude. But yeah.
Not totally fucked. It's not that good.
Yeah, it's not totally fucked, but it's not that good, yeah. Take shoes off. I can't see the bottom of it. It says take shoes off. Okay, there we go. Men, women. Separation. Yeah. Okay. Temple Emmanuel. Oh, okay. So it's also comparing the Jewish synagogue, huh? Very pretty place. Party, inclusive party room. Well, actually, in the Islamic Center, you have to go to the expert to ask the questions. So they're not going to avoid challenging questions, but they will just that they're not going to be able to answer all the questions. You know what I mean?
That's standard. All the questions because you're not omniscient.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said there. What was that?
Experts are omniscient, so of course you can't answer all the questions.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
gonna be a
much.
surprise.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Like it's like what are you, God? Like we don't have like a person who speaks for God on earth. Like the church kind of has that,
Even if it did, it's not literally God. He shouldn't be omniscient. And what does UCC mean?
If you're talking, I can't hear you at all, Hank.
Yeah, what does UCC church even mean? I don't know what that means. Yeah, let me look that up. So I can look it up. The camera pointing at that church and that laptop camera. Yeah, put it down and look up what UCC church is.
Yay!
Yeah. As I arrive up in the baseline, sip wine as he reserved mine. Golden rose and flow, great value. This ain't a session for children perpetrating to be a villain. Pen to Phillies, strength up to touchies. Bounce champion is the issue. Qualification is the lingo. The beat in your ear hole. I move the party like an earthquake. Don't like a serpent lake or milkshake split. Construct, specialize in AI. Every time I build the subject matter thrill. If you wildin', slip a pill in your drink, make you chill. Put me like a reading, steady bass. Axe the dial on that record. Rough you up, tough you up with the beat that bump. If I'm on the campus, I'm bound to hit the mattress with the mistress. I think like Jay-Z, I'm crazy in the nut house. They charge me for a state that I won't pay. Assassination, shoot the move, word order. I keep it out of order. I get the salad. Veterans, vegetarians wanna know where to go. The route is where I direct. If you misunderstand it, the salad is the cess. I'm puffing, stepping, never tripping. Regular flow to me, verse 1, 2, 3 is always lethal. 50 grand about the jam is a plan I sketch like an architect reflects off the motion. Yeah, let's do this. As I combine, the crowd is smiling. That head on shit, I always travel with strictly creepy spider. Make it to the dance floor with the chunk of rising. Keep my friend from the clever. The pickup lines clever. So what's next for the sketch, the text? I like to make sure effect. This be an example of a sample that off the wall. I make you move your feet to the beat. I see shells in the street, not from the beach. Turn that channel. Ladies wanna kick it. The proper shuffle in the huddle.
So, the kind of Protestant, liberal Protestant church affiliation.
That's what it says. That the UCC is online.
No, but I looked up online, but what said it's a liberal Protestant church affiliation.
Socially liberal. I don't even know what that means. If Thomas Jefferson was one, that actually doesn't mean anything, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think Thomas Jefferson was socially liberal, right? He hid his slave wife, right?
Maybe he was. Maybe he was
I don't think that actually equates, right?
well, he wrote the Jefferson Bible. He taught out math stuff, so I'm not sure.
Right,
We
but
need
that
a
just
good
means
definition.
yeah, but that just means he believes in science. It doesn't mean he's liberal, you know?
Yeah, we need
I think he
a
was,
definition of liberal.
yeah, by
I mean,
today's standards, I mean, by today's standards, he'd be considered socially conservative, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
oh, okay. Liberal Christianity is known as Christian modernism. So now we know what it means. Christian modernism.
Christian modernism. I mean, yeah, but the 16th century isn't really that modern. So if you have them in the 16th century, how could it be modern, right?
Yeah.
Or like, unless you mean by modern, like, yeah, I guess today is like we're like in the postmodern, right? Unless you want to
Yeah.
call it that, you know. Some people
Yeah,
say that, right? Liberal Christianity. Liberal Christianity. Wow, that's a whole Wikipedia page. What the fuck? People dream up new shit every day. Right? Liberal Christianity. Let's see what this is. This is gonna be a fun. Like what? Liberal Christianity. Let's do it. Christian modernism. Okay. That's funny because we covered Islamic modernism on this show, but there's no like, you know, liberal Islam, so to speak. All right. It's just Islam plus science. You know, so if they're saying that, yeah, like look, it says here science. It says taking into consideration modern knowledge, science, and ethics. Okay. The importance of reason and experience over doctrinal authority. Okay. But doesn't the church have authority?
Yeah, it has local authority.
Yeah, like how do they get the people to show up to the church, right?
Yeah. And the way our churches work is that we use
oh, I got nothing from that, Hank. You're breaking up bad there, but yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it's lower my mic volume. Okay, you can hear me now.
Yeah, I could hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems I lowered my volume, and that's why you lose me. It went from 92 to 84, now to 78, now to 70.
Oh yeah, yeah, I could hear you just fine now. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, pretty much churches like mine use democratic processes and committees to run things.
Okay, that's interesting. So who runs the Democratic Committee?
We use the board to manage the committees, and they're elected democratically as well.
So okay, so you have a board of people that are elected democratically, right? But who controls the elections?
Congregation does.
Okay. So the congregation gets together and nobody in charge, and they just say, let's have a group election. So it's kind of like direct democracy, right? So they just go like, all right, let's just all have elections. Let's just all put our names in, and will basically whoever gets the most votes is just going to be, so it just get, but they're not going to be ranked 1, 2, and 3, right? They're going to be like, so it's not
Yes.
whoever gets the most votes. So how would they determine?
So
Oh, you're breaking up again, Hank. You're breaking up a little bit again.
Yeah. So pretty much, and when it's usually uncontested most of the time at this level. So pretty much, if you want to be in there, most of the time you get there. So most of the time it's uncontested, and if there is dispute stuff, it's like the old guards in charge, and if you're starting from scratch, it's just whoever's doing stuff is in charge. It's basically American politics.
Yeah, I mean that just seems like such a weird thing. It's like, so yeah, because I feel like if you ran a political system that way, there'd be too many people that want to go, you know. So it'd be like 90% of the people would be like, let me be on the fucking board of this shit.
Well, you would think that, but then the board has to do all the cleanup work. So almost no one actually wants to be on the board.
Yeah, but okay, so the board just gets like kind of ordinary tasks, like they don't really do anything special. I get that. Yeah.
Yes, we had to do a whole bunch of extra work. So almost no one actually wants to be on the board.
Well, that is an interesting system for sure. You know, and then when people come in from different religions, they don't, so they also choose to be part of the congregation, and they also choose their own religion.
Yes, pretty much to join our congregation, you just have to do a ritual, which involves that's the background information on Unitarian Universalism and Arianism.
Say that one more time. I didn't quite hear you. Yeah, what's going on, dude? Jack's Law, what's going on, dude?
Ignoring the settings and increasing the mic volume still. But I hold it. So basically, to join my congregation, you have to do a ritual, which involves taking a class and saying a pledge, check any commitment to class.
I'm not hearing you at all, dude. I'm not hearing you at all. Like at all. Like I'm not hearing you at all. But
How
yeah.
about now?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, it's getting real crackly up in this bitch. But yeah, dude, it is what it is. But yeah, thank you for joining nonetheless. But yeah, dude, we'll get your audio shit worked out before the show tonight, hopefully. You know, I think it might be the location you're at too. You know, you might just have like shitty like like Wi-Fi or some shit. Could be. It's a microphone. Yeah, because I saw you having this problem on Jack Talca one day, or recently. Yeah.
Yes, so it's the microphone guy. So and get that mic right up at the head.
I got nothing from that, Hank. But yeah,
Oh, switch mic. I think it meant to switch microphone. No.
Yeah, you were gonna switch the microphone. Yeah.
Yeah, using the right mic. How's that? Yeah, because my background noise.
Yeah, let's go with switching the microphone. Yeah.
How's that?
I'm still getting nothing from that. But yeah. This is a burner stream anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But yeah. Hopefully you fix your mic before we get up on the next streamage. You know what I mean? Streamage. But yeah, man. Man. I'm gonna set up a time where we could watch that movie and watch different movies, possibly on Rumble. You know, so I'll figure it out. Yeah. But yeah. Bunda system. That's right.
Yeah.
I got nothing, Hank. You know, I'm not getting anything from you. Yeah. No, he went to go fix his mic at this point. So I think he'll figure it out. But yeah, we'll play a little music. See if Hank comes back on. You know, but I'm not getting anything from him. You know, so yeah. I mean, I'll send him this video. I'll show him what was going on. So yeah, I mean, it's unlistenable. You know, so we'll figure out what's going on with Hank. Unbeknownst to a lot of people, because it was taken of the army.
Not in league with them, you just can't freaking accept it, man.
You guys enjoying the video? You guys enjoying the video here?
I don't know.
I'm getting porn bombed out here.
No, this is
Like, what should I do?
This video's on YouTube. It's
This video's on YouTube?
Yeah, it's Rammstein live in Berlin.
This is Rammstein? Oh, hell no.
Wow.
Yo,
Yeah, this is on YouTube, live on YouTube.
Yo, hell no, man. Yo,
Yeah.
hell no. You just pissed on a little boy. Good lord.
It's not
On
a
fucking
boy,
YouTube.
it's his keyboard. You can find the video. You just type in Book Dish, BUCH DICH. It's a famous song.
Oh, okay.
I watched
guess
this
the
when I
freak,
was a
the
teenager.
freak knows. The freak be knowing about it.
Yeah, it's a very famous video actually. Like it's pretty. I thought you guys knew Rammstein. Yeah,
I mean,
sorry about
everybody's
that.
heard their main tune, but
I should have put a warning on the video. It's pretty intense.
not safe for work.
No, but if you look at what's being discussed in the video, it kind of lines up. I mean, you know, Jung and Jungian stuff and all that. So.
I feel
I
like
can
I'm on
make it.
drugs when I watch your videos, to be honest.
I'll take that as a compliment. That's the kind of the idea. Because we're all on drugs when we're on the tubes.
Well, Christian actually stated that he feels like that the videos are meant to put people under demonic possession. So that was a real, that was an interesting take that he
Who
had.
said that? Who said
remember
that?
Remember you sent me that from the Discord one day. So
Oh yeah, the Christian guys.
yeah, somebody in the Crucible Discord. Interesting.
I mean, at this point, probably.
Well, I watched a video recently about I can't remember off the top of my head because I'm a little bit tired. You know, I just got done doing a bunch of physical activity, but there was someone talking about how we all know this, but they just kind of said it point blank that there's like sigils underneath the black mirror, and that leads into magical processes about sigils and like black mirrors, and I'm just saying like it does kind of make sense in a sense. I'm not saying it's 100%, but it may as well. be what's going on, right? So that's kind of the idea of this kind of video. If you listen to what the guys are talking about, I mean, they're literally talking about ritualistic magic and how it ties into, you know, corporations and this kind of shit. So yeah. And the song Boot Dish is about I think it's called Bend Over, you know what I mean? I think that's what it means, but I could be wrong about that. But
Well, there you go.
And you can see that right there on full display. Yeah. But no, I mean, it's like, it's not for no reason. I mean, if you kind of understand what Rammstein is about in their lyrics, they say that they're very anti, you know, Mean Mr. Mustache. But if you kind of understand the underlying messaging in a lot of their music, I think that, you know, it's kind of like an esoteric nod to something. You know, exactly what, I'm not sure. But, you know, finding out that... Go ahead.
Have you guys ever heard of the monks?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's funny. There's these World War II guys that got kicked out of the army, and they became a famous band in Germany. And they made this album called Black Monk Time, and it's a very innovative album. And yeah, it's funny. Like this fucking album, Black Monk Time, it's got this song called "Shut Up," which is actually very, very famous, you know. And another song called "Higgle Die Piggle Die," and I don't know if you guys ever hear this. You guys ever hear this shit? Maybe I'll play this after this. But yeah,
I never heard of it. But I'm sure I'd be interested though.
yeah, it influenced a lot of like hardcore rock, unbeknownst to a lot of people, because it was taking it in a very weird direction, and like fucking the soundscape of it was interesting. But yeah.
Well, and you know, I'm trying to remember my exact point I was getting to, but like, if you look at, like, to find out that Jung, or whatever the fuck you call him, was a Swiss Grand Master of a Freemasonic lodge in Switzerland, and also just so happened to, you know, supposedly have ESP, and also supposedly, you know, dragged pseudo Gnosticism into, you know, popular culture the last 150 years. I mean, or however long it's been. I mean, kind of makes a lot more sense of kind of what we're looking at as far as the technological worship and stuff like that. And also, what I was listening to your show yesterday a little bit about what you're saying about Marx and Marx's belief system, and also with that Professor Hamamoto guy, what he was trying to get at, which is that a lot of the left-leaning communists, or whatever you want to call them, and even a lot of supposed non-communists, they focus on materialism very heavily, and Marx encouraged people to do that. But really, if you look at Marx, like, he wasn't really a materialist. So you got to start thinking, like, what the fuck is this really about then? And I don't know. It's pretty weird. The more I look at it, it's like maybe the liberals and the communists aren't so opposed to each other like they think they are. You know, and I don't mean liberal in like a woke sense. I mean like a classical liberal. You know, maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but like more and more, I'm starting to think like there's not that big of a difference between them.
Yeah, stay tuned for the part two of this explanation, guys, because we will be doing that on Wednesday. But yeah, let me play the rest of this video, and then I got something cool to show you, Nero, that'll touch on a preview of that shit. it'll be funny. You'll get a kick out of it. Yeah. Probably something you'll use for your next video. But
yeah, send it. Let's do it. I'm ready.
DNA.
But Joe,
The heritage of the Knights Templar.
Is he pissing on everyone? And he's got his cock out on YouTube. Is that not right?
It's not a real. It's not a. It's not.
Yeah,
real.
it looks kind of fake. Yeah.
Section with the
Okay.
rabbinical bloodline amongst Jews, the Kohanim, the Cohen family. They're known as Cohen, but the Kohanim collectively.
Most of the globe Do you understand? They don't want a World War III. They only want to destabilize things and distract people enough to the point that they can control them.
Yeah, there's no
lord
way
over
that's a
them.
real penis, because if that was like, he's pissing so much, like there's no way he had that much piss stored up to begin with.
It's like
because
5
he is,
gallon
he's
container.
pissing like fucking Niagara Falls. Like there's no way he's fucking just pissing for so long. Like he just pissed for fucking 5 minutes. Like there's no way. He pissed like the whole song. Like, there's no way.
One thing about them, the Jewish people, that's a strange story, man. You have an ancient people who were dispersed across the face of the earth, and they've now regathered in their ancient land, and they have their nation again.
Poor guy, he's awestruck.
Sad trombone.
He's literally awestruck at this shit. Look at this. This is the part I was talking about here. Look at this fucker.
Symbols of Prometheus. And if you look at the flag of the Soviet Union,
yes,
and it's on a red background, which suggests fire as well. It's interesting, you know, because the star there is the planet Venus, which was referred to in the guise of the morning star as Lucifer. At any rate, be that as it may, when you look at this essay, Prisoners of Property and Propriety, you see that my concept of the spectral revolution and my identification of the archetype of Prometheus.
This guy's so fucking arrogant, dude. He's like, if you see, like, I've summed this whole flag up that was developed by the League of the Just. Like, it's just, I know everything about this flag. Like, it's a fucking, yo, Neuro, how are you here again?
What the
fuck is this? All right.
things be glitchy today.
I think it's because you open up 2 Chrome browsers on the phone. It's easy to do on the phone, you know, so people get mixed up on the phone. But yeah,
as the archetype of humans striving for self-determination through the power of science and technology, are ideas that were developed in dialogue with Marx. And also with through Derrida's reading of Marx.
So interesting, right? So he's like, look at this flag. You know, you see clearly on this flag, it's the star, the 5-pointed star is the star of Lucifer. And he's like, also it's like Venus and shit. So he's already saying that it's part of the occult, and then he's fucking going into how Derrida and basically the whole lectures on postmodernism, and how the postmoderns read Marx in this esoteric way. So it's very interesting because yeah.
That sounds exactly like what I was referring to, but it like
Right, exactly, right. That's right.
That's funny.
So he sums it up quite clearly here. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he actually says it out of his own. Yeah, but yeah, that's a preview for that episode. We're gonna cover that because he has this whole Promethean. The reason why he's doing this whole Promethean plot. The plot.
It's so funny, like how obvious this stuff is if you really just like listen to what people say. It's fucking insane. Like they just tell you everything like out in the open. It's so insane to me.
And then you go to World War II, and you got to think they made an alliance with the communists, right? That is what they did. So you know they did that to defeat Germany. So you know what I mean. So you got to think that
It's almost like they gave Lenin, you know, like billions of dollars and just sent him in there or something. I mean, it's almost like that.
Yeah, they probably got both guys on. You know, they got Lenin, and they had Stalin in their pocket the whole time, and then they used him when it was convenient to take Lenin out, and then they went
and then these small-headed fellows on YouTube, they literally brag like and laugh and say, yeah, you know, Stalin started getting a little uppity, so some of his small-headed doctors around him just decided to kind of slip a little something in his drink. I mean, like they literally say this on YouTube, and I'm like, wow, gloating much, you know?
Well, it's a victory. You know, because it's a victory in the war, and we got our friend here too. Unfortunately, we're gonna. This is just a burner stream, but we do have our friend, the Sanity Machine, here, I believe. Yeah.
Hey,
And that's funny. That's funny. This guy just said. It's just the devil. and then look, this guy just showed.
Speak of the
Look,
devil. Look who showed up.
exactly. Speak of the devil. Exactly. It's funny. On command.
Speak of the devil. I'm here, and ladies love El Diablo, and the devil loves Prada. El Diablo loves Prada. You ever heard that expression?
El Diablo loves.
That was a good movie. I know that. I love that movie.
I'm not talking about the movie though. I'm talking about my cologne collection. I do love Prada.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
like
one you
that.
got? The carbon? You got carbon or what?
I have all of them.
Yeah, I got a lot of like musk and shit. Fucking sandalwood shit. Like fucking.
I have carbon, Prada Luna Rose Carbon. I have my favorite though is probably Prada Amber Pouron.
Yeah, that's the only one I have. I had that one, and then the other famous one, the Prada Amber, is like I didn't like it at first, but it is very business friendly stuff. I like it. Yeah, it's pretty good. The cleanest.
It's fine. Yeah, it's very clean. It's like a 5-star hotel soap that you would get, except it lasts in soap if you wash yourself with. You wash your hands with a 5-star hotel soap. It doesn't smell off of your body all day long. It's nice, but that stuff lasts.
So that's why the women.
Well,
That's why the women
one of
love
the,
El Diablo. Is the Prada.
that's one of the reasons. I mean, there's many other reasons. I have the devil horns. I'm a horny devil. I'm as cute as a button, a cheeky, handsome little devil. I have a halo.
Cute as a button.
They do think that I'm adorable. A lot of women call me adorable, so that's part of it. They just think I'm a sexy devil and a bad boy.
Well, there's different flavors for everybody. Machine was talking about the musk and stuff. Like sometimes I like to wear these like really strong like Middle Eastern like foods and stuff. Like I actually like that kind of stuff. I have a pretty weird collection of like
The stinky ooze,
stuff like that. Yeah.
the stinky ooze
Yeah.
in the Middle East. Some of them are
Yeah,
strong. Yeah. Reddington.
If
he's
you ever-
on. Is that the actual Reddington? Who is that guy?
It is.
Yeah, Reddington's out here. Yeah.
Oh, Reddington. He likes to talk about me all the time. I've been invited on my show live, but he never wants to come on and talk to me. He just likes
We'll be
to
on
talk
there
and
soon.
comment.
We'll be on there soon. Most likely,
You've been
because
asked
I
for
think
months
you came on.
though. Why are you dodging my channel?
Well, I recently came on
dodging
your show, El Diablo. I thought you were talking about me. You were talking about Reddington.
Reddington. Yeah, Reddington.
Okay.
Not dodging anything, dude.
He's got a problem with me. He talks about me all over the place, tries to bash me, but I said,
Well,
why don't you come on
Reddington's
my
never
show
been
and
on
talk to me?
I don't think he's ever been on a panel other than mine, or have you, Reddington? Or
Maybe Jeff's, but not really anywhere else.
and we got Lance out here. Welcome, brother.
Lanza.
I'm a just island boy. I'm a just island boy.
You're a
Lanza,
fag?
Lanza, we're a big fan of your work up there in
I'm not, that's for sure. I think Lance is a fag. Has anyone ever seen his face, or is he anonymous all the time?
I've seen Lanza.
Seen
Oh,
him, yeah.
okay. I never seen
Yeah,
him.
you are,
Is he
loved.
faggy?
You are loved. You already have all the answers. You know what I mean? And nobody is above you or below you on a soul level. What do you think?
yeah, he's like the Jim Morrison. He's like our Jim Morrison around here.
Yeah, he's the shit.
Does he look as faggy as he sounds when he's on panels talking about people? He sounds faggy.
I like Lance. Lance is my boy. Lance is the homie.
Lance
Did I
is your
hurt feelings,
homie?
little boy?
Oh shit!
Lance
I
is
thought you were.
Lance
I
is
thought
really my. These are
TML. I was supposed to be the intellectual of YouTube, the so-called or the self-proclaimed
well. Not all of
intellectual.
my
But
friends
that's
are.
your
Well,
homie.
not all of my friends are like intellectuals or whatever. But yeah,
Muslims
except
hang
for
out
my
with
friends.
gays. I didn't know that. Do Muslims hang out with
Well,
fags?
these are all my homies. Reddington's my homie.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Lanza's my
Damn.
homie. Neurojack's my homie. El Diablo's my homie. It is what it is. You know?
I get along somewhat with Jack, but
Yeah,
not Reddington and Lanza.
Yeah, this is not specifically an intellectual stream. It's just I just opened this up for 420, so it's just
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's just random stream. Yeah, it's just an extra. Yeah, but I will be having a normal show at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So that's in 2 hours. So I'll be out here. Thank you. And
Have you ever heard of Giorgiani Sanity?
I missed what you said. Heard of who?
Giorgiani, the guy we were just watching.
Let me play this clip again and then see if you see how you react to this. It's only a minute long here. Let me play this and then see how you react to this because this is interesting. An interesting 1 minute to say the least. But yeah, check it out, Sanity. You'll be interested in this.
And if you look at the flag of the Soviet Union,
yes,
and it's on a red background, which suggests fire as well. It's interesting, because the star there is the planet Venus, which was referred to in the guise of the morning star as Lucifer. At any rate, be that as it may, when you look at this essay, Prisoners of Property and Propriety, you see that my concept of the spectral revolution and my identification of the archetype of Prometheus as the archetype of humans striving for self-determination through the power of science and technology are ideas that were developed in dialogue with Marx and also with through Derrida's reading of Marx, which emphasizes this idea of the spectral in Marx's thought.
I think he comes across kind of like a douche, and I don't know how he's assuming that star is the morning star. Could be any star, but then he said the morning star is the star of Lucifer, but the morning star is also Jesus Christ in the Bible. It says that Jesus is the star of the morning, so it's in there as well. They're both Lucifer and Jesus. So I don't know. I just don't think that guy's. He's probably not half as intelligent as he wants people to believe.
I'm pretty sure I could dig out a video of him saying what you just said too. So he's quite a flippant fellow as well. He kind of goes into things and then he claims that it's just like he's just adopting it for rhetoric, and he's a fucking slippery fellow. This guy is a fucking weirdo. Jason Reza Giorgiani is his name. So this guy is a fucking really weird.
Machine, would you do a podcast with him if you had the chance though?
I do. Yeah, I do a show with anybody. I mean, he could click the link just as good as anybody can. It is what it is.
No, but we're gonna see from one of our friends. I think they may end up doing a little thing with them. We'll see if that leads anywhere. But
oh, okay. Yeah. No. Yeah, I would be dying to have a conversation with him. I think the first topic we would talk about is his transhumanism. I'm dying to get one of these transhumanists in my midst. Wouldn't that be fun?
No, that's exactly what I want to hear about. Is like everything seems to distract from the transhumanist thing, and I think that's the most interesting.
Yeah, because right off the bat, I'd be like, so wait, so you're a misanthrope. So this is what's going on here. Or what do you believe? You know what I mean, right? Let's get to brass tacks, and I would say, like, ideologically speaking, are you a misanthrope?
I got my argument from I'm driving, so if I'm all fucked up, just let me know. But No, I got one of my arguments from him directly, and I actually love the question that he asked. He said, "Would you rather trade 99% of the humans to give 1% like next level, like no pain, no death, and like basically you could end all suffering and also like make humans moral and do everything good, but you have to sacrifice 99%? Or would you rather leave everyone as is, but then 99% are going to be a slave?" And I think that's a very interesting, like, I guess, dilemma to kind of pose to people, because it is a very interesting question. Like, would you risk it all to free 1% of humans by getting rid of 99%, or would you let everyone stay a slave to the 1% and keep the 99%? Like that's kind of like his dilemma thing that he's kind of,
Yeah, like
binary
if you
choice.
follow that, I mean, if you follow that eye on that pyramid, I mean, it's pretty solid choice. Like you're gonna choose the 1%, right?
Oh yeah, he explicitly says yes. That is the choice that he makes, essentially. That he's yeah, exactly. And it's funny. Me and Sanity were talking to basically an open eugenicist who said the best thing for humanity would be to get rid of 5 billion people as quickly as possible. For the Earth or something like that. And
Oh, was that
on Gen X,
Sean
yeah.
guy?
Yeah, the Sean dude. Yeah, I never talked to him before.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah, that was but it's like, it's so funny. He's like openly, he's like, I need to save humanity by getting rid of them. And I'm like, that's a very strange argument, don't you think? And I don't know. It's kind of fascinating logic there,
We got Diablo pulling out the one eye. It is what it is. It is what it is. I see what you mean.
Well, the
That
funniest
makes
part
me
is
laugh.
like when you ask him where he gets all his ideas, he's like quoting all these elite studies by like royal foundations and shit like that, and he's like, "Well, they're bad guys, but they're telling the truth about this." And I'm like, I mean, assuming that's true, it's like, you don't find that like a little bit ironic that the very people that put everybody in this position now are going to give us the solution, and their solution is,
Yeah, it was pretty funny actually. He said that they feel guilty. They're bad and they caused this, but now they feel guilty and they're going to hand you the solution. I mean, it was gullibility off the charts. It was just funny to me.
Yeah, that is. I mean, in the Club of Rome shit, it literally says the common enemy of humanity is man. That's a literal line for the fucking. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it's like, all right, well, you know.
Yeah, well, if you dig into things, they are almost always pretty open about it. Whether
Yeah,
it's
it's
Agenda
a
21, 2030. Then when you look into Rockefeller's memoirs, he says that he stands guilty as accused when they say that he's an international, doesn't give a fuck about America, part of a new world order, wants one world government. They admit to it. They say, "Well, I stand guilty as charged." Like they're not afraid. When truthers say, "Oh, they're afraid of us," they're afraid. They're telling you what they're fucking doing. They're showing you their plans. They're not afraid at all. They're completely fearless and open about it. It's not hidden. It's truth in plain sight. They're putting it
Well,
right in front of you, saying it's right there. Take a look.
that's those people. They fall into this megalomania where they think like they're causing the news reports and shit to like happen.
Dude, I think my buddy does that. He's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I mean, like me and Neuro go there sometimes too, but it's just like we're like, yeah, we did just talk about this yesterday, and now they have a whole show about it. But we're not like crazy enough to be like, well, this is
Well,
us causing this shit.
have you heard what's going around? There's a few YouTubers that live out of vehicles that are accusing me of causing them all to be homeless. All these homeless people living in vehicles that have YouTube
Is one of them
channels.
named Mitchell?
No, not
Don't
him.
believe
But
so.
there's Creepy Keith and there's Green Wizard and this other guy that was on my show the other night. I was asking him. He came on
Oh
and he's
shit.
this bearded guy, and I said, Are you homeless? Are you living out of your vehicle? Because it was nighttime and he was in a vehicle, and I was like, "Are you one of those guys that's saying that I cause everyone to be homeless? Like, I'm the cause of homelessness. Apparently, you got to blame me for that.
You gotta
I
blame
have
El
the power.
Diablo.
I have the power. So be careful when you fuck around with me, people, because I could just spell and you're homeless the next day. True story."
Well, you ran
What
off
happened to
Neuro.
Neuro? He doesn't
Well,
want
he
to become
cuts out
homeless.
anyway.
Doesn't want to become homeless.
Yeah, he's a great champion of homelessness. So he felt offended at what you're saying, so he just left right away. So you know. No, not really, but you know, it
Lanza's
is.
still here. Lanza's, are you homeless, Lanza?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Man, you're a fucking genius.
Thank you. When was the last time you cleaned up your car?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, you've been up in his ride. You guys go shot. You've been riding shotgun with Lanza. This is what's going on.
No. A
That
lot
was
of them
you?
have these dirty vehicles that looks like a rat's nest. So I just assume these homeless bums live out of their vehicles. It's full of garbage and food containers and it's
Well,
stinky.
I just live like that so I can give to people and shit. So that way,
What do you do
that way
for
I'm
a
not a
living
piece of shit.
beyond panhandling? What do you do?
I do everything, bro. What do you want to know?
Everything.
Yep.
How do you
Jack
make
of
a
all
living?
trades.
Well, I do things that your mind has never even thought of.
Oh, you mean you
I
work at
weld.
glory holes
I
or
weld.
something?
I metal fabricate. Yep.
Oh.
I can. I blueprint. I prototype.
You blueprint.
I got a business. I have a separate business. I own a home.
Oh.
But yeah. But
And
yeah.
you're always on the internet, but you
I'm
do all
surprised
this.
you don't remember that. Did I roofie you or
How do you
something? What was that?
No, how do you do all that when you're living on the internet all the time? I don't understand.
I'm fucking smart.
Oh, but you only have so much time in a day, so how can you do all that stuff when you're always on here?
Those are all your perceptions, man.
It just seems like you're always on some panel channel talking.
Does it hurt your feelings or something? You okay?
No, not at all. I just don't believe you. I think
Oh.
you're full of, I just think you're full of shit.
I don't give a fuck. Why would you ask? I don't give a fuck.
You just seem
Stupid.
like you are. You seem like
You're
full
dumb,
of
but
shit.
I'll let you continue. Go ahead. I know you're gonna keep doing the stupid shit, bro. But
Dummy, you're stupid. You're dumbass. I just think you're fake. You're
put
a
that
liar.
photo. Put that
You're
photo
fake.
up of your father again as your icon. That shit was funny.
Fake. You're fake. I don't have a photo of my father, but you're a
There you
loser.
do.
You're a loser.
Is the one with the glasses, the black glasses? It looks like your father's corpse. I think it's a photo of you actually, but
Oh yeah, put up a picture of yourself. Why don't you show your face?
why not? Or why should I?
You scared?
Yeah, dude, I'm very scared. Very very
Loser.
scared.
Loser.
How's your channel doing, bro?
Great. How's your life?
How many subs you got?
Are you a homeless
How many
bum?
subs you got? And I'm not talking about
Are you a
YouTube.
homeless bum?
What?
Thousands of subs. Thousands.
Wow.
Is that the best you've got?
That's cool, bro. Good for you.
You're a loser.
No, I mean I just.
Hell, loser.
Just
When
asking you
I knew you were a loser the first time I heard you on Jeff's channel. Before I was even on there, you talking days ago. I was like, yeah, that guy's a loser. I could tell.
That was funny when everyone was making fun of you and you ran.
No, I didn't run at all. I got kicked off.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, you get fooled everywhere you go. You're actually a slave mind.
You just lie about shit.
You're gonna
You're
get
one of those
recycled.
people.
You're in Soul Trap. You're
You're
gonna get
one of those
recycled, bitch. You're gonna get
You're one of those
recycled.
kind of lies. Just lie.
You are in the recycle bin, bro.
It shows you're weak. It shows you're weak. Weak people do what you do.
What?
You're gonna
What's
get
up?
sealed in here. You're gonna get sealed in here.
Bro, my great grandma could beat your ass.
Yeah, right. That's why you can't. That's why you
That's a hell of a diss.
in Rummy, you don't have to get so you don't have to in like a card game or something, or pickup sticks. You know.
You're a loser. I knew right away as soon as I heard your voice.
I know, dude. I know, man. You know what? You're making a good point. I'm gonna write it down in my calendar, dude.
The Freak is a loser in the chat. Arpol, another loser. A whole bunch of losers over here. You got a moderator to Freak? Is that loser's a moderator?
You sound like you sound like you eat paint chips, bro. You really do.
What a loser. This is a channel full of losers then. I didn't realize until I came over here. The Freak is a moderator over here?
But you said that you said that last time though.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a looping slave mind. He just doesn't. He might figure it out if he hangs out enough. He might figure it out.
People. Have you checked the Freak IQ? Is it over 60?
Hey, brother. Hey, get great grandma on the phone. Get her on the phone.
Your jokes aren't.
My great grandma says she's gonna beat your ass, bro. My great grandma's like 90.
Oh, yeah.
She looks 60. She gets frisked at the airport. They don't even believe it's her. They're like, "You're 70." She's like, They're like, "You look 40." She's like, "Yeah, I'm on my way to I'm on my way somewhere to beat this dumb boy's ass." That's what she's on the way to.
Face. Why don't you show your face?
Bro, she's gonna eat a Polish sausage and she's gonna roll you up, son.
You're a pussy. You're a coward. You're a little pussy. Hide your face.
For sure.
Anyway, I just wanted to give your channel another chance, but I'm recording this. I'm showing people.
Just like it is every time I show up 20 minutes later, bitch leaves. I know. Oh,
No,
shit.
I don't leave. I can get banned, but this is.
All right, well, then stay pussy. It's up to you. You can be a pussy here or somewhere else. It's up to you.
You can't show your face.
Can't show your face.
There's a reason for that. Because your voice sounds like an incel.
There's a reason for that.
Incel.
Because your voice sounds.
How Machine Lies.
Bro, dude, you need to get a fucking writer, bro. You are lame.
What a channel this is. High level shit.
Thanks for adding to it, you fucktard.
People actually watch this?
420.
People
the 420 stream. The plan was to actually watch the movie Hot Boys, and then we got our fucking stream taken down. So because of the copyright restrictions, we'll probably come back and do that on Rumble. But yeah, this is just an impromptu stream. I will be coming back at 9 p.m. And at that time, I'll be opening up a panel and looking at some debates. Thank you so much, Sanity Machine, for having another conversation with me. And I hope you found value in that little clip that we shared with Georgiani. I think it'd be interesting for you to review that Georgiani stuff. You know, I definitely get a kick out of your reviewing of that. I did find value in what you said, that the Lucifer being the morning star is not the same thing. You know, but yeah, man. Thank you so much for joining. You want to hit these people with a closing statement? There is 24 people here. Let them know what you want. On what you think, brother.
Here's what I think. I'm going to seal most of the people in here in this hell realm forever and ever. I will seal in the demon's place, and there's not going to be a damn thing they can do about it. They can run their mouths while they're here, but that's what's going to happen. I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and that's what will happen.
Good shit, homie. Thank you so much for joining the panel, and yeah, I'll be back up at 9. So if you want to join then too, you feel free to come in and talk to the people here. If there's a panel discussion, you know, and there's anybody particular you want to talk to, even challenge, you know, it's always a blessing to have you. I'm gonna throw you here in the back. Thank you so much, brother. And Reddington, you got something to say for these people?
Not really.
Not really. Yeah, you're not much with words, but yeah, thank you so much, brother, man. With parting words, you mean? Yeah, I don't really like goodbyes either, but not for long, brothers and sisters. I'll be back at 9 p.m. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a link, and we'll be out here soon at 9 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm gonna play some music for you guys.
I'll see you.
What was that? Yeah, thank you so much, Reddington, brother. Thanks for joining. And yeah, that's all we got for you guys. All right. And yeah, let me play this little outro music for you guys. See what it do, you know. And yeah, I'll check you guys soon. You know what I mean? 9 p.m. We'll review some debates, look at some Bible information. Thank you, my friends. Oh, I guess I have to stop this music first. Oops. All right, there we go. All right, folks. Talk to you soon, hopefully. All right.
empty place, and the walls are painted with silhouettes of yesterday. We choose to be the only. We choose to be the lonely. This isolation, love leaves us in our abandon, surrounded by the traces of the place we used to know. Now the sky falls down for us alone. There's a record playing in a room all of its own. Now we are the only voices. Now we are the only traces. Falling love. Following love. We choose to be the lonely. We choose to be the lonely. We choose to be the lonely. We choose to be the lonely.
Ragtag rebel armies of alarming proportions, grenade launchers, fearless little orphans, fully dipped clerics who throw the wind caution, intel operatives who instigate holy wars in, tiptoeing at Fort Beach, you're gonna need to know basis, with derelict new contagious enzymes to play with, cause a well-educated, prosperous nation is dangerous. Walt Disney Kingdom, where history comes in two flavors, blood soaked to the blood stains, cleaned up with detergent later. Excuse me, Miss Liberty, I don't mean to be misogynist, but put some lipstick on a green lip, cause the truth ain't a pretty bitch. In the US, even Martin Luther King kept the gun in the crib. So whether you a clueless bastard with no relations, or more tonight with genealogy of King David, you witnessing the logistics of a gun-running operation by big model policy makers. Intricate surveillance next to the crib placed by proxy administration, funded by drug money pushed out of US air bases. S&B time, hollow mountain shadow ops, nanobots who make remote control parts of overhaul. Double, triple agents who leave how to fly books and glove box, and drunken moments like holy Korans and titty strip spots. Boom, CNS to the phenomenon of our charts. Heavy burden around the neck, beginning with slide the coin fall. And I'm my old fashioned nickel slugs, so I always draw hard. Boom, CNS to the phenomenon of our charts. Heavy shit around the neck, beginning with slide the coin fall. I'm my old fashioned nickel slugs, so I always draw hard. Mountains of atrocities as hard as the Acropolis. Unfold your wretched skeletal wingspan screaming, no one is stopping me. Legions of minions ready to mar themselves for college money. Republican dummies besieged with fanatical cherub Enochs at the coronation of King James pontificating. Sistine Chapel look like Pirhana's boss paintings, where if you look closely, you can see ghostly images of Norval or 9/11 wargaming. Cold-hearted killers, you like tear ducts in a broken mirror. Haunted face appears in Judas in the form of Zell Miller quoting Hitler, who once said the bigger the lie, the more people likely to believe it. So nowadays, these rappers spit vagina monologues, cause most of them are way too pussy to say shit. Hell man, you can never ever be God, no matter how intricate you paint yourself in his image. You're just waging advanced forms of barbaric tribalism. That's the stupidity war that man is never winning. So gather the women and children, prophets, priests, and Eman from the forgotten books of Eden. Born treachery would stem from the presidency and all the kingsmen. So close your eyes if you're squeamish. It's about to get sick, free to boy in here, meaning it's good time to eat it. So G-Man, start the deprogramming sequence. Balloon CNS to the phenomenon of our charts. Heavy shit around the neck, depending what side the coin fall. On my old fashioned nickel slugs, so I always try hard.